Sound the great bell once. Engage the lever. Activate the piston and pump. Sound the great bell twice. Press the button. Ignite the engine. Breathe life into the turbine. Sound the great bell thrice. Sing in unison, extolling the deity of all machines. Chapter 1. O Messiah. The rain in London fell in a fine, persistent drizzle, as if it would never cease. From the clock tower's vantage point, the entire block lay shrouded in a dismal fog, revealing only the varied silhouettes of rooftops, resembling isolated islands in a sea of mist. The crows, their feathers dampened by the haze, perched upon the dripping eaves of the clock tower, their glossy black eyes scanning for an opportunity to satiate their hunger. Click. The partition of the clock tower was pushed aside, startling the crows into a hoarse cacophony as they flapped their wings and ascended into the leaden sky. A youth with long black hair climbed up the ladder, careful to avoid soiling his clothes with bird droppings. This was his only remaining set of dry garments. He had no desire to work in damp trousers that had yet to dry. Around his neck hung a makeshift satchel fashioned from rubber gloves, from which he retrieved a nearly threadbare cloth and a bareboard brush. He took down a plastic bucket brimming with rainwater from the eaves and began scrubbing the clock tower's avian excrement with fervor. Though it would soon be covered again by the bird's waste, he took pleasure in keeping every corner of the church he had called home for 11 years impeccably clean. The cramped clock tower barely accommodated the growing physique of the boy, and in a moment of distraction, he would inadvertently bump against the tarnished copper bell, producing a dull thud. Wincing in pain, he pressed the back of his hand against the spot he had struck, refocusing on his task of cleansing the stains. There were other duties awaiting him shortly. He would descend to assist Sister Marika with preparations for the daytime mass. Later, he would lend a hand at old Iggy's hardware store, not only to earn a bit of extra coin, but also to spare Sister Marika from preparing his evening meal, allowing the other children to enjoy a little more. That I have grown up, I should not add to Sister Marika's burdens. Who? For a fleeting moment, he locked eyes with an owl whose round, yellow gaze held a letter in its beak. Despite the rain falling like fine hair, the letter remained untouched by moisture, its emerald script clearly inscribed. To O Messiah, Clock Tower, Rodell Church, Wickinson District. The black-haired youth, Ohm, widened his eyes in his 11 years of existence. This was the first time he had received a letter. To prevent the clumsy bird from harm, he gently grasped the owl's wings, at which point Ohm released the ability he referred to as his spiritual power. Once liberated, the owl delivered the letter to Ohm, lightly nipping at his finger in an apologetic gesture before fluttering to a nearby railing to preen its damp feathers. Ohm paid no heed to the owl's actions. His entire focus was consumed by the envelope in his hands, eagerly breaking the wax seal to read the letter in a single breath. Hogwarts Albus Dumbledore School of Magic, Minerva McGonagall, Wand Dragonhide Gloves. He read the brief letter over and over, each letter igniting ripples of excitement. Within him, I am not alone. There exists a school filled with people just like me. A peculiar sense of happiness enveloped Ohm. He could finally attend school openly, without the need to conceal his abilities. Most importantly, the school would provide a grant of 200 galleons for someone of his Muggle origin. Though unaware of the exact value of a galleon, the figure of 200 sounded substantial. Moreover, he had managed to save some money through odd jobs over the years, which should suffice for his education. What would that magical school be like? What sort of life do others lead? Might I find friends my own age? Ohm felt utterly foolish for speaking to an owl. Surprisingly, the owl nodded in response, folding its wings and closing its eyes in a feigned slumber. Dear M.S. McGonagall, I have received your letter and would be delighted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Your future student, O Messiah. The note was small, leaving little space after those few short sentences. Ohm nimbly ascended to the pinnacle of the clock tower, spotting the owl still perched in place, and breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that this might all be a figment of his imagination, merely a mirage in the fog. He gently stroked the owl's rounded head and offered the note to its beak, saying, "Please ensure this reaches its destination." The clumsy, round-faced bird grasped the diminutive parchment, nudging Ohm's palm with its beak before flapping its wings and vanishing into the misty rain. Ohm watched the owl's departure, retrieving the letter from his pocket to read it once more, as if imprinting each letter into his memory. Then, he promptly tidied the clock tower and packed his belongings before descending. He was eager to share his joy with Sister Marika. He would unearth the money he had saved over the years to purchase the items listed in the letter. Hogwarts, here I come. Unbeknownst to Ohm, his actions were being observed by an elderly gentleman. The man was tall with snow-white hair and a beard, and astonishingly blue eyes that sparkled behind crescent-shaped spectacles. His long nose was crooked, suggesting it had been broken at least twice. Dressed in a light lavender robe adorned with embroidered stars and wearing a wide-brimmed pointed hat, He stood boldly at the entrance of Rodell Church, yet passers-by seemed completely oblivious to his presence, their gazes passing through him as if he were invisible. Had any wizards passed nearby, they would undoubtedly recognize the true identity of this venerable figure. The greatest white wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. At that moment, his gaze pierced through the church's thick walls, resting intently upon Messiah, who was conversing with a nun, a contemplative expression etched upon his face. The owl that had delivered Ohm's letter circled overhead before gracefully landing on the elder's broad shoulder, presenting the note to him. The tiny script prompted Dumbledore to extend his arm and squint his eyes to read it. Upon confirming Ohm's affirmative response, he adjusted his robes and pushed open the grand door of the church. Chapter 2. Albus Dumbledore. Sister, I swear this is no jest. It is indeed a letter delivered to me by an owl. Owl paced anxiously before the lectern meticulously arranged by Sister Marika. She had instilled in him the value of truthfulness since childhood. So why, despite his honesty, did she not believe him? Owl, my poor child. The tall and slender Sister Marika enveloped the restless Owl in her embrace, tenderly stroking his long black hair. You are the child I discovered at the feet of Jesus. Both you and I are blessed by divine grace. How could I allow you to go to that? What was it? Pig's wart? Is Hogwarts, Sister Marika? Owl returned her embrace, and at such close proximity. The deep wrinkles on her prematurely aged face pierced his heart like a blade. The Rodell Church, though referred to as a church, was in truth an orphanage, sheltering 13 children who depended entirely on Sister Marika for their survival. To provide for their nourishment and clothing, the meager stipend from the clergy were utterly insufficient. Sister Marika devoted all her time outside of prayer to work, whether as a stock clerk at a supermarket or a cleaner at a restaurant. She would do whatever it took to ensure the children had enough to eat. Alm vaguely recalled a man emerging from Sister Marika's room during his childhood. That day, she wept for an extended period, leaving a lasting impression on him. Shortly after the man departed from Rodell Church, he met a tragic end. An iron rod fell from the sky, impaling him and pinning him to the road. Except for Alm, who lived 2 kilometers away. No one knew how that deadly rod had descended. He did not care whether the man was good or evil, nor did he understand what transpired in Sister Marika's room. All he knew was that the nun who had nurtured him was in tears because of him. Therefore, that man must die, so that divine mercy might redeem his soul. Years of toil had rendered Sister Marika, though not yet 40, with the visage of a woman in her 60s. The time spent in her nun's habit far exceeded that of any supermarket uniform. Beyond the crucifix rosary around her neck and the ever-present Bible, one could hardly perceive her as a member of the clergy. Whatever it may be called, my dear Alm. Sister Marika's rough, slender hands cradled the young man's face. And unbeknownst to her, he had grown so tall. The days of cradling him as a frail, pink infant seemed like mere memories from yesterday. I hope you will become a lawyer or a doctor in the future, as those are respectable professions that will afford you a good life. Rather than learning tricks from someone named Dumbledore, esteemed lady, what he will learn at Hogwarts will be magic, not mere sleight of hand, but true skills that will allow him to thrive in the magical realm. Magic can accomplish feats beyond the imagination of ordinary people, such as flocks of birds taking flight. The well-worn bench, which had been polished countless times, suddenly transformed into a multitude of azure birds, each adorned with golden throats and elongated tail feathers, swirling gracefully in the dome above and singing as if they were celestial messengers sent by angels to guide the Holy Spirit. Oh my God! Sister Marika clutched the crucifix at her chest tightly, her gaze fixed upon this unimaginable spectacle. The other children, hearing the commotion, emerged to witness the enchanting sight of birds fluttering and singing within the church, their expressions filled with wonder. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore tapped his wand lightly. The birds descended gracefully, alighting upon the heads, shoulders, and hands of the children, who joyfully caressed these lively little creatures, their fingertips brushing against the vibrant blue feathers and smooth beaks. O.M. cradled a small bluebird in his hands, feeling its warmth and the rhythmic beating of its heart. Incredible! This is a living being. To transform wood into life is nothing short of a miracle. Sir, can I do this too? O.M. looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If I could turn a table into a turkey, a book into bread, then Sister Marika would no longer have to worry about the children going hungry. Marlenia would not need to lean on that nearly broken cane. Blazer could have his own pillow, and Lawrence would have ample burn ointment. Perhaps I could even conjure 2 or 3 new outfits for the poor little Lonnie, allowing her to change every day. Having served as headmaster for nearly a century, Dumbledore understood that the clergy's nature was predominantly conciliatory and moderate. If one were to suggest that this was a talent inherent to the children, they would likely dismiss it. Yet, if one claimed it to be a divine gift, they would eagerly send the child to Hogwarts for education. I comprehend now. I agree to let OM attend Hogwarts, feeling the vibrant little bluebird on his fingertips. Marika realized that the child she had nurtured would embark on a path she could scarcely fathom. As a mother, all she needed to do was to offer silent support to OM. Splendid. Dumbledore joyfully waved his wand, and the little bluebird reformed into the heavily worn bench amidst the children's disappointed sighs. He retrieved a heavy pouch from beneath his starry lilac robes and handed it to Sister Marika. This is OM's educational grant for the year. Do not worry, madam. His schooling expenses will be sponsored by the teaching fund established by the Ministry of Magic. Worry? No. The fledgling must eventually leave the nest. Yet when he soars high above, surveying the mountains and rivers, will he still remember that dilapidated eagle's nest? Do not fret, Sister Marika. Sensing the sorrow in the nun's heart, OM kissed her cheek and whispered, "You are my true mother." This profound bond of love, not born of blood, but of nurturing, remained etched deeply in OM's heart. "Sir, you must be Headmaster Dumbledore." OM extended his right hand to the elderly man with hair as white as snow. "My name is OM Messiah. It is a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Professor, OM." As he shook OM's hand, Dumbledore gazed into his mature and steady eyes, and his thoughts drifted back 50 years. At that time, it was he who came to visit at the orphanage, and he was the precocious and exceptionally gifted boy. However, the boy's gaze was as cold and unyielding as a riverbed in the depths of winter, while this boy's heart radiated warmth akin to the sun in early summer. From the moment he entered, Dumbledore maintained a gentle yet persistent form of legilimency, extracting the thoughts of OM through intermittent eye contact. The child had not given a moment's thought to what life would be like after learning magic. His mind was solely occupied with considerations for his family, striving to ensure a better life for them. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Such remarkable love. On August 1st, someone would come to take you shopping for school supplies, so be sure not to miss it. Dumbledore raised his hand to tousle OM's coarse black hair, bowed respectfully to Sister Marika, and turned to exit the church. Meanwhile, not far away on Privet Drive, a family was fleeing their home, beleaguered by a relentless barrage of letters. Chapter 3. The Giant and the Boy. Harry awoke, but did not open his eyes. The previous night, he had accompanied the Dursleys to a small house on this deserted island, where a giant had knocked on the door in the middle of the night, bringing him his very first cake while revealing that he was a wizard, and even bestowing upon Dudley a curly pig's tail. What a splendid scene it was, filling him with such joy that he felt he might soar into the skies. Yet, the more delightful it was, the more Harry dreaded the possibility that it might all be a mere dream. Tap, tap, tap. Harry's heart sank. It was Aunt Petunia knocking on his cupboard door once again. Could it be that it was indeed just a dream? Tap, tap, tap. The knocking grew more insistent, and Harry understood that if he did not rise to prepare breakfast, he would face dire consequences. Reluctantly, he sat up. I'm awake, I'm awake. As he fumbled to put on his glasses, Harry was astonished to discover that it was not Aunt Petunia at all, but rather a barn owl rapping against the window of the small island cottage. Turning his head, he saw the giant Hagrid reclining on the collapsed sofa, one hand propped behind his fluffy head, draped in his oversized, thick, pocket-laden moleskin coat, mumbling to himself incessantly. In that moment, the joy within Harry swelled like a balloon, lifting him to euphoric heights. It was not a dream. He truly was a wizard. He opened the window, and the barn owl hopped inside, daintily extending its right claw, which was bound with a newspaper. Thank you, Harry exclaimed, reaching to untie the newspaper, only to be sharply pecked on the finger by the owl. He gasped, rubbing the bitten spot, and nudged the still sleeping Hagrid. Hagrid, there's an owl delivering the newspaper. Give it 5 nuts, Hagrid mumbled sleepily. Nuts? Those little bronze coins. Harry reached into the pockets of Hagrid's moleskin coat, his fingertips brushing against a flask, a metal rod, the fur of an unknown creature, leftover sausages from the previous night, and something slimy that wriggled. Harry reached deep inside and finally felt something hard, resembling a coin. He pulled out 5 of them and stuffed them into the small pouch attached to the owl's left claw, successfully retrieving the newspaper from its grip. Hagrid let out a long, resounding yawn, stretched lazily, and got up. He took the newspaper from Harry's hands. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Hagrid. Is this the wizarding newspaper? Harry gazed intently at the rolled-up paper, which clearly displayed moving images. What is the Ministry of Magic? Harry found himself filled with curiosity about every term that Hagrid uttered. Well, it's akin to a muggle's. Town hall? Hagrid scratched his unruly beard. I believe you meant government. Harry corrected Hagrid's pronunciation. Standing on tiptoe to peer at the contents of the Daily Prophet. Close enough. Hagrid casually flipped through the entire newspaper, folded it, and tucked it into his coat. All right, Harry, we have much to accomplish today. Shall we enjoy some sausages with your birthday cake? Cold ones are just as delicious. As he spoke, he revealed a mysterious smile. Today marks your first step into your parents' world. Had awakened at 5 in the morning, dressed early, and paced back and forth in the hall, checking the calendar every few minutes to ensure it was indeed August 1st. For heaven's sake, Marlenia Messiah lifted her head from the bench and whispered sharply, "Could you please sit down and take a break?" At the Rodell Church, the older children slept on the benches designated for prayer, allowing the only bed to be given to the younger ones, making it easier for them to rise and deliver newspapers or milk. Sister Malika rested in a rickety armchair, occasionally getting up to check if the children were sleeping soundly. Marlenia was 2 years younger than naturally visually impaired and with only one right leg. Abandoned by her biological parents at the church's doorstep, she might have perished in that frigid winter night if not for Sister Malika's selfless care. She possessed beautiful, curly red hair, porcelain-like skin so pale that one could see delicate red veins beneath, and large, vacant eyes veiled with a layer of white haze. Every night, Marlenia collected and washed bed linens and hospital garments at a nearby clinic, often working late into the night, making her one of the most irritable in the morning. "I'm sorry, Marlin." Realizing his misbehavior, unfolded the neatly arranged blanket and covered Marlenia with it once more. Just as was about to rise, Marlenia grasped his hand. "Let me see you again," she said softly, tightly clutching the boy's palm, which was marked with numerous small scars and calluses. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten what your own brother looks like?" Though he said this, obediently leaned down, placing Marlenia's palm against his face. This was how the naturally visually impaired Marlenia perceived others. Felt Marlenia's fingers, cracked from the cold water, glide over every inch of his skin. And while his heart ached, he resolved quietly to himself, "Once I acquire the ability to conjure bread and cream, I shall ensure that you all live prosperous lives. Any obstacles that impede the realization of this dream will be eradicated from existence." The young girl, upon caressing the sunken cheeks of realized that he had once again shared his food with others. With a sigh, she said, "When you arrive over there, take good care of yourself and eat well, for only then will you possess the strength to master your craft. Though parting is inevitable, I am grateful to have at least one more month to accompany you." From another bench came the rustling sound of clothing. Recognized it as Cosmos stirring awake, preparing to report to the milk station before 5:30. Ready to cycle out and deliver milk. Tall and slender as a reed, Cosmos rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing that and Marlenia were awake, silently grinned, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. He was mute, and his features were rather peculiar. His forehead was short and flat, his nose broad and prominent, his eyes set deep, and his mouth quite large. Rather than resembling a human, he bore a closer resemblance to an animal. Nevertheless, the children in the orphanage adored him, for he possessed a remarkable talent for crafting strange toys from various odds and ends, thereby enriching the orphanage with a joyful atmosphere. Cosmos quietly flung open the door and scampered outside. Observed this reckless lad had forgotten to close the door behind him, and, shaking his head in exasperation, rose to shut it. The sound of the door closing prompted Aaron, who lay sleeping by the entrance, to smacking his lips and turn over, covering his head. "How late is it?" Utilizing the dim light, glanced at the clock on the wall, which was older than Sister Marilica. It was not yet 5:15. To avoid disturbing anyone further, leaned in and softly whispered in Marlenia's ear, "You sit here and awaken me at 6. I shall prepare breakfast for everyone." Marlenia clutched her pillow to her chest, resting her head on lap, and pinched his nose playfully, saying, "You are not allowed in the kitchen. Do you hear?" Was exceptionally versatile. He could assist the shopkeeper with accounts, unclog drains for a profit, help classmates with assignments for a fee, weave blankets and scarves for sale, and even accomplish the physical labor of 2 adults, all for a mere 1.5 times the wage. However, his culinary skills could only be described in tragic terms. Even the most undemanding eater in the orphanage, Lackad, discovered one fateful day that he could not swallow cooking, no matter the effort. Marlenia still vividly recalls that moment. "Is this feces?" Lackad inquired earnestly, poking at the brown, lumpy substance on his plate with a spoon. "This is not feces. It's a cake made by Brother Do try it. It's delicious." Donning an apron and standing with hands on hips, distributed the unidentifiable masses onto the children's plates. Lackad, with skepticism, took a bite and immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "This is indeed feces." Since then, the little ones at the orphanage have eagerly competed to learn how to cook, resolutely preventing from stepping foot in the kitchen even once. All right, time for bed. Sighed as he gently stroked Marlenia's vibrant red hair, soothing her softly. Is it truly so unpalatable? The stray dogs outside the church seemed to relish it. Chapter 4. and Hagrid. As Harry and Hagrid traversed the winding streets and arrived at the entrance of Rottle Church, they found the grand doors ajar, revealing a solitary figure seated on a bench, bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight that had long been estranged from London, filtering through the colorful stained glass and cascading gently upon his shoulders. Today, Blazer Messiah, with his charming demeanor, had secured a delightful task from a kind-hearted elderly woman, folding woolen socks for sale, where folding just 20 pairs would earn him a penny, and the payment made on the spot. The exuberant children on their summer break rushed to assist, understanding the immense effort Sister Marika expended for their sustenance and tuition, eager to lighten her burden through their own endeavors. Sister Marika had departed early for a cleaning job at a local restaurant, leaving alone in the church. Hagrid peered inside, knocked on the door, and cleared his throat with a hearty sound. Messiah? Startled, who had been anxiously contemplating whether Dumbledore had forgotten him, sprang up as if propelled by springs beneath him. Yes, sir, I am Messiah, gazing up at Hagrid, who towered at least twice the height of an average adult. Marveled, Good heavens, you are extraordinarily tall, sir. Indeed, this bearded giant resembled a bear standing on two legs. He wore a coat adorned with numerous patches, leaving only a small portion of his face visible amidst his tousled hair and beard, with eyes as dark and bright as beetles. He was an extraordinary figure, unmistakably unique, much like Dumbledore himself. As contemplated this, he approached Hagrid with the 200 galleons bestowed by Dumbledore, his own 70 pounds, and the letter from Hogwarts in hand. Sir? Huh. Hagrid clapped on the shoulder. No need to be so formal. Just call me Hagrid. I'm here on Dumbledore's orders to take you shopping in London. So let us be off. Was taken aback by the giant's surprising strength, feeling his knees buckle slightly under the immense pressure. At that moment, noticed a boy accompanying Hagrid, having been so captivated by the giant that he had only now observed the disheveled boy with glasses. Eyes brightened. This was clearly another young wizard heading to Diagon Alley. Hello, my name is Messiah. It's a pleasure to meet you. After years of navigating the streets, had developed a thick skin and a friendly demeanor, extending his hand to the bespectacled boy with ease. Harry, who had never had many friends, felt somewhat awkward as he timidly grasped Down's hand and, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, uttered, I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you. The boy before him had hands as unyielding as wood, calloused and scarred, with a robust frame, yet remarkably lean. His bronze skin stretched tautly over his bones, his cheeks sunken and his features deep set. Both his hair and eyes were a pure shade of black, and the radiant smile that seemed to exude sunshine made Harry feel quite fond of him. Hagrid chuckled as he observed Harry and remarked, It seems you made a new friend. Both and you are newcomers this year, residing in the Wilkinson district, which conveniently leads us to Diagon Alley. My goodness, I had no idea there was a wizard so close to me. Gently pushed the church door ajar and turned to Harry, saying, If only we had met sooner. We could have become great friends. I think so too, Harry mused, imagining how different things might have been had he known earlier. Perhaps, united, the two young wizards could have stood against Dudley and his gang, and certainly appeared more formidable than his increasingly porcine cousin. But it is never too late to make a new acquaintance. Hagrid boomed, shaking his heavy beard. Next, we shall take the Muggle subway, allowing us to reach the leaky cauldron swiftly. I know a shortcut to the station, sir. Hagrid, I'm volunteered, for no one knew the back roads better than he. Compared to the seldom ventured Harry and Hagrid, who had rarely visited the Muggle world. As led the way, he observed the interactions between Hagrid and Harry. Hagrid seemed to regard Harry with great importance, striving to keep him within his sight at all times, and often expressing astonishment over mundane matters. Did you see that contraption? Hagrid exclaimed, pointing a roadside parking meter. What on earth is this Muggle nonsense? To be honest, even without his antics, Hagrid's substantial size always attracted attention, causing and Harry to be scrutinized repeatedly. With his thick skin, could endure it, but Harry wished he could simply cover his face as he walked. Hagrid, what does Muggle mean? This term frequently emerged from Hagrid's lips, prompting Alm's curiosity. I know this one, Harry interjected, having received a brief explanation from Hagrid along the way. Muggles are what wizards call ordinary people who cannot perform magic. Nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Do wizards not use items made by ordinary people? Why would they use Muggle things? Hagrid scoffed, Wizards' items are far superior. The pictures in their newspapers don't even move. So, wizards have newspapers with moving pictures? Exclaimed, struggling to reconcile the concept of a newspaper with animated images. Wasn't that akin to a piece of paper serving the function of a television? Indeed. Look, Hagrid said, retrieving the Daily Prophet, which had just arrived that day, from his pocket. In the morning, what had initially appeared smooth was now crumpled and disheveled, having been jumbled together with various items in Hagrid's pocket, and was marked by a stain that strikingly resembled blood. However, Ohm could clearly see that the patterns on it were animated. The printed figure would devour the cake depicted in the image bite by bite. The ink-rendered broomstick indeed carried a wizard soaring through the air. A wizard displaying 8 gleaming teeth held aloft a book bearing his own likeness, beaming with pride. And even the cover of the book in the newspaper was alive. Ohm was utterly captivated, yearning to discover the magic that could bring such creations to life. This transcended the dimensions of ordinary literature by several folds. What if he could sell these animated books to muggles? Would he never have to worry about money again? But no, if it were truly that simple, someone would have surely done it by now. This implied that wizards were not entirely free beings. They must be governed by an administrative body akin to a parliament, preventing them from appearing in the sight of muggles. Otherwise, he would have received some tidbit of magical news over the years. With his mind racing, Ohm neatly folded the extraordinary newspaper and returned it to Hagrid. This is simply marvelous, Hagrid. I never imagined the creations of wizards could be so wondrous. Of course, Hagrid replied casually, stuffing the crumpled Daily Prophet into his pocket. He smiled at Ohm, whose eyes sparkled with a thirst for magic. Don't be in such a hurry. You little ones will undoubtedly become remarkable wizards under Dumbledore's guidance. He winked at Harry, adding, I have every faith in that. Due to his work, Ohm had visited London several times for deliveries and expertly procured subway tickets for Hagrid and Harry. Although Hagrid was aware of how to reach a place called Diagon Alley, he had evidently not traveled by Muggle means before. His enormous frame got stuck at the subway ticket barrier, with Ohm pulling from the front and Harry pushing from behind, and they finally managed to board the train. Hagrid occupied 2.5 seats, grumbling about how inconsiderate Muggles were while pulling out a pale yellow circus tent-like item from his pocket. This drew the attention of other passengers in the carriage. Did you bring a letter for you lot? Hagrid inquired as he counted stitches. Ohm internally grumbled about Hagrid mentioning it now, pondering what would happen if he hadn't brought it, but he swiftly extracted the letter he had perused countless times. Of course I brought it, Hagrid. Good, Hagrid replied. There's a list of essential items inside. It was only then that Harry noticed a second sheet of paper tucked within the envelope. He had been so excited the previous night that he had overlooked it. He unfolded the note and read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students require 3 plain black work robes, 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear, 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon leather or similar material, 1 black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Please note, all student clothing must bear a name tag. Textbooks, other equipment, 1 wand, a large cauldron made of pewter, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. A special reminder for parents. First-year students are not permitted to bring their own flying broomsticks. Hagrid wished to express that he had memorized these items, but upon seeing Harry eagerly peruse the list, he remained silent. Can I purchase these items secondhand, Hagrid? He inquired loudly amidst the clamor of the subway. Of course. I am as familiar with Diagon Alley as you are with the paths of the familiar Wokingham district. The subway screeched to a halt, prompting Hagrid to raise his voice. Aside from wands and potion ingredients, everything can be acquired secondhand. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. As they ascended the malfunctioning escalator to the bustling street lined with shops, Hagrid visibly relaxed. He grumbled, I truly wonder how these muggles manage without magic, while glancing around before setting off in a particular direction. Towering and robust, Hagrid effortlessly maneuvered through the crowd, while Harry, struggling to keep pace, clutched on a Hagrid-esque wrist. They passed bookstores, record shops, hamburger joints, and cinemas, yet found no shop selling wands. This was evidently an ordinary street, teeming with common folk. Although perplexed, Harry continued to follow Hagrid, having already been convinced of the existence of the magical world after witnessing Dumbledore's spells and the moving newspapers. It's right here. Hagrid suddenly halted without warning, causing Harry to collide into him. Harry's nose bumped against Hagrid's shoulder, prompting a muffled yelp of pain, tears welling in his eyes as he staggered. However, quick on his feet, he managed to steady both himself and Harry. Oblivious to the commotion, Hagrid cheerfully announced, The Leaky Cauldron. This is quite a famous establishment. The pub was a dim, dingy place. Had it not been for Hagrid's specific mention, Harry would not have noticed it at all. Yet, Harry observed that passers-by seemed entirely unaware of the pub's existence. their gazes fixed instead on the adjacent large bookstore and record shop. Before he could voice his curiosity, Hagrid propelled him through the door. As a renowned location, it was surprisingly filthy and dark. Apart from the sliver of sunlight they brought in with them, the entire pub was shrouded in the flickering glow of oil lamps, accompanied by an omnipresent, ghostly scent of garlic. Harry noticed that everyone seemed to recognize Hagrid, greeting him with smiles, waves, or raised mugs. The nearly bald proprietor, resembling a shriveled walnut, had been engaged in conversation with a small man adorned with a top hat. Upon spotting Hagrid, he broke into a toothless grin and retrieved a cup from beneath the bar, asking the usual, "Hagrid?" "No, Tom. I am currently attending to matters concerning Hogwarts," Hagrid exclaimed, his massive hand clapping down on the proprietor's shoulder with enough force to nearly topple him. At that moment, Tom, the owner, noticed the small boy with green eyes and black hair standing beside Hagrid. Harry was observing the dimly lit shop and its peculiar patrons when suddenly a wrinkled, old face loomed before him, causing his eyes to widen in shock and his breath to hitch involuntarily. "My word," Tom scrutinized Harry closely, saying, "Could this be?" An immediate hush fell over the leaky cauldron. The chairs in the establishment creaked as everyone rose to their feet. Harry found himself shaking hands with everyone, each face adorned with a look of reverence, while Hagrid beamed with delight. "Mr. Potter, thank you for vanquishing the Dark Lord," exclaimed a witch who resembled a giraffe, fervently shaking Harry's hand. "I did nothing," Harry weakly protested, but his words went unheard. "I am Cavendy, Mr. Potter. It is truly unbelievable to finally meet you." A wizard in a grand top hat grasped Harry's other hand. "Hello, One honor, Mr. Potter. Truly an honor." This was a hysterical man with a handlebar mustache. The patrons jostled one another, desperately reaching out toward the young boy, eager to touch him or climb on tables just to get a clearer view of the scar upon Harry's forehead. After shaking hands with Harry, Cavendy attempted to circle back for another handshake, his top hat lost amidst the throng. "Hagrid! Hagrid!" OM tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, inquiring, "Is Harry really that famous?" "Famous?" "More than you can imagine." OM, Hagrid's beetle-like eyes welled with tears as he retrieved a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth, blowing his nose and speaking with a slight quiver in his voice. When he was just a year old, his parents, the great James and Lily, were murdered by the Dark Lord in an attempt to protect him. When the Dark Lord tried to kill Harry, the curse rebounded upon himself. That night, the shadow that loomed over the wizarding world finally lifted. No longer must people fear being killed by the Dark Lord. Can you comprehend the relief of survival, OM? Upon hearing Hagrid's account and witnessing the panic-stricken expression on Harry's face as he was enveloped by the crowd, a surge of anger ignited within OM. Did this child truly wish for the memory of his deceased parents to be incessantly brought up, reopening old wounds? Was this truly a cause for celebration? The energy surged like an overwhelming tide, and the bustling crowd was suddenly thrust to the ground by an unseen force, unable to rise as they were firmly pinned to the floor. Being an orphan himself, OM understood the harsh realities of living without parents, feeling envy for those with loving families. Yet, he had the nurturing sister Marika and 12 siblings. But what of Harry? Moments ago, on the subway, OM discovered that Harry resided in a storage cupboard under the stairs at his aunt and uncle's home. He had never been treated well and had constantly endured bullying from his cousin, often subjected to beatings and hunger. He had no one left who loved him. The adults remained oblivious, for every handshake they offered was akin to pouring salt on Harry's raw wounds. A sudden silence enveloped the bar, as Harry gazed appreciatively at OM's tall, slender figure. This boy, whom he had known for less than 2 hours, had resolutely stood up for him. It was the first time Harry experienced such support. "I would definitely award you points if we were at Hogwarts," stammered a pale young man, his head wrapped in a large scarf, his expression a mix of confusion and anxiety, one of his eyes twitching. As he approached, the faint scent of garlic intensified, striking OM like a hammer and causing tears to stream from his eyes, interrupting his magical output. The people who had been pinned to the ground breathed a sigh of relief, fear evident in their expressions as they regarded the young OM, rising to dust themselves off with their wands. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid exclaimed. "Harry, OM, Professor Quirrell is one of your teachers at Hogwarts." "Hello, Professor Quirrell. May I ask what type of magic you teach?" OM wiped away his tears and asked in a subdued tone. "Defensive dark arts," Quirrell mumbled, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, then turned to Harry, saying, "You one teen need to learn that. Will you, Mr. Potter?" He suddenly erupted in a nervous laugh, turning away and twitching as he walked off. "Has he always been this anxious?" Harry whispered to Hagrid as he watched Quirrell depart. "Oh, indeed, the poor fellow. Exceptionally bright. He excelled in school," Hagrid said, stroking his beard with a hint of regret. But then he took a year off to gain first-hand experience in the Forbidden Forest, where he reportedly encountered vampires, an old which also caused him considerable trouble, and ever since, he's been like this. Now come this way. Where did I leave my umbrella? Hagrid led them around the bar to a small courtyard behind it, which was barren save for a trash bin and some weeds sprouting through the bricks. One was still processing Hagrid's words. Vampires? An old witch? No wonder he reeked of garlic. He must be trying to ward off vampires with the pungent scent. Hagrid pulled out a small pink umbrella from a pocket that seemed to hold countless items, tapping the tip against the bricks above the trash bin. Count 3 bricks up and 2 across, he muttered quietly, finally resting the umbrella tip on an unremarkable brick. Remember this brick, O.M., Harry. You'll find it useful in the future. Now step back. Hagrid rapped the brick 3 times with the umbrella, as if toppling the first domino. The entire wall of bricks began to stir, and amidst the deep, melodious sounds of friction, a broad archway emerged before them, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street. Welcome. Hagrid beamed at the 2 young wizards. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Chapter 6, A Wand Cellar. What would happen if someone moved the trash can, Hagrid? Asked gazing at the conspicuously placed trash can in the middle of the path. Why not try it yourself? Hagrid encouraged with a smile. Reluctant to dirty his hands, nudged the bottom of the trash can with his foot, shifting it about a foot to the side. It's not scientific, but it is magical. As they walked along the spacious street of Diagon Alley, shops on either side displayed wondrous items never seen outside. At one shop, a pile of gleaming cauldrons was stacked at the entrance, with a brass sign hanging above that read, copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available. Automatic stirring, collapsible. Don't buy here, These items are far too expensive. Hagrid patted on the back, nudging him forward. I know a place where you can get second-hand cauldrons at a reasonable price, but first I must take Harry to withdraw some money. Perhaps you can buy your wand in the meantime? Sound good. Hagrid, readily agreed. They passed a potion shop with the foul smell of rotten eggs, a dim, nearly lightless owl shop, a broomstick shop surrounded by a gaggle of young wizards, and a barrel of lively eels, which Harry likely recognized from the contents he had felt in Hagrid's coat, along with the store selling boxes of lacewing flies for potion ingredients. Eventually, Hagrid halted before a small, shabby shop. The gilded sign on the door, weather by time, read, Ollivander, HT 382B, C, exceptional wands. Through the dusty glass, glimpsed a solitary wand resting on a purple velvet cushion, its handle adorned with simple engravings. This is the one. Hagrid held the door open for saying, I will take Harry to get some money first. Wait for us here if you finish buying before we return. Nodded in understanding and stepped inside. Cramped. This was first impression of Ollivander's wand shop, where hundreds of slender boxes were piled high, reaching the ceiling, each covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, leaving only a narrow aisle from the entrance directly to the counter. A faint tinkling sound emanated from somewhere behind the counter, amplifying the shop's shadowy atmosphere, as if every speck of dust harbored magic. He sat nervously on a bench near the entrance, his gaze darting around restlessly. Is anyone here? Good afternoon. A soft voice unexpectedly whispered into OM's ear, causing his heart to momentarily halt as his magical energy surged uncontrollably. The floor creaked ominously, sending the boxes on either side of the aisle toppling inward, crashing to the ground with a cacophony. It seems we have quite a gifted little patron here. This revelation left OM astonished, and he hastily turned to see an elderly gentleman with tousled silvery gray curls standing beside him. The bright, pale eyes of the old man appeared to float like 2 moons in the dimly lit shop. My apologies, sir. OM immediately rose, recognizing the elderly figure as Mr. Ollivander, the proprietor of the wand shop. If I have caused you any inconvenience, I shall make every effort to compensate. A gentle smile graced Ollivander's face as he replied in his soft voice, No, it is I who should apologize, for I startled you first, leading to your magical mishap. Do not worry, dear boy. Such occurrences are quite normal for a young wizard of your age. May I ask your name? O Messiah. You must be Mr. Ollivander, he replied, looking at Ollivander with respectful admiration. To think I do not have to compensate you. What a generous man you are. Though Sister Malika has always taught me to compensate for anything I accidentally topple in a shop, it is simply delightful that the owner himself encourages me not to fret. O Messiah was notoriously known as a miser near the Rotor Church. A single penny in his hands could stretch to the value of 10, or even 9. As he spoke, Ollivander retrieved a long tape measure with silver markings from his pocket and inquired, So, Mr. Messiah, which hand do you prefer to wield your wand? My right hand, sir. Please raise your arm. Yes, just like that. With OM's right arm extended, Ollivander casually tossed the tape measure into the air, where it floated, autonomously measuring various dimensions. Excellent. You needn't worry about the second-hand clothing shop attempting to charge me extra for sizing. We shall measure your head circumference, eyebrow length, nose height, and even the spacing between your nostrils. Each wand crafted by Ollivander encompasses extraordinary magical materials, which is the essence of their uniqueness, Mr. Messiah. Ollivander did not focus on the workings of the measuring tape, but instead navigated through the shelves, occasionally extracting long boxes to cradle in his arms. As he selected, he spoke. Unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, dragon heartstrings, and many other parts of magical creatures imbued with power. I assure you, there are no two identical Ollivander wands in existence, for there are no two identical unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes. May I inquire, how much does a one-of-a-kind Ollivander wand cost? OM felt a twinge of anxiety as he absorbed Ollivander's descriptions, uncertain if the 200 galleons in his pocket would suffice for a wand incorporating a piece of dragon. If possible, could you direct me to a place where one might purchase a second-hand wand? Although Hagrid advised me that while everything else may be bought second-hand, potions and wands must be acquired new. Yet, in comparison to the heavy but impoverished gold coins in ORM's pocket, what significance does a mere second-hand wand hold? A second-hand wand? No, Ollivander chuckled softly, shaking his head. I fear such a place does not exist, dear Messiah. No wizard would wish to part with their wand unless they were a hopeless and destitute gambler. Moreover, even if you were to acquire another wizard's wand, it could never yield results superior to those of your own. Ollivander suddenly ceased his discourse, as if a realization struck him. He approached ORM with a long box filled with wands, his moon-like eyes fixed intently upon him. The resolute gaze, the slender frame, and the prematurely weathered skin spoke volumes of a boy forged by hardship. It is no wonder he would inquire about second-hand wands. According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, every young wizard purchasing their first wand from me is entitled to a 70% discount, Ollivander remarked, gently patting ORM's shoulder with one hand. Do not fret, child. Hogwarts would never permit its students to be unable to afford their inaugural wand. A soft corner of ORM's heart was stirred by Ollivander's words, and he pressed his thin, sharp lips together. I understand. Thank you, sir. The measuring tape fell, curling into a ball upon the floor. Very well, Ollivander said, drawing a long box from his robe and glancing at the label. Cherry wood, unicorn hair, 11¼ inches long, with a degree of elasticity. Get a wave and see for yourself. Chapter 7. Can I sell you a fake wand, perhaps? With a flicker of curiosity, ORM accepted the cherrywood wand. The moment it touched his hand, he felt an immense surge of energy coursing towards the wand, as if he were installing a drainage valve in a reservoir. While this cherrywood wand was merely a slender pipe, if he were to disregard the influx of his own energy, it would surely burst. Wouldn't he that incur a loss? ORM struggled to suppress the overwhelming energy within him and found himself rigidly standing in place. Relax, Mr. Messiah. Just give it a wave. Ollivander encouraged with a laugh, believing ORM was merely nervous. Are you certain, Mr. Ollivander? I fear I may inadvertently harm the other wands in the shop. Gripping the cherrywood wand, ORM clenched his teeth tightly to ensure his energy would not erupt uncontrollably. A thoughtful child. The wand boxes I house are not fragile enough for a wizard your age to damage. Simply release your magic, Ollivander replied, growing increasingly fond of this child, who was both sensible and composed. Unlike other young wizards who, upon receiving their wands, recklessly flail them about, potentially causing chaos in the shop or even injuring themselves. That's what you said, sir. With the slightest flick of his wrist, ORM produced a piercing shriek from the air as countless long boxes soared toward the ceiling, embedding themselves deeply. Seeing that none of the wands had suffered any harm, ORM exhaled a long sigh of relief. With a single breath, he reduced the cherrywood wand in his hand to mere ashes. Stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as the sound of jingling coins from Jindal's departure echoed in his ears. He was too fearful to lift his gaze to Mr. Ollivander's expression. Mr. Ollivander? In that moment, was utterly transformed, his stuttering voice mirroring an earlier self. An indescribable guilt flooded his heart. Despite Mr. Ollivander's unwavering trust in him, he had still managed to ruin the wand. With a crackle, the shards of the wand scattered across the floor. Ollivander silently grasped Ohm's palm, turning it over to examine it closely. Ohm could feel the old man's magic, like fine threads, penetrating his skin, akin to the tentacles of a jellyfish he had once seen on a television in an appliance store. Ollivander carefully sensed the magic within Ohm, even taking a fragment of the shattered cherry wood wand to his nose. The cool scent and years of experience informed Ollivander that this wand had been obliterated in an instant by an overwhelming surge of magic. What a marvelous and rare phenomenon, he murmured as he extended his magical tendrils deeper into Ohm. As a descendant of wand makers spanning centuries, Ollivander seldom employed the method of directly sensing a customer's magic to determine the appropriate wand type. He typically relied on precise calculations to match young wizards with their wands, favoring a more empirical approach. It was akin to touching the sun. This young wizard possessed a power far beyond the ordinary. Ollivander gazed in astonishment at his own palm, then at the bewildered Ohm, before lowering his hand and bowing slightly in apology. I must apologize to you, my child, Ollivander said. Having sensed your extraordinary talent moments ago, I still foolishly believed my wand could contain your power. This was indeed a grave error on my part as a wand maker. Mr. Ollivander, there is no need for such remorse, Ohm replied, taken aback, as he gently supported the old man's arm, urging him to stand tall. No, Messiah. I regret to inform you, Ollivander said, regarding Ohm with his light-colored eyes. I fear I do not possess a wooden wand that would suit you. Are you suggesting? Ohm's keen ears caught the word wooden in Ollivander's statement. Ollivander revealed a mysterious smile and snapped his fingers crisply. Ohm watched as a long box floated down from the highest shelf, appearing no different from other wand boxes. However, when Ollivander opened it, the dark sheen instantly captivated Ohm's attention. This is a metal wand. Everyone can find a wand suited to them at Ollivander's, even the mysterious. Ollivander proclaimed proudly, withdrawing the metal wand from a box and presenting the handle towards Ohm. 29% rubidium iron, 33% mithril, 35% mountain copper, and 3% fine gold, embedded with the tendons of the heart of a Hashidolai black dragon, measuring 14 3/4 inches, slightly heavy yet remarkably balanced. This was my experimental piece, designed to transcend the limitations imposed by conventional wand materials. However, upon its creation, I discovered that none could truly appreciate its essence. Until now, perhaps. Ollivander extended the metal wand, intricately engraved with feather-like patterns, towards me, and I reached out to accept it. The moment my fingers made contact with the wand, I felt an unexpected warmth, as though I were not grasping a mere cold wand, but rather my 11th finger. I raised the wand high, and a spark of brilliance illuminated my eyes as a two-headed eagle soared from its tip. Majestic and agile, its feathers shimmered as if crafted from gold. In that instant, I realized with utmost clarity that this metal wand was, indeed, the most suitable wand for me. Splendid. Marvelous. My theories have proven correct. My calculations are flawless. The soul of a wand does not solely reside within the confines of wood. Ollivander raised his hands in delight, bouncing like a child, his gaze entranced by the soaring double-headed eagle within the shop, tears even brimming in his pale, colorless eyes. For the aged wand maker, a successful experiment was more significant than anything else. It was only when the eagle dissipated into sparkling motes of light that he withdrew a handkerchief, stained with oil and with shavings, to dab at the corners of his eyes. I praise you, O Messiah, for revealing to me an alternate possibility for wands. I merely wave the wand, I replied, gesturing dismissively, yet unable to divert my gaze from the wand in my hand. This was the very instrument that could transform benches into birds. Having acquired my own wand, I felt I had taken a small step upon the path of a wizard. What's the cost, sir? I inquired, retrieving a pouch filled with galleons from my pocket, mentally bracing myself for the expenditure. Cost? No, dear child. Ollivander waved his hand, restoring the shop to its original state, his gaze warm as he regarded me. Before your arrival, I believed my theory regarding metal wands was flawed. You have helped me demonstrate that while my metal wand may still require refinement, it is not incorrect. For this alone, you need not pay for this wand. Noticing my hesitance, Ollivander understood my reluctance to accept his generosity. He gently tapped his forehead and said, perhaps you could write to me weekly, sharing your experiences with the wand. This way, I can make adjustments to future wands. What do you say, child? I shall not forget, Mr. Ollivander, I replied, fully comprehending that his suggestion to write letters was merely a means to allow me to take the wand with peace of mind, while also providing him comfort. This prompted Ohm to decide to purchase an owl from the owl shop they had just passed. He felt it was a rare opportunity to befriend a wizard as wise and skilled as Mr. Ollivander. Besides, both Ollivander and Dumbledore bore white hair. Perhaps all wizards with such hair were equally formidable. At that moment, the store door was pulled open from the outside. It was Harry and Hagrid, each holding an ice cream, while Harry struggled with a heavy bag. Hagrid, grinning widely, handed his ice cream to Ohm. It seems you've acquired a wand, haven't you? Hagrid remarked, leaning down to scrutinize the metallic wand in Ohm's hand. You must take good care of your wand, Ohm, Mr. Ollivander's wands are the finest. Indeed, Hagrid. I am firmly convinced of that. And thank you for the ice cream. Ohm tucked the wand into his right sleeve and accepted the delightful treat, taking a gentle sip. Delicious. So sweet. The combination of crushed hazelnuts and chocolate completely enveloped his palate, leaving a lingering richness of milk after swallowing. Can anything in this world be so exquisite? You should thank Harry. He insisted on getting you one as well. Hagrid replied dismissively. Harry, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked down and took a bite of his raspberry and nut ice cream, quietly saying, good things are meant to be shared with friends. That's what the teachers at school taught me. After all, Ohm was the first, apart from Hagrid, to stand up for his peers. While Ohm could suppress the surging magical energy within him, he could not stifle the upward curve of his lips. He raised his ice cream to Harry, saying, thank you. Harry, my friend. Rubius Hagrid, came Ollivander's delighted voice as he hurried over to grasp Hagrid's enormous hand. What a pleasure to see you again. An oak wand. 16 inches long, slightly bent, correct? Indeed, sir. Ohm noted how Hagrid suddenly became tense. Ollivander, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked that was indeed a fine wand. But I suspect it was broken when they expelled you, wasn't it? At that moment, Ollivander's tone was as serious as a nun discovering Lonnie awake at midnight gazing at the stars. Yes, it was broken, Hagrid, with feet that seemed to fit boots the size of dolphins, slowly replied, then brightened, but I still have the broken wand. But you surely no longer use it, do you? Ollivander asked eagerly. Ohm and Harry exchanged glances, both recalling the pink umbrella Hagrid had used to knock on Diagon Alley. The location of the broken wand was becoming increasingly apparent. Ollivander cast a skeptical glance at Hagrid and turned to Harry, saying, welcome to Ollivander's wand shop, Mr. Potter. It is a delight to meet you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, James. Your eyes are identical to Lily's. And yes, the elderly man leaned closer to Harry, extending a pale, elongated finger to gently part Harry's hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. As those moon-like eyes drew ever nearer, Harry instinctively recoiled, a wave of goosebumps rising along his skin. This is the work of the wand I sold, Ollivander remarked apologetically, his voice soft. 13.5 inches long, made of you. A wand of remarkable power, indeed. Yet I never anticipated it would fall into Voldemort's hands and lead to such devastation. Had I known, Ollivander's brow furrowed slightly. This was the second time he had heard the name Voldemort in just a few hours, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him for the individual whose name was seldom spoken. Seizing the moment while Ollivander measured Harry, he turned to Hagrid and inquired, Hagrid, do you know who Voldemort truly is? Why does everyone seem to fear him so? Hagrid shuddered, a tremor of fear in his voice as he replied, No, I can share anything with you, but I cannot utter the name of Voldemort. Why should we fear a name, Hagrid? Has he not already been vanquished by Harry? Can he leap out from beneath the chair to frighten us again? Encouraged, Ohm patted the bench upon which he sat, urging Hagrid, be brave. I believe that in this wizard-filled Diagon Alley, no one can harm us. All right. You clever little fellow, I shall say this once. Hagrid, nervously stroking his bushy beard, continued, he is called. The giant swallowed hard, yet the words remained stuck at the tip of his tongue. Come on, Hagrid, you can do it. Ohm cheered, clenching his fist in encouragement. He is called Voldemort. Hagrid stammered, a shiver running down his spine, his entire being trembling. Please, do not make me say that name again. In any case, Voldemort is a very dark wizard. He delights in slaughter and torment, relishing the wails of dying souls. He always leaves a mark after committing murder. Can you imagine seeing Voldemort's dark mark hovering above your home? You would know what awaited you inside, and that is the most terrifying thought of all. Ohm envisioned a sinister emblem floating above the church, and upon entering, he would discover Sister Marika and his siblings lying in a pool of blood. A surge of energy coursed through him. The image made his blood run cold, his hair twisting like serpents. He understood now why the mere mention of Voldemort instilled such dread in people's hearts. The profound sense of helplessness was truly chilling. It seems you comprehend now. Fortunately, Voldemort has been vanquished by Harry. Otherwise, we would likely never be able to sit here leisurely purchasing wands. Hagrid placed a reassuring hand on Ohm's shoulder, his deep voice calming him. Taking a small bite of his ice cream, Ohm expressed his gratitude. Thank you for sharing this with me, Hagrid. Hagrid shook his head, a dog biscuit dislodging from his hair, and the two sat in silence, watching as Harry tried wand after wand until one emitted a burst of red light, accompanied by a shower of sparkling stars. Ollivander finally nodded in satisfaction. How utterly marvelous, Ollivander murmured, gazing into Harry's emerald eyes. This wand, Mr. Potter, shares its core with that of the Dark Lord, crafted from two tail feathers of the same phoenix. It is, in fact, the brother of the very wand that left you with that scar. A shiver ran down Harry's spine. The realization that his wand was a sibling to the one that had taken his parents' lives left him bewildered. He questioned why Mr. Ollivander felt compelled to share such information with him. Counting out 7 galleons from his pocket, he handed them over to Ollivander, who bowed graciously, ushering the 3 of them out of the shop. Hagrid led the 2 young wizards to procure ingredients necessary for their potions class, ensuring Harry had all he needed, even gifting him a splendid snowy owl for his birthday. Happy birthday, Harry. May the heavens bless you. Please forgive me for not preparing a gift. Ron gazed enviously at the beautiful snowy owl Harry was carrying, spending 12 galleons and 5 sickles to acquire an energetic owl of his own, meant for sending letters to Ollivander. Perhaps you could consider it part of your Christmas gift? Harry jested, indifferent to the material gift, for friendship held far greater value in his heart. I shall remember that. Ron nodded, refraining from further comment. Next, Hagrid settled Harry, along with his peculiar assortment of parcels, at the leaky cauldron, entrusting Tom with their care. He then led Ron through the winding alleys of Diagon Alley, arriving at a dark, damp, narrow street. According to the rules, I am not permitted to bring you here, Hagrid said, glancing down and winking at Ron, but I trust you will keep my secret, won't you? Of course, I vow not to utter a word, Ron promised, though his gaze was drawn to an elderly, which clutching something resembling a deathly nail. Here, many cloaked figures concealed themselves in shadow, each exuding an air of mystery, as if they belonged to a hub of dark secrets. They cast malevolent glances from beneath their grimy hoods, brazenly surveying Ron's youthful form, their tongues riddled with unsightly blisters, licking their lips as if they intended to pounce upon him. Suddenly, a gnarled hand reached out from the shadows, attempting to seize the pouch of coins Ron was holding. It was a thief employing the disillusionment charm. Hagrid's expression hardened as he moved to intervene, but Ron was quicker, his right hand twitching as his dark metal wand slipped into his palm. You dare to threaten me, Ron Weasley? In your dreams. At that moment, an incantation surged into Ron's mind. Exploding snap. He instinctively shouted, unleashing a brilliant blue projectile that struck the thief's outstretched hand. With a resounding boom, the unfortunate pickpocket's arm shattered into fragments, propelling him backward, crashing through the window of a shop selling dark magical supplies. By Merlin's beard. Ron, what have you done? Hagrid exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face as he tugged at his beard. Since when can a muggle-born wizard wield such formidable spells? Chapter 9, Before Parting. The tip of the metallic wand emitted a wispy blue smoke, startling Ohm with the sheer force of his own power. Nevertheless, he resolutely pointed the wand at the gaping hole created by the thief, wiping the foul, congealed blood from his face. His dark eyes scanned the surrounding cloaked figures with a menacing glare as he declared in a low voice, No one can touch my money except for Sister Marika. Not even God. In Ohm's heart, the nun represented his own deity. The figures in black regarded the wand in Ohm's hand with trepidation, retreating to either side of the street to clear a path. Hagrid cautiously glanced around to confirm that no Ministry of Magic personnel were nearby before hastily pulling Ohm's arm to move forward. It was then that Ohm noticed the name of the shadowy alley emblazoned on the wall, Upside Down Alley. You have been reckless, Ohm, Hagrid exclaimed, using his tablecloth-sized handkerchief to wipe Ohm's face as they walked. Fortunately, this is Upside Down Alley. Aside from the patrolling Aurors, no one will care what you do here. But your actions were improper, very improper. Do you understand? As an orphan, being targeted by ruffians was a common occurrence. They might seek money or merely wish to indulge in some mischief. Yet when they set their sights on Ohm, they would soon find that it was too late for regret. Years of street brawls had endowed Ohm with rich experience. He knew precisely how to strike a knee to incapacitate a leg, or to land a punch to elicit a visceral reaction, and from what angle to launch a surprise attack that would leave his opponent utterly unprepared. Ohm was never merciful. He merely allowed his enemies to witness the mercy of God. Though still young, he possessed extraordinary strength and struck with a ferocity that left no one able to capture evidence of his assaults. Even those thugs he had incapacitated over the years could have formed 2 enhanced battalions in a hospital. By Merlin's beard, where did you learn such a powerful spell? Hagrid asked, glancing back at the sizable hole left by the thief. Even among adult wizards, few can cast such a formidable incantation. Ohm found it challenging to articulate what had transpired. He had merely wished to push the thief away, and the spell had naturally emerged in his mind, despite never having studied magic. I don't know, Hagrid. It just appeared in my head. Ohm confessed. Even in the magical realm, experiencing strange phenomena was not considered a good sign. Hagrid spoke gravely. I will inform Dumbledore about this, but I shall not disclose it to anyone else. Now we both have secrets to keep from one another. It is only fair. Comforted Hagrid by patting his arm, though he could scarcely reach any higher. Ah, I will, Hagrid sighed, shoving the handkerchief haphazardly into his pocket. Dumbledore told me you were a very good boy, so I trust you, The image of the tall, white-bearded elder with astonishingly blue eyes flashed in Ohm's mind. Did Professor Dumbledore truly have such faith in him? Felt a renewed sense of belonging to Hogwarts. Hagrid, accompanied by procured a pair of second-hand dragon-hide gloves and a collection of books from a quaint shop on Turnover Alley, along with a seemingly pristine set of glass vials and several feet of parchment that emitted a rather dubious odor. They subsequently ventured into a cauldron shop, where the proprietor bore an uncanny resemblance to a turkey, to acquire a tin kettle, marked by only a few shallow scratches, yet offered at an astonishingly low price. And Hagrid deliberated over this kettle for quite some time before ultimately deciding to make the purchase. While selecting robes, the crafty witch shopkeeper suggested that for a small fee, she could sew name tags onto them. However, the resourceful would not permit anyone to extract unnecessary funds from his pocket. He adamantly declared that he would undertake the sewing himself, and he coerced the witch into providing him with a large paper bag to contain the patched second-hand garments, threatening to set her shop ablaze otherwise. Chose robes several sizes larger, ensuring he would not need to buy new ones for several years. When it came time to wear them, he could simply fold the excess fabric and stitch it in place. In the end, they purchased a telescope and scales from a stall run by an Arab, along with a sizable suitcase into which they crammed all their acquisitions. Observing barter vigorously, reducing the Arab's price for the suitcase from 15 sickles to 9 sickles and 20 nuts, Hagrid was utterly astonished. He had never been so meticulous in his own shopping endeavors, usually simply accepting the price after asking and purchasing if he could afford it, or opting for something else if he could not. Dragging his hefty suitcase, looked up and inquired, I just heard Mr. Ollivander mention that you were expelled from Hogwarts. What happened? Hagrid closed his eyes, shook his head slowly, and replied tersely, a misunderstanding. Noticing the anguish on his face, realized he had posed a rather foolish question and quickly shifted the subject. Hagrid, do you know how we're getting to Hogwarts? How could I forget? Hagrid forcefully patted his head and delved into his coat pocket, producing 2 parchment envelopes with his fingers and thumb. One is for you, and one is for Harry, he said, handing both letters to The envelopes bore no names, suggesting their contents were identical. Using his arm to hook the suitcase's handle, freed a hand to open one of the envelopes, discovering it contained a train ticket for King's Cross Station, departing on the 1st of September. Most intriguing was the instruction to wait at Platform 9, which prompted to curiously ask, Hagrid, could this ticket be a mistake? You'll find out when you get there. Hagrid replied with a grin, I wouldn't want to spoil your surprise. As and Harry waved goodbye to Hagrid at the London Underground station, single-handedly maneuvered both his and Harry's suitcase down a malfunctioning escalator. I wish I had your strength, Harry remarked, clutching the snowy owl he named Hedwig in his left hand, while helping carry the brown monkey-faced owl he called 14 with his right. Sometimes, a clever mind is more valuable than a strong arm, Harry. Stood on the platform, placing down his suitcase, and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He looked at Harry, who was precariously balancing 2 owls, and remarked, Indeed, you must become a bit stronger. At the very least, you should instill enough fear in that insufferable cousin of yours to deter him from bullying you. Upon boarding the subway, the passengers cast curious glances at the slumbering figures of 14 and Hedwig in their cage. Retrieved a train ticket from his pocket and handed it to Harry. If your cousin dares to bully you again in the coming month, have Hedwig send me a letter, and I shall ensure he is left with a most indelible impression. As observed Harry unsealing the envelope, he noticed the same look of bewilderment on Harry's face upon reading the words Platform 9, and shrugged, saying, Hagrid is unwilling to divulge anything. Perhaps we shall discover that we need to tap some bricks with our wand upon our arrival. Well, perhaps you were right, Harry replied, nodding in confusion, further disheveling his already unruly hair. After a moment's contemplation, he added, King's Cross Station is not accessible by subway. I may have to request my uncle to drive us there. Request your uncle, who treats you like a servant, to drive you? I find it highly improbable. Held no fondness for Harry's relatives, letting out a scoff as he patted his chest. Leave it to me. I shall have 14 inform you of the departure time in advance, and I will collect you directly from Privet Drive. You always have a plan, Harry gazed at profile with admiration. Despite both being orphans, and circumstances seemingly more dire than his own, possessed an uncanny ability to navigate challenges, as if nothing could thwart him. Well, I'm the eldest son of Sister Marika, after all, declared proudly, lifting his chin. Given his friendship with old Iggy, the hardware store owner, securing a ride was hardly an issue. Yet, showcasing this in front of his friend undeniably uplifted his spirits. Chapter 10. The Nun and God. To Oom's surprise, Dumbledore paid a visit the very next day. He requested Oom to demonstrate the exploding snap spell in his presence and inquired about his motivations. Because that money was entrusted to me by Hogwarts to purchase school supplies, Professor, it represents the means for my family to live a better life, Oom replied earnestly, locking eyes with Dumbledore's blue ones. Thus, I cannot allow that despicable thief to seize it. Oom had braced himself for a reprimand from Dumbledore, but the elder merely nodded in affirmation. You did well, Mr. Messiah, though your control over the spell's intensity needs refinement. He chuckled softly while ruffling Oom's hair, then feigned seriousness as he continued. However, Hogwarts students are prohibited from using magic off-campus. Should there be a next time? I shall not advocate for you at the Ministry of Magic. I understand, Professor. There will not be a next time, Oom replied solemnly, nodding. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently caused considerable trouble for Mr. Dumbledore, who had to plead on his behalf at the Ministry of Magic. It seemed he must exercise greater caution in the future. It's Grandpa with a long beard, Blazer, who lost his entire family in a tragic traffic accident, and Lonnie, abandoned due to her congenital lack of arms, joyfully bounded out, circling around Dumbledore in a gleeful dance, chattering excitedly for him to transform the bench into a little bird once more. Lawrence, a survivor of a devastating fire, sat to the side, shyly observing Dumbledore and his brother, O.M., slightly older. Was gently applying Vaseline to Lawrence's burn scars, hoping to alleviate his discomfort when dressing. Had witnessed the horrific murder of his parents at the hands of two robbers, who had evaded capture due to the darkness of the night and their indistinct appearances, which left him mute and resolute in his desire to become a police officer to avenge them. As he gazed upon these pitiable yet endearing children, a look of compassion crossed Dumbledore's face. He extended his empty left hand towards Blazer and Lonnie, tapping his palm with his wand. Suddenly, with a crisp pop, a large piece of honeycomb-shaped candy appeared in his hand. Fizzing Whizbee, children. The elderly man chuckled, breaking off a piece and placing it in Lonnie's mouth, while handing the remaining chunk to young Blazer, saying, "It will allow you to truly fly." Indeed, Lonnie, without arms, began to float gently into the air, laughing joyously and mimicking a goldfish as she wiggled her legs, swimming merrily. Yet, after just 5 or 6 seconds, she slowly descended to the ground, struggling like a beached seal to rise again, eagerly attempting to bite at the fizzing Whizbee in Blazer's hands. Unwilling to share, Blazer quickly dodged her playful nips, stuffing the entire piece into his own mouth. O.M. raised his hand and playfully swatted the heads of the two children, sternly remarking, "I have yet to hear you thank Mr. Dumbledore. What have I taught you?" "Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore." The two little ones, in the midst of losing their baby teeth, mumbled through their gaps, bowing deeply, making Dumbledore fear they might topple over. "You're most welcome, dear children," the old man replied, his eyes twinkling with delight as he affectionately patted their soft hair. "Each of you may have but a small piece, as we must save some for those not present. Lonnie, you've already had your share, so no more for you." O.M. nodded towards Lawrence and encouraging them to partake. "Oh, as you wish, O.M. Your will is my guiding light," Blazer exclaimed in a comical tone, ducking away with a laugh as O.M. raised his hand to playfully swat him. "What a delightful bunch of children, are they not?" Dumbledore observed joyfully as he watched them frolic, this scene always revitalizing his spirit. "Adorable, yet a handful." O.M. sighed with a hint of exasperation. "I hope that while I am away, Marlenia can manage them well." Just then, soared too high and landed squarely on Marlenia, who was napping. She emitted an irritable shriek, springing to her feet and hopping on one leg, waving her cane with the grace of a predatory bird. Even as scurried away, the visually impaired Marlenia, relying solely on her acute sense of hearing, was able to precisely detect his form. Her cane struck against Yuno's thigh and backside, eliciting cries of distress from him, rendering escape impossible. Lawrence, Lonnie, and Blaze crouched beneath the bench, clutching their heads, while Lawrence and Blaze each extended a hand to cover Lonnie's head, fearful of making a sound. O.M. and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, murmuring, "It appears I have been overly concerned." As Marlenia stumbled, on the verge of falling, O.M. hastily stepped forward to steady her frail frame. Gasped, pressing his hands tightly against his aching rear, casting a mildly resentful glance at O.M., who seemed utterly indifferent to his plight. The other 3 children struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed. Yet Dumbledore, with a contemplative expression, gazed at the fallen cane on the ground. He withdrew his wand, addressing O.M., Pay close attention, OM, for I shall demonstrate only once. With that, Dumbledore's wand traced a path through the air, pointing directly at the cane before he paused to say, the incantation is restoration to original. You must wave your wand while reciting it. Both actions must commence and conclude simultaneously. Now, give it a try. But, Professor, OM hesitated as his wand slipped from his sleeve. Didn't you just tell me that Hogwarts students are prohibited from using magic off campus? OM, I am the headmaster, Dumbledore replied playfully, clasping his left wrist with his right hand. Wherever I am, Hogwarts is also present. Let us see the extent of your potential. The elder silently added in his heart. Very well, as you say, Professor. OM followed Dumbledore's demonstration, waving his wand and clearly articulating, restoration to original. Wow, the four children exclaimed in awe, with Yuno momentarily forgetting his discomfort as he joined the others in a wild dance reminiscent of a goblin's revelry. OM the Master is a wizard. OM the Master is a wizard. They sang in off-key harmony, moving rhythmically in unison. Enough, enough. OM, unable to contain his delight, gently shooed away the exuberant children, laughing as he picked up the cane and tucked it under Marlenia's arm. Thank you. You are wonderful. A gentle smile flickered in Marlenia's hollow, clouded gaze. To succeed on the first attempt is remarkable, OM, Dumbledore said, smiling as he applauded, bending down to pinch Lonnie's cheek before tipping his hat to the figure of Jesus on the cross and taking his leave. In the stillness of the night, once all had succumbed to slumber, OM recounted his experiences in Diagon Alley to Sister Marika in full detail. Do you think God will forgive my sins and redeem my soul? The youth inquired, kneeling beside Sister Marika, resting his head on her lap. Though he presented himself as mature and steadfast before his younger siblings, OM's heart remained tender and vulnerable, finding solace only in Sister Marika's embrace. Of course, OM, Sister Marika gently stroked her son's hair. God will surely forgive you. Really, Sister Marika? OM lifted his gaze to the weathered face of Sister Marika. After a moment of silence, the frail hands cradled OM's cheeks, and with a fierce tone, she declared, if he dares to withhold forgiveness from my son, I shall have his son torn from the cross and used as firewood. In the devout heart of Sister Marika, her children were akin to God himself. However, when God seeks to harm his children, she becomes the embodiment of divine wrath. Chapter 11. The beginning of the journey. In the ensuing month, OM voraciously immersed himself in the second-hand books procured from Nocturne Alley, each letter on the yellowed, creased pages captivating his gaze profoundly. Meanwhile, he maintained correspondence with Harry and Mr. Ollivander. Although OM lacked the ability to wield magic, Mr. Ollivander was more than willing to enlighten this astute and gifted young man about the history of wands and the nuances of their care. Perhaps you might consider coming to assist me in my shop during the holidays? Mr. Ollivander suggested in one of his letters. OM realized the elder gentleman intended for him to apprentice, and he promptly conferred with Sister Marika before relocating his belongings to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. Under Mr. Ollivander's watchful eye, and following correspondence with Dumbledore, OM was granted permission to practice magic. Occasionally, Mr. Ollivander would impart some spell-casting techniques to OM, such as nonverbal and wandless magic. Both techniques proved exceedingly challenging. Even OM could barely manage the nonverbal levitation charm, and more intricate spells eluded him entirely. Wandless magic felt a distant aspiration. Without a wand, OM could only crudely manipulate his magical energy to push or pull, and the more advanced feat of encasing a person within a magical energy membrane hardly qualified as true sorcery. Do not be disheartened, OM. Mr. Ollivander said with solemnity one day, as OM, exhausted and drenched in sweat from depleting his magical energy, listened intently. You are doing remarkably well. Even I could not have achieved more at your age. On Harry's end, there were no significant developments, though his aunt and uncle's demeanor had improved slightly. If a transition from animosity to indifference could be considered progress. He had even acquired his own room, no longer relegated to the cupboard under the stairs. He expressed deep envy at OM's ability to reside in the bustling wizarding community of Diagon Alley, yet he possessed not a single penny beyond wizarding currency, rendering him unable to ride the subway, and thus he resorted to endlessly perusing books for entertainment. OM's pet monkey-faced owl, 14, was quite lively yet remarkably low maintenance. It preferred to venture outside to catch mice rather than consume owl feed. Initially, OM worried about 14 going hungry, but when the owl consistently returned with dead mice for him over several days, OM could only maintain an awkward yet polite smile. Thank you, but I really cannot eat that. Please, do not place the dead mouse on my blanket. Aside from this particular point that irked OM, 14 proved to be an exceptionally skilled messenger. capable of transporting 13 packages of ice cream from the Flor and Fosco ice cream parlor in London to Rodell Church at remarkable speed, ensuring that the nuns and every child could relish the delightful magic of ice cream. It was only at such moments that Ohm would display a generous spirit. Life passed in an orderly fashion until, if not for you, my progress in developing the metal wand would not have accelerated so swiftly. You have been of immense help. Ohm. Ollivander stood at the shop's entrance, smiling as he handed over a palm-sized notebook, saying, "These are some musings I've gathered while crafting wands. Feel free to peruse them, just for amusement." Before Ohm could express further gratitude, Ollivander turned and entered the shop, closing the door behind him. Ohm, ever meticulous, bowed before the closed door, dragging her luggage towards Gringotts Wizarding Bank, where she exchanged her remaining 107 galleons for 535 pounds, leaving her with merely 8 sickles and 17 nuts. Upon departing Diagon Alley, Ohm spent some money at the market purchasing chicken and pork alongside vegetables and storable potatoes, and even acquired some long-lasting black bread. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to buy each child a donut. Ruffling her hair, she mustered the courage to sit beside Marlenia, waving a still-warm donut before her nose. "Dearest Marlin, would you not like a bite of this scrumptious donut? I could hardly resist taking a bite out of you." Marlenia retorted through gritted teeth. "Did you not say you would stay with us for a month? What is this rush to leave?" "Nonsense. If I were to leave, I would miss out on the delectable stew made by Marlin, and that would leave me utterly devoid of appetite." Ohm gently pulled Marlin's hand from her embrace, holding it tenderly. "Forgive me, dear sister, for breaking my promise. Children, it's time to eat." Sister Marika called out with a smile, her wrinkles relaxing in delight. "Do not think I have forgiven you," Marlenia exclaimed, rising to snatch the donut from Ohm's hand and taking a fierce bite. After the meal, Ohm presented the remaining 400 pounds to Sister Marika. "Ohm, you ought to save a little for yourself," Sister Marika insisted, pulling out 4 50-pound notes. Then reconsidering and taking out 2 more, "Take these. There are always occasions when one needs money outside. This money cannot be used in the wizarding realm, and I have already set aside some for myself, Mother." Ohm shook her pocket, allowing the sickles and nuts to jingle melodiously. "Oh, you foolish child. When will you learn to think of yourself?" The nun caressed Ohm's sunken cheek, tears glistening in her eyes. She made the sign of the cross upon her chest, removing the dusty crucifix necklace from around her neck and placing it around Ohm's. In a whisper, Sister Marika leaned close to Ohm's ear and remarked, "Once you polish away the tin on the outside of the cross, you will find it is made of gold within. Do not disclose this to anyone." Ohm's eyes widened in surprise, and just as he was about to speak, Sister Marika covered his mouth and forcefully turned him around, urging, "Quickly, go to bed. Tomorrow morning, Grandpa Andre will drive you to the station." Ohm managed to utter a single word before Sister Marika firmly shut the door behind him. He tucked the cross at his chest into his clothing and lamented, "But Grandpa Andre is 85 this year. It's rather bold of old Iggy to trust him behind the wheel." With a heavy heart, Ohm meticulously checked his luggage one last time and addressed the figure perched on the windowsill. "You stay here, so they can reach me." The creature nodded in response, continuing to nibble on the squirrel it had just caught. Ohm unfolded his blanket, removed his shoes, and reclined on the bench, gazing at the church's peeling dome, feeling a blend of excitement for learning magic and a sense of melancholy about leaving home. A scraping sound drew his attention. Turning to look, he saw Marlenia struggling to push her bench closer to him. Just as Ohm sat up to assist her, Marlenia's wide, unresponsive eyes flashed with determination as she commanded, "Lie down, don't move." After a moment's hesitation, Ohm stood up, and, as he approached her, she began to pummel his chest like an agitated cat until she collapsed weakly into his arms. Cosmos and Aaron glanced up anxiously, but Ohm merely pressed his palm down in reassurance. "Why can't you just listen to me?" Marlenia murmured, her face buried in Ohm's chest, her voice tinged with tears. Among all the orphans, Ohm had spent the most time with Marlenia, who relied heavily on her brother, who was capable of everything except cooking. Embracing Marlenia's frail shoulders, Ohm whispered gently, "I'm truly sorry, Marlin. I read about a potion that might heal your eyes and legs. I just want to learn those skills as quickly as possible." He kissed away the tears on her cheeks, adding, "Then you'll be able to see us for yourself." Marlenia sniffled, pushed Ohm away, and lay back on her bench, declaring, "Tonight, you must hold my hand while I sleep." I want to take no for an answer. In the past, the young Marlenia had feared the dark and the cold. During countless sleepless nights, it was her brother's firm yet warm hand that dispelled her fears. The following morning, nearly 90 years old, with hair as white as snow yet still robust as an ox, Grandpa Andre arrived at the Rodell Church in his son Old Iggy's pickup truck. His thick, Tree trunk-like arms effortlessly lifted Aum's heavy suitcase into the bed of the truck. Sister Marika once again adjusted Aum's clothing, slipped an apple into his pocket, and then kissed her eldest son's forehead, biting her lip to hold back tears. Salute to the eldest Aum, Aaron shouted, prompting all the children to perform a rather awkward kneeling salute in unison. Buckle up, little rascal. Due to his youth spent working in a forge, Andre, who is hard of hearing, speaks in a perpetual roar. After finishing his sentence, he shifts gears and stomps on the accelerator. The pickup truck lunges forward like a donkey whipped into a frenzy. As the Rodel church fades into the distance, Ohm wipes away a tear with the back of his hand and gazes into the direction of the wind. Chapter 12. The journey begins at Station 9. When Ohm arrives at number 4 Yezhin Road in Andre's pickup, he finds Harry standing alone by the roadside, his suitcase and Hedwig's cage at his feet. The door of number 4 Yezhin Road is locked tightly, and even the windows are drawn shut, resembling a cold, unyielding face. Harry, dressed in thin clothing, is drenched by the morning mist, clearly having been turned out early. He shivers, too embarrassed to change clothes in public. Seeing Harry's pitiful state, Grandpa Andre clicks his tongue in discontent and raises his middle finger at the door of number 4 Yezhin Road. Then, he removes his leather jacket and wraps it around Harry, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the pristine white Hedwig. Yet he says nothing and simply lifts it into the truck. Thank you, old man, Harry stammers, trembling. Pardon. Andre leans closer, unable to hear. Harry jumps in surprise, and Ohm shouts. Harry says, thank you. Grandpa Andre, don't mention it, young man. Andre bellows, waving his hands so vigorously that he nearly knocks Harry's glasses askew. Harry takes a seat in the passenger side, while Ohm retrieves a dry set of clothes from the suitcase for him to change into on the road. To prevent catching a cold, they arrive at King's Cross Station around 10:30, where Grandpa Andre assists the 2 young wizards in loading their suitcases onto a trolley. Make sure to study hard at school. If you misbehave, I'll help Sister Marika spank you. Andre grumbles threateningly, ruffling Ohm's hair. He mistakenly believes Ohm is going to attend school in another city. I know. Grandpa Andre. Ohm protests, shaking his head as he escapes from under Andre's massive hand. He waves goodbye to Grandpa Andre and plunges into the throng of people. Let me see, Platform 8. Platform 9, Platform 10, wait. Harry stops in confusion and says to Ohm, it seems there's no Platform 9. Ohm's wand has already slipped from his sleeve into his hand. As he counts the bricks on the bright red trash bin near Platform 9, he replies to Harry, it must be hidden away like in Diagon Alley. What did Hagrid say last time? Count 3 up, then 2 across? Aha, there you are. Ohm taps the unremarkable brick with his metallic wand, producing a pleasing, crisp sound, yet nothing occurs. Ohm and Harry exchange glances. Is it possible, could it be the one next to it? Harry suggests, pulling out his wand and tapping it against the wall. 2 individuals confronted the wall, each wielding their wands to strike the bricks one by one. The passers-by and guards at the train station observed with curiosity as the pair tapped the wall with their slender sticks, particularly drawn to Harry's conspicuous white owl perched atop his luggage, garnering even more attention. Until, oh dear, you 2 must be first-year students heading to Hogwarts, right? A genial voice resonated from behind them, prompting Ohm and Harry to swiftly turn around, revealing a plump woman with red hair. She regarded them with a warm smile, holding the hand of a little girl who appeared to be of similar age to Marlenia, while a throng of red-haired children stood behind her. Yes, esteemed madam. I fear we are a bit lost. Could you kindly direct us to Platform 9? Ohm inquired politely. Such lovely children. Come along with us, the plump woman said, unceremoniously grasping Ohm's wrist and drawing him into her cluster of children. Ron is also a first year. You 2 can converse later, she indicated towards her youngest son. Ohm observed the boy named Ron, tall and lanky, reminiscent of Cosmos in shape, but lacking his nimbleness, appearing rather clumsy with a face speckled with freckles, oversized hands and feet, and a smudge upon his elongated nose. Ron, oblivious to his mother's remarks, was tussling with his twin brothers. Even if what you say about Lee Jordan actually bringing in a bag of spiders is true, I wouldn't be afraid, Ron declared, elbowing his brother's hand away as he attempted to tug at his flushed ears, exclaiming in mild irritation, George, stop messing with my ears. One of the nearly identical twins feigned sorrow, clutching his chest. Merlin's lace leg rings. My own brother cannot even recognize me as Fred. You're really Fred? Ron hesitated for a moment. In the next instant, the other twin seized both of Ron's ears from behind. I am Fred. The plump woman roared like a lion. Fred, enough of this. It's your turn to go in now. Understood, Mum, the twin said, pushing the luggage car forward while making a face at Ron. Actually, I'm George. The other twin darted past Ron like a gust of wind. I'm the real Fred. Ha ha ha. You 2 are utterly insufferable. Ron shouted in exasperation. OM watched intently as the brothers approached the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, getting ever closer. Just a step away. Suddenly, they vanished. Just run forward, dear. The plump woman chuckled, giving OM's shoulder a gentle nudge. He quickened his pace, cautiously scanning for any oncoming pedestrians, drawing nearer. Closer. OM beheld the train's front merge into the solid pillar, followed by his own arm, until he, too, was enveloped by the barrier. Turned around, only to find that the passage behind him was blocked by a sturdy brick wall, transformed into an iron archway. His earlier passage through it had elicited no sensation. That formidable wall had merely been an illusion. Magic is indeed wondrous. A cacophony of various voices enveloped Elm, each person speaking loudly, while the dragging of luggage created a jarring clamor. An owl cooed in its cage, nibbling on owl pellets or perhaps a mouse. A multitude of cats weaved through the legs of passers-by, occasionally causing someone to stumble, and a large, rotund toad was either held or cradled, emitting a deep, croaking sound. Elm stood still for a moment, and soon after, Harry and Ron rushed in one after the other. Harry, with his eyes shut, sprinted forward recklessly, prompting Elm to quickly sidestep and reach out to grasp Harry's clothing, shouting, "Harry, stop! There are tracks ahead! Oh my goodness!" Harry exclaimed, opening his eyes and leaning back desperately. Elm and Ron abandoned their luggage and managed to halt Harry's cart just inches from the tracks. "You are far too reckless. If we hadn't stopped you, you would surely have been injured," Elm chastised, delivering a light slap to Harry's forehead, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head. "Ouch! Elm, this is worse than letting me fall." Harry gasped. "Good. Let this serve as a lesson," Elm retorted, turning his gaze to Ron, who had extended a helping hand. The tall redhead, fearing another slap, took a couple of steps back, displaying a look of trepidation. Elm paused for a moment, then quickly understood, smiling as he extended his hand to Ron, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I am Al Messiah, and this reckless fellow is Harry Potter." "Oh, I am Ron Weasley," Ron said, astonished as he looked at Harry, then grasped Elm's hand. "No need for formalities, it is nothing. Are you truly Harry Potter?" Chapter 13, FF and the Little Rabbit. "What? Oh, of course. I suppose no one else shares my name," Harry replied, standing up, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead gleaming as if it were about to radiate light. "Wow," Ron exclaimed wide-eyed. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley entered, leading a chattering little girl. Upon seeing her youngest son still standing in place, she poked him playfully in the side. "Say, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why aren't you on the train yet?" "Ouch, Mum." Ron twisted to evade Mrs. Weasley's fingers, turning to his sister Ginny, and said, "Little Ginny, you won't believe who I just met." Elm glanced up at the enormous station clock, realizing it was already 10:55. He quickly tugged at Harry, urging him to push the cart toward the rear of the train, exclaiming, "Hurry, we need to get on board." Oh. Harry hurriedly pushed the luggage, while Hedwig, caught in the chaos, became disoriented, her feathers ruffled. Elm's gaze sharpened as he swiftly identified a carriage that appeared less crowded. Grabbing his and Harry's suitcases, with Hedwig's cage tucked under his arm, he instructed Harry, "I'll lift the bags aboard first. You take the cart to the side and find me once you're done." "Leave it to me, Elm." Harry complied, propelling 2 handcarts away with both hands. With both hands burdened by luggage, awkwardly squeezed through the door sideways, resembling a crab with its claws raised as he navigated the aisle. The carriage was partitioned into numerous small compartments, each furnished with 2 rows of leather seats facing one another, accompanied by a small table, accommodating a maximum of 6 individuals. I held no objections. A girl with a boyish haircut, exuding an air of coolness, was sucking on a lollipop and mumbled indistinctly. A snoozing black cat lay sprawled across her lap. Of course, this seat was unoccupied. Another girl, possessing long, curly brown hair, set down her beginner's guide to transformation. Ohm noticed her front teeth peeking out from her lips like a little rabbit. "Thank you very much, kind ladies." Ohm first placed the 2 suitcases on the floor, hoisted Hedwig onto the luggage rack, and then pushed his and Harry's suitcases up, finally exhaling in relief as he settled next to the girl with the gray hair. "What year are you in?" the gray-haired girl inquired, holding her milk-flavored lollipop with curiosity in her gaze, directed at the bronze-skinned boy. "I'm a freshman this year. My name is Ohm Messiah, but you can just call me Ohm." Ohm extended his right hand towards the gray-haired girl with a polite smile. "But you seem much older than me," she remarked. "I'm Fiorella Fenray. You can call me Lena, but I prefer others to call me FF." Fiorella returned the lollipop to her mouth, shook Ohm's hand, and immediately exclaimed, "Ouch, you're quite rough." Ohm chuckled, opening his palm to reveal calloused and scarred hands, saying, "I've done a fair bit of work under the sun, so I might appear older, but I'm still 100% 11 at heart." "Wow." Fiorella gazed intently at Ohm's palm, then playfully patted his shoulder. "You're quite the man." This left Ohm both amused and bewildered. At that moment, a delicate white hand reached beneath Ohm's nose. It belonged to the brown-haired rabbit. "I'm Hermione Granger," she articulated in an affected tone. "Pleased to meet you." Her tone seemed somewhat pretentious, yet Ohm discerned a hint of anxiousness flickering in her eyes. Ohm instantly recognized the essence of this girl. She was a quintessential tsundere, evidently struggling with social interactions while attempting to project a facade of toughness to mask her inner turmoil. She was strikingly similar to Marlenia. "Likewise. I am pleased to meet you, Hermione." Ohm boldly grasped Hermione's hand, maintaining eye contact with a gentle smile. "By the way," Hermione visibly relaxed, about to speak. Suddenly, the compartment door was flung open, and Harry burst in, panting, slamming the door shut behind him and bracing it with his body. The three in the carriage stared at him in astonishment, and Ohm, bewildered, asked, "What happened, Harry? Why do you run like you're being chased by Tom?" "I have no idea." The twins with fiery red hair suddenly approached me, inquiring whether I was truly Harry Potter, and without hesitation, they scrutinized my scar. Soon, a throng of people began shouting, "Where's Harry Potter?" as they surged towards me. Harry paused here, taking a couple of deep breaths before plopping down beside OM, lamenting. They looked as if they were about to devour me, even more exaggerated than that crowd at the Leaky Cauldron. So I just ran off. It was my first time running so fast. It utterly exhausted me. "Ha ha ha, you truly are the unluckiest." Fiorina laughed uncontrollably, while the black cat on her lap voiced its displeasure with a series of meows. "Harry Potter? Is that for real?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "I know all about you. It's all in the books I bought. A history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century. You were mentioned in all of them." "Ah, what? Is he really famous?" Fiorina asked, looking utterly bewildered. "More than just famous," OM replied, exasperated. "I wager that the young wizards born in recent years have grown up hearing tales of Harry. Oh, by the way," OM extended his palm towards Fiorina and Hermione. "Harry, this is Fiorina Fenray, and this is Hermione Granger. FF, Hermione, you already know who this is." "Hello," Harry said, feeling exceedingly bashful in the presence of the girls. "Hi, Harry. You must know a great deal of magic, right?" Hermione scrutinized the lanky green-eyed boy. I. Harry stammered, having indeed read many books at Uncle Vernon's, yet he had never practiced any magic. Fiorina wrapped her arms around OM's neck, disregarding the fact that she was nearly a head shorter than him, hanging on to him and declaring, "You can call me FF, and that makes us best buddies." I'm struggling to breathe." OM's eyes rolled back as he vigorously swatted at Fiorina's arms that were constricting his throat. Why is this girl so familiar so quickly? The train emitted a sharp whistle and began to accelerate slowly, while parents outside stood in place, waving goodbye to their departing children. The little wizards peeked out of the windows to catch a glimpse of their parents until the train turned a corner and disappeared from sight. Chapter 14. This thing works better than a wand. Fiorina let out a laugh, pointing her thumb out the window. "My dad dropped me off 2 blocks away and then took off. I walked the rest of the way myself." "Why? Is your dad afraid of magic?" Upon hearing Fiorina's description, Harry couldn't help but think of his own aunt and uncle, who shunned magic. "Afraid of magic? No. He only fears the police lurking at the station," Fiorina said, lifting her shirt hem to reveal a pink handgun tucked into her pants pocket. OM's eyes widened in shock, and Harry and Hermione's jaws nearly dropped to their chests. "Relax, friends. I've removed the bullets. Otherwise, this thing is far more effective than a wand," Fiorina said, patting the gun. "As you can see, my dad deals in arms." "What about you, OM?" "I am unaware of the identity of my biological parents. I was raised by Sister Marika, who in my eyes is my mother, and I have 12 younger siblings." OM spoke with a hint of pride. It is no wonder that Hermione cast a glance at OM's palm and shifted the conversation. "How much magic have you mastered?" "I have memorized all the textbooks. I hope this will be useful. I have also attempted a few minor spells at home, for instance." She drew her wand from her pocket, traced a path in the air, and pointed at Harry's tattered glasses, which were bound with tape, repair to its original state. Instantly, Harry's glasses were restored, the tape unwrapping itself, rendering them entirely new. "How can you use magic at home?" OM exclaimed in astonishment. "Professor Dumbledore told me that we are not allowed to use magic outside of school, as it might attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, and we could potentially be expelled from Hogwarts." "Really?" Hermione responded, a hint of panic in her voice. "But I have used magic many times at home, and I have never seen anyone from the Ministry of Magic." "Who is Dumbledore?" Harry confessed his ignorance. Relax, Fiorina said nonchalantly, "since we haven't been stopped. The Ministry must be tacitly allowing it." My father often says this in business. She assumed a serious expression, mimicking her father's tone. Lena, if the law does not say you cannot, then it is permissible. Thus, my business is entirely legal and compliant. These two matters are entirely different. OM retorted. Oh, it's quite similar. Fiorina picked up the black cat that was sprawled over her lap and remarked, although I cannot perform magic yet, my cat can. Light, show them your trick. The black cat meowed, leaped into the air, and performed a backflip, transforming into a top hat, with its pointed ears still visible atop. Fiorina placed the hat on her short gray hair, striking a pose with hands on her hips. How about that? Ascent Light, whom I bought from Diagon Alley. Impressive? That's marvelous. Harry's gaze shifted to his snowy owl. Hedwig, can you? Hedwig clacked her beak, turning her head away in disregard. The door opened again, and in walked Ron. Hello, he said timidly, his head ducked. All the other spots are taken. Can I sit here? The group nodded, and OM stood up to help Ron place his suitcase on the rack, introducing him to the two girls. He sat beside Hermione. Are you all from Muggle families? Ron asked, somewhat surprised. Ron, is your entire family made up of wizards? OM inquired curiously. Oh yes, I suppose so. Ron scratched the back of his head. Uncertain. My mother seems to have a distant cousin who is an accountant or something, but we hardly ever talk about him. Ron nervously clutched the pocket of his chest, saying, This isn't cat food prepared for you. Only then did Ron release his grip, revealing a plump gray mouse nestled in his pocket. Its two paws resting on the edge, peering out with wide, round eyes the size of green peas. In the ensuing moments, the others were primarily engaged in listening to Ohm and Hermione discuss the contents of their textbooks. These two ardent scholars had memorized their tomes, effortlessly recalling a plethora of definitions and concepts. Having studied with Mr. Ollivander for over 20 days, Ohm wielded various spells with remarkable finesse, and his silent levitation charm left the brown-furred rabbit thoroughly impressed. Moreover, his insights regarding wand woods, cores, carvings, and the characteristics of various magical metals were noteworthy. Meanwhile, Hermione had procured a considerable number of books not included on the standard reading list, her vast reservoir of knowledge astonishing to behold. Though she often recited information verbatim, the sheer volume of knowledge she had managed to assimilate was truly remarkable. Eventually, Ohm opted to switch places with Ron, sitting directly beside Hermione, where they delved into her purchased tome, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, engaging in fervent debate about the necessity of an outright ban on dark magic. Observing the intellectual duel between the two overachievers, Harry, Ron, and Fiorina felt acutely aware of their own limited cognitive capacity. Fiorina's eyes glazed over, and she ultimately succumbed to fatigue, resting her head on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Light leapt onto her head, tousling her short hair and settling in, emitting a contented purr. Ron had already drifted off, reclining in his chair, mouth agape, snoring softly. Sandwiched between the two, Harry found himself in a state of perplexity, torn between understanding and the realization that listening was better than ignorance. Around 12:30, a lively commotion echoed through the carriage aisle. A woman with a warm smile and deep dimples in her cheeks pushed open the compartment door and inquired, Dear children, would you like to purchase some delightful candies and cakes? No, thank you, ma'am, Ohm replied politely, retrieving the apple given to him by the nun, adding, I brought my own. My parents don't allow me to eat sweets. Hermione quickly shook her head. Having skipped breakfast at the Dursleys, Harry was now starved, his hunger reaching a crescendo, prompting him to leap up and venture into the aisle. Ohm and Hermione watched in astonishment as Harry returned with an array of peculiar snacks. Collapsing onto the empty seat beside Ohm, You're bound to get cavities, Hermione huffed. That's a concern for another day. For now, I intend to indulge, Harry declared, clutching a pumpkin pasty in one hand and a licorice wand in the other, taking substantial bites with some difficulty as he swallowed. You didn't eat breakfast? Why didn't you tell me? Ohm furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked such an important detail. It seemed he was overly excited today. It's fine. I've endured plenty of hunger at the Dursleys, and am quite accustomed to it. You should eat too, Harry insisted, crunching on a licorice wand and nudging the slumbering Fiorina and Ron with his elbow. Initially, Ron sheepishly mentioned that he had brought a corned beef sandwich, but upon observing Fiorina devour a large cake without reservation, he cautiously extracted a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The compartment quickly filled with the enticing aroma of food, and Hermione's stomach emitted a loud growl. She rose and retrieved the water-boiled chicken breast and mashed potato salad prepared by her parents, savoring it slowly with a spoon. Ohm assisted her in closing the book, observing her friends indulging in their meals with great delight. With a smile, she wiped an apple on her clothing just as she was about to take a bite. Alas! Fiorella, in her eagerness to devour the cake, found herself choking. Promptly offered her apple, vigorously patting Fiorella's back. The apple's flesh mingled with its juices, swiftly aided in softening the cake lodged in her throat, allowing her to breathe freely once again. Thank you for your apple, I had even prepared my last words. Fiorella gasped, clutching her chest. Oh, how exaggerated. Next time, be sure to chew thoroughly before swallowing. Don't eat so hastily, admonished, playfully flicking Fiorella's forehead with a finger, producing a resounding sound. Ouch, that hurts, Fiorella exclaimed, feeling as though she had been struck by a rubber bullet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry gasped in horror, contributing a minuscule amount to global warming as he instinctively covered his forehead with the back of his hand. Did hold back when he struck me? Fiorella lamented, her forehead visibly swelling into a large, red bump, a striking sight indeed. With tear-filled eyes, she clenched her teeth and waved her fists at who, with a grin, gently pressed down on her head, rendering her attempts futile. How does it feel to know that you will forever remember this lesson while eating? You shall no longer fear choking in haste. This tactic works wonders on my younger siblings. Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously expressed their heartfelt condolences for the unseen younger siblings of With such a brother, one can only imagine how well-behaved mealtimes must be. Just then, the door of the booth swung open, and a chubby little boy peered in, his round face glistening with sweat, his eyes, like Fiorella's, brimming with tears. Hello, have you seen my leaf? Chapter 15. The sleeping dragon should not be disturbed. Yet you are awake. Excuse me, who is Leaf? Ron inquired, swallowing the jelly beans in his mouth. It's my toad, the plump boy exclaimed, frantic as a kettle nearing its boiling point. Everyone shook their heads, and the boy burst into tears. I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me. Don't worry, child. We are wizards, reassured, supporting Fiorella's head with one hand while deftly drawing his wand with the other, intoning Leaf, come forth. At first glance, it seemed ineffective, but after a few moments, a plump toad soared through the air, crashing against the glass of the booth door and sliding down slowly. Leaf, the boy cried in delight, picking up the disoriented toad from the ground, showering with gratitude. Thank you so much. If I have the chance in the future, I shall repay you. Ah, Neville Longbottom, it seems you have finally discovered where your precious toad wandered off to. What a pity. I had intended to have some fun with you before you arrived. A voice, dripping with arrogance and laced with mockery, remarked indeed. You can repay him by filling that empty head of yours with sand. It must surely make for a splendid sand rattle. I dare say our meddlesome friend here would be quite fond of it. The newcomer was a boy with pale cheeks and light golden hair, flanked by two hefty companions who appeared as if they had been fashioned from large stones. Oh, it seems the rumors are true, he observed, gazing at the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is indeed aboard this train. However, his pale gray eyes swept disdainfully over Ron's dirty nose, Hermione's buck teeth, and Fiorella's swollen face, accompanied by a derisive snicker. Your choice of companions leaves much to be desired. Is that so? At least we are not playing with two troll cubs. What do you typically do, then? Lick each other's soles? Retorted with a smirk, icy glints flashing in his eyes. This pale-faced youth was clearly intent on provoking a confrontation. The skinny boy flushed crimson, while the two hefty companions scratched their cheeks, evidently oblivious to who the true trolls were. You wouldn't wish to oppose me, meddlesome man, the pale boy whispered. I am Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure blood families. You have no idea how grave the consequences of offending me can be. Shut him up, Fiorella exclaimed, leaping up with a pink pistol in her right hand and her wand raised in her left. The atmosphere crackled with tension as everyone brandished their wands, Hermione shouting that fighting was inappropriate while aiming her wand at Draco's eye. The two hefty companions of Draco, slightly delayed, nearly dropped their wands, but ultimately pointed them at alongside Draco. Faced with three wands aimed at him, slowly raised his hands, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The motto of Hogwarts is Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus, or never tickle a sleeping dragon. But at this moment, you are wide awake. The entire compartment swayed, and Draco and his two henchmen stumbled, collapsing in a heap. As they scrambled to their feet amidst the clamor, they were astonished to find their wands had vanished. Looking up, they spotted gripping all three wands, which he had seized during the tumultuous moment, now pointed directly at Draco's forehead. I believe we have no significant conflict between us, smiled, nudging the wands forward. What do you think, Draco? Gulp. Draco winced from the pressure on his forehead, swallowing hard as he replied dryly, I concur with your assessment. In that instant, smile appeared devilish to Draco. What manner of monster could so effortlessly lift a train? Is this something a wizard of our age could accomplish? Thus, he was undeniably formidable. Splendid. I knew you were an understanding fellow. Alm nodded in satisfaction, his left hand gently tossing, causing 3 wands to simultaneously pivot, their handles now facing the group. The portly duo, along with their slender companion, took their wands and departed with downcast expressions. You are absolutely magnificent, Alm, Fiorina exclaimed, stepping onto a chair, mimicking Alm's tone. We have no significant conflicts. Ha ha ha. I, too, must display such flair at least once. With a playful slap to Fiorina's forehead, Alm retorted with irritation. Flair, you say? If it weren't for you, we would have merely exchanged harsh words, and a confrontation would have been entirely avoided. Fiorina, crouching on the chair with her arms wrapped around her head, lamented. I only wish to support you. My father employed similar tactics during negotiations, and my uncle did the same. Thank you for your assistance. Navi bowed to Alm and the others, then suddenly noticing his empty hands, exclaimed in astonishment. Where's my Leifu? How could I have lost such a large Leifu? Ah, Leifu had leapt from Navi's embrace during the earlier commotion and was now bouncing further down the aisle, prompting Navi to hastily pursue him. Alm, how did you achieve that? Why did your eyes glow? Hermione inquired while gathering the scattered cakes and snacks from the floor. I am uncertain. It has always been this way. Alm shrugged, waving his wand, causing the scattered treats to neatly arrange themselves upon the table. Among Mr. Ollivander's tasks, the most frequent was organizing shelves. And Alm had mastered the charm for tidying up silently. Wow, you must possess a constitution as rare as Parseltongue, Ron commented, munching on a chocolate frog's head. Ron, what is Parseltongue? Harry asked as he unwrapped a second pumpkin pasty. It refers to the ability to understand and converse with snakes, typically found among the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Hermione interjected, tilting her head in curiosity towards Harry. Could it be that you are Parselmouth? No. Harry recalled Hagrid's words about the mysterious figure who had slain his parents being a student of Slytherin, a house notorious for producing dark wizards. Deep down, he was reluctant to accept the notion of himself being a Parselmouth. The afternoon passed in serene tranquility, the warm sunlight inducing a drowsy haze among the group. Fiorina, cradling Lete, fell into a deep slumber. Hermione continued to peruse her book, occasionally stifling yawns. Ron quietly explained the rules of Quidditch to Harry, while also promoting his favorite team, the Richard Cannons. As Alm flipped through the notes left for him by Mr. Ollivander, his mind wandered. Must a metal wand be fashioned in the shape of a rod? Could one forge a long sword and utilize it as a wand? If a long sword were feasible, what firearms, chainsaws, or armor? Alm retrieved his notebook, inscribing this notion within, intending to discuss it with Mr. Ollivander later. The sky gradually darkened, the violet hues casting a shadowy silhouette of the mountains. The retreating trees along the railway indicated that the train had begun to decelerate. Hermione gently roused Fiolina from her slumber and ushered the 3 boys out of the compartment, as it was now the girls' time to change. The boys hastily donned their robes right in the aisle. Ron observed that the patches on Alm's robe far outnumbered those on his own, which he had inherited from his brothers, and the hem was folded over several times. Compassionately, he patted Alm on the shoulder, wearing an expression that said, I understand. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your belongings and pets on the train. We will take them to the school for you. Alm adjusted his collar, smoothed the hem, and fastened the buttons around his waist. No matter how tattered the garment, one must still present oneself decently. A lesson imparted by Sister Marika. The girls emerged from the compartment, their small frames cloaked in oversized black robes, making their faces appear even smaller. As the train halted, the 5 of them disembarked together, all converging upon a small, dimly lit platform, where the outline of a castle with 4 towers became distinctly visible in the distance. Alm knew that Hogwarts had arrived. Chapter 16. The 2 of us will certainly cause a ruckus. A large oil lamp swayed above the heads of the young wizards, and Alm heard a familiar deep voice calling out, First-year students. First-year students, gather here. Aha! Alm and Harry, it's wonderful to see you. Come this way. Hagrid's face, hidden beneath a thick beard, broke into a broad smile. How are you, Hagrid? Alm called out, pushing through the crowd with the 4 little ones. Very well, thank you. Alm, any more first-year students? Watch your step. Be careful not to fall onto the tracks. All right, follow me. Hagrid raised the oil lamp high and led the young wizards down a slippery, winding path. Fiolina closely followed Alm, her hands resting on his shoulders, fearful of misstepping and tumbling down. Occasionally, Alm heard the sound of slips and slides near his ear. He brandished his wand and softly incanted Lumos. A gentle white light emanated from the tip of his wand, which he lifted above his head, creating a radiant orb that illuminated the surrounding darkness. rendering the path beneath his feet clear. The other young wizards, drawn by the light, began to gather around Elm. "There's no need for concern, Hagrid," Elm modestly remarked. "It's merely a lighting charm. Though I employed some techniques taught to me by Mr. Ollivander, there is nothing to boast about. After all, I cannot even perform silent spells without a wand. I'm still too weak, lacking power." Hermione, the ever-determined little rabbit, puffed out her cheeks and drew her own wand to cast a Lumos. However, under the brilliance of the sunlight glow above Elm's head, the light from Hermione's wand was nearly imperceptible. At the back of the line, Malfoy looked enviously at the radiance above Elm, then glanced at the two dimwits beside him, his pale face contorting in agony. What sort of treasures were surrounding him? "Just around the next bend, we will have a clear view of Hogwarts," Hagrid announced, proceeding ahead with the oil lamp. The little wizards followed closely behind, and then, at the end of the slope lay a vast lake, glimmering like black crystal. At the far end of the lake rose a steep hill, upon which Hogwarts Castle majestically perched at its summit. Every window of the castle flickered with the warm glow of candlelight, while its jagged spires reached towards the star-studded night sky, as if enveloped in a cloak of crushed diamonds against a backdrop of black velvet. Below, a broad river flowed, with dozens of shallow wooden boats moored along the shore. Hagrid stood in the lead boat, calling out, "No more than 4 in each boat." Fiorella, Harry, and Hermione boarded one vessel, while Ron, Neville, and 2 unfamiliar little wizards settled together in another. "Are we all set?" Hagrid asked. "Good." As he heavily seated himself, noticed the boat carrying the giant sink a few inches before quickly bobbing back up. Hagrid hung his lantern at the bow, and the entire line of small boats swiftly and silently glided away from the shore, ripples breaking the surface of the crystalline lake. "This is the path once trodden by the 4 founders of Hogwarts," Hermione whispered, as if fearful of shattering the tranquil atmosphere. She added, "I read about it in a book. Which house do you wish to join?" Extinguished the glowing orb above him with a silent spell and inquired of the trio. "As long as it's not Slytherin, I'm fine," Harry replied, gripping the edge of the boat with a hint of nervousness, as a thick tentacle surged from the depths, splashing water nearby. "I'm indifferent." Fiorella stretched her limbs and patted her stomach, exclaiming, "I just want something to eat. I'm so hungry." "Now is not the time for such thoughts." Hermione frowned. "Do you know how Hogwarts sorts us into houses? Why not just ask?" Turned directly to Ron's boat and shouted, "Ron, did your brothers tell you how the sorting works?" This question ignited a lively discussion among the little wizards, each sharing what they had heard from elders or siblings. Ron claimed it involved a series of torturous trials set by the professors. Neville earnestly stated that his uncle had told him that young wizards must team up to slay a troll. A girl with rosy cheeks and 2 braided pigtails excitedly recounted how her father had once downed 2 gallons of pumpkin juice in one go before being sorted in a Hufflepuff. Such absurd tales abounded, each more outrageous than the last, ranging from slaying dragons with bare hands to mimicking animals. The stories were as diverse as they were fantastical. Raised an eyebrow, about to interject, when he suddenly noticed Harry, Hermione, and FF becoming exceedingly tense. Hermione was softly reciting all the spells she knew. FF silently loaded his handgun with a full magazine. Harry repeatedly pressed down his unruly tuft of hair. The scene was utterly amusing, prompting to suppress a grin and feign a furrowed brow, portraying a look of concern. As the little boat passed the cliff beside the hill, Hagrid bellowed, "Duck!" The fleet of boats entered a cave beneath the ivy-covered cliff, and upon lowering their heads, the group realized that only someone as large as Hagrid would risk bumping their head. The ship soon arrived at a vast expanse of water, presumably directly beneath the castle, where solitary docks stood. The crew disembarked and, under Hagrid's guidance, ascended a cobblestone path leading to a formidable double door. "Is everyone here? Are we all present?" Hagrid inquired, scanning the group before raising his enormous fist and knocking heavily 3 times on the castle door. Instantly, it swung open to reveal a tall, slender woman clad in a green robe, her expression stern and composed, her hair styled in a neat bun. The moment Elm laid eyes on her, he was reminded of a strict mathematics teacher from his past, their demeanor strikingly similar. It was evident that neglecting her assignments would not bode well for anyone. "First-year students. Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze shot forth from behind her square spectacles, sweeping over the faces of the young ones. "Follow me." The entrance hall was immense, nearly the size of 2 Roddle cathedrals, its stone walls illuminated by torches, while a crystal chandelier hung above, casting a radiant glow akin to daylight through the refracted light of countless candles. As they traversed the marble floor, Overheard the hum of hundreds of voices emanating from behind a large door. However, Professor McGonagall did not pause, leading them to a small empty room at the far end of the hall. They crowded together, FF hiding behind Elm, her hand never straying far from the pistol at her waist. Curiosity filled the air, for there were neither foul-smelling trolls nor pumpkin juice to consume. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall declared from a step above, her voice clear and resonant. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is a significant ritual, as it will dictate the companions with whom you will attend classes, reside, and spend your leisure time for the next 7 years." She cleared her throat and continued. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your performance at school will earn points for your house, while violations will incur penalties. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will win the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope you will all strive to bring glory to your respective houses." In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire faculty and student body. I suggest you tidy yourselves up and present a spirited demeanor. Professor McGonagall's gaze briefly lingered on Neville's wrinkled cloak and the dirt on Ron's nose, yet she refrained from comment and departed. "FF, I don't mind you being so close, but I have one request," Aum said, shifting slightly to distance himself from the pistol at Fiorella's waist. "Please, whatever you do not accidentally discharge it." "Discharge? How could I possibly do that? I've been handling guns since I was 3 years old, and I've taken down more sparrows than you've seen in the boys' restroom," she retorted confidently. "You can distract the troll up front while I empty the magazine from behind. Trust me, we will wreak havoc together." "What is that?" Fiorella's mouth hung open, and several people screamed loudly, while Harry instinctively tightened his grip on Hermione's wrist. "There," OM observed as around 20 ghosts passed through the walls into the small room. Their pearl-white, translucent bodies glided silently, gossiping among themselves in a cacophony of voices. It seemed they were debating whether a certain entity known as Peeves should remain at Hogwarts, with the exception of a plump monk ghost advocating for Peeves. The others wished for his departure. This discussion continued until one of the ghosts suddenly noticed the young wizards in the room, prompting them to lower their altitude and engage with the children. Curiously, OM reached out, attempting to touch the ghostly figure, only to have his hand pass through it. The warmth instantly siphoned away, as though plunged into icy water. They lined up, exiting the room through the door from which voices had emanated, leading into a magnificent dining hall. Inside the hall, 4 long tables were set, with students gathered around them, gleaming golden platters and exquisite goblets adorning the surfaces. Above floated hundreds of candles, and above that, the ceiling opened up to reveal a starry night sky. At the far end of the hall were the teachers' seats. OM noticed Dumbledore winking at him while Professor Quirrell twitched in his chair. Professor McGonagall had brought them here, standing before the entire student body. A 4-legged stool moved its wooden legs, clattering to the front of the young wizards, upon which rested a filthy, tattered hat covered in a thick layer of dust and grime, patched upon patches. Just the sight of this hat made OM's eyes twitch. How dreadfully dirty! He yearned to clean it. At that moment, the hat opened a wide mouth, wriggled its body, and began to sing. "I am a magical hat of renowned fame. Great ones have boasted of my beauty and grace. Time swiftly passes, great ones lie in the grave, yet my keen eyes still perceive your thoughts in place. Gryffindor, brave and reckless. Slytherin, ambition does vex. Hufflepuff, kind and generous. Ravenclaw, wise yet treacherous. Young wizards, hasten to wear me. Let me see where you shall be. Hear the great bell, sing in harmony. In black and white, kings cannot see. Gold, silver, copper, tin, iron flows, illuminating all the cold sun glows." Upon finishing the song, the magical hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, then became still. Professor McGonagall approached the hat with a scroll of parchment, stating, "When I call a name, that person shall come forward, sit on the stool, don the hat, and await their house assignment." How splendid! All one had to do was wear the hat. Harry joyfully pumped his fist. Hermione, however, was disheartened. She had just diligently reviewed her studies. "Is this it? I expected something grander." "Why does your face look so pale?" Fiorella gazed at OM's ashen complexion in surprise. "I refuse to wear that hat. Absolutely not." OM gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate the thought of such a filthy object touching his hair due to his obsessive cleanliness. Yet, Professor McGonagall had already unfurled the parchment and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 17, The Sorting. The rosy-cheeked little girl, who had just claimed that her father had been sorted by drinking pumpkin juice, skipped over and took a seat, her hat obscuring the upper half of her face. Hufflepuff. The hat's crooked mouth announced loudly in the great hall. The students at the long table on the far right erupted into applause as Hannah removed her hat and dashed to the Hufflepuff table, finding an empty spot to sit. The plump, ghostly monk gently patted her shoulder, causing Hannah's 2 braids to spring to life as if electrified. Professor McGonagall continued to call names in alphabetical order, with each little wizard taking turns to don a hat. OM observed that the sorting hat took varying amounts of time for each student. Some had their houses declare the moment the hat touched their hair, while others took considerably longer. Fiorina Finley, McGonagall called, the short-haired witch strode confidently forward, wearing the hat for over a minute before it finally proclaimed, Ravenclaw. Fiorina removed the hat, somewhat disdainfully raking her fingers through her hair, and walked to the Ravenclaw table amidst applause. Next was Hermione, whose house was decided within mere seconds as Gryffindor. Just before OM, Draco was sorted. The hat barely settled on his slick, golden hair before it eagerly shouted, Slytherin. Draco wore a triumphant expression as he swaggered to join his 2 henchmen at the long table. O Messiah! OM tugged at his collar, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stepped forward to grasp the grimy hat that had been worn by countless others. Since avoidance was impossible, he had no choice but to accept it. At worst, he could wash his hair a few extra times that night. He sat upright on the stool, lifting the sorting hat to place it on his head. Hermione puffed her cheeks in encouragement, believing OM to be an exemplary study partner, and she applauded him nonetheless. Wonderful. OM, I thought I was the only one in Ravenclaw. Fiorina joyfully wrapped her arm around OM's shoulder. I am equally delighted to be in the same house as you. FF, OM replied, playfully linking arms with Fiorina while discreetly wiping his hands on her robe. A tall, curly-haired older girl turned to them, smiling warmly. Hello, new students. I am Penelope Clearwater, the prefect of Ravenclaw. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to reach out to me. Hello, Penelope, OM greeted her, pleased to make her acquaintance. Fiorina quickly inquired, when will dinner be served, Penelope? OM raised an eyebrow, distinctly recalling that FF had consumed the most on the train, leaving not even a single Bertie Bott's every flavor bean untouched. How could she be hungry again so soon? Oh, it feels like it will be quite a while yet. Fiolina lay languidly upon the table, her stomach gurgling audibly. Just a little more patience, FF. Only 3 remain. Gently tousled Fiolina's gray hair. Just moments ago, Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor, eliciting jubilant cheers from the little lions. At this juncture, only Ron and 2 unfamiliar wizards stood atop the platform, soon to be assigned their respective houses, while Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and the 4-legged stools scuttled away with the same clattering sound as when they arrived. Albus Dumbledore rose with a warm smile, extending his arms toward all the young wizards, as if nothing brought him greater joy than the sight of students gathered together. Welcome. His voice resonated powerfully, belying his advanced age. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to impart a few words. You fools, crybabies, rascals, twist. Thank you, everyone. With that, he took his seat, catching Ohm, who had braced himself for a lengthy oration, off guard. Nevertheless, it did not deter him and Fiolina from clapping joyfully. Well said, Fiolina exclaimed, standing atop her chair. The world needs more speeches like that. Dumbledore kindly nodded in her direction and gestured to the entire student body. A rich aroma of food suddenly invaded Ohm's nostrils, and to his astonishment, the golden platters on the table brimmed with a cornucopia of delectable dishes, ranging from lobster and steak to chocolate mint candies. Crisp-skinned chickens revealed their enticing golden hue, while substantial hams glistened with a delectable caramelized crust. Before Ohm's eyes, a large bowl of seafood bisque appeared abruptly, the pale fish frolicking in the milky broth as if it had just been boiling on the stove moments prior. Fiolina, brandishing a turkey leg in each hand, devoured them voraciously, her mouth smeared with sauce, her eyes blissfully squinted. Ohm glanced at Penelope, who was ladling soup, and inquired, Can we eat this freely? Of course. Messiah, Penelope replied, blowing gently on the bisque before taking a small sip. Loosen your belt. Take whatever you desire. Ohm opened his mouth, then quietly added, Well, may I take some food with me? I wish for my mother to enjoy this as well. What will my younger siblings eat today? Probably yesterday's leftovers with a few boiled potatoes. No, the nun would certainly use the money I left her to buy them fresh meat and milk, while she herself dines on potatoes with salt. She is always so miserly with herself. Penelope widened her eyes slightly, her gaze sliding over the patches on Ohm's robe, before swiftly extracting a large sheet of parchment from his pocket. She then gathered several hefty steaks, lamb ribs, and a roasted chicken from the table, stuffing the chicken with sausage, and finally wrapping them securely in the parchment, tying it with her hairband. At the top of the astronomy tower, there's an overdue, she said, handing the fragrant package to Ohm. After we finish our meal, I can take you to send this parcel to your mother. Rest assured, this will not contravene any school regulations. Thank you, Penelope. Ohm accepted the parchment-wrapped parcel with heartfelt gratitude, expressing his sincere appreciation. The robust girl casually waved her hand, helping herself to a generous serving of fries, drenched in rich gravy. With his worries set aside, Ohm quickly joined the ranks of those devouring the feast, voraciously consuming meat and disregarding any inclination to touch the likes of potatoes. After all, he had been enduring potatoes for years. The mere scent of starch now made him uneasy. Apart from mint candies, Ohm sampled every morsel within his reach before filling his bowl with a hearty lamb stew, relishing it alongside a succulent German pork knuckle that left his lips glistening with grease. Just as he savored his fourth pork knuckle, the remaining food vanished from the platter, replaced by an array of cakes, puddings, and ice creams. With a sense of trepidation, Ohm checked the contents of his parchment parcel, relieved to find that nothing had disappeared. Fiorella, clutching her round belly, burped audibly, gazing in disbelief as Ohm devoured an entire apple pie before launching an assault on a chocolate muffin. Undeterred, she seized a jam-filled donut, took a bite, and struggled to swallow it, only to feel the food she had previously consumed rising within her. Her complexion paled, and she hastily deposited the donut onto Ohm's plate. As Ohm polished off the donut, his keen, dark eyes locked onto his next target, a vibrant cherry jelly soaked in wine. It had been ages since he had indulged so freely. Indeed, abundant food is the wellspring of human joy. At that moment, a tall, long-haired ghost drifted across the table, her beauty reminiscent of a statue, her expression serene, with cascading hair that exuded both grace and dignity. This was our resident Ravenclaw ghost, Helena. Despite her stern appearance, Penelope explained to Ohm and Fiorella, she would gladly assist you if you happened to lose your way in the castle. Ohm nodded, having just finished the jelly, his mouth now stuffed with sweet syrupy pancakes, rendering him unable to speak. After a while, the desserts also vanished from the plates. Professor Dumbledore stood once more, tapping his spoon against the goblet, and the entire dining hall fell silent, save for the occasional burp. Now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, allow me to request your drowsy little minds to lend an attentive ear to this old man's cliches. First-year students, please be advised that the forbidden forest to the west of the castle is strictly off-limits. I believe some of the older students have experienced the consequences firsthand, his blue eyes darting toward Ron's twin brother. Furthermore, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the hallways during breaks. The Quidditch team tryouts will take place in the second week of this term. For further details, please consult Madam Hooch, the flying instructor. At this point, a gray-haired woman with hawk-like yellow eyes rose from the faculty table, nodding in acknowledgement to the students. She bears a striking resemblance to you. Gently nudged Fiolina, momentarily mistaking her for a vision of FF from 40 years hence. But does the hairstyle truly compare? He mused. My eyes are far more splendid. Fiolina, somewhat dissatisfied, gestured towards her olive green irises. In a grave tone, Dumbledore addressed the assembly. I must convey to all, those who wish to avoid untimely misfortune and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. His demeanor bore an angelic quality, leaving one to ponder whether he truly desired us to venture to that place. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ohm joined the others in singing the school anthem, tucking the parchment into the deep pocket of his robe. He followed Penelope and another male prefect towards the Ravenclaw Tower. It seems appendicitis has struck. Fear not. FF, Ohm noted, observing her wince while clutching her right side. Understanding the cause, he turned his back to her and offered, come. I shall carry you up. You are too kind, Ohm, Fiolina replied weakly, her arms encircling his neck as her small face nestled against his back. It's nothing. I often carry my younger siblings this way, Ohm said, lifting her slightly to ensure her wand was not aimed perilously at his kidneys, adding with a laugh, of course. None of them weigh as much as you do. Disregarding her retort, he turned to Penelope. Would you kindly guide me to the Ollery? Chapter 18. The Ascension of the Ohm Brigade. Wherever Ohm goes, I shall follow, Fiolina declared, her embrace around him tightening to the point of breathlessness. In Hogwarts, every staircase possessed a certain mobility, shifting directions at unpredictable intervals, with some steps even vanishing beneath one's feet, leading to the potential for missteps or tumbles should one fail to memorize their locations. This peculiar design, attributed to Lady Ravenclaw, aimed to keep students' minds agile. Yet in truth, this innovation claimed many an unwary ankle each year, leaving Madame Pomfrey to lament her fate in the hospital wing. Penelope led Ohm and Fiolina to a shadowy tower, redolent with the scent of owl droppings. A stout pillar stood in the center, adorned with numerous perches. As night enveloped the scene, only a few solitary owls perched on the branches, their round eyes resembling light bulbs as they regarded the entering young wizards. Penelope raised her hand, and a large-horned owl promptly descended. She stroked its feathers and instructed Ohm, "Hand it the parcel. You may either tell it the address or write it on the package." These owls possess a unique magic for navigation. Ohm carefully lowered the drowsy Fiolina and retrieved the food-laden parchment from his pocket, offering it to the horned owl. "Please deliver this to Sister Marika at the Rodell Church in the Wiggins area of London, and do refrain from pilfering." The horned owl let out a hoot, seemingly protesting Ohm's insinuation of its integrity, before pecking at his fingers, its claws grasping the string of the parcel as it took flight. "FF, is your stomach still in discomfort? It should be feeling better by now, I hope." Ohm nodded at Fiorella, remarking, "You simply don't wish to walk, do you?" With a look of disdain, he bent down. As an elder brother over the years, Ohm had developed a habit of caring for others. "Hooray for Ohm the Great!" Fiorella exclaimed with a cheeky grin as she leapt onto Ohm's back, pointing forward with her right hand. "Onward, Ohm's ship. Did you not just label me a supervillain?" Ohm muttered grumpily. Penelope guided the two downstairs and back up, navigating dizzying circles until they reached an aged wooden door, bare except for a bronze eagle head that held a circular ring in its beak. As Penelope knocked on the door, the eagle head animatedly responded with a melodious voice. "When you run against the wind, is it you who moves or the wind?" Quite the philosophical inquiry. The bronze eagle nodded, and the door swung open. The common room of Ravenclaw Tower boasted a semicircular deep blue dome, adorned with dozens of constellations painted in gold. Sky blue curtains and drapes cascaded down, embellished with intricate copper patterns. In the center of the room hovered a model of the solar system, carved from 8 different hues of stone, while the carpet, reminiscent of lapis lazuli, was embroidered with many golden cross stars. Directly opposite Ohm, above the fireplace, a grand alcove housed a statue of Ravenclaw, sculpted from white marble, her beautiful visage adorned with a playful smile and crowned with a splendid diadem. Penelope shared some school regulations with Ohm, mentioning that the current head of Ravenclaw was Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, and pointed him towards the door leading to the boys' dormitory. She then took the hand of a sleepy-eyed Fiorella and led her towards the girls' dormitory. Ohm ascended a narrow staircase, wide enough for only 2 to pass side by side, arriving at a lengthy corridor flanked by sturdy wooden doors, each inscribed with the name of its occupant. Gently pushing open a door, he found the dimly lit room contained 3 four-poster beds, 2 boys already asleep, their rhythmic breathing emanating from behind the bed curtains. "No one is snoring. How delightful," Ohm noted, spotting his suitcase at the foot of the vacant 4-poster bed, with a piece of parchment resting on the pillow. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he discerned it was his class schedule for the semester. Ohm retrieved a change of underwear, a towel, and a sizable bar of soap from his suitcase. He neatly folded his robe. Although each bed had a small wardrobe beside it, he preferred not to unpack noisily and disturb the sweet dreams of others. Venturing further into the room, he was astonished to discover a modern chrome shower in the medieval castle-esque washroom, with a pristine ceramic sink. Next to the washroom door, a wicker basket gleamed, and on the wall hung a varnished birchwood sign that read, "Please place dirty clothes in the basket. House elves will wash and iron them for you." After finishing his bath, Ohm donned his pajamas and reclined on the bed, his entire body sinking into the plush mattress. With his hands resting behind his head, he gazed at the canopy of the 4-poster bed. He found it difficult not to appreciate the enchanting surroundings of Hogwarts, the amiable classmates, and the seemingly endless supply of food. At that moment, the visage of Sister Marika, her prematurely wrinkled face, surfaced in his mind. He recalled the joyful smiles of his younger siblings as they bid him farewell that morning, and the warm embrace bestowed upon him by Marlenia. "You have made a vow, O Messiah," he reminded himself internally. "You pledge to ensure they live a good life." Indeed, his purpose in coming here transcended the mere act of satisfying his hunger. It was to shield his family from the ravages of hunger and cold in the future. "You are here to acquire knowledge, not to indulge. Do not relent, become urgent." Ohm silently admonished himself as he pulled out the cross beads gifted by Sister Marika from his collar. He kissed the cross and whispered, "Good night, Mother." He wondered if Sister Marika had received the package yet. Before he could dwell on this thought, sleep enveloped him. Chapter 19. The first lesson of the semester at 6 o'clock the following morning, Ohm awakened promptly, rising to wash and dress. His roommates were still asleep. He reviewed the day's schedule, tucked his wand into the sleeve of his right hand, and quietly retrieved the textbooks he would need for class. Potion and elixirs. Standard spells, beginner, and dark forces, a guide to self-defense. He inserted a few sheets of parchment into each book and bound the 3 hefty tomes together with an old leather belt from Iggy, slinging them over his shoulder. Next, he placed his quill and inkwell into the pocket of his robe, then extracted the tin cauldron from the bottom of his trunk, wrapping the potion ingredients in oil paper, and stowed them alongside the glass vials under his arm. This was also a requirement noted on his class schedule for potions. Although classes did not commence until 8, Ohm was not inclined to adopt a passive approach to learning. Therefore, he resolved to find a secluded spot where he would not disturb anyone and review the potions textbook once more. Mornings in England always began shrouded in a thick mist, and as Ohm peered out the window, he could see nothing but a dense white haze. He exited the Ravenclaw Tower, following the route he had traversed the previous evening to the dining hall. Ohm possessed a remarkable sense of direction and memory. The changes in the staircase and the disappearance of steps were etched in his mind and posed no challenge to him. The dining hall was devoid of life. The enchanted ceiling shrouded in mist, casting a pale light that rendered the vast space eerie and mysterious. Yet this did not deter Ohm. His wand slipped from his sleeve, casting a Lumos charm that ignited a soft glow the size of a ping-pong ball, floating before him. Ohm muttered to himself, his eyes darting quickly around. It turned out to be Mr. Filch, the castle caretaker, who was now opening the castle's main doors. The rather unpopular individual among the students appeared aged, with sparse auburn hair, a long nose adorned with a prominent hook, and eyes perpetually wide and bloodshot. Mr. Filch kept a gaunt Maine Coon cat, which he named Miss Loris. This red-eyed, long-haired creature would often materialize unexpectedly behind students attempting to break the rules, summoning Filch with its hoarse voice, prompting every student to wish to kick it. Filch discovered that there were even young wizards who rose earlier than he did and suspiciously approached Ohm, peering over his shoulder at the unopened book, listening to the sound of Ohm reciting. With a grunt from his nose, he walked away. Ohm paid no heed to Filch, merely accelerating his recitation speed, intent on finishing the current text before revisiting standard spells, beginner. However, it was not long before Hermione, with her bag slung over her shoulder and a hairstyle resembling an impending explosion, entered the room. She fretfully combed her stubborn hair with a small brush while muttering the contents of History of Magic. Upon hearing that Ohm was nearing completion of potions and elixirs, Miss Beaver's eyes ignited with a flame of determination, and she plopped down opposite Ohm, her words spilling forth at a rate akin to a machine gun. As the clock struck 7, the dining hall began to fill with more patrons, and the long tables started to feature breakfast items such as bacon, fried eggs, and sandwiches. Ohm completed the more than 200-page potion textbook, serving himself 5 cod sandwiches and 7 boiled eggs, filling a tall glass with orange juice. Noticing Hermione, who had plugged her ears with her fingers to concentrate wholly on her book, he recalled her aversion to sweets and poured a small glass of pure milk to place beside her. During the ensuing moments, Ohm relished his breakfast, leisurely flipping through standard spells, beginner. The sunlight dissipated the morning mist, streaming through the windows and casting warm patches of light across the long table. Fiorina, still bleary-eyed, trudged into the dining hall, heavily setting her bag and cauldron upon the bench before collapsing beside Ohm. There was an almost translucent aura emanating from her mouth. Ohm observed her gray hair, which stood on end like dandelion fluff, and could not resist ruffling Fiorina's head, earning a nearly all-white eye roll in response. The boy turned the pages of his book, noticing the heavy dark circles under the short-haired girl's eyes, and smiled as he inquired, "FF, when did you master the art of smoky eye makeup?" "Oh, go away. It's because the mattress here is far too soft compared to the one at home, making it incredibly difficult for me to adjust. I lay there for ages without falling asleep." Fiorina yawned deeply, poured herself a glass of apple cider vinegar, and downed in one go, smacking her lips in dissatisfaction before pouring another. "What a splendid idea. Why didn't I think of that?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she watched the ghosts wafting into the dining hall. It seemed she had discovered the secret to maintaining her state of perpetual study. A fool would not catch a cold, but you, Hermione, are an exception. Ohm smiled, waved his hand, and consumed the last remaining egg on his plate. "With only 10 minutes left before class, let us depart." Ohm secured his books, grasped his cauldron, nodded at Hermione, and rose to walk toward the dining hall's exit. "Do not change the subject, you rascal." Fiorina hurriedly shoved a strip of bacon in her mouth, grabbed 2 croissants to tuck into her bag, and picked up her backpack and cauldron to chase after him. The potions classroom was situated in the castle's depths, reportedly a remnant of the dungeons. Even with torches blazing on the walls, the chill that permeated the air clung like a wretched parasite. Transparent glass jars lined the walls, containing pale, bloated specimens of animals floating in a pale yellow solution. The dim light relied solely on oil lamps suspended from the ceiling. Each desk bore 2 oddly shaped furnaces, and as Ohm hung his cauldron on the horizontal rod, a green flame erupted from the furnace, greedily licking the bottom of the pot. Ohm quickly removed his cauldron, recalling that the text warned against burning it dry to prevent cracking. He certainly did not wish to spend money on a new pot. However, this sense of anticipation swiftly evaporated with the entrance of the potions professor, much like bubbles in sunlight. Severus Snape abruptly pushed the door open, his black robes billowing like the wings of a bat, his hollow, indifferent black eyes resembling deep tunnels that swallowed the chatter in the classroom. The door slammed against the wall, rebounding just enough to close itself. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the sound of Fiorina chewing her croissant, though she quickly realized and stopped. At that moment, the young eagles and badgers became acutely aware of a singular truth. Their potions instructor was decidedly not an amiable character. Snape picked up the attendance sheet and, without preamble, began to call names. When he reached Ohm's name, he paused slightly, lifting his gaze from the roster to glance at Ohm before lowering it again. Ohm sensed this, but was perplexed as to why Snape had done so. Merely sitting in his seat, inadvertently stepping on Fiorina, who was still munching away. Once the roll call concluded, Snape crossed his arms over his chest, tightly wrapping his robes around him, and spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. You have come here to learn the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making. Since there will be no foolish waving of wands, many of you might not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonder of the simmering cauldron, exuding delightful aromas, nor the enchanting power of the liquid that courses through one's veins, stirring emotions and clouding the mind. At this point, he leaned slightly forward, saying, I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the type of foolish simpletons I often encounter. Ohm felt a surge of elation. Stave off death. What an alluring goal it is. If one can concoct a potion to stave off death, then curing Melania's disability, Lawrence's burns, and Lonnie's severed arm would surely be an effortless task. He instinctively straightened his posture, his dark eyes aflame with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Snape suddenly raised his voice. Ohm, Messiah. At which step does the potion for scabies go awry to cause an explosion? The potions professor's gaze pierced through Ohm's long black hair and patched robe, penetrating directly into the youth's eyes. In those eyes, Snape saw a reflection of his former self. What were the primary ingredients of the confusion potion? Snape leaned his hands on Ohm's desk, his words flowing rapidly. Sneezewort, badger's wart, and ground elder, professor. Ohm met Snape's gaze unwaveringly. Indeed, rising early to review was a prudent choice. When brewing the elixir of life, how should one handle mugwort? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth as he continued to escalate the difficulty of his inquiries. Let me see just how great the talent of a boy favored by Dumbledore truly is. Submerge the mugwort leaves in 75 degrees Celsius of Mortello rat's juice. Heat it to 117 degrees Celsius after 6 heartbeats. Tap the wand 4 times along the edge of the cauldron, cool it, and then extract the mugwort leaves, reducing the remaining liquid until it becomes slightly viscous, emitting a faintly bitter aroma. Ohm answered fluently, his excellent memory allowing him to leaf through magical potions and elixirs in his mind, merely reciting from the tome in his memory. What nonsense are you uttering? Silence, Snape said coldly, his merciless gaze silencing every small wizard who dared to speak. He swung his robe and approached the podium, seizing a piece of chalk to inscribe upon the blackboard, simultaneously stating, It appears not everyone possesses an empty head. Perhaps this semester I can finally teach potion making, rather than simply babysitting a troop of New Guinea baboons. Messiah, Ravenclaw gains a point. Yes, Professor. In the ensuing moments, the other young wizards felt a surge of determination, eager to prove to Snape that they were not mere New Guinea baboons. However, it soon became evident that potion making could not be achieved through sheer force. When the young wizards attempted to brew the scabies potion themselves, Hufflepuff's Ernie Macmillan accidentally added an excessive amount of venomous snake fangs, and the flames of the stove were a tad too fierce, resulting in whoosh. Ohm and Fiorella watched in astonishment as Ernie's cauldron lid soared into the air with a valiant display, knocking over the oil lamp on the ceiling, spilling burning oil down upon the young wizards, who scattered in panic. Moreover, thick black smoke billowed from his cauldron, emitting an atrocious stench akin to igniting woolen socks worn for months by someone with sweaty feet. Fool! Snape bellowed, swiftly flicking his wand to extinguish the flames. Checking for any injured young wizards, while assigning Ernie the task of copying the scabies potion's recipe 100 times, forbidding him from touching the cauldron until completed. Is it only Messiah who brought both eyes and a brain? If you find the words on the blackboard incomprehensible, I shall request Headmaster Dumbledore to hire a giant as your literacy instructor. Poor Ernie, besieged by Severus Snape's venomous remarks, with his smoke-blackened visage, was dejectedly hunched over his desk, copying notes. At the end of the class, Snape assigned homework, an essay discussing why it is often necessary to cool animal tissues prior to their addition to potions, to be 10 inches in length and submitted in the next potions class. Did you notice, Ohm? As the two of them placed their cauldrons and equipment in the storage room adjacent to the potions classroom and headed toward the charms classroom upstairs, Fiorina remarked, "What?" A large question mark appeared above Ohm's head. "Professor Snape bears a striking resemblance to you." Fiorina's face was alight with a mischievous smile. "Oh, Ohm, you call me Mrs. Hooch, and now you resemble that old bat. It's only the hairstyle that's similar." Ohm exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at his own nose. "I am far more handsome than he is. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Snape. Please don't call me that, smoky-eyed little Hooch." Ohm, you rascal." The two playfully tussled on the staircase until they were reprimanded by the portraits on the wall, only ceasing their antics after signing a truce and entering the charms classroom. Chapter 20. The Joyful Professor Flitwick. The charms classroom was semicircular, with a small space at the top designated for a blackboard and podium. Ohm noticed that the chairs behind the podium were stacked with 4 hefty tomes, instantly reminding him of the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who had sat beside Professor McGonagall during the sorting ceremony the previous night. The seating in this classroom was arranged in a tiered fashion, with the desks growing taller towards the back, necessitating a climb up the adjacent stairs. Ohm unhesitatingly occupied the front row seat directly facing the podium, carefully placing his quill and parchment from his pocket, while Fiorina reluctantly settled beside him. "In school, I always used to sleep in the last row," she grumbled, yet showed no intention of moving. With a little time before class commenced, Ohm extracted his parchment from the potions book and began to write the assignment assigned by Snape. Although the content was not particularly complex, he wrote slowly and meticulously, wishing to avoid any erasures that would waste the precious space on his parchment. After all, a single Canute could only purchase 4 sheets of standard-sized parchment. Ohm, having often charged classmates for his writing services in elementary school, had developed a handwriting as neat as print. Despite his unfamiliarity with the quill and the unlined parchment, he managed to write each word with precision. The letters he penned always tilted playfully to the left, with ample space between them, enough for a winged creature to soar within. When the class bell rang, Ohm had barely written 5 inches, while Fiorina had already dried the ink on her paper, smugly elevating her delicate chin towards Ohm as she tucked her parchment into her book. Ohm rolled his eyes and gently dried his parchment, placing it atop his book to air out. Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature with pointed ears and a head of neatly parted black hair, sported an elegant handlebar mustache. He climbed onto a chair cushioned by 4 hefty tomes and, with a warm smile, began to take attendance. The young eagles, recently subjected to Snape's rigorous scrutiny, breathed a sigh of relief. This professor appeared far more amicable, truly befitting his role as the head of their house. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick distributed a feather to each student, initiating their instruction in the art of the levitation charm. "Observe the shape of my lips, children," he called out, his voice thin and high-pitched. "Wingardium Leviosa. Ensure that Leviosa is articulated clearly and resoundingly. Now, couple this with a subtle flick of the wrist, a swish and a flick to lift your quills and follow my lead." Swish and flick. Once Professor Flitwick confirmed that every student could pronounce the incantation correctly, avoiding the mispronunciation that might summon an irate buffalo. He instructed them to set down their quills and practice freely with their wands. Fiorella, a quick learner, waved her cherrywood wand and, after merely 2 or 3 attempts, successfully made her feather float gently into the air. Professor Flitwick was elated, bouncing on his chair as if he might topple off. "Look, here is a clever little witch who has grasped the technique. 5 points to Ravenclaw." "What? Oh, Merlin above. What do I see?" Ohm calmly wielded his metal wand, employing the art of silent casting to execute the levitation charm, a skill he had mastered with ease. A splendid silent charm. "Class, this technique is one that even many 5th-year students have not yet mastered. Well done, Mr. Messiah." 10 points to Ravenclaw. The other young eagles were eager to try their hand at silent casting, as it certainly appeared far more sophisticated than reciting the incantation aloud. Yet, no matter how intently the little ones tried, their faces flushed as if suffering from severe constipation. Whispering the spell under their breath, the feather remained immobile before them. After a stern rebuke from Professor Flitwick about attempting potion-making before mastering the fundamentals, they resigned themselves to enunciating the incantation loudly and practicing their wand movements. During the remainder of the class, Professor Flitwick curiously inquired about Alm's experiences. With his extensive teaching background and robust reservoir of magical energy, it was evident to him that Alm possessed a powerful and stable force within, one that the boy commanded with ease. Unlike the other young wizards, whose magical energies fluctuated wildly and required incantations to channel effectively, Alm exhibited a remarkable steadiness. Alm also raised some challenges he had encountered while practicing spells, and after Professor Flitwick's clear and insightful explanations, Alm felt a marked enhancement in his understanding of silent spellcasting. The more Professor Flitwick learned about Alm, the more he believed the boy to be a natural talent for dueling practice. As a former champion of the dueling tournament, he found himself, for the first time in over a decade, contemplating the prospect of nurturing the next champion. However, upon discovering that Alm's spell mentor was none other than Mr. Ollivander, Professor Flitwick jumped up in agitation. What does a wand seller know about spells? Alm, you must come to my office every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening. I need to enlighten you on the intricacies of incantations. But Professor, Alm cautiously interjected, I have astronomy class on Wednesday evenings. Then let it be Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I've been wondering why your spellcasting bore such a pronounced personal flair. It seems Mr. Ollivander has led you astray, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, gripping Alm's wrist tightly, his eyebrows arching in excitement. Did he instruct you to release your magical energy steadily and gently, avoiding haste and aggression? Oh dear, you, still a budding wizard, cannot possibly compare to that old man. That would be akin to pinching off the tender leaves of a sapling. You ought to be swift and vigorous. First, explore your limits, and only then should you learn to temper your power. That is the correct approach. You will practice with me, and I shall write a letter to Mr. Ollivander shortly. Until the class bell rang, Professor Flitwick continued to have Alm demonstrate his spells, offering suggestions for improvement and methods for refinement, oblivious to the fact that Fiolina had dozed off with her head resting on the desk. After bidding farewell to the cheerful Professor Flitwick, Alm and Fiolina descended to the dining hall for lunch. As a reward, Alm opened the letter he received, a piece of crispy fried pork crackling in hand. Dear Alm, with love, Sister Marika. Chapter 21. The Alchemical Initiation. Your smile could stretch from ear to ear. Who sent you a letter? Alm? Fiolina inquired, her mouth full of roasted beef, her words muffled. Alm turned away in mild disgust. Do swallow your food before speaking. You nearly sprayed it all over my robes. It's a letter from my mother, urging me to study diligently. How lovely. My mother has been gone for many years, Fiolina remarked, skewering a stack of Italian sausage slices with her fork and devouring them eagerly. Alm looked apologetically into Fiolina's olive green eyes. I'm sorry, Fef. I didn't mean to bring you sorrow. Huh? Not at all. Fiolina waved her hands dismissively. She is not dead. She merely divorced my father. Because my father shot her brother. What? Alm's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it's true. He sold harmful drugs to minors, so my father, wanting to protect me from his influence, personally blasted his skull open with a shotgun on Christmas Eve. Fiolina mimicked the action of loading a shotgun with her hands, adding sound effects. Boom. Wait, what? Alm was left speechless, as if struck by a thunderous explosion, his young heart profoundly shaken. The Finley family was indeed formidable. Alm, are you going to the library at noon? Hermione patted Alm on the shoulder. The Gryffindor long table was adjacent to Ravenclaw's, allowing her to find Alm with a mere turn. Absolutely, why not? I still have my potions assignment to finish. Alm nodded enthusiastically, glancing at Fiolina. FF. Would you like to join us? What about Harry and Ron? Are they coming? As OM casually stroked Fiorina's head while asking Hermione. He found the texture of her gray short fur truly delightful. He hoped her father wouldn't rush over and blow his head off because of this. Harry is joining us. As for Ron, he stated that he would rather leap into the Black Lake in the nude to swim with the giant squid than squander a lovely afternoon on reading. At the mention of Ron, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes, her expression one of palpable annoyance. Clearly, she viewed Ron's actions as a gross misallocation of his precious time on trivial pursuits. After satiating their appetites, OM and Harry were led by Hermione through the staircases and corridors toward the library. OM's gaze was captivated by the medieval armor adorning the walls, or more precisely, by the formidable weapons they wielded. Among them was a German two-handed great sword, towering to his height, featuring a massive crossguard with circular embellishments flanking its hilt. and a pair of smaller crescent blades along the sword's edge. The sword's robust and flowing lines deeply enchanted OM, who found himself enamored with its unique aesthetic from the very first glance. How exhilarating it would be to cast spells wielding such a weapon. OM couldn't help but envision the scene, where his metal wand would transform into something more formidable. Men ought to brandish great swords. It was evident that large, long, and rigid implements always captivated young men. The more he gazed, the slower his steps became, increasingly aware of its allure and longing to caress and wield it. It wasn't until Hermione impatiently urged him onward that he reluctantly continued his path. Harry, indifferent to cold weaponry, complained throughout their journey about Professor Binns' History of Magic class being exceedingly dull, to the point where he had blinked his eyes and the entire morning had passed him by. Indeed, little Beaver stood proudly, hands on hips, his nose nearly pointed to the heavens. Do you know him? Professor Binns is a ghost. It is said that one day, he went to class as usual, but forgot to bring his body, thus becoming a specter. I think that S remarkable, even in such a state. He still imparts knowledge to us. Shouldn't Professor Dumbledore still pay him? OM, still lost in thoughts of that magnificent great sword, absently remarked. Perhaps it's precisely because they don't have to pay him that he continues to teach history of magic? I doubt Professor Dumbledore is that miserly. Harry replied uncertainly, adjusting his glasses that had slid down to the tip of his nose, glancing at the book on OM's shoulder. Did you attend potions class today? I heard Ron's brother Percy say that Professor Snape is quite harsh and always favors Slytherin students, finding ways to deduct points from other houses. Is that true, OM? Recalling how Professor Snape had first extinguished a fire in potions class and then checked for any injuries, OM said, harshness is indeed a characteristic of his. His words can be rather unpleasant. However, I sense he is a strict yet responsible teacher, and he even awarded me points. How delightful. I was rather apprehensive about attending potions class, but your words have alleviated my concerns, Harry exclaimed joyfully, raising a hand to touch the scar on his forehead. It seemed that the pain he felt during the feast on the opening day was merely a figment of his imagination. Quiet down, we have arrived at the library. Percy admonished, for Madame Pants, the librarian, had little tolerance for noisy students. Hermione turned and shot a glare at the two boys before pushing open a heavy, towering oak door. Inside the vast chamber stood hundreds of colossal bookshelves, reaching up to the ceiling, with volumes so high that one could only retrieve them by climbing a sliding ladder. The room was adorned with numerous large tables, each embellished with exquisite silver candelabras. Several students occupied the tables, either engrossed in silent reading or diligently scribbling notes. A profound silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of turning pages and the soft scratch of quills against parchment. Harry, Hermione, and Ron instinctively slowed their breathing and footsteps, anxious not to disturb the serene atmosphere. Madame Pants resembled a malnourished vulture, with a long, curved neck and a beak-like nose, her waxy skin adding to her formidable presence. Seated behind a wooden counter, she lifted her gaze from a book bound in wood, casting a vigilant glance over the three newcomers. It was only after confirming that they bore no food or drink that she slowly lowered her head, her eyes still fixed on Harry and Hermione's bags. Feeling unnerved under her scrutiny, the trio hastily found a table far from the counter. Harry and Hermione set off in search of their desired books, while Ron continued to work on the assignment given by Professor Snape, following the classification signs along the side of the bookshelves deeper into the library. Ron halted before the restricted section, where a sign marked magical artifacts and alchemical swords adorned shelf. His gaze swiftly scanned the spines of the books until it settled on a hefty tome bound in red velvet, thicker than a brick. The spine was embossed in gilded cursive, The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy by Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 22. What boy wouldn't wish for a magical sword? Alchemy? Or perhaps The Beginner's Guide? This seemed perfectly suited for someone like me, who possesses no knowledge of alchemy. If I could master the art of transmuting base metals into gold, I would have an inexhaustible wealth. In that moment, Ron's thirst for knowledge ignited fervently. He reached for the book and eagerly opened it. A world of alchemy unfolded before his eyes, captivating him with every intricate symbol and design, every wondrous magical metal and flame, every complex alchemical diagram and formula. The book's introduction stated that the ultimate goal of alchemy transcended mere transformation of ordinary metals into gold. It aimed to break free from the confines of physical reality and seek out the crystallization of the spirit, known as the Philosopher's Stone or the Sorcerer's Stone. To date, only its author, Nicholas Flamel, had successfully created an imperfect Philosopher's Stone, yet it had granted him an extended lifespan. If the birth year of the author Nicholas Flamel is not erroneously stated in the book, Then OM was astonished to realize that this venerable figure must be at least 600 years old this year. Through the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel was able to extract the elixir of immortality, allowing him and his wife to live from the 14th century until the present year of 1991. What a formidable alchemical artifact this is. The mere existence of this elderly gentleman epitomizes the pinnacle of alchemical achievement in the contemporary world. Many of the runes introduced in this tome were familiar to OM, as he had previously encountered them on the wands crafted by Mr. Ollivander. He remembered each one distinctly. Though they were not entirely identical to those in the book, it seemed that Mr. Ollivander had made subtle adjustments to the runes based on the unique characteristics of each wand. The book also mentioned that over 1,000 years ago, one of the founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, employed a technique that harmonized magic with swordsmanship. In duels, he often wielded a wand in one hand and a sword in the other, casting spells for protection while advancing upon his foes to deliver a fatal blow with his blade. Gryffindor's sword, forged by goblins, was not only incredibly sharp, capable of easily cutting through protective enchantments, but it also had the remarkable ability to absorb any substance that could enhance it. Unfortunately, the sword has been lost to time, its whereabouts now entirely unknown. Intrigued, OM pondered the potential of forging a great sword using this goblin technique. Could it not grow stronger in battle? Yet he realized there were no immediate circumstances necessitating combat, and ultimately, it was the aesthetic appeal that mattered. Regrettably, the book offered scant details on goblin forging techniques, merely alluding to them in a few cursory phrases, which left OM restless with curiosity. He tucked the book and introduction to alchemy under his arm and searched the shelves, hoping to discover a volume dedicated to goblin forging. Alas, there was none. The most prevalent literature on goblins revolved around their orchestrations of rebellions against humanity, detailing their cruelty and greed, with nary a mention of their unique forging prowess. Conversely, OM found numerous tomes on wizardly forging, diligently noting their titles and shelf locations, intending to explore them after he completed an introduction to alchemy. He recalled Sister Marika's frequent admonitions against allowing a thirst for knowledge to devolve into insatiable greed. After all, one cannot digest too much at once. This wisdom he later imparted to Lakad, cautioning him not to stuff too much into his mouth at once. Undisturbed, OM perused an introduction to alchemy page by page. The ancient craft became comprehensible through the compiler's descriptions, with numerous specialized terms from ancient Hebrew annotated and explained in English. It was clear that Flamel's intention in writing this book was to facilitate the learning of alchemy for as many individuals as possible, even recommending a series of supplementary readings that would corroborate the knowledge contained within this work, each leaning towards their respective fields of expertise. OM meticulously transcribed the titles of the books concerning magical metallurgy mentioned in the text onto his parchment, planning to delve into them later. Whenever one immerses oneself in a particular endeavor, time seems to fly by. Had it not been for Harry's fortuitous glance at the clock on the wall, the trio would have surely been late for their afternoon class. OM had borrowed the fundamentals of alchemy from a library and, clutching it alongside his own textbooks, sprinted into the defense against the dark arts classroom just as the bell rang. Upon flinging open the door, he was assailed by a pungent aroma reminiscent of garlic, so intense that it felt almost tangible. Tears streamed from his eyes like a faucet unleashed, and his throat burned from inhaling the classroom's air. It was utterly absurd. This classroom could be likened to a vampire's torture chamber, as even an ordinary person would struggle to withstand such an overwhelmingly acrid scent. Mr. Messiah, delighted to see you. Please find a seat, Professor Quirrell said from the lectern, his head swathed in a large, thick maroon turban, which made his head appear disproportionately large. He seemed to revel in the odorous atmosphere, and OM could distinctly see a relaxed glint in the professor's eyes. Either this man was madly fond of garlic, or the stench masked some of his hidden secrets. However, OM's mind had been thoroughly baked by the garlic odor, leaving no room for contemplation. He hastily made his way to the back of the classroom, having spotted a person with their head wrapped in fabric beckoning him over. Upon approaching, OM recognized the figure as Fiorella, her robe draped over her face, with the sleeves tied atop her head in a grand bow. Even the small eagles and badgers nearby began imitating her, removing their robes and placing them over their heads, their eyes reddened and streaming from the garlic stench. OM sat beside her, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, barely managing to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the defense against the dark arts classroom. I suspect this is also a form of dark magic. OM muttered hoarsely to Fiorella, as long as my scent is sufficiently repugnant, no one will dare to harm me. Fiorella, wiping her tears and with reddened eyes, replied, we have to endure this for another hour and a half. After class, I shall write to my father. requesting he send 2 gas masks. Soon, it became evident that, in comparison to the dreadful stench of the classroom, Professor Quirrell's teaching prowess was even more lacking. He read directly from the textbook in a stammering, incoherent voice, which vexed Ohm immensely, especially after having refined his spellcasting habits under Professor Flitwick's guidance. It felt as though Professor Quirrell imparted nothing of value. Fiorella was in torment, oscillating between the drowsiness induced by the professor's sluggish and muddled speech and the harsh wakefulness forced upon her by the acrid garlic scent. The small eagles and badgers initially attempted to open the windows for respite, but after repeated unsuccessful attempts, they resigned themselves to the reality of being marinated in the odor. It was not until Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff inquired about the origin of Professor Quirrell's scarf that the little ones regained their vigor. Professor Quirrell stammered that it was a gift from an African prince, bestowed upon him in gratitude for his assistance in vanquishing a zombie. However, when the young wizards clamored for him to elaborate on the ordeal, he flushed crimson, faltering and evasive, and instead turned the conversation to the weather. In that moment, the classroom was infused with a buoyant atmosphere, as the little eagles and badgers teased, "Professor Quirrell, surely you have concocted a tale to deceive us young wizards?" Quirrell stammered defensively, reading about scholarly matters. How could that be considered deception? Could hardly believe that Professor Dumbledore would select such a simpleton to teach the defense against the dark arts. Was it because Quirrell could provide the kitchen with garlic that could last centuries? For the remainder of the lesson, focused on the book he had borrowed from the library, Introduction to Alchemy, alongside Fiorella. As soon as the bell rang, everyone rushed out of the classroom with great impatience. "Sniff, sniff, my clothes reek of garlic," Fiorella lamented, wrinkling her face as she inhaled the scent of her own robe. "I feel as though I shall never desire garlic again." Gasped heavily, as the outside air suddenly felt so sweet. "Shall we take a stroll outside the castle to air out this odor, and perhaps visit Hagrid?" Chapter 23. I challenge you to a duel. Why not? I feel as though we are 2 detonated tear gas canisters standing here. We should hasten outside. Fiorella smoothed out her crumpled robe and pushed towards the stairs. As they made their way down, classmates passing by covered their noses and fled in disarray. And Fiorella descended the winding staircase to the ground floor of the castle, lingering for a moment before the medieval armor at the entrance to the dining hall before stepping out through a side door onto a vast expanse of lawn. Not far away was the greenhouse for herbology, along with a sizable vegetable patch enclosed by a wooden fence where a young witch from China, Autumn Jean, was harvesting chives with a sickle and basket, mumbling to herself, "Finally, I can make dumplings. Perhaps I should gather some for an egg pancake as well." She was a second-year student from Ravenclaw, known for her beauty, gentle disposition, and culinary skills, often utilizing the school's kitchen to prepare Chinese dishes for her classmates. To satiate her Chinese palate in this country, where culinary options were exceedingly meager, she even bartered her perfect score in herbology with Professor Sprout for a small plot of fertile land to cultivate spices. Further afield lay an endless expanse of forest, where sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense layers of leaves, casting the woods in perpetual shadow, occasionally revealing glimmers of eyes filled with greed and hunger peering through the dark crevices of the trunks. That was the Forbidden Forest, home to countless magical creatures, rendering the area perilous for young wizards, and thus deemed off-limits by Professor Dumbledore. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest stood a low and broad house, its walls constructed from rough-hewn stones. The glass in the wooden windows was coated in dust, and a conical roof, fashioned from coarse thatch, was propped by a slanted red brick chimney. Leaning against the door was a massive stone crossbow and a pair of rubber galoshes. This rustic abode, akin to Hagrid himself, served as the residence of the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Ollivander approached the grand wooden door and rapped on it with his knuckles, prompting a cacophony of fierce barking from within, quickly followed by Hagrid's gruff voice. "Go away. Back off, Fong." The door swung open to reveal Hagrid's bushy visage, which first scanned the surroundings before he bent down, exclaiming, "Oh, Ollivander, what brings you here?" "I came to see you, Hagrid, and to take a stroll around Hogwarts. This castle is truly immense." Ollivander stepped aside to allow a girl behind him to enter, adding, "I haven't introduced you yet. This is Fiorina Finray, a dear friend of mine." "Hello, Hagrid," Fiorina chirped, her olive-green eyes sparkling with curiosity about the giant. "Hello, Fiorina. I'm delighted you both could visit. Come in, come in." Hagrid beckoned, opening the door wider and turning to fetch a kettle of boiling water from the hearth. "Don't worry about Fong. He's much less intimidating than he appears." Fong, as Hagrid referred to him, was a large black hound with long, sleek fur, wide ears, and a perpetually woeful expression. However, his demeanor was clearly more amiable than his countenance suggested. The moment Ollivander stepped inside, Fong stood on his hind legs, resting his front paws on Ollivander's shoulders. Eager to lick his ear with a damp tongue, Ollivander recoiled in fright, pondering the myriad of germs such an encounter could entail. Hagrid chuckled, reaching for Fong's collar and effortlessly lifting him into a large basket lined with floral cushions. That Professor Quirrell just reads from the textbook. I could do that too. I really don't understand how he became a professor, Fiorina remarked, surveying the peculiarities of Hagrid's dwelling. Everything within was remarkably oversized, stools that could serve as tables. A table reminiscent of a pavilion, a sofa the size of a bed, and a bed that resembled a boat. Ollivander's mind struggled to comprehend whether the world had expanded or if he had shrunk. From the beams hung cured meats and hams, along with various unidentified animal pelts. One shimmering silver tuft casually draped over a hook. Hearing their conversation, Hagrid clicked his tongue in discontent and placed a platter of rock cakes on the table. He looked at Ollivander and Fiorina, who had climbed onto the stools, and said, I used to have some respect for Quirrell, but after hearing you speak, he seems to be nothing more than a complete fool. It appears that the Romanian vampires and old witches have truly muddled his mind. Yet, since Professor Dumbledore appointed him to fill the vacancy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, perhaps he has his own reasons. Vacancy? Hagrid. What happened to the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Ollivander frowned, sensing something amiss about Quirrell's appointment. That's quite normal, Ollivander. Hagrid poured a robust brew of black tea into the cup, reflecting on his 50 years at Hogwarts. It was uncertain when it began, but no Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had ever managed to complete a full year of teaching without encountering some misfortune that forced them to vacate their position. Thus, Azum took a bite of the rock cake, only to find it unyielding. He let it steep in the tea. This year, Quirrell had assumed the role of Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, hadn't he? Ah, indeed. Previously, he taught Muggle studies, speaking fluently then, without the scarf that now enveloped his head. Hagrid, cradling his large teapot, sat on the sofa, directly gulping the tea. Fiorina retrieved the softened rock cake from S cup, delighting in her snack, and remarked, I suspect he never removes that scarf. The odor emanating from it is positively foul. My uncle, deceased for 3 days, did not smell so rank. The mere thought of wearing a scarf that had not been washed in over a year, reeking of decay, sent shivers down S spine, causing goosebumps to rise and his stomach to churn. Hastily, he covered Fiorina's mouth, exclaiming, Enough, that paints quite the vivid picture. The two playfully finished their tea, while Hagrid sat on the sofa, mending his socks with a thick bone needle. Fiorina pulled out her pink pistol, placing it on the table with a challenge in her eyes. I hear you have an excellent memory. Care to compete with me? It's just average, really. I merely recall things a tad quicker than most. What do you wish to challenge me on? Nodded, confident in his memory, if not quite photographic, at least possessing a remarkable retention. Fiorina slammed her gun onto the table. I want to compete with you on assembling guns. Chapter 24. Fiorina, stop. Outside, it's all Is that a Muggle weapon? Hagrid inquired, his beetle-like eyes curiously observing the pink firearm in the young witch's hands. Indeed, Fiorina replied, disassembling the gun with practiced ease. This is a Beretta 92F semi-automatic pistol, a gift from my father for my 11th birthday. I have named it Pink Fluffy Bunny. For the first time, clearly noticed the cartoonish rabbit engraved on the grip, its hue matching the pink of the gun itself. He could not help but admire Fiorina's creativity in naming, as he pondered that he would rather be defeated by the likes of Voldemort than be slain by a pink fluffy bunny. At his funeral, the priest would solemnly proclaim, Let us mourn who bravely faced the ferocious onslaught of the pink fluffy bunny. May we remember him fondly, wishing heaven devoid of such creatures. In that moment, would have longed to kick open the coffin and drag the priest along with him. What can such a little thing do? Hagrid scoffed at Muggle contraptions, especially one so diminutive that even a young girl could wield it. You'll see shortly, Fiorina replied. I'll only assemble it once, so pay attention. She arranged the components on the table, set aside her mechanical watch, and mischievously flexed her pale fingers. All right, let us begin. Nodded, his gaze fixated on Fiorina's hands, determined to miss not a single movement. After all, what young boy could resist the allure of a pink handgun? Fiorina pressed the timer button, one hand swiftly grasping the gun's frame, inserting the barrel, and promptly securing the spring. Finally, she positioned the grip forward, and with a satisfying click, the slide reset, completing the assembly in just over 10 seconds. A truly remarkable display. Fiorina. Hagrid was never one to withhold encouragement from the young wizard, even if he deemed the contraption rather trivial. Nonetheless, he was more than happy to applaud Fiorina's clearly rehearsed performance. With a proud smile, Fiorina stood atop her chair and bowed to Hagrid before disassembling the handgun and presenting the pieces to Ohm. It's your turn, Ohm. The loser must prepare breakfast for the winner for a month. You're to try to avoid getting out of bed by challenging me, aren't you? Ohm retorted, his hands already hovering over the parts, ready to play for higher stakes. Not only breakfast, but also assistance with homework. Do you truly think you can trick me with such juvenile tactics? Ohm, you are indeed too naive. As Fiolina spoke, distracting Ohm, she suddenly pressed the timer button. I hope you remember something over the next month. Ohm smirked as he slid his wand from his sleeve. Just as Fiolina's expression shifted dramatically, he pointed at the scattered components on the table. After all, we are wizards, restored to its former glory. All the pieces abruptly converged, assembling into a pink, fluffy rabbit in the blink of an eye, far quicker than Fiolina's own assembly. Excellent. Now that's the way of us wizards. Hagrid cheered, setting down his unfinished sock to applaud vigorously. Fiolina pouted, bursting into tears. You're being unfair. Bad Ohm. All right. Fiolina immediately ceased her faux sobbing and responded loudly, her eyes betraying no tears. Ohm swiftly disassembled the M9 handgun, each movement a perfect replication of Fiolina's earlier disassembly. He had memorized the sequence. Unaware, Fiolina gleefully pressed the timer button. Begin. Ohm's expression sharpened as he executed the motions with such fluidity that each part seemed to leap into its rightful place, as if this routine had been etched into his very DNA after countless rehearsals. Gently tossing the handgun, Ohm caught it, presenting the grip to the astonished Fiolina, and said with a smile, I wouldn't expect you to bring me breakfast anymore. Just fetch me a couple of books on firearms. I find their simple yet intricate design quite fascinating. No problem. Is there anything in the world that can stump you, Ohm? Fiolina asked, cradling the pink, fluffy rabbit. Ohm's smile faltered. He replied solemnly, there are still some things, like how I cannot conjure food from thin air, as it contradicts the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. On that day, Ohm eagerly opened his textbook on transfiguration, staring at the stark black letters on white pages that proclaimed the impossibility of conjuring food from thin air. It could only relocate or multiply existing food. In that moment, he heard the sound of his dreams shattering. Snap! It was gone. No worries, Ohm. You are the most remarkable little wizard I have ever encountered, Hagrid said as he rose, donned his cotton gloves, and retrieved a baking tray from the oven, placing a steaming, hissing cupcake, sizable enough to resemble a human head, before Ohm on the table. The giant patted Ohm's shoulder, nearly toppling him over, and chuckled. If you find yourself hungry, just come knock on my door. But do remember, Ohm, not to disdain my hearty appetite. Ohm gingerly touched the largest cupcake he had ever seen. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it a barrel cake, only to recoil from its heat, instinctively pinching his earlobe. It turned out that even wizards could not touch freshly baked food without consequence. By the way, FF, what made you suddenly wish to compete with me in this endeavor? Ohm inquired, cooling his cheek with a finger. Fiorina beckoned with a finger, linear wand. Ohm, perplexed, nevertheless slid his wand from his sleeve, presenting the sleek, black, metal rod adorned with feather engravings. Fiorina accepted the wand and disassembled the barrel of her pink, fuzzy rabbit, placing it alongside the wand. She gazed into Ohm's dark eyes and asked, Doesn't it look remarkably similar? Your wand is almost identical to the barrel. The only difference lies in one casting spells and the other firing bullets. Ohm, can you tell me how many spells you can release in a second? Ohm pondered, scratching his chin, and replied, If we're speaking of simple levitation spells, I could release 4 or even more in a second. However, for a powerful spell like the explosive blast, I can barely manage 1 every 2 seconds. If I attempted to cast them in rapid succession, it would quickly deplete my stamina and magical energy. FF, do you mean to combine the wand with a handgun? Bingo. It's a relief to converse with someone so astute, Fiorina exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Just imagine, if another terrorist of that enigmatic caliber were to emerge in the magical realm, who wouldn't wish for a spell-launching device with an extraordinarily rapid firing rate? Wouldn't that fill our pockets with an endless stream of galleons? Ohm's eyes transformed into the shape of galleons as he eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, And we could also produce a version suitable for ordinary people, allowing the whole world to buy our powerful magical weaponry. We could earn money from across the globe. Indeed, your ambition to devour the world is quite formidable. Fiorina chuckled, inadvertently slipping into a villainous laugh. I must say, FF, it truly astonishes me that you could conceive such an excellent idea. Ohm countered with glee, his eyes radiating a cerulean light, his long black hair swirling without wind. A smile of delight creeping onto his face. Little coins are beckoning to me. Chapter 25. The Mundane Life at Hogwarts. Of course, I am none other than Fiorella Fenray, the sole heiress of Belfinray, the largest arms dealer in all of Britain. Fiorella beamed with pride. Hagrid, utterly bewildered, gazed at the two, laughing raucously, arms draped over each other, and scratched his disheveled hair in confusion, unable to fathom why they were laughing as if possessed by dark sorcery. OM expressed his desire to fire a couple of shots to gauge the feel of the weapon. Upon receiving Fiorella's ascent, he procured a plethora of whiskey bottles, now emptied by his indulgence. He approached Hagrid's pumpkin patch, placing the bottles upon the wooden fence, retreating 5 or 6 steps, and taking the pink fluffy rabbit from Fiorella. "Kids, be careful with my pumpkins," Hagrid called out from the doorway, his brow furrowed with concern as he watched OM adjusting his grip on the gun under Fiorella's guidance. "Fear not, Hagrid, I'm using rubber bullets. Even if I hit a person, it will only sting for a moment," Fiorella boldly remarked. OM nodded at Hagrid, signaling his understanding, then extended his arms, leaning slightly forward, tightening his abdomen, and spreading his feet, peering through the rabbit's sight to align the aim with the target. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, shattering the whiskey bottles with precision. OM's sturdy physique and swift reflexes allowed him to masterfully control the firearm. Though his shooting stance was somewhat stiff and unnatural, his accuracy was remarkable. This was his inaugural experience firing a handgun, and the sensation was entirely distinct from wielding a wand. In contrast to the wand, which relies heavily on the user's control, the handgun, equipped with a sophisticated aiming system, proved far more accurate and convenient for distant targets. Even without prior experience, he was able to strike within a close margin. As for spells, setting aside the fact that they travel significantly slower than bullets, the rapid decay of magic means that, even at a distance of 20 meters, a hit would merely cause a minor stumble rather than any substantial impact, thus diminishing their lethality over distance considerably. OM felt exhilarated, as if he glimpsed the true future of the metallic wand. It should not be confined to the shape of a stick, but could be constructed with multiple components to facilitate spellcasting, much like a handgun. Aside from the defense against the dark arts class, he discovered that each professor within the castle possessed their unique expertise, eagerly awaiting the young wizards to delve into their studies. OM understood precisely how to win the favor of such a stern teacher, by imposing stricter demands upon himself. In every lesson, he flawlessly completed the tasks assigned by Professor McGonagall. When tasked with transforming a match into a needle, he transmuted it into an exquisitely engraved golden needle. When instructed to turn yarn into pasta, he conjured a steaming plate of aromatic spaghetti, as if freshly cooked. With his remarkable skill in transfiguration, the diligent, sensible, and talented OM swiftly became Professor McGonagall's favorite student, earning over 10 points for Ravenclaw in each transfiguration class, and he was even exempted from the homework assignments. Professor Snape held a profound admiration for OM's meticulous approach to potion making, as each concoction he prepared was nearly flawless in replicating the effects documented in textbooks. Although OM's long black hair was far more pristine and orderly than his own, Snape could still discern a reflection of himself within the student. Nevertheless, the professor disapproved of OM's overly cautious style of potion preparation. In his view, while caution was essential in brewing, it was equally important to embrace a certain degree of risk. "Messiah, you're well aware that adding more crushed dried mint leaves would yield superior results. Why then, do you proceed with the timidity of a miserly Siberian squirrel?" Snape inquired, his large hooked nose sniffing the nasal decongestant potion OM had concocted, his expression stern amidst the silence of the classroom. "But, Professor," OM replied, raising his hands in exasperation, "the ingredients I purchased are only sufficient to last until the end of the term. I do not wish to find myself lacking during the final examinations." Snape cast him a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, "Fetch from my storeroom," before turning back to oversee the cauldrons of other students. Fiorina teased OM, calling him a fastidious little princess, only to be met with a frustrated finger jab from OM that brought tears to her eyes. "If it were merely ordinary soil, I could tolerate it," OM remarked, observing Fiorina as she deftly encased mandrake seeds in fertilizer, molding them into balls to ensure they absorbed ample nutrients. "But the fertilizer we use is derived from dragon dung." Mr. Ollivander, upon receiving a letter from Professor Flitwick, readily consented to OM's training in dueling techniques under Flitwick's guidance, while still hoping that OM would utilize his holiday to experiment with metal wands in the shop. Professor Flitwick's training regimen was exceedingly rigorous. Beneath his amiable and cultured exterior lay a heart that relished in explosive challenges. From the outset, he instructed OM to set aside silent incantations and wandless magic, urging him to unleash his full power upon a life-size target crafted from bronze alloy. "Blast bomb impact," OM bellowed hoarsely as he sprinted rapidly from side to side, launching energy orbs from the tip of his wand, sending the target soaring and distorting mid-air from the barrage of luminous projectiles. Not fast enough, Ohm. Maintain your speed. Your opponent will not foolishly remain stationary. Focus on your aim. If you can strike the chest, do not aim for the head first. Your magical output has yet to reach its peak. Restore to its original state. Flitwick encouraged loudly from atop a chair propped with books, simultaneously mending the shattered target. I am limitless. Blast bomb impact. Ohm pounded his aching thighs, utilizing the pain to ignite the remnants of his stamina, his eyes shimmering with azure energy as his lean, agile form maneuvered through the office like a cheetah. Chapter 26. The Art of Dueling with Sword and Wand. The cacophony of explosions emanating from the office naturally piqued the curiosity of young wizards, who peered inquisitively through the doorway at the ongoing intensive training, chattering amongst themselves. Everyone is aware that this year, Gryffindor has welcomed a prodigious miss, and it is well known that Ravenclaw boasts an exceedingly capable gentleman, who not only manages to extract points from Snape, but also persuades the strictest witch in all of Britain, Professor McGonagall, to excuse him from his transfiguration assignments. How could this not pique the curiosity of other young wizards regarding Ohm? When they witnessed Ohm shatter the seemingly indestructible alloy of mountain copper, they realized that perhaps, in this world, there truly exists an omnipotent genius, particularly for Harry, who had previously come to observe, seeing Ohm, another orphan like himself. Enduring such rigorous training filled him with shame for his own laziness. He silently resolved to study diligently, refusing to squander his days like Ron, who seemed perpetually engaged in wizard's chess or playing gobstones. He yearned for others to remember him as Harry Potter, rather than merely the scarred savior. Hermione was elated to have gained 3 study companions, yet she resolutely declared that she would never relinquish her position as the top student to anyone else. Now, she found herself engrossed in her books during every moment. While walking, eating, and attending defense against the dark arts class, her fervor for learning bordering on obsession. At 8:30 in the evening, Ohm concluded his dueling practice, collapsing wearily into a chair, drenched in sweat. The depletion of his magical energy and physical stamina rendered his fingers nearly incapable of grasping his wand. Bare-chested, he drank deeply from a water jug, wiping the perspiration from his brow, his robes and shirt having long been discarded in a heap nearby. Since Ohm had received ample nourishment at Hogwarts, his cheeks had begun to fill out, and his bare torso increasingly displayed a robust physique. Professor Flitwick looked upon Ohm with satisfaction, waving his wand to summon a few delectable pineapple cakes that danced joyfully from his desk drawer, hopping eagerly before Ohm, vying for his attention. Do indulge, Ohm, Professor Flitwick kindly urged. Your magical output has seen yet another remarkable improvement today. What could be more splendid than this? Merlin be praised. Perhaps I shall truly witness my student lifting the trophy for the dueling championship. Oh, without your guidance, my progress in magic would not have been so profound. Ohm humbly replied, pushing back the dark hair that clung to his forehead as he devoured the pineapple bread with gusto, his hunger overwhelming him. After satisfying his appetite, Ohm posed a question that had long been festering in his mind. Professor Flitwick, why has the sword-wand dueling technique of Godric Gryffindor become lost to time? Wouldn't it be prudent for an assistant to prepare a sword or shield to prevent oneself from being utterly defenseless when one's wand is lost? He inquired while dressing. Quite simply, Ohm, Professor Flitwick began. Firstly, not everyone possesses the formidable physique and exceptional swordsmanship of Gryffindor. Secondly, not all are as affluent as Gryffindor, capable of acquiring a sword forged by fairies. And thirdly, and perhaps most crucially, in Gryffindor's era, spells were often quite lengthy, which afforded the sword-wielding Gryffindor the opportunity to engage in close combat. In contrast, modern spells tend to be brief and swift, although their potency may not rival that of the ancient incantations requiring extensive chanting. They fundamentally eliminate the possibility of close-quarters confrontation. Professor Flitwick recounted. As a former dueling champion, he had delved into these ancient techniques and had once attempted, much like Gryffindor, to wield a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, using his small and agile frame to vanquish numerous opponents. Now, with age upon him, although his magical prowess had advanced, his physical strength had significantly waned. The once formidable Flitwick had transformed into a kindly old professor. Ohm nodded thoughtfully. For others, executing a close-range attack against another wizard might indeed be a daunting task, but his innate magical abilities were formidable, capable of easily deflecting spells and even drawing his opponent closer. If I cannot approach you, then you shall come to me. This is what one might call reverse thinking. However, one must consider that the individual being drawn closer would likely resist vehemently. Thus, for self-protection, it would be prudent to don a sufficiently robust suit of armor. In a moment, Ohm envisioned himself clad in heavy, full-coverage plate armor, wielding a magical firearm crafted by Fiorella in his left hand and a massive two-handed sword in his right, charging forth like a steel war chariot against the wizard opponent in his mind's eye, garbed in a simple robe. How splendid this would be! Ohm promptly shared his concept with Professor Flitwick, eliciting hearty laughter from the diminutive wizard. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick encouraged Ohm to pursue the realization of his armored wizard vision, believing that having one's own ideas is a commendable endeavor. If students merely adhered to their instructor's methodologies, they would never discover their unique insights. He even wrote Ohm a note, granting special permission to select a suit of armor from the castle for his research. The following morning, the populace discovered that one of the knight armors stationed at the entrance of the dining hall had vanished, never to be seen again. Subsequently, Ohm had yet another undertaking. Every day after classes, he would shoulder a Germanic two-handed sword taller than himself and sprint to Hagrid's hut to practice his swordsmanship. Fortunately, the library's collection was sufficiently vast, allowing Ohm to effortlessly locate an illustrated guide for two-handed sword training. He dedicated half an hour to memorizing this tome, which, aside from students opting for Muggle studies in their newts, few others would bother to peruse. On a Friday, at the end of September, after concluding his morning transfiguration class, a ravenous Ohm and Fiorella hurried into the dining hall, taking their seats on a long bench, eagerly awaiting a meal. It was a form of magical script that the ancient Norse would often inscribe upon their weapons or garments to invoke various wondrous effects. In modern times, the arrangement of runes can yield results akin to incantations. Fiorina believed that the future of magical firearms lay in these runes. Thus, she had been diligently poring over modern rune annotations and the 400 rune combinations essential for OWLs in recent days. Ohm's alchemical dreams were momentarily halted, as the materials required to set up a basic alchemical array in Introduction to Alchemy were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. Consequently, he turned his focus to the study of runes, aspiring to engrave a set of enduring protective runes on his great sword and armor. Just as the two immersed themselves in their studies, Harry, with a face marked by anger and indignation, and Hermione, wearing an expression of bewilderment, entered the room. Chapter 27. When Problems Cannot Be Resolved. Snape! Harry exclaimed vehemently, slamming his book onto the table before plopping down beside Ohm. He absolutely despises me. That old bat. How could that be? As a professor, why would he harbor any animosity towards you for no reason? Hermione asked, as she settled beside Harry, gently patting his back. Calm down. Have a slice of your favorite fruit pie. What happened? What is going on? Ohm inquired, puzzled by Harry's sullen demeanor. As he began to gather the scattered books, Harry was so incensed that he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Hermione quickly patted Harry on the back. Turning to Ohm, she said, Professor Snape remarked that Harry is just as arrogant as his father. He may insult me, but he cannot defame my parents. Harry roared, drawing the attention of young wizards across the dining hall. Ohm contemplated for a moment, then rose to pour a glass of orange juice for Harry. Watching as he drank it, he fully understood Harry's fury. Since entering the magical realm, Ohm had often heard others speak of Harry's parents as great wizards, which had led Harry to cultivate an image of his parents as flawless beings amidst the accolades. This was quite natural, for Ohm also viewed Sister Marika as the finest mother in the world, and he would not tolerate anyone disparaging her. Even in the orphanage, in Yuno's memory of his parents who perished in a robbery, they remained a positive image, drawing fire for him rather than being depicted as despicable cowards who abandoned their child to save themselves. Was this a good thing? Indeed. It aids orphans in growing up with a genuine sense of love in their hearts, rather than becoming emotionally void, flawed beings. However, it also rendered Harry particularly susceptible to losing his composure when confronted with any shortcomings of his parents, leading him to succumb to unwarranted rage and overlook the underlying reasons. Ohm lowered his head slightly in contemplation. Why would Snape describe Harry's father as arrogant? Did an irreconcilable conflict exist between them, extending animosity to the next generation? As if to emphasize this, Professor Snape's gaze bore down on Harry like that of Cobra. Vividly recalled the moment he had overheard Mr. Ollivander remarking on Harry's resemblance to James, while noting that his eyes mirrored those of Lily. As the connections intertwined in his mind, a thunderous realization struck Could it be that Professor Snape? Harry, I may have unearthed the reason for Professor Snape's unkindness towards you. Fixed a serious gaze upon Harry's emerald eyes. Can't you see, You truly are a master of emotions, teased Fiorina, as she heartily devoured a freshly baked potato and beef pie. Let's not digress, Lena. Please enlighten me, Harry implored, his face alight with eagerness and longing as he gazed at his friend. He was desperate to comprehend why his illustrious father had only received Snape's scornful evaluation. However, what I am about to disclose may not be respectful towards you, your parents, or Professor Snape. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Raised a hand, signaling Harry to remain calm as he cautioned. Harry, with a serious demeanor, asserted, you are one of the most astute wizards I have ever encountered, so I choose to trust you. I must hear it. Fiorina nodded vigorously, munching on watermelon as she chimed in, Yes, do share. We are all keen to unravel this tale of love and enmity. Cleared his throat and beckoned them to lean closer, lowering his voice as he spoke. Is it conceivable? Is there a possibility that initially Snape and Lily shared mutual affection, but later James also fell for Lily, ultimately winning her heart? Following this event, Snape harbored resentment towards James, which explains his disdain for Harry, who bears such a striking resemblance to him. What? How could that be so coincidental? Do you think this is some soap opera? Hermione's expression was one of incredulity, as if to say, Are you joking with me? Meanwhile, Harry, enveloped in anger, fell silent. His eyes widened slightly, his complexion pale, as he bit down on his fingers, an expression of terror and astonishment gradually emerging in his gaze. It seemed that Snape's demeanor only transformed to tranquility when he beheld his own reflection. Otherwise, it was marred by contempt. Could it be that his father was indeed the villain who stole love? Observing the turmoil and doubt on Harry's face, gently patted his shoulder, saying, I merely spoke in jest. Consider it a story and do not take it to heart. No, I must uncover the truth. Harry insisted stubbornly, his gaze shifting as he suddenly slapped his thigh and retrieved a crumpled note from his pocket. The note bore hasty handwriting. Dear Harry, Hagrid. Hagrid! Harry exclaimed with delight, presenting the note to and the others. He knew my parents. He must have some insight. Why complicate matters so? Fiorina said, exasperated as she raked her fingers through her hair and slammed her palm on the table. Are you not focused on resolving Snape's insult toward your father? Harry paused, taken aback. Right. Do you have any clever solutions? Raised his eyebrows, surprised that the usually carefree Fiorina had the insight to address the intricate emotional dilemmas of the older generation. Oh, do not interrupt, Fiorina exclaimed, covering Alm's mouth with her hand. She turned back to Harry, asking, Are you currently troubled because you cannot resolve the issue? Yes, Harry nodded vigorously. Then it is quite simple. Fiorina clapped her hands and lifted her robe, rummaging for something. Alm exchanged a wary glance with Hermione, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The last time Fiorina had pulled something out, it had been, since we cannot solve the problem, let's eliminate the one who creates it. Clang, clang, clang. A Smith & Wesson M1917 revolver was thumped down before Harry. Where on earth did you acquire this new firearm? Alm was utterly astounded. He should have known better than to harbor any expectations of this young witch from a family of arms dealers. I never claimed I only brought a pink fluffy rabbit. Look, Harry, if you just shoot Snape, all your problems will vanish. Fiorina beamed sweetly at Harry, promoting her idea. Whoever uses it will know. A single shot, and all worries will dissipate. Why not hurry and purchase one, dear? As the four of them finished lunch and made their way towards Hagrid's hut, Fiorina still cradled her swollen forehead with both hands, casting a mournful glance at Alm's profile as she muttered, If they won't let me sell it, then so be it. Why must they keep bothering me? Chapter 28. Then let us address the one who causes the problems. Alm knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut, but unlike last time, there was no barking from within. He stood outside, hands clasped behind his back, waiting for a while, yet Hagrid did not come to open the door. It seemed Hagrid was not home. Alm turned to survey the area, noting that the crossbow, which usually leaned against the wall, was missing, and no smoke billowed from the chimney. Clearly, Hagrid had departed, the reason for which remained a mystery. Hermione, engrossed in her book, casually remarked, Could it be that we arrived too early? How could this be? Harry exclaimed, distressed, as he tugged at his hair and kicked a pebble across the ground. I have said it before. The best solution is to address the one who creates the problems. Look, M1917. Hey, stop that. Must I remain silent? Seeing Alm lift his hand, Fiorina swiftly darted behind Hermione, peeking over the little beaver's shoulder to make a face at Alm. Alm rolled his eyes at her and said to Harry, Let us wait here for a bit. Since Hagrid wrote you a letter, he surely will not break his promise. With no other option, Harry nodded resignedly. Fiorina and Hermione found a leafy maple tree, sitting side by side in its shade. Hermione read her spellbook while gesturing with her wand. Fiorina stared at the rune combinations, murmuring softly to herself, her fingers unconsciously tugging at her hair. Alm picked up a large leather bundle leaning against Hagrid's wall, the hide originating from a deceased knight's steed. After Hagrid discovered the body, he had skinned it and untied the knotted rope, revealing within a glistening, cold giant sword. As he unfastened his robe and hung it on a tree, Ohm began to flex his wrists, ankles, and shoulders, shouldering a colossal sword that towered over him. He turned to the astonished Harry and remarked, "Step back a bit. I wouldn't want to accidentally strike you." Harry took 2 steps back, prompting Ohm to chuckle. Further still, this weapon has quite a wide arc when swung. Once Harry had retreated 5 or 6 paces, Ohm nodded, positioning his right hand beneath the sword's crossguard and his left hand above the pommel. Pushing the massive blade away from his body and aligning it with the center, its tip angled skyward. His feet were set shoulder-width apart, both front and back, with full contact on the ground. The toe of his left foot pointed forward while his right foot angled out to the right at a 45-degree angle. This was the fundamental stance for swordplay. Each time Ohm assumed this posture, he felt an immediate surge of stability, and the spread of his legs facilitated swift movements in any direction without the fear of tripping over himself. He regulated his breathing and gradually lifted the 18-pound sword, executing a slow, vertical downward strike, as described in his texts. This motion enhanced the connection between his dominant and non-dominant hands, so Ohm diligently practiced 60 slow, even vertical slashes. Following this, he performed 60 V-shaped cuts, which differed from the vertical strikes in that they emphasized the rotation of the swordsman's thoracic spine, augmenting the power of the cuts. He raised the colossal sword to the side of his ear, brought it down to his abdomen, then lifted it to the other ear and repeated the action. Next came 60 X-shaped strikes, where he angled the blade from the upper right to the lower left, executing a vertical lift before pausing beside his left ear, then cutting from the upper left to the lower right, repeating the previous motions. As he concluded these warm-up exercises, a sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead. He leaned the sword against his chest, flexing his slightly fatigued wrists before returning to the wide stance. Harry watched in confusion, pondering the value of this seemingly mundane routine reminiscent of elderly exercise. But in the next moment, Ohm swung the massive sword. The 9-meter blade traced arcs beside him, striking downward or slicing upward, even lifting overhead like the blades of a helicopter, launching relentless attacks from both sides. Coupled with Ohm's solid footing, he deftly maneuvered forward and backward, even pivoting to strike at targets behind him with ease. The broad, heavy blade sliced through the air with a deep, resonant whoosh, reflecting a cold sheen in the afternoon sunlight, enveloping Ohm as if he were shrouded in a metallic aura, rendering even the drifting leaves incapable of breaching the glinting silver barrier. Ohm frowned slightly. This speed still fell short of his expectations, achieving only 2 effective strikes per second, leaving considerable openings. However, given his current physical condition, this was his limit. Even if he disregarded the risk of injury to accelerate further, it would only marginally increase his sword speed by 3 to 5%. The pursuit of gain may often lead to loss, and one risks the ire of Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing. Ultimately, these flaws stem from one's own inadequacies, a frail body, and insufficient strength. Oh, how I long to grow up swiftly. As Ohm reflected on his technical skills, Harry stood in stunned silence, never having imagined that the techniques of wielding a great sword could possess such power and beauty, like a butterfly forged from steel, concealing a tempest of destruction within its graceful flutter. Even Hermione, who was typically absorbed in her books, found herself inadvertently captivated by Ohm's training, her gaze revealing a flicker of interest. Only Fiorella covered her ears with her hands, shutting out the heavy sound of the sword slicing through the air, muttering a curse about brutish weaponry, and returned to her reading. "Ah, you have arrived, children." A towering figure emerged from the dimness of the forbidden forest. Upon seeing the young wizards outside his hut, his previously somber expression brightened. It was Hagrid, clad in his moleskin coat, cradling his enormous crossbow, its sleeves speckled with glistening silver liquid. His bear-like black dog, Fong, trotted alongside him. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Ohm sheathed his sword, resting it against his chest, and deftly grasped the weighted ball beneath the guard. He keenly sensed a hint of concern in Hagrid's eyes, and inquired, "What troubles you? Has something occurred in the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed, Ohm, you clever lad." Hagrid sighed. "Something has attacked a unicorn, nearly killing one of them. Fortunately, they possess formidable magic, and I arrived just in time. Poor Hannah will likely bear that dreadful scar for life. How are you, Harry?" "Not too well, I fear, Hagrid." Harry looked up at the giant who had introduced him to the magical world. "I have something to ask you." Chapter 29, A Magnificent Duel with the Ancestors. "Come inside. Let me fetch you some drinks." Hagrid set the crossbow aside and opened the door to his small hut, where Harry, Hermione and Fiorella entered. Aren't you coming to listen? Hermione turned back to glance at the young man, still wielding the great sword. Fiorella tugged at Hermione's hand, saying, "This fellow won't disrupt his training out of curiosity. We can speak with him after we've heard what Hagrid has to say." In the midst of his swordplay, nodded to them, showing no intent to stop. Mastery of swordsmanship cannot be achieved in a day. Only through relentless training of one's body can one truly synchronize with their weapon, wielding it as an extension of oneself. Moreover, in Ohm's vision, he aspired to wield the great sword while simultaneously reciting incantations, a feat requiring a harmonious blend of physical strength, mental acuity, and magical prowess, a realm he knew he had yet to attain. Therefore, he resolved not to pause. Within the hut, Hagrid retrieved 3 bottles of butterbeer from the cupboard, prying off the caps with his thumb and handing them to the young wizards. He then produced a stack of rock cakes and set a piece of cured meat on the table. Fong, panting, stood up, eager to lick Hermione's face. "Oh dear, ha! Good boy, Fong." Hermione joyfully caressed the sleek, glistening back of the furry creature, reveling in her fondness for such adorable animals. Harry took a sip of butterbeer, savoring the delightful blend of creamy sweetness and the spicy essence of ginger that filled his mouth. He found it sweet, yet not cloying, instantly falling in love with the beverage. Nevertheless, his internal inquiries remained undiminished by the delectable flavor. Hagrid, contemplating his words while observing the giant knife he wielded to slice the cured meat, prompted, "What was my father like when he attended school?" A wistful expression flickered in Hagrid's eyes as he deftly cut the meat into thin slices and replied, "Ah, James, he was quite the rascal, Harry. You may find it hard to believe, but he was twice as mischievous as the Weasley twins combined. He always delighted in teasing that old Whomping Willow. Surrounded by a throng of friends, and he excelled at Quidditch. Everyone adored him." After a moment's hesitation, Harry inquired, "And what about Snape?" "He seems to harbor a strong dislike for my father." "Nonsense," Hagrid exclaimed, placing the sliced meat alongside the rock cakes. "They were classmates. Why would he harbor animosity towards your father?" Harry sensed that Hagrid was avoiding his gaze, and he lamented his lack of perceptiveness akin to Hermione's, which might have allowed him to glean insights from Hagrid's expression. Yet Professor Snape not only targeted Harry during class, but also claimed that his father was arrogant. Hermione scratched the ears of the creature, her eyes scrutinizing Hagrid's. "Do you know something about the history between them, Hagrid?" Hagrid mumbled something, stuffing a rock cake into Hermione's mouth, effectively silencing her. Harry suspected that Hagrid was purposefully diverting the conversation. Just then, as Fiorina enthusiastically promoted the M1917 Smith Wesson to Hagrid, Harry noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet tucked beneath the plate of rock cakes and cured meat. One particular headline caught his eye. The supposedly impregnable Gringotts had been breached by dark wizards, who had directly entered the vault, though it had already been emptied earlier. The spokesperson for Gringotts stated that they could not reveal what had been stored within. This immediately brought to mind the Vault 713 that he had visited with Hagrid, which, apart from a filthy little package that Hagrid had taken, contained nothing at all. Did this not perfectly align with the description of an emptied vault? "Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, pulling out the newspaper and pointing at the article. "We were at Gringotts that day. We may have encountered the intruders." Without a doubt, Hagrid now avoided Harry's gaze. He merely grunted, retrieved a slice of cured meat from the plate, and handed it to Harry, muttering, "Eat up, Harry. You look too thin." Seeing that Hagrid was unwilling to speak further, Harry resolved to keep this matter in mind, intending to discuss it later with Hermione and the others. As they took their leave, each person's pockets were filled with hefty rock cakes, with Fiorina particularly laden, as she enjoyed soaking them in yogurt before indulging. Al meticulously wrapped the colossal sword in the leather of Nightsteed. After exchanging pleasantries with Hagrid, he ambled along the banks of the Black Lake with Fiorella and the others. Sweating profusely, Alm decided to shed his shirt, revealing his bronze-toned, lean torso, and donned a robe, the crucifix beads of Sister Marika dancing upon his chest. So, apart from the fact that Professor Snape was once a classmate of Harry's father, nothing else has been uncovered? Alm shook his collar to dissipate the heat from his body, his deep black eyes fixed upon Harry. It truly aligned perfectly with the deductions he had made. Perhaps this was indeed a familial drama fit for the 8 o'clock slot. Just imagine camaraderie with his classmates, entanglements with her, yet ultimately, she chose him, leading to a bitter feud. How melodious that sounds. Alm rested his chin on his hand, pondering softly. "I believe it is now time to heed Fiorella's counsel." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Alm, you cannot allow Harry to shoot at the professor's head. He will be sent to Azkaban." Fiorella's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "It's about time someone did this. Do you need me to provide equipment support?" Harry shook his head vigorously, saying, although I detest Snape, I do not wish to kill him myself. I mean, Alm raised his hand to calm the trio. The animosity among wizards should be resolved in a wizardly fashion, which means challenging Professor Snape to a duel. If Professor Snape loses, he can no longer target Harry. After all, Harry is merely James's son, not some emotional substitute. A duel? Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. How could I possibly win? He is a professor. I never suggested a one-on-one duel, Alm replied, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders and gesturing towards the eager Fiorella and the hesitant Hermione. We, 4 first-year wizards, can team up against one professor. It is hardly unreasonable. Is it? Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable, Fiorella exclaimed, pumping her fists in excitement. And I can even request Professor Flitwick to officiate, ensuring the duel's fairness, Alm continued, guiding them gently. Since Professor Flitwick is present, I suppose I can lend a hand, Hermione added shyly, before turning to Harry to clarify. It's not because I want to help you. Harry's eyes glistened with gratitude. Having such 3 wonderful friends was indeed his greatest fortune. Alm patted Harry's shoulder and smiled, saying, since we are all in agreement, let us embark on a splendid duel against our forebears. Chapter 30. The Birth of the Sword-Shaped Wand. Thus Snape sat in his office, his expression inscrutable, his hollow eyes fixed intently on the parchment Alm had presented. Is this your reason for delivering me a challenge? Snape's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. I once thought you a clever man, Mr. Messiah. I never imagined you would believe that you and 3 fools could defeat a professor, and that arrogant Potter as well. Nevertheless, he abruptly snatched the parchment from Alm's grasp, glanced at it briefly, and tossed it onto the desk, his hands crossed beneath his chin. No tardiness is permitted. Upon achieving his objective, Ohm bowed respectfully to Professor Snape and turned to depart. Snape observed his favorite student exit the office, then rose and approached the window, from where he could see the 3 towering hoops of the Quidditch pitch. In the crimson glow of the setting sun, he momentarily envisioned the man behind the black-framed glasses, the one who had wed his dearest love, now deceased. He lingered there for a while, murmuring in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper, Harry Potter. As October quietly approached, the young wizards, having acclimated to life at Hogwarts, experienced a minor revision of their class schedules. As long as they could maintain their balance on the broom and complete 2 laps along the designated path, Madame Hooch would award them a generous O in their flying class. Grades range from highest to lowest, O, E, A, P, D, T. Most young wizards were elated at the arrival of flying class, as it signified a temporary reprieve from their increasingly burdensome academic workload. Except for Ohm, who found the task all too simplistic. He would rather utilize this time to read, practice swordsmanship, train Harry and Hermione, or collaborate with Fiorella on crafting a sword-shaped wand. Indeed, Fiorella's family had sent her an entire set of forging supplies, piece by piece, encompassing everything from furnace to an anvil to a lathe. Additionally, numerous ordinary metal materials had been melted into uniformly sized cylinders, stacked outside Hagrid's hut. Upon witnessing the towering heap of metal, Ohm finally comprehended the extent of the wealth accompanying him. Although Hagrid often complained and advised Ohm and Fiorella to be cautious not to scorch his vegetable patch, he was nonetheless delighted to have companions by his side. He gifted Ohm a generous handful of unicorn tail hair to serve as the core for the sword-shaped wand, collected during his woodland patrols, abundant enough for bandaging purposes. After extensive correspondence and discussions with Mr. Ollivander, Ohm finally commenced the forging of the wand he envisioned. However, the difficulty of the crafting process vastly exceeded his expectations. Despite his wealth of knowledge, his initial attempts yielded 10 malformed failures, either cracking or warping entirely. It was not until the 23rd forging that, under the dual influence of magic and the hammer, a sleek and elegantly crafted one-handed sword blade emerged successfully. Following a brief quenching and polishing, Ohm drilled a hole in the grip of the blade to insert the unicorn tail hair, sealing it with a wax infused with a small amount of dragon oil. He then engraved runes onto the blade that would facilitate the flow and output of magic, ultimately affixing the guard and handle, resulting in a competent single-handed sword wand. However, the ordinary metal proved to have a limited tolerance for magic. After Ohm unleashed 20 full-powered explosive bursts, the entire sword melted into molten iron. After discussing with Fiorella, it was decided that for the next sword, he would first etch runes symbolizing strength onto the surface with acid before engraving the runes. It has proven to be remarkably effective. The sword has withstood 50 strikes. Should the blade be further etched with additional runes, its overall resilience could continue to ascend. However, the enhancement of runes implies a reduction in the space available for inscribing magical symbols, consequently hindering the flow of magical energy. Ultimately, this would result in a mere sturdy iron sword, rather than the wand that Ohm so desires. At this juncture, Harry proffered a suggestion. Inspired by the Russian nesting doll he received for his cousin Dudley's birthday, he proposed initially crafting a smaller sword, etching runes into it, and then enveloping it with molten metal to create a sword of standard size, subsequently inscribing runes upon the larger blade. This method would allow the runes to be effective while conserving space for magical symbols. Hermione endorsed this approach, recalling from her readings that runes function effectively on independent objects. By nesting two blades together, the runes could simultaneously exert their influence on both. Ancient wizards frequently employed this technique on scabbards, ensuring their weapons remained eternally sharp upon drawing, or could be imbued with lightning and flames. This suggestion ignited further inspiration in Ohm, prompting him to conceive a three-tiered nested structure. The innermost layer would consist of a unified hilt and metallic wand. The middle layer would feature a sharp blade, adorned with magical symbols on the exterior and etched runes on the interior. The outermost layer would be the scabbard, allowing for regular maintenance and cleaning of the blade. This design harmoniously balanced durability and the circulation of magical energy, while also permitting the wand to be detached from the blade for conventional use, alleviating the need for extra care of the blade left within scabbard. Without delay, Ohm and Fiorella dedicated an entire week to crafting two such long swords. After conducting magical tests, they embraced each other in exhilaration. They had succeeded, both a wand and a sword, capable of casting spells from afar and cleaving foes up close. Ohm sent one of the swords to Mr. Ollivander, hoping for further guidance. The other was gifted to Hagrid, for without his permission to forge outside his hut, this sword would have remained merely a concept on paper. Hagrid was delighted with the long dagger the young wizard had bestowed upon him, hanging it by his bedside and occasionally taking it down to admire, showing no intent to wield it. While Ohm and Fiorella were fervently engaged in their forging, Hermione and Harry were also preoccupied with their respective endeavors. Harry made a remarkable impression during flying lessons, catching the attention of Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, and was invited to join the Quidditch team a year early, assuming the position of Seeker, much like his father before him. Now akin to Ohm, he dedicated 3 evenings each week to Quidditch practice. Hermione seemed to have sworn an oath to read every book in the library within her lifetime. At all times and in all places, her satchel was perpetually burdened with hefty tomes, causing her to stoop under their weight. Additionally, the two of them were preparing for the forthcoming duel, seizing every spare moment to practice spells such as Stupefy and Expelliarmus. In the course of this month, the 4 individuals had significantly lost weight. Ohm and Fiolina were as dark as coal from sun exposure, while Harry and Hermione appeared increasingly pallid. At last, as the autumn winds grew ever colder, October 30th arrived. Chapter 31, 16 Scars. Today was Wednesday, October 30th. Ohm, Fiolina, Harry, and Hermione gathered at the Ravenclaw long table, enveloped in silence as they consumed their meals, each visage marked by weariness yet tinged with delight. A small fragment of rubidium iron had been utilized by Ohm to enhance his colossal sword, while the remaining portion was crafted into 3 kite-shaped shields for his dear friends. The shields bore numerous fortified runes and protective armor inscriptions, etched by Fiolina's own hand. Even Ohm's signature explosive technique could not inflict damage upon them, though the wielder would still be thrown to the ground by the overwhelming force. Ohm had intricately engraved his suit of knightly armor with inscriptions that ensured self-repair. Provided it was not reduced to mere fragments, it would automatically mend any damaged sections. Fiolina's complexion had darkened considerably. She had inscribed 75 rubber bullets, each capable of inducing a state of unconsciousness, perfectly filling 5 magazines of her pink fluffy rabbit gun. She had also etched calming and wind-like runes upon the firearm, significantly reducing recoil while enhancing the initial velocity of the projectiles. In her own words, before you even have a chance to react, it is already fired. It sounded peculiar, yet the results were indeed as described. As for Harry, Ohm replicated the training methods imparted by Professor Flitwick to the boy adorned with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Harry's cheeks were slightly sunken, yet his green eyes radiated serenity and resolve. After a month of intensive spell practice, he felt an unmistakable surge in his abilities and strength, a sensation utterly addictive, so much so that Ron refrained from playing chess with him, fearful of inadvertently collapsing under the weight of a sudden spell. Observing her companions grow ever stronger as the day of their duel with the professor approached, Hermione pressed herself harder, even during mealtimes, her bloodshot eyes never straying from her books. Even the strict Professor McGonagall occasionally advised the little beaver to ease her tension. for remaining perpetually taught would inevitably lead to a breaking point, just as Ohm consumed his 8th piece of eye of round beef. A paper swallow fluttered over and landed upon his fork. Grasping it in his hand, he lifted his gaze toward the direction from whence it came. It was Professor Flitwick, who winked at Ohm and pointed to the paper swallow before returning to his meal. Upon unfolding the swallow, Ohm discovered a message inscribed within. Tomorrow evening's duel training is cancelled. Take this evening to rest well, adjust your state, and prepare for the duel with Severes tomorrow. Chapter 32, Armor Fusion. October 31st, 1991, Thursday. The air suddenly grew cold and unyielding, the distant mountains shrouded beneath deep gray clouds and ice as the biting wind, sharp as a blade, swirled around the courtyard of Hogwarts, carrying with it a flurry of falling leaves and crystalline snowflakes. Compared to the chilling common room of Ravenclaw, Hagrid's cozy hut offered a warmth that enveloped everyone, prompting them to collectively exhale in relief as they removed their heavy winter cloaks and hung them on the rack. "Tonight's the night, isn't it?" Hagrid said with a beaming smile, adding a splash of brandy to the warm pumpkin juice before handing it to the shivering young witches and wizards. "Indeed, Hagrid, I sense that you are quite eager for tonight's duel," Owen replied, taking a sip of the pumpkin juice and feeling a soothing warmth flow from his throat to his stomach, dispelling the chill from his body. "Oh, everyone is looking forward to it. This is the first time in many years at Hogwarts that students are challenging professors, especially talented little ones like you," Hagrid continued, taking a hearty gulp of brandy and letting out a satisfied belch. OM understood that when Hagrid referred to everyone, he was clearly speaking of the entire faculty. He nodded in resignation, vowing to do his utmost to secure victory. If he could defeat Professor Snape, perhaps he could persuade him to help promote his enchanted sword. The memory of Snape's icy glare from the previous night sent a shiver down OM's spine, and he quickly dismissed the thought. It was absurd. He would rather summon a troll from the swamp for assistance than have Snape, with his deathly pallor, do the promotion. At least a troll could be endearingly foolish at times. Hermione brought a hefty chunk of pork chop for Fawn, who was happily devouring it as she petted the fur on his back. She looked up at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, have they found the culprit who injured the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest last time? What could their motive possibly be? Do they not realize that harming such a sacred creature would bring a curse upon them?" Harry queried, bewildered. "Blood," Hagrid replied. "The unicorn leader told me that the perpetrator was eager to suck the blood after injuring one of its kin. That makes it all the more perplexing," OM mused, furrowing his brow. Although the energy from the unicorn's involuntary blood sacrifice could grant life-sustaining vitality, it would doom the perpetrator to a tragic fate. What sort of individual would recklessly pursue their own survival at such a cost? At that moment, a name thundered through OM's mind, and he whispered Voldemort. All wizards claimed that Voldemort was dead, yet no one had ever laid eyes on his corpse. At the site of the Savior's birth, there lay only the lifeless forms of James and Lily, and the wailing infant Harry in the cradle. Could it be that he was merely gravely injured while attempting to kill Harry? Is it possible that he had never truly died, only lurking in a weakened state, biding his time for a resurgence? Might he, even now, be hiding in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, watching Hagrid's every move, waiting for an opportunity to feast upon the blood of unicorns? The more OM pondered, the more chilling the thought became. Such a deranged terrorist concealed, so close to students. He hurriedly shared his suspicions with Hagrid. Upon hearing the name Voldemort, Hagrid trembled from his hair to his toes, yet he merely waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "Impossible. No way." Following that incident, I sought Professor Dumbledore's assistance to scour the Forbidden Forest. Aside from the rather agitated Acromantula on the other side of the mountain, everything appeared normal. He took a sip of brandy and continued, "This is guaranteed by Professor Dumbledore. That fellow is certainly not the Dark Lord. Perhaps he is merely a famished vampire or something of the sort. Ever since that encounter, the unicorns have not been attacked again, indicating that the creature must have perished somewhere in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It is far too perilous for you to dwell here alone, Hagrid." Fiorina brandished a dark, ominous shotgun, suggesting, "How about acquiring an M870 Remington for self-defense?" Hagrid had long since grown accustomed to Fiorina's otherworldly cloak. Even if she were to produce a rocket launcher, he would not bat an eyelash, despite a lingering concern in his heart. He chose to conceal it out of trust for Dumbledore, contemplating the opportunity to converse with the headmaster later. The atmosphere lightened considerably thereafter. OM silently oiled his armor and colossal sword, while Fiorina meticulously instructed Hermione on how to operate the shotgun. Harry recounted to Hagrid how he had been selected for the Quidditch team. "You have inherited your father's talent, Harry," Hagrid exclaimed, using a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth to dab at the corners of his eyes. "I always knew you had it in you." Noticing Harry and Hermione's slight nervousness, OM chuckled and wrapped an arm around their shoulders, encouraging them to relax. Our plan is foolproof. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be us. Although merely 11 years of age, OM had grown significantly since his days at Hogwarts, now towering over the three of them by more than a head, effortlessly draping his arm over their shoulders. Thanks to his height and robust stamina, he managed to wield the entire suit of armor while brandishing the enormous sword. As if encased, not in heavy armor, but in delicate parchment, he secured his metal wand to the inner side of his left forearm with 2 homemade leather straps, allowing him to free his hand for spell casting when necessary, before donning a thickly padded undercoat, completing his armor preparations. With a gesture of his left hand towards the scattered pieces of armor, all components levitated as if they were birds, gracefully adjusting their positions in midair. The levitation charm was cast multiple times. First, the breastplate and backplate, engraved with runes, came together, with the side belts and buckles automatically tightening to secure them. Next, the armor for his limbs enveloped OM's unprotected appendages, while a chainmail skirt encircled his waist. Finally, the helmet opened from the side, engulfing OM's head before sealing shut, with a grid visor descending to reveal 2 profound eye sockets. Once all components were in place, a brilliant azure light surged from OM's eyes, as the arcane energy ignited the runes upon the armor. The runes of the Restoration School glimmered anew, shielding him as they revived and healed. The runes of the Alchemical School stood resolute, swift as the wind, facilitating the flow of magical energy and protection. The runes flickered briefly upon the surface of the armor. Yet undeniably felt the empowering essence of the runes enveloping his being. Gently caressing the breastplate, murmured, "Today marks your grand occasion. I the Messiah. Bestow upon you a name. From this day forth, you shall be my shield of thunder, guarding against the relentless onslaught of arrows and blades." A subtle smile graced Ohm's lips, his spirit inexplicably tranquil, as if encased within the armor was the ultimate sanctuary of his existence. He raised the colossal sword, reforged and enveloped in rubidium iron, proclaiming, "I, the Messiah, bestow upon you a name. From this day forth, you shall be my tempest, sweeping away all adversaries." The runes upon the sword of Tempest radiated a resplendent light, while pale, ethereal flames surged and danced along the blade, harmonizing with the thunderous armor. They sang, they prayed, they extolled, praising their master, honoring their creator, glorifying the Messiah. Chapter 33. The young hawk and lion confront the old serpent. The soul. Upon Ohm's invocation of names for both the sword and armor, he sensed their nascent souls within, yet they remained fragile and diminutive, capable only of expressing the most rudimentary emotions and slightly enhancing the magical flow of the weapons and armor. If one were to liken a normal person's soul to a fully furnished and decorated villa, then the 2 souls Ohm perceived resembled scattered cement and bricks strewn across a construction site. He knew they would eventually build a house, yet he remained uncertain of the form it would ultimately take. Was this a phenomenon inherent to magical weapons? Perhaps not. At least, during Ohm's utilization of the pink fluffy rabbit inscribed with runes by Fiolina and the rune-imbued sword he crafted, he sensed no fragments of a soul within. They were merely lifeless objects infused with magic. Was it solely due to his act of naming them? Why you lost in thought? Fiolina inquired, observing her dear brother standing motionless in his armor with sword raised. Unable to resist, she nudged him gently. "We must set forth. The banquet is about to commence. And I certainly do not wish to be reprimanded by Snape for tardiness." The night had fallen, and the wind and snow grew increasingly fierce. Had it not been for the warm glow emanating from every window of Hogwarts Castle, illuminating the darkness, one might have feared for the little wizards who could easily lose their way across the expansive lawn. Hagrid forged ahead, his imposing figure shielding the young wizards from the biting cold, his large boots compressing the snow to carve a firm path through the grass. Fiolina, Hermione, and Harry kept their heads down, closely trailing behind Hagrid, while Ohm positioned the colossal sword against his breastplate, ensuring no one fell behind. As they approached the castle, the harsh winds suddenly ceased, and the group hurried into the corridor, brushing off the snowflakes from their heads and shoulders. Parting ways with Hagrid at the entrance to the dining hall. "I await your good news," Hagrid encouraged, raising his fist to bolster Harry. "Go on, Harry. Show Snape a thing or two." There were ghostly riders mounted on spectral steeds, who howled as they surged through walls, brandishing their long swords and flails, while attempting to enlist the armored knight, into their ranks. A group ascended the main staircase, passing by the defense against the dark arts classroom on the third floor. Upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent of garlic, Ohm abruptly halted, casting a suspicious glance towards the garlic-laden wooden door. "What's wrong? Is there something odd?" Hermione inquired, almost colliding with Ohm's backplate. Ohm pushed up the visor of his helmet and turned to Fiorella, who was inspecting a pink, fluffy rabbit cartridge. "FF, do you recall mentioning that Quirrell emanated a foul stench from beneath his turban?" "Indeed, that unmistakably reeks of decay," Fiorella asserted, pointing to her nose, "with my extensive experience. There is no way I could be mistaken." Ohm widened his eyes slightly, regarding them with seriousness. Under normal circumstances, how could a healthy adult male exude the odor of death? If he carries such a stench, does that not suggest his life is nearing its end? Perhaps it's because he never removes his turban, and his head has rotted away? Fiorella tilted her head. Harry suddenly thought of the forest hunter that had vexed Hagrid and exclaimed, "Ohm, are you suggesting that the unicorn was attacked by Quirrell, and his aim was to slow the decay of his own body? But why would he do such a thing? Was he injured, or has he been poisoned by some creature?" Hermione's hands intertwined anxiously. "It could be worse, my friend," she said, as she and Fiorella exchanged knowing glances and declared in unison, "Voldemort, regardless of what afflicts Quirrell, we must inform the professors." Ohm lowered his visor. "Let us hurry to find Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape." The four of them dashed forward, bounding up the stairs to the fourth floor, plunging into the Charms classroom. As they pushed open the door, a stream of venomous sarcasm from Snape erupted. "Potter, I understand your ineptitude in potions stems from your underdeveloped brain, but your crude behavior now suggests that your cerebellum is equally stunted." Standing by the window, Snape turned to glare at Harry, his face a mask of disdain. "I fear you're only emulating your father, dreaming daily of becoming a Serbian gorilla riding a broom." Infuriated, Harry retorted, but Ohm swiftly covered his mouth from behind, knowing that empty rage would alter nothing. Only tangible strength could shift perceptions. Moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand. "Severus, as a professor, mind your words," Flitwick exclaimed from atop a stack of 4 hefty tomes. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, snorted disdainfully, crossed his arms, and turned away from Harry. "Professor, I have something of utmost importance to report." Ohm stepped forward, locking eyes with Flitwick's dark gaze, speaking earnestly. Professor Flitwick was still appraising the complete suit of knightly armor adorning Ohm, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "The dueling technique of the sword staff, I presume? It seems you wish to draw fire upon yourself, providing an opportunity for the 3 of them to strike." "Oh, what is it, Ohm?" Meanwhile, Snape cast a sidelong glance, indicating his attentiveness. Gathering his thoughts, Ohm wove together the mysterious blood-sucking creature of the Forbidden Forest, the putrid odor emanating from Quirrell's turban, and the enigmatic disappearance of Voldemort years ago, presenting his deductions to the 2 professors. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Professor Flitwick trembled noticeably, immediately directing his gaze towards Professor Snape, conveying a sense of inquiry. "Professor Flitwick, if it truly is Voldemort, or rather, the Dark Lord, then we are in grave trouble," Hermione exclaimed, nearly bouncing on her feet. "We must inform Professor Dumbledore at once." "No," Snape replied calmly, shaking his head. "Miss Granger, I must clearly convey to you and your fanciful minds one fact. Quirrell remains Quirrell. He has not been replaced by the Dark Lord." His vacant gaze turned towards Ohm as he continued. "This has been confirmed by both myself and Professor Dumbledore." "But, Professor Quirrell," Fiona insisted, "I can assure you, there is no mistaking it. Quirrell reeks of decay." However, Ohm raised a hand to silence her. "I understand, Professor Snape," Ohm stated with a composed demeanor. "Quirrell remains Quirrell." "What?" Harry could scarcely believe that his friend would dismiss his own deductions, angrily pointing at Snape. "I see he wishes to conspire with Quirrell." "Harry," Ohm raised his voice, turning to glare at the disheveled young wizard. "Trust Professor Dumbledore." Harry opened his mouth, took in a heavy breath, and fell silent. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, expectantly gazing at Ohm and Snape, and squeaked, "Very well, we have set aside our sumptuous feast to convene for a matter of greater importance. Let us commence a duel between students and professors." Chapter 34, The Dreadclaw Lightning. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and the tiered classroom of spells began to transform. The floor leveled, and desks and chairs flew into the air, proportionately shrinking and hovering in the palm of Professor Flitwick's hand. After stowing the delicate, diminutive furniture into his pockets, Professor Flitwick cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "Let both contestants enter the arena." Snape emitted a grunt from his nose as he walked to one end of the classroom, drawing his wand from his robes, holding it loosely, with its tip angled towards the ground. Ohm strode confidently to the opposite end of the classroom, shedding the winter cloak that draped over his armor. His eyes shimmered with psychic energy, an invisible force coursing through him, igniting the runes upon his colossal sword, its blade entwined with pale flames. The windstorm sword was activated by Ohm's psychic energy, and the matte-textured dark gray rubidium iron blade instantly glowed a fiery red. Initially, Ohm had intended to inscribe a series of runes proclaiming the end of all spells upon the blade. However, after experimentation, he discovered that such inscriptions would take precedence, rendering the previously inscribed runes ineffective. He thus opted for a compromise, covering the blade with the inscription shattered into dust. Fiorina and her companion secured their rubidium iron shields to their left arms, shedding their cloaks and robes to ensure their agility and swiftness. They drew their wands, activating the protective runes inscribed upon their shields. Fiorina and Harry positioned themselves diagonally behind Ohm, while Hermione took her place directly behind him. Competitors bow, Professor Flitwick proclaimed, casting a protective charm upon himself as he stood on his chair. Fiorina and her companions raised their wands to their foreheads before lowering them to their sides. Performing the customary dueling salute, Ohm gripped the hilt of his sword, holding the massive blade vertically against his chest, gently touching his forehead to the sword's body, and directing the tip towards Professor Snape. This was the knight's salute, a ritual reminiscent of centuries past when armored knights would perform similar gestures before claiming the lives of their adversaries with their blades and spears. Snape merely flicked his head in a slight, impatient nod before raising his wand. Prepare, Professor Flitwick commanded, lifting his wand high. Ohm positioned himself firmly, his sword pointed directly at Professor Snape, his heart imbued with an extraordinary tranquility, as if he were about to partake in a sacred mass. The souls encased within the thunderous armor and the hurricane's sword whispered softly, singing hymns of devotion to Ohm's spirit, heralding him as a messianic figure. A sudden doubt flickered within Ohm's mind. Why engage in a duel with such archaic knightly decorum in this school filled with wizards? He quickly dismissed the thought. Why concern himself with such matters? He resolved to engage in the duel first and ponder the rest later. Unbeknownst to Ohm, his spirit called out for metal, for armor, for the sharpness of blades. His very essence was akin to a cold sun, forged from metal and ethereal energy. Harry felt his breath quicken involuntarily, his heartbeat racing, his hands and feet trembling slightly, heightened by Hermione's quiet incantations behind him. Yet, glancing at Ohm, who stood before him like an unyielding brass pillar, a sense of calm washed over him. Even in defeat, it would not be catastrophic. At least he had friends who would stand by him. Begin. Professor Flitwick's wand crackled loudly. Thunderbird tactic. Ohm bellowed, charging towards Professor Snape like a wild steed. The hurricane soared ablaze with pale, ethereal flames as it swung towards Snape's shoulder. At that instant, Fiorina and Harry darted from behind Ohm, flanking him while aiming their wands at Snape's greasy head, shouting in unison, "Stupefy! Childish!" Snape retorted, deflecting Ohm's colossal sword with a thunderous explosion, coolly critiquing their efforts. The two stunning spells collided against the silent barrier of his protective armor, erupting into a shower of sparks. In that fleeting moment, Ohm suddenly raised his left hand, extending 5 fingers towards Snape's shield from a distance of 2 meters. Claw of the Thunder. Ohm's fingertips unleashed a torrent of azure lightning, effortlessly shattering Snape's protective armor as if it were mere whipped cream. In the midst of a forging process, where intense heat was required to melt the metal, a spell emerged in his mind. It could summon ethereal lightning, liquefy metal, and incinerate flesh, proving exceptionally effective at breaching armor. Severus Snape furrowed his brows, and at the very moment he was about to utter the incantation, Hermione, seizing the opportunity, dashed to his side, raised her wand, and shouted, "Disarm." Indeed, this was the true purpose of the Thunderbird tactic, whether it was the initial charge by Ohm or the flanking maneuvers of Fiorina and Harry. They were mere decoys to determine if Snape had cast a protective shield around himself. Should he not have done so, the 2 stunning spells aimed at Snape would secure an immediate victory for the young wizard. Conversely, if he had cast a shield, Ohm would shatter it, while Hermione would capitalize on the moment to disarm or incapacitate the professor. However, Professor Snape's response was swifter than Ohm had anticipated. Hermione screamed as she blocked the disarming spell with her shield, the force of the impact causing her to fall to the ground. Ohm shattered the protective armor and, without pause, advanced, striking Snape's face with the weighted end of his sword. Snape relinquished his attack on Hermione and directed 3 rapid, disarming spells at Ohm, all of which were thwarted by the magical protection of the thunder armor, leaving him no choice but to evade to the side. Serpent tactic. Ohm bellowed, enduring 4 stunning spells with his helmet, while simultaneously delivering a kick to Snape's abdomen, forcing him to retreat toward Harry. Fiorina, from behind her shield, waved her wand at Snape, exclaiming blazing fire. A fierce column of flame erupted from the tip of her wand, raising the room's temperature by several degrees as the greedy tongues of fire licked everything within reach, leaving a distorted trail in the air. Snape clicked his tongue as he unleashed 6 stunning spells at Harry behind him while simultaneously casting blazing fire toward Fiorina. The 2 columns of fire collided, filling the spell classroom with an overwhelming burst of light and heat, to the extent that Professor Flitwick could smell the singed hair of his own beard. Being an adult, Snape possessed a deep reservoir of magic, compelling Fiorina to grit her teeth and intensify her magical output with both hands firmly gripping her wand to ensure the flames did not turn against her. Harry, demonstrating his agility as a seeker, deftly dodged 4 spells, blocked 2 with his shield, and pointed at the flames erupting from Fiorina and Snape's wands, shouting, "Basilisk emergence." The flames twisted, transforming into a colossal serpent, writhing with fiery scales, opening its cavernous maw and engulfing Snape whole. In that fleeting moment as Snape was consumed, he cast a surprised glance at Harry. Chapter 35. Quick as a gun within 7 steps, outside 7 steps. We did it, Harry shouted in exhilaration. The serpent tactic was intricately designed around Harry's masterful basilisk emergence, aimed at luring Snape into a magical standoff with any of the remaining 3, allowing Harry to execute a complex energy transmutation spell, transforming the originally summonable black snake into a massive magical python. In Ohm's eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered as he abruptly turned to Hermione, bellowing, "It is not over yet." Fiorina. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine and looked up to see Snape gradually materializing from the air behind her. It was the disillusionment charm. Snape's hollow, soulless eyes gazed down at Hermione devoid of any human emotion, his pallid lips moving to utter a single word, "Stupefy." Bang, 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 bang. A pink, fluffy rabbit appeared in Fiorina's hands, firing 5 shots directly at Snape's forehead. The 5 rubber bullets, inscribed with the Stupefy spell, left vivid red trails in the air. "Hermione," Harry hissed, pointing his wand fiercely at Snape's direction. The fire serpent immediately obeyed its master's command, lunging forward with a fierce roar. Simultaneously, Hermione raised her rubidium shield to protect herself and shouted, "Thunderous explosion." The tremendous recoil from the explosion spell propelled Hermione away from Snape, while the fire serpent agilely leapt over the young witch's body, its fearsome jaws aiming to bite Snape. Snape staggered back 2 steps from the impact of Hermione's spell, yet his wand remained steady, unwaveringly directed at the oncoming serpent. As he subtly lifted his time-worn birch wand, the entire fire serpent vanished into thin air, abruptly erased. What followed was a colossal sword engulfed in pale flames. The sword of the Tempest cleaved through the air, emitting a roar akin to a raging wind, its blade glistening with the light of shattered bones, effortlessly slicing through Snape's protective armor spell. Clad in iron armor, Ohm charged towards Snape like a human fortress, wielding the 1 meter 90 giant sword with powerful, graceful arcs, reminiscent of a falcon's sharp beak and talons, compelling Professor Snape to continuously cast protective charms against the searing edge of the white flames. Snape attempted to evade, seeking to buy himself time through spatial manipulation, but Ohm would not grant him such respite. A tidal wave of spiritual energy bore down upon Snape's armor spell, pinning him in place, forcing him to expend his own magical energy to withstand the sword of the Tempest. Ohm moved in harmony with his sword, aware that it could easily tear through Snape's armor spell with a precise thrust, potentially securing victory in their duel. Yet he understood all too well that if he were to alter Snape's impression of Harry, he could not be the one to deliver the final blow. Phoenix tactics. Ohm roared, accelerating the frequency and speed of his sword strikes once more. Just as Snape struggled to cope with Ohm's tempestuous swordplay, Fiorina, brandishing her wand, held the pink fluffy rabbit aloft, striding purposefully around to Snape's rear, while firing stunning bullets at the potion's master's head. Snape hastened the casting of his armor spell, simultaneously extending his empty left hand towards Fiorina's direction, silently and without a wand, unleashing a disarming charm. The spell darted toward the ground, and Fiorina, caught off guard, gasped as an unseen hand seized her by the ankle, hoisting her into the air. Yet, even so, she did not cease her fire, even replacing the bullets for the pink, fluffy rabbit. Her claims of marksmanship were indeed no mere boast, as each shot found its mark on Snape's nape. However, the shimmering crimson bullets merely sparked against the protective enchantment, You are as troublesome as slugs. Snape bellowed in rage, his black robes billowing with the surge of his magic, forcefully dispelling the energies binding him, while simultaneously firing 2 shots of disarming spells at Fiorella, causing the pink pistol and wand in her possession to clatter to the ground. Professor Flitwick swiftly summoned her to the sidelines, affectionately ruffling the hair of the disheartened young witch, and cheerfully producing a slice of pineapple cake from his pocket to offer her. An overwhelming force surged forth, and even O.M., clad in thunderous armor, was pushed back, barely managing to embed the Sword of the Tempest into the wooden floor of the classroom to maintain his stance and avoid being toppled. Harry and Hermione raised their shields to protect themselves, simultaneously shouting, "Fire God, clear the path." A massive ring of flames surged towards Snape, clashing with the torrent of his unleashed magic. This was an advanced spell born from Raging Fire, possessing not only extraordinary heat, but also formidable impact. "You truly are incorrigible, Harry Potter," Snape roared, his wand raised high, declaring, "All spells shall end." Just as the fiery ring was dissipated, O.M. shouted, drawing the Sword of the Tempest and lunging at Snape, unleashing a bolt of cerulean light that shattered Snape's protective enchantment. Explosive impact of a sword. In that moment, Snape found himself in a vulnerable defensive lapse. Yet, this window was a mere 0.3 of a second. After that fleeting moment, Snape would be once again enveloped in his protective barrier. However, Harry was a full 7 paces away from Snape. Neither a stunning spell nor disarming charm could cover that distance in such a brief time. What spell could possibly reach him in 0.3 of a second? Bang, 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 bang. The answer was the M1917 Smith Wesson. Hermione, concealed behind her shield, gripped the compact revolver and emptied its chamber directly at Snape. This was the ultimate objective of the Phoenix tactic. Her aim may have been poor, yet it mattered not. A rubber bullet, trailing a crimson streak, struck Snape squarely in the chest. Snape's eyes bulged in disbelief. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. At the moment Hermione fired, Harry had already aimed at Snape's wand-wielding hand, extending his holly wand and resolutely declaring, "Expelliarmus." As the birch wand spun through the air, caught in Harry's grasp, Professor Flitwick's wand emitted a resounding crackle, and he called out in a high-pitched voice, "The outcome is clear." Chapter 36, The Hardest Mouth All Around. O.M. stepped forward, supporting the faltering Professor Snape with his left hand pressed against his chest, whispering, "Quickly, revive." He grasped down shoulder armor, gazing into the helmet's eye slit where identical dark eyes mirrored his own, and admonished softly, "You brutish oaf, relying on brawn over brains. Why do you not exert yourself fully? Am I so easily injured by you?" Snape turned his head, observing Harry, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, and Fiorella embracing one another in celebration. His contempt somewhat diminished, replaced by a deeper concern. He pushed them away and slowly approached Harry. As Snape neared, Harry stepped forward, extending Snape's wand, stating, "You must ensure that you no longer target me in potions class." "Ensure?" Snape abruptly snatched his wand from Harry's hand, leaning forward to fixate on those emerald eyes. "You merely rely on your friends. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are remarkable, Mr. Savior. I will scrutinize your every movement." His voice lowered to a whisper, yet Harry did not flinch, defiantly meeting Snape's gaze. Snape abruptly swept his black robe like a great bat and strode towards the door, pausing at the threshold to declare, 20 points to Gryffindor." "Splendid," Hermione exclaimed, her spirits soaring. "You need not maintain such a dark persona, Professor Snape." Elm watched helplessly as the most obstinate potions professor strode away down the corridor, suddenly feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. He swiftly turned to the seemingly empty stone wall. This feeling was akin to, "Elm, come celebrate with us," Fiorella called, joyfully bouncing with her arm around Hermione's shoulder. "Hurry, hurry, coming," Elm replied, casting a dubious glance at the wall before moving towards his companions. Surely, it was merely a fleeting illusion. Fiorella clasped Hermione's hands and began to dance the tango, laughing, "See? I told you this is more effective than a wand. I can't believe we truly defeated the professor." Hermione's face flushed with color, clearly having released the weight from her heart. She often imposed too much pressure on herself. "Without you, I could not have accomplished any of this." Harry opened his arms to Elm. "Thank you, Elm." "What are you saying? That is utterly sappy." Elm planted the hurricane's sword into the floor, removed his helmet, and embraced Harry tightly, tousling his hair. "Don't expect a Christmas gift from me this year." Children, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, "It is not too late to join the feast. Let us raise a toast to victory," as Elm and his companions noisily descended the stairs. The charms classroom was left with only Professor Flitwick, who, while retrieving and restoring the shrunken desks and chairs from his pocket, gazed at the empty stone wall and mused. They have departed, Albus. Such delightful little ones, are they not? The walls spoke, and the air rippled like water as a dark silver cloak was lifted, revealing the venerable Dumbledore, adorned with white hair and a beard, in the charms classroom. Professor Flitwick, wielding his wand with the flair of a conductor, remarked with a hint of pride, all four of them are exceptionally gifted children, especially Ohm. Did you witness the synergy between his swordsmanship and spellcasting? He is a prodigy. Were you not just gazing at him? He possesses a keen intellect. Dumbledore, drawing his wand, cleared the scorch marks left by the fire snakes slithering across the floor, stating, I only observed him for 2 seconds, and he immediately discerned my gaze. Flitwick continued, when he comes of age, I shall take him to the dueling championship. I am certain he will secure a commendable rank, if not the championship itself. Raising the floor back to its original tiered form, Flitwick turned to Dumbledore. When do you intend to deal with Quirrell? I have grown weary of dining in the company of a human garlic clove. Were it not for your insistence, I would have considered casting a severing charm upon his head. Meanwhile, Ohm and his companions encountered a foul-smelling troll at the top of the staircase on the second floor. The troll stood approximately 12 feet tall, its skin dull and coarse, resembling granite, with a colossal, clumsy body akin to a mound of gravel, topped with a cocoa bean-sized head, exuding an utterly repulsive stench. Its remarkably lengthy arms dragged a hefty wooden club, tilting its head in confusion at the sight of the 4 diminutive figures before it. The troll nonetheless raised its club, intent on bashing them into a delectable meat paste. Upon catching a whiff of the troll's odor, Fiorina promptly retched, while Ohm felt his appetite vanish like a soap bubble in sunlight. His compulsive cleanliness ignited fury within him as he extended his fingers towards the troll's descending club. Lightning Claw! In an instant, a cerulean arc of electricity transformed the club into charcoal, eliciting a wretched howl from the troll as its arm melted like wax. Large chunks of flesh and blood plummeting to the ground, intensifying the already overwhelming stench. Ah, filth! Perish! Ohm shrieked, his dark hair standing on end as he leaped from the steps, wielding a sword engulfed in pale flames, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword energy towards the troll's chest. Ultimate slash! As the sword energy pierced through, the troll's massive body was cleaved in two, engulfed in ethereal flames, and it collapsed softly to either side. At that moment, the teachers rushed upstairs. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, while Snape's brows furrowed ominously. Even the usually amiable Professor Sprout brandished her wand with an air of menace. However, all they beheld was the charred remains of the troll, and, amidst the flames, a young armored figure standing on the steps, his eyes shimmering with an inner light. Chapter 37. Knights Exceed Wizards. Oh, Messiah! Professor McGonagall gasped, her lips pale. What are you doing here? Hermione supported her, while Harry jogged forward to address McGonagall. Professor, it was Ohm who killed it to protect us, but why is there a troll in the castle? I apologize, Mr. Porter, but I, too, am rather unclear. It was Professor Quirrell who mentioned it earlier. You might be in danger, Mr. Messiah. Professor McGonagall approached with concern, scrutinizing Ohm from head to toe, and only breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unscathed. With her frail hands cradling his face, she admonished, You foolish boy. How could you believe that a young wizard of your age could contend with a giant beast like that? Quirrell again? Ohm pondered, casting a glance at Snape, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. He opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. Professor McGonagall nodded, her expression stern as she addressed Ohm and his companions. Very well, but I must still assert that you are fortunate. Few first-year students could vanquish a giant. Each of you shall receive 5 points. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave now. Through the old man's blue eyes, Ohm grasped Professor Dumbledore's implication. Do not concern yourselves with Quirrell for the time being. This caused Ohm to furrow his brow. Yet he nodded and ascended the stairs with Fiorella and the others. After climbing 2 flights, the nauseating odor finally dissipated. Harry voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Ohm, why do you assert that Quirrell is not Voldemort? Isn't that a conclusion you have drawn yourself? Ohm halted his steps, turning to face his companions, lowering his voice. Professor Snape stated that Quirrell remains Quirrell, but he did not claim that Quirrell is not Voldemort. Therefore, what he intends to convey is that Voldemort has possessed Quirrell. As for where he is, his turban? Hermione gagged, covering her mouth, having already envisioned a human face sprouting from the back of Quirrell's head. Then what are we waiting for? Let's blow his head off now, Fiorella exclaimed, pulling out a magazine filled with real bullets and ready to charge downstairs. However, Harry seemed to have more to say. Then let us hurry and stop him, Harry exclaimed, nearly jumping with urgency. Use your brain, Harry. I can think of this. Can't Professor Dumbledore? Gripped Harry's shoulder, forcing him to remain in place, frustrated that such a simple matter eluded him. Indeed, Harry, Hermione said, her eyes full of concern as she looked into his. Let us not forget that Professor Dumbledore is the only person Voldemort fears. I'm sorry, Harry replied, shame washing over him as he lowered his gaze. Voldemort killed my parents. It's difficult for me to remain calm. The four parted ways on the 8th floor of the castle, each heading to their respective towers. In the Ravenclaw common room, several large tables have been added, laden with delectable dishes, while students gathered around, eating, drinking, and laughing. As Ohm and Fiorella entered the common room, all eyes turned curiously toward Ohm's armor and colossal sword. Seizing the opportunity, Ohm showcased the functions of the thunder armor and the hurricane sword. Faced with the blazing giant sword, almost all the boys were enthralled, their eyes gleaming with admiration. This is simply too cool. Witnessing the exuberance of the crowd, Ohm seized the moment to promote his magical swords, priced at 20 galleons each, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. With a promise of flawless craftsmanship and an assurance of exchange or repair, he proclaimed his honesty. Appealing to all, instantly a dozen affluent students placed their orders, with one, Qiu Zhang, inquiring if he could fly while standing on it. Upon learning that this was not possible, he regretfully canceled his order. Ohm collected a deposit of 10 galleons from each, confirming their desired styles, and assured them that the swords would be ready within 2 months. Fiorina, with one foot perched on a chair, brandished a pink fluffy rabbit while vividly recounting how Ohm had skillfully aided her in slaying a giant beast. Naturally, skepticism arose, as Ohm's prowess in both weaponry and academics often surpassed others. Fiorina, hands on her hips and standing on her stool, declared, Professor McGonagall herself awarded extra points to Ohm and me. You can ask her. However, she was promptly kicked down by Ohm. After narrating how he had cleaved the giant in two, Ohm posed a question to the assembly. Do you know why I am so formidable? The crowd erupted with responses. Because of the sword. Because of your armor. Because Ohm wields magic we cannot. Wrong. Ohm leaped onto the table, his eyes gleaming with intensity, holding aloft the windstorm sword, engulfed in pale flames, while the runes on his thunder armor shone like stars. In an instant, the entire assembly was captivated by his presence, falling silent as they gazed up at this young and powerful figure. He bellowed, because knights are mightier than wizards. Chapter 38. The headmaster's afternoon tea invitation. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It was undeniable. Ohm was exceptionally talented, excelling academically and possessing a wealth of skills, having mastered silent casting, a feat not even upperclassmen could claim with ease upon entering school. Now, he had also acquired the technique of crafting magical equipment, rendering him nearly flawless, save for his reluctance to forge friendships. If such a prodigy asserted that knights surpassed wizards, it must hold true. The young eagles buzzed with enthusiasm, eager to wield the windstorm sword and don the thunder armor, yearning to experience the essence of knighthood. Ohm readily obliged, shedding his thunder armor and using a levitation charm to envelop a similarly sized young wizard in it, handing him the giant sword and instructing him on the proper stance for swordplay. This infuriated Fiorina, who could not comprehend why no one at the school appreciated the allure of firearms, instead clamoring to adopt the guise of a melee barbarian. The gathering continued into the late hours, with each young eagle deeply feeling the weight of the metal. They struggled to maintain composure, unable even to strike a cool pose with the mighty sword. It was not until Professor Flitwick entered and ushered the students to their dormitories, admonishing them to retire early, that the common room finally fell into a tranquil silence. Ohm, come here for a moment, Professor Flitwick called out, raising his voice to summon his most prized student. The young eagles cast curious glances, eager to discern the reason for OM being singled out. However, Professor Flitwick, with a stern expression, declared, What are you staring at? Don't you have classes tomorrow? If I find even one Ravenclaw tardy in the morning, I shall assign them to scrub the hospital toilets for a week. The crowd promptly dispersed, leaving the common room to OM and Professor Flitwick. Once the public lounge was empty, Professor Flitwick retrieved a large and heavy, clattering package from his pocket and thrust it into the astonished OM's arms. What are you dawdling for? This is your package. Open it and see. The professor winked mischievously at OM. Upon opening it, OM was taken aback by the sight of hundreds of pristine galleons and sickles, their shimmering brilliance rendering him dizzy, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of joy. Professor, is all of this for me? OM stammered, his tongue tripping over the words. If converted to pounds, This fortune could sustain his younger siblings for many years. The total amounted to 551 galleons and 376 sickles. Professor Flitwick, smiling, explained, "Upon learning that you have 12 siblings to support, we decided to raise a scholarship for you through a wager. If you defeat Severus, the funds will be handed to you directly for your discretion. If you lose, it will be sent to your guardian, framed as a scholarship earned through your exemplary performance at school." A profound sense of gratitude surged within OM as he gazed at the wealth in his arms, feeling the professor's fervent hopes for him. After a moment of silence, he replied to Professor Flitwick, "This victory is also a testament to the efforts of my friends, Professor. I shall ensure they receive their fair share." Sister Marika had taught him to never overlook the contributions of friends. Fiorella had tanned her skin while etching runes. Hermione appeared pale and anxious, and Harry's already slender frame had grown even thinner from rigorous training. These were the sacrifices made by his friends for this triumph, and regardless of their willingness, he felt compelled to share the rewards with them. "Don't concern yourself with that, dear child." Professor Flitwick waved his hand dismissively. "This is your property now. You may use it as you wish. Moreover," he lowered his voice, "without them, could you have truly defeated Severus?" No one understood OM's strength better than Professor Flitwick. Though his magical reserves and spellcasting prowess might not rival Severus's, OM's formidable magical intensity, exceptional swordsmanship, and sturdy armor effectively bridged that gap. In a head-to-head confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. After speaking, Professor Flitwick handed OM a note before descending the stairs. Placing the hefty bag of coins on the table, OM opened the note, which was inscribed in an ornate, looping script. "Dear Mr. Messiah, as the term progresses, I trust your little mind has accumulated an abundance of knowledge and inquiries. Perhaps we could convene at my office tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for a cup of tea. I have prepared an array of delectable pastries in anticipation of your arrival. The password is buzzing honey candy. Professor D, is Professor Dumbledore inviting you for afternoon tea?" Hermione remarked enviously. "He must intend to impart ancient and potent magic to you." It was breakfast time, and OM and Fiorina had taken their seats at the Gryffindor table. The young lions were accustomed to visitors, as they themselves were among the most enthusiastic of table hoppers. "I fear not," OM chuckled, swallowing the last morsel of cherry pie, shaking his head in amusement. At times, he truly wondered what other thoughts occupied Hermione's mind beyond her studies. More often than not, it was likely to be a discussion concerning Quirrell. "And really, you ought not to." "Oh dear, I said no," Fiorina retorted impatiently, wrapping her arms around OM's neck and shoving a piece of baguette into his mouth to silence him. "You know well enough what business my family is in. There is plenty of money." "Indeed, OM," Harry chimed in, taking a sip of his oatmeal, sweetened with an abundance of honey. "My parents left me an inheritance, so at least I need not worry about sustenance in the wizarding world before I graduate." Hermione poured a glass of orange juice for the bread-choked OM, saying, "Both my parents are dentists, and, as their only daughter, I want for nothing. You should save that scholarship for your younger siblings, to buy them warm clothing and food for the winter." A warm surge of emotion coursed through OM as he nodded vigorously, responding, "I understand. Thank you." "You truly are such a worrywart," Fiorina exclaimed, poking OM's cheek with her finger. She grabbed a cheese roll from the table and stuffed it into her mouth, tugging at OM's sleeve. "Classes are about to begin. We must hurry." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, OM arrived alone at the 3rd floor of the castle, standing before a gigantic and grotesque stone statue of a dripping beast. Password, the stone creature droned. Buzzing honey candy. The stone beast sprang aside with an agility that belied its size, revealing a spiraling staircase. OM ascended, climbing until a light sheen of sweat adorned his forehead. Before him stood an intricately carved grand door. Through a small window, he could see that he had reached the pinnacle of Hogwarts Castle. This meant he would need to ascend at least 5 flights of stairs to reach the headmaster's office. In his mind, OM cursed the designer of the headmaster's entrance and wiped the sweat from his brow, straightening his attire before politely rapping 3 times on the door. Chapter 39, The So-Called Prophecy. At the very moment OM climbed the staircase leading to the headmaster's office, a figure swathed in a headscarf cautiously peered out from a corner, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon OM's tall form, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of an adult. The room was vast and crowded, filled with numerous lit incense burners, their curling smoke wafting through the air, infused with a rich aroma of Indian curry. Quirrell glanced around to ensure he was not being followed before securely closing the door behind him. With a gentle tap of his wand against the doorknob to secure it, Quirrell finally relaxed, hastening to the washroom. Gazing into the mirror, he whispered, "Master." In an instant, an indescribable agony surged through him. as if every nerve within his body were being seared away. A pale, distorted visage, reminiscent of a snake, began to emerge from beneath Quirrell's skin, speaking in a faint, raspy voice. What disturbs my slumber? Master, I have observed that the Messiah has entered the headmaster's office. We must seize him. I suspect he and Dumbledore may be conspiring against you regarding the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell cautiously articulated, fearful of inciting the twisted soul that resided within him. Ah, Dumbledore, that old bee. He can no longer thwart my rise and resurgence. The pale serpent face sneered mockingly, its narrow eyes suddenly reflecting a fervent reverence. I have witnessed the sacred number 7 while wandering the world in the form of a soul, a number imbued with magic, blessed by the wise. Ah, indeed, the sevenfold blessing. Suddenly, Voldemort erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his tone infused with joy and benevolence. Quirrell felt a chill run down his spine. An intense itch plagued the back of his head, while his hands sprouted enormous, translucent blisters oozing with pus, emanating a faint, horrific stench that even the incense-laden room could not mask. Master, he stammered, overwhelmed by an encroaching tide of fear that submerged his remaining sanity. Voldemort abruptly silenced his laughter, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Take me to a place." The door swung open. Ollivander stepped into a vast, crowded circular chamber, filled with an array of whimsical sounds. On a slender-legged table lay an assortment of peculiar silverware, rotating and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, each gently snoring within their frames. A grand table with clawed legs dominated the room, alongside a rickety, crumpled wizard's hat resting on a shelf behind the table. Next to the table stood a beautifully crafted brass perch, upon which a magnificent bird with resplendent red feathers and a long tail rested, a phoenix. "Welcome, Mr. Messiah." Professor Dumbledore rose from behind the enormous table, extending his arms to greet Ollivander, who was curiously examining the odd silverware. "Would you care for a cup of Ceylon black tea?" "I would be content with anything, Professor Dumbledore," Ollivander replied politely, approaching the table where a straight-backed chair evidently awaited him. Taking a seat, he watched as a ceramic teapot, accompanied by teacups, scurried along the table, pouring him a rich cup of black tea. Lifting it in salute to Professor Dumbledore, he took a tentative sip under the kind gaze of the elder. "How sweet!" he exclaimed, unable to discern the tea's aroma, pondering the quantity of sugar that had been added. "It is akin to a cup of sugar water, so sweet that it borders on bitterness. Would you care for some of the Duke of Honey's newly released cockroach candies to accompany your tea?" Dumbledore, resembling a grandfather revealing hidden treats to his grandchild, retrieved a large box of magically animated confections, crawling and fluttering within, from the drawer of his desk. With a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, "Ambrosius, the proprietor of the Honeyduke's confectionery, gifted these to me. I have recently developed a fondness for their delightful licorice flavor." At the mere sight of the cockroaches, Ohm experienced a visceral reaction, a wave of revulsion washing over him. He discreetly pushed his chair back, acutely aware that his expression must reflect a grotesque grimace, akin to that of someone afflicted with lockjaw. He forced a smile and said, "I fear I may be allergic to cockroaches, Professor, whether real or otherwise." "How unfortunate," Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod, blissfully popping a cockroach candy into his mouth, chewing it with delight before taking a generous sip of his overly sweetened tea. "Professor, regarding Quirrell, Ohm found it increasingly intolerable to witness someone voraciously consuming such filthy insects before his very eyes. Hastily, he redirected the conversation, anxious to avoid his own nausea. "You are well aware that Voldemort resides within him. Why do you not eliminate him, instead allowing him to continue teaching?" "Because I wish to save him, my child," Dumbledore replied, sipping his tea once more. "I seek to rescue his soul, which has been ensnared by Voldemort. Please do not regard me so, Mr. Messiah. Forgive the tenderness of an old man who watched Quirrell grow. He was once a fine boy, intelligent, upright, and compassionate. Alas, it is perhaps his very compassion that provided Voldemort with an opportunity." "And what of the other children?" Ohm exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the sagacious professor before him hesitated for such a reason. What if Quirrell were to suddenly lose his mind during class, indiscriminately unleashing curses upon young witches and wizards? Should their families bear the risk of losing their children simply because Dumbledore wishes to save a soul that has willingly succumbed to darkness? Ohm's voice rose in anger. Must those innocent children, oblivious to the truth, be confined within a classroom that resembles a furnace alongside a man possessed by a terrorist? They remain entirely unaware that their cowardly and ridiculous teacher conceals within his turban a dark wizard capable of instilling fear, throughout the magical realm for decades. Is that fair to them? The phoenix emitted a melodious yet anxious cry, sensing the tumultuous surge of energy emanating from Ohm, attempting to alert its bond partner. Dumbledore raised a hand to silence the phoenix's warning, gazing deeply into Ohm's eyes, slowly shaking his head. Not at all, dear child, not in the slightest. But please believe me, Voldemort will not easily expose himself until he has achieved his objectives. Moreover, his fate is already sealed. The old man rose, beckoning forth a shallow stone basin, intricately carved along its edges. Ohm, you are astute and powerful, capable of piecing together the truth from these fragmented clues. This is also the primary reason I sought you out today. I shall unveil the intricate fate entwined between Voldemort and the Savior, drawing you into this protracted battle of destiny that has persisted for over a decade. The Savior? Are you referring to Harry? Ohm could not suppress a mocking laugh, realizing that his presence in the headmaster's office was due to his friendship with Harry. Surely, you must have deemed me the ideal protector of the Savior based on my rapport with Harry, have you not? Moreover, you have chosen to share this revelation with me while withholding it from Harry himself, intending for me, who you have guided into the magical realm, to lead the unsuspecting Harry into a confrontation with Voldemort? Confronted with Ohm's relentless inquiries, Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at him. He raised his hand and extracted a gossamer-like object from his temple, delicately placing it into a basin with the tip of his wand, declaring, "The Savior is not Harry, but rather you, my dear child, regardless of your willingness. This is your destined fate." A dense white mist surged within the basin, coalescing into a slender woman adorned with enormous spectacles, reminiscent of a dragonfly. She reclined in her chair, emitting a hoarse, grating voice. Chapter 40, The Stem Cutter. The one capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord approaches. He shall grow in a sacred place, imbued with an energy that the Dark Lord cannot comprehend. No one knows his past, but the two-headed eagle will sing in celebration of his birth. The Dark Lord shall be trampled and obliterated beneath his iron boots, and he will become a resplendent sun illuminating the world. In the stone basin, the woman composed of white mist concluded her speech, suddenly shivering, blinking in confusion, and apologetically stating, "My apologies, I may have inadvertently dozed off." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore dissipated the white mist, and the gossamer-like substance re-entered his eyes. He addressed the bewildered Ohm, saying, "This is the prophecy made by Professor Trelawney of the Hogwarts divination class 11 years ago. I believe you now comprehend, Ohm, that the one destined to defeat the Dark Lord is you." Ohm furrowed his brow, feeling that the matter was more complex than it appeared, and inquired with confusion, "I still do not understand, Professor. If the prophecy speaks of me, then why did Voldemort seek to kill Harry?" His aim was not to kill Harry. Dumbledore produced a stack of dark silver, wondrous fabric from his pocket. As his palm cradled this diaphanous object, Ohm was startled to observe that Dumbledore's hand had vanished, leaving only a pink wrist protruding from his sleeve, exposing skin, muscle, and pale bone. A rather terrifying sight indeed. Dumbledore unfurled the object in his hand, revealing a cloak lighter than gossamer, its surface shimmering with a faint magical glow. This is one of the Deathly Hallows, the Invisibility Cloak. Voldemort believes that by uniting the three Deathly Hallows, he can transcend death and achieve immortality, for he is profoundly fearful of aging and decay. Regrettably, 11 years ago, the owner of the Invisibility Cloak was none other than James Potter, which is why Voldemort sought to murder Harry's parents in his relentless pursuit of the Deathly Hallows. Even more unfortunate is that just a few days ago, I had borrowed the cloak for research purposes. Albus Dumbledore, with a sorrowful gaze upon the Deathly Hallows in his hand, murmured, "Voldemort ought to have come to me." I had perused the tales of Beedle the Bard, and was astonished to discover that the ethereal legends contained within were indeed true. OM reached out to touch this wondrous artifact. It was not crafted from the skin of an invisibility beast, but rather woven from some enigmatic thread. Although it appeared to be an opaque fabric, it felt as though one could see through it to the objects behind. Merely gazing upon it induced a subtle sense of dislocation. How could Harry have survived the killing curse? OM posed his final question. Because of Lily, Dumbledore replied. Lily's desire to protect her child invoked a powerful and ancient spell, driven by a force that Voldemort could not comprehend. Love. A mother's love for her son reflected the fatal curse back upon Voldemort himself, rendering him unable to exist in corporeal form. "Ah, now I understand everything," OM nodded, rising and turning to depart. The path of destiny had already been revealed. He declared, "I shall go and eliminate Quirrell. Just watch, Professor. I have 9 ways to do so, 9. OM, wait. You must." Dumbledore abruptly halted his words, and at that instant, OM, too, paused. their gazes instinctively drawn to the floor as though they could penetrate the heavy boards and behold an unspeakable sight. Within OM's psychic perception, from deep within the castle's bowels, a nauseating sound of writhing and sucking emerged, conjuring an indescribable aversion that surged from the depths of his being, causing his magical energy to involuntarily quicken its flow. It was as though what lay beneath was the mortal enemy of both himself and all humanity. This slippery and narrow wave of dark magic. Was it Quirrell? He seemed to have undergone a fundamental transformation, now more powerful than ever before. The space around them twisted, as though something from beyond was descending. How could this be? Fawkes! Dumbledore gripped his wand with grave intensity, and the phoenix screeched, soaring to perch upon the elder's shoulder. Wait, Professor! Just as Dumbledore was about to be enveloped by the golden-red flames, OM rushed forward, grasping Dumbledore's arm, and urged, "You must evacuate all the students from the castle. Let me descend into the depths and eliminate the source of this aberration." Upon receiving Dumbledore's consent, OM cast aside his robe and brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Thunderstorm, come to me." Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air outside the headmaster's office window, as a great sword, with a sleek and robust blade, shattered the glass and plunged straight into the floor before OM. Following closely was an entire suit of thunderous battle armor, which upon nearing OM, automatically unfastened its buckles and belts, enveloping him completely before securing itself tightly. In a mere few seconds, OM transformed from an eloquent scholar into an impeccable steel colossus. Clad in armor, his heart became profoundly serene as he drew the sword of the Tempest, its pale, ethereal flames shimmering alongside the runes etched upon his armor. OM nodded at Dumbledore, signaling his readiness, and watched as the elder's figure flickered and vanished with a resounding boom, before turning his gaze towards Phoenix Fawkes. The creature emitted a soft trill, swooping down to grasp OM's shoulders with its talons, and in that instant, magnificent gold and crimson flames ignited in the air, completely obscuring OM's vision. In that fleeting moment, OM felt as though he had traversed through an elongated and narrow conduit, each rib tightly pressed against his internal organs. This excruciating sensation was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye, and suddenly, OM found himself in a dimly lit, vast, waterlogged plaza. Undoubtedly, he was beneath the castle, facing an immense statue resembling an aged monkey, its beard cascading down to its bare feet. Before the statue lay a colossal serpent, grotesquely swollen and rotting, infested with tumors and sores, its scales peeling away, revealing its insides through the festering wounds. OM recognized the serpent by the shape of its scales. It was unmistakably a creature that had lived for countless years. Despite its repulsive and unsettling appearance, the serpent was very much alive. Its eyes, capable of instilling death with a mere gaze, had fallen from their sockets, suspended by its grotesquely decayed optic nerves. Atop its head was none other than Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. The squalid environment, the nauseating foe, and the ever-present, reality-distorting aura ignited a furious rage within OM. His eyes radiated with psychic lightning, his black hair billowed like flames, and the fiery blade of his sword pointed directly at the serpent's pale visage. Before him stood a figure that was half human, half serpent. Quirrell's back turned to OM. His legs fused with the serpent's head. His bloodless skin was riddled with green and deep purple lesions. A grotesquely contorted face sprouted from the back of his head, resembling melted wax, with crimson eyes like slits. This abhorrent being emitted a laugh reminiscent of an infant, its ominous gaze contemptuously surveying the diminutive knight on the ground. And from its blistered and ulcerated lips came a chilling proclamation. "O Messiah, my fated adversary, you shall become the finest offering to my dear father. Listen, sevenfold curse, sevenfold disease, sevenfold blessing." What did he mean by dear father? Was it some sort of cryptic language? No sooner had he spoken than the serpent's foul abdomen erupted, a massive mechanical claw bursting forth, accompanied by a deluge of pus and excrement, crashing heavily onto the waterlogged floor. Chapter 41. Behold, this is how the Summon Guardian is used. As the serpent's rotting flesh was torn apart, OM watched in astonishment as an inconceivably enormous half-mechanical life form emerged from the serpent's slender body. This grotesque creation boasts 6 crab-like, sharp and robust mechanical legs, while its upper body is a grotesque amalgamation of decaying, swollen flesh. From its shoulders protrude 2 formidable bony spikes, forming a humanoid figure. Its left arm has been replaced by a massive claw driven by a colossal piston, and between the menacing pincers of its right arm sprout 3 chitinous tubes, which incessantly open and close, expelling viscous pus from a swollen, pockmarked surface. The deformed visage of Voldemort has shifted from the back of Chilo's head to a green skull adorned with two pointed horns. As he unleashes a retching roar from his mouth, filled with decayed, yellowed teeth directed at Ohm. As this indescribably bizarre entity plants its sharp 6 legs upon the ground, stagnant water transforms into a foul sludge, and the rocky surface is suddenly overrun with grotesquely pulsating, aberrant flesh tubes. These flesh conduits, in hues of dark green and crimson, voraciously consume the putrid waste and urine, ejecting them into the air as if celebrating the birth of the stem cutter. At the precise moment of Voldemort's complete transformation, the corpses of the basilisk and Chilo instantaneously decay, giving rise to countless corpulent maggots writhing within the putrid flesh. They rapidly pupate and transform into a cloud of flies, enveloping the stem cutter's head as if draping it with a shroud of death. Before this towering behemoth, nearly 20 meters high, Ohm exhibits no intention of retreat. The rampant growth of fleshy tubes on the ground signifies Voldemort's current state, which possesses a potent infectious quality, capable of distorting reality and conjuring a swarm of decaying flies from thin air. Most critically, within Ohm's psychic perception, he distinctly senses thousands of diseases surging forth from Voldemort, saturating the entire space. Were it not for his formidable psychic powers annihilating the airborne pathogens, he too would have succumbed to a loathsome decay. Should Voldemort escape from this place, the young wizards outside would lack the sufficient magical strength to resist, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, I must annihilate you here and now. The stem cutter raised its square, robust mechanical claw, advancing with its 6 legs entwined with veins towards Ohm, while its right arm's 3 chitinous tubes unleashed a stream of yellow-green pus. From the visor of its helmet, a cerulean light erupted as Ohm charged forward, summoning claws of lightning from his palms to disperse the incoming pus, and with a swing of his hurricane sword, he unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy composed entirely of pale, psychic flames towards Voldemort's throat. Extreme cut. The stem cutter erected its mechanical claw to block the sword wave, spewing foul bile towards the rushing Ohm, while simultaneously raising both pincers to strike down upon him. With a swing of his sword, Ohm executed a thunderous explosion, surging through the scattered bile. As the massive claw loomed overhead, he shouted, "Fire God, pave the way!" The expanding ring of fire deflected the stem cutter's assault, causing its upper body to uncontrollably tilt backward. Seizing this opportunity, Ohm lunged forward with a sword thrust aimed at Voldemort's head, as runes on the blade flared to life, unleashing a glowing orb the size of a football from its tip. Explosive sword impact. At that moment, the chest of the stem cutter suddenly tore apart, expelling a deluge of putrid, decaying entrails, while a resilient, herpes-riddled tongue shot forth, obliterating the light grenade midair. However, this light grenade was merely a ruse employed by Ohm, who seized the opportunity to wade through the filth, stepping upon the grotesquely elastic flesh tubes, and charged directly beneath the stem cutter. A torrent of yellow and red pus gushed forth, and the formidable power of decay swiftly penetrated the protective runes inscribed upon Ohm's thunder armor. As the foul blood tainted the armor's surface, it became ensnared by grotesquely swollen veins and tumors, attempting to envelop Ohm entirely. Ohm heard the anguished wails of the innocent soul within the thunder armor, a wave of indescribable sorrow surging within him. He felt as though the burgeoning flesh upon his armor rendered his body exceedingly heavy, his senses blurred and disoriented, clearly indicating that the reality-distorting power of the stem cutter had breached the defenses of his psychic energy and armor, directly affecting him. In response to the damage, the stem cutter emitted a nauseating roar, its serpentine tongue reaching towards the murky sludge beneath, writhing like a python, intent on coiling around Ohm's form. The sharp, incandescent sword of the Tempest cleaved the mutated tongue in two. However, the severed segment still slithered around from behind Ohm, binding both him and his sword. Completely immobilized, he found himself drenched in the vile saliva secreted by the tongue, which constricted tighter and tighter, causing the armor and his very bones to creak ominously. Amidst this endless agony, he heard the mechanical soul within the Tempest and thunder lamenting sorrowfully, as if mourning its own frailty. Furthermore, the bizarre aura of reality distortion began to act directly upon Ohm's flesh. He could distinctly feel sharp, warty growths and enormous, transparent blisters erupting upon his skin, inflicting unbearable pain and unrelenting itchiness. His throat and lungs felt as though they were being scorched by fire, inducing uncontrollable fits of violent coughing. And his innards twisted in agony as if being fed into a meat grinder. Desperate to save himself, Ohm struggled, but under the relentless torment of hundreds, if not thousands, of ailments, he found himself unable to conjure even the simplest floating charm, let alone a powerful spell. The stem cutter lifted Ohm before it, its serpentine, elongated pupils gleaming with delight. It was in no rush to slay him, eager instead to witness its destined foe suffer a tormenting demise at the hands of disease. Would he perish in such a filthy manner? Just as Ohm's consciousness began to wane, the air suddenly erupted in a conflagration of golden-red flames. Dumbledore had arrived. The ultimate thunderous explosion. It was as if thunder had struck the ground, the tongue detonating in a resounding blast. And the stem cutter emitted a mournful wail akin to the squirming of flesh, as pus and blood erupted from its chest cavity. Although Ohm's senses were nearly obliterated by disease, his psychic perception informed him that Professor Dumbledore had come. Yet he was acutely aware that unless he could expel the afflictions within his body, even if he liberated himself from the control of the stem cutter, he would merely become a burden to Professor Dumbledore, a mere vessel of contagion. What, then, could vanquish the insidious ailments that plague him? In that moment, as he fell, he strained to shout through his lips, marred by blisters and tumors, "Guardian!" Instantly, the vast underground space was suffused with a cold yet gentle golden radiance. Chapter 42, The Eagle's Hymn. As the disease ravaged O.M., he beheld an enormous, grotesque creature, swollen and bizarre, adorned with bifurcated, mutated horns. Its corpulent belly encircled by a buzzing swarm of decay. Its mouth, filled with twisted, deformed teeth, bore a strangely benevolent smile, arms outstretched in welcome. O.M. realized that the monstrous green entity intended to embrace him. However, in that fleeting moment, as O.M. called forth his guardian, a colossal golden sun, filling his entire field of vision, unleashed its frigid flames, reducing the grotesque creature to ashes in an instant. O.M. opened his eyes, feeling the weight of his back crashing against the ground, splashing into a foul, putrid mire. On his chest rested a two-headed eagle, radiating a golden light capable of dispelling the malignant miasma. Witnessing this brilliance, the stem cutter's grotesque, noseless visage contorted in fear. Yet it dared only to remain rooted in place, emitting impotent roars. Rising from the ground, the eagle took flight from O.M.'s chest, and he discovered his senses heightened, his skin smooth, and the afflictions within him entirely vanished. The runes on his armor and great sword appeared dimmed and distorted, yet showed no signs of putrid flesh or growth. "This is it," O.M. murmured. "Is this the power of the Guardian?" To invoke the Guardian requires a surge of positive emotion. Just moments ago, O.M. had vividly imagined Sister Marika and his siblings living within a magnificent cathedral, free from the burdens of sustenance, all devoid of ailments or deformities. This vision momentarily filled his heart with joy, successfully summoning his guardian. Is this what a guardian can achieve? Dumbledore gazed in awe at the two-headed eagle spiraling above O.M., witnessing the golden guardian for the first time in over a century. The eagle let out a resounding cry, landing behind O.M., its talons merging with the thunderous armor, the golden light saturating the entire suit of armor. The hurricane sword, with its warped blade, straightened itself for the first time, igniting with crimson flames. The mechanical spirit of the tempest and thunder sang in exhilaration. As the eagle spread its expansive wings, as if to embrace the youth, O.M. felt a tranquil, potent, and irresistible surge of energy coursing through him, compelling him to vanquish the aberration and eradicate the heresy. How could the stock cutter permit its adversary to grow stronger before its very eyes? It forcefully suppressed its inner dread, propelling itself forward with its 5 elongated legs in a furious charge, brandishing its grotesquely swollen limbs in an attempt to crush Ohm into a pulp with its mechanical pincers. Dumbledore unleashed a barrage of thunderous explosions at the creature's head. Yet, despite the carnage, the stock cutter pressed on relentlessly, prompting the elder to shout, "Run, Ohm! Quick, flee! Is not I who should escape?" Ohm dragged the flaming blade of the hurricane sword as he sprinted toward the massive mechanical claw descending upon him, defying his fate as a heretic. A bolt of formidable psychic energy erupted from Ohm's eyes, obliterating the colossal pincers of the stock cutter into a shower of shattered fragments. As the creature, bearing a visage reminiscent of Voldemort, emitted a bone-chilling wail, Ohm, clad in golden armor, unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy, severing 3 of the stock cutter's legs encased in heavy metallic armor. Extreme cut, standing resolute amidst the splattering of putrid blood, Ohm raised his sword, a sense of divine inspiration coursing through him as he declared, "I am but a mortal, and mortals are frail." The spherical field of psychic energy dispersed the foul ichor, causing the stock cutter to topple over, its remaining right claw aiming menacingly at Ohm's head. "I am a guardian. Only death is weak." Ohm roared his incantation and unleashed an explosive projectile, cleaving the imposing claw in two as it surged toward him. The hurricane's sword struck like a falcon in flight, severing the stock cutter's remaining claw in an instant. The creature emitted a nauseating roar, and a torrent of putrid blood gushed from its torn abdomen, seeking to defile Ohm and offer his body as a tribute to the father who bestowed upon it power and life. In the face of the stock cutter's death throes, Ohm steadied himself, sword poised before him, and began to chant fervently, "I bear the weight of humanity's dignity. I shall crush the cowardice within." A colossal, double-headed eagle, entirely composed of psychic energy, burst forth from Ohm's chest, its icy yet radiant light igniting the stock cutter, transforming it into a grand torch. Despite its pitiful cries and frantic thrashing, it could not halt the complete incineration and purification of its grotesque form and twisted soul. This was the eagle's benediction. The luminous feathers of the double-headed eagle dispelled the warped essence pervading the subterranean realm, turning the muck into mere stagnation, while the writhing tendrils of flesh disintegrated into dust. The air, once teeming with lethal pathogens, vanished entirely. All returned to its rightful order, devoid of heretical traces. Ohm gazed upon the soaring, double-headed eagle above, momentarily catching sight of a towering figure cloaked in resplendent, heavy armor, crowned with a halo of radiant sunlight. Their eyes met for an instant, and then the golden guardian eagle behind Ohm dissipated, leaving him engulfed by an overwhelming wave of exhaustion akin to a surging tide. His psychic energy had been depleted. A veil of darkness enveloped him, and in a daze, he perceived the voice of Professor Dumbledore echoing from a distant realm, before succumbing to oblivion. In a lavish and opulent estate, Lucius Malfoy languidly sipped his afternoon tea, occasionally tossing a handful of feed, watching his pampered white peacocks eagerly peck at it. What a splendid day it was, he mused, plucking a cookie from the cake platter. However, an all too familiar and terrifying surge of magical energy emanated from his abode, a sensation he recognized all too well. Cold sweat broke out on Lucius's back as he hastily discarded the cookie and dashed into the secret treasure chamber of his home. Amidst the glittering gems and gold and silver artifacts lay an incongruous, aged black notebook. Swallowing hard, Lucius cautiously opened the cover of the tome. On the blank pages, it appeared as though an unseen hand wielding a quill was inscribing letters, each one meticulously formed, spelling out, "Tom Marvolo Riddle." The letters then rearranged themselves to declare, "I am Lord Voldemort." Chapter 43, Forever Angry, Forever Pure, Forever Loyal. In an expanse of boundless light, Ohm sat in a posture of serene indifference. His heart was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he were merging with the armor upon his body and the throne beneath him. Ohm listened to the metallic prayers, gazing upon the praise of gears, inhaling the incense of pistons. He saw it, indeed he saw it. He beheld the furious, fiery human skull, the loyal and sacred eagle wings, and the eternally pure and flawless eye, forged from metal. He witnessed the weighty armor like mountains, the extraordinary blade that cleaved the sea, and the colossal machinery soaring across the sky. All beings, all creations, all machines. They were all chanting, singing, and exulting, their voices intertwined, merging into a torrent of immense waves. They proclaimed, "Forever angry, forever pure, forever loyal." He awoke. Ohm was aware of his consciousness returning. Yet he could not open his eyes, his body devoid of strength, every muscle fiber racked with excruciating pain, a profound emptiness and thirst gnawing at his core. He had utterly exhausted his magical energy, and now the price was to be paid. He vaguely heard a female voice, but before he could discern her identity or what she had said, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When he awoke again, Ohm struggled to open his eyes and beheld the lofty and ornate dome of the school infirmary, illuminated by sunbeams streaming through the windows. Besides the distinct scent of antiseptic that permeated the infirmary, he detected a wondrous, warm fragrance. How familiar it was! It was her. Ohm realized his mind was as sluggish as rusted gears, taking a full 10 seconds to register that someone was leaning beside his bed. With great effort, Ohm moved his eyes, recognizing the familiar, dandelion-like tuft of gray hair. He strained apart his lips, producing a whisper, "FF." The small head jolted, and Fiorina abruptly lifted her gaze. Ohm noticed the imprint of sleep still lingering on her cheeks. As her lips struggled to form a dry smile, she said, Be careful not to catch a cold. Fiorina rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming that Ohm was indeed awake. She sprang up, flinging aside the curtain and racing outside, shouting, Madame Pomfrey! Madame Pomfrey! Ohm is awake. Quiet. This is a hospital. Entering was a woman clad in a black and white nun's habit. Her demeanor both stern and kind. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. She bent down, one hand resting on Ohm's forehead and the other on his wrist to measure his pulse, gently inquiring, Is anything bothering you, Mr. Messiah? Fiorina, on tiptoe behind Madame Pomfrey, peered with concern evident in her large olive-green eyes. Yes, madam. My stomach. Ohm nodded seriously, but then suddenly broke into a grin as Madame Pomfrey's expression shifted dramatically. I'm just so hungry. I feel like I could devour an entire roast turkey right now. Ouch. Madame Pomfrey pinched Ohm's ear, clearly displeased with his jest. She then retrieved her wand, lightly tapping it atop Ohm's head and chest. Satisfied with her findings, she rose and told him, Food will be brought shortly. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore that you have awakened. With that, she hurried away, and Fiorina approached, hands on her hips, questioning, You of all people. I thought you were my good friend. Why didn't you call me to back you up during the fight? You all know? Ohm asked in confusion. Given his understanding of Professor Dumbledore's character, he suspected that unless absolutely necessary, this incident would remain a secret between them. Surely, he wouldn't divulge the sensational news of Voldemort's brief revival to everyone, would he? Of course we know. Professor Dumbledore himself said you too went exploring in the Slytherin chamber. Then, after battling the basilisk, you were ambushed and taken down by a sneaky redcap, right? Fiorina crept closer to Ohm's face like a cat, urging, Tell me, how long was the basilisk? 30 feet or 40 feet? Harry and I bet on 40 feet. But Hermione doesn't believe there could be such a large serpent. Ohm paused in silence, realizing Dumbledore's intent. The old man wished to prevent panic among the students. He smiled at Fiorina and said, I fear I must disappoint you. The basilisk was at most 28 feet long, but that is still a giant among basilisks. By the way, how long have I been asleep? What? Unbelievable. You've slept a full 24 hours, and it was only that small. Fiorina, feeling despondent, pulled out a small notebook from her pocket and began to scribble. Currently, I owe Hermione 16 chocolate frogs, and Harry owes her 20 pumpkin pasties. But it matters not, for she scarcely indulges in sweets. In the end, they will all be mine. Observing the girl's spirits lift, Ohm could not help but chuckle. Was it not the very purpose of vanquishing Voldemort to usher in more joyous faces into this world? For a brighter future, one must bid farewell to Voldemort. A house elf presented a large bowl of honey-infused rice porridge, accompanied by a small piece of bland bread. Though simple, it was undoubtedly the finest nourishment Ohm had encountered after an entire day without sustenance. Easily digestible and remarkably filling. Yet, to his embarrassment, Ohm soon discovered that his arms felt as feeble as overcooked spaghetti, rendering him incapable of lifting a spoon. FF, could you possibly, Ohm implored, casting a pitiful glance at Fiorina, the food tantalizingly within reach, yet utterly unattainable, a torment that was indescribable. It was akin to being unable to relieve oneself due to a stubborn belt. How absurd! What was I even contemplating while dining? It must be Voldemort's grotesque transformation, leaving an indelible impression. Blame Voldemort for this. Fiorina exclaimed, Here, let me take over. Allow me to feed you. She positioned herself beside Ohm, scooping a generous spoonful of steaming porridge and, without a moment's hesitation, thrusting it towards his mouth. Naturally, Ohm resisted vehemently, tightly sealing his lips and emitting muffled protests. Drink it quickly, Fiorina urged, her frustration mounting. Why won't you drink? Just as Professor Dumbledore stepped into the hospital wing, a resounding scream pierced the air. I'm burning alive. Ohm felt a fiery sensation engulfing his mouth, gasping for breath, and defiantly raised a finger towards Fiorina's retreating silhouette. What a delightful girl she was indeed. Dumbledore chuckled warmly, retrieving a crystal-clear vial from within his robes and administering its contents into Ohm's mouth. Instantly, a refreshing, herbaceous coolness alleviated the burning sensation. Ohm smacked his lips in relief and turned to Professor Dumbledore, remarking, It appears you need not ponder how to save Quirrell's soul any longer, Professor. The prophecy has come to fruition. Dumbledore assisted Ohm in sitting up, placing a pillow behind his back, and apologetically stated, Indeed, Ohm, I'm deeply ashamed. I failed to subdue Quirrell in time and was of little assistance during the ensuing battle. Recalling how Dumbledore had rescued him from the clutches of the serpent's grasp, Ohm shook his head. Please do not speak so, sir. Without your intervention, I would be but a puddle of muck in the basement now. He then inquired, By the way, where are my armor and weapons? That is the reason for my presence here. Dumbledore produced a deep purple silk pouch and untied its drawstring. As soon as the bag was opened, a twisted ironclad arm nimbly crawled out, followed by severely damaged leg armor, then the chest plate, the helmet, and finally a highly deformed great sword, nearly broken in half. They sensed their master and creator, disregarding their own damaged forms, eagerly yearning to continue the battle for Messiah, to fight until the sun extinguishes, to fight until metal decays, to fight until the essence of machinery no longer exists. To restore your drained magical energy, I had to pry them from your side. Dumbledore observed as OM was enveloped by the cold yet warm metal. It truly required considerable effort on my part. They incessantly clamored to see you, leaving my office in utter disarray. OM gazed at the severely worn and dim runes on the thunder armor, caressed the jagged blade of the hurricane's sword, and listened to the elated essence of thunder and hurricane, akin to a fledgling seeking comfort. He murmured, "Forever angry, forever pure, forever loyal." Whose words were these? So familiar, yet I cannot recall. The skull-marked two-headed eagle golden throne. Dumbledore watched as OM fell into a peculiar state. He suddenly applauded, rousing OM while appearing to remember something. He stood up and said, "I recall that you forged this equipment beside Hagrid's hut, correct?" "Indeed, sir," OM replied, gazing quizzically at Professor Dumbledore. "Is this against school rules?" "Oh no, certainly not, dear OM," Dumbledore chuckled. "If you desire a larger, better-equipped venue, you may visit the silly banner tapestry on the 8th floor." Although OM sensed that Professor Dumbledore was jesting, considering it was a magical realm, he deemed it reasonable to encounter slightly unusual matters and nodded in agreement. "I shall visit once I'm discharged, Professor." Dumbledore kindly nodded, retrieving 2 boxes of chocolate frog from his pocket and stealthily placing them beneath OM's pillow. Poppy generally forbids patients from indulging in snacks, but Dumbledore winked at OM, lowering his voice, just ensure she does not discover the wrappers. However, Professor, OM's gaze drifted beyond Dumbledore's crooked nose, directly towards the figure of Madame Pomfrey, who was standing there. Dumbledore's smile froze. In the next moment, Madame Pomfrey, like a hen that had spotted a thief, angrily waved her wand, sending the headmaster fleeing in a manner unbefitting his age, darting out of the infirmary with surprising agility. After a hearty meal, a fatigued OM lay in bed, his full stomach lulling him into a drowsy state. The thunder armor assembled itself into a fragmented humanoid form, propping itself up with a deformed hurricane sword, standing straight like a sentinel at OM's bedside. Observing these 2 loyal companions, a smile graced OM's face as he clasped his hands over the cross on his chest, sinking into a deep, dreamless slumber. Within his sleep, the spiritual energy within OM began to trickle and gradually accumulate, ultimately converging into a turbulent lake surface, which eventually calmed, ceasing all unusual activity. In this slumber, OM slept uninterrupted until noon the following day, experiencing a depth of rest unlike any he had known before. He wished he could remain in this state of tranquility forever, but such bliss was fleeting, interrupted by Fiorina's arrival with Harry and Hermione to visit him. The thunder and hurricane, recognizing their acquaintance, paid them no heed and allowed Fiorina to reach OM's bedside. "OM the Great!" Fiorina exclaimed, shaking the broad shoulders of the young man, her voice rising in pitch. "OM the Messiah! I'm awake, I'm awake." OM suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes still closed, his brows arched high, as if he wished to lift the heavy lids. Just one glance at his face revealed an overwhelming expression of drowsiness. "What happened? Are aliens invading Earth?" OM inquired, yawning deeply. However, Fiorina paid him no mind and turned with a triumphant smile towards Harry and Hermione, declaring, "You see, I told you he was nearly recovered. In terms of common sense, I find your actions remarkably brave," Hermione observed, looking at OM, who, from behind Fiorina, revealed his demonic horns. A hint of pity glimmered in her eyes. "Never mind. I shall prepare for you a pure and immaculate white rose." 5 minutes later, as OM relished the fruit tart his friends had brought alongside the white porridge from the infirmary, he recounted the events that had transpired. Although Dumbledore had not made the truth public, OM felt it was his friend's right, especially Harry S., to know what had truly occurred. "And so, Voldemort was reduced to a great heap of ashes, and then I lost consciousness," OM concluded, swallowing the last bite of the fruit tart. He rolled his eyes at Fiorina, who was watching him with a pitiful expression, and said, "Let her out, Thunder." With a clang, Thunder's armor dispersed, causing Fiorina, who was holding her breath, to tumble to the floor. She lay there, gasping heavily, and defiantly raised her middle finger towards OM. "Ah, I see. No wonder Dumbledore was so serious when he let us out of the castle, Hermione mused, resting her chin on her hand. Suddenly, she sat up in alarm. Professor Quirrell is dead. Surely, their one TB in exam for the final in defense against the dark arts. Fiorina substituted her middle finger for a thumbs up, muttering sullenly. You're the one who's overly diligent, Hermione. Voldemort is truly dead? Harry found it challenging to articulate his current emotions. He had prepared himself for 7 arduous years of study at school, anticipating a future where he could seek vengeance for the murder of his parents at Voldemort's hands, only to have his best friend approach him and say, Hey, buddy, I've avenged your parents. Here's the ashes of your enemy, nicely packaged for your convenience. Please sign here and leave a good review. His feelings were complex, deeply intricate. Ultimately, he sighed and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Ohm, saying, Thank you, Ohm. If it weren't for you after finishing their meal, Ohm, with Madame Pomfrey's approval, was formally discharged. He, along with the 3 companions and 2 spirits, made their way towards the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. After enduring a fierce battle with the stem cutter, Ohm discovered a critical flaw in his equipment. His sword was insufficiently large, and his armor lacked the necessary thickness. He resolved to seek out the location mentioned by Professor Dumbledore, a place equipped with superior forging tools, in hopes of enhancing his gear. Chapter 45, Bigger, Better, Stronger. Just now, I seem to have caught a glimpse of our Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope. Ohm stealthily peeked around the corner, his face betraying a curious expression. There was also Percy from Gryffindor, covering his face, who cautiously emerged halfway, his eyes peering through his fingers as he tried to catch a glimpse of the scene. It was indeed them. Fiorina's head was positioned beneath Hermione's, observing the pair at the window, sharing intimate moments, disdain evident on her face. They appeared as if they might devour each other's noses, which was utterly revolting. Then Harry raised his head from the bottom, questioning why they were lingering there. Were they to simply walk out? Hermione shot a disapproving glance at Harry through Fiorina's small head, deeming it too awkward. What does it matter? It's better than us. Shoo, Ohm whispered, raising a finger to his lips to silence the impending argument between the two and pointed toward the small, narrow door at the corridor's edge, typically leading to Filch's broom closet, occasionally revealing 1 or 2 secret passages. A faint sound of giggles emerged from behind it. Clearly, they were not the only ones peeking at the couple. Exchanging knowing glances with the others, Ohm smirked mischievously, tapping his wand against his head and murmuring, disillusionment charm. A chilling sensation enveloped him as he watched his hands fade into the air, nodding in satisfaction. He silently approached the narrow door, grasped the handle, and yanked it open with vigor. 2 identical red-haired boys tumbled out, rolling on the ground. Unmistakably, they were Ron's twin brothers. Fred, George, what are you doing here? Percy shouted in embarrassment, his ears flushed a deep crimson as he stormed over, wand in hand. If only they weren't engaged in such face-chewing antics. One twin burst into laughter, responding, How dare you? Tarantella. Percy's wand unleashed a flurry of spells, all of which the twins skillfully dodged as they bounced around. Ultimately, the 4 of them began to chase one another, racing towards the more populated areas below. The prefects are dating. My brother has a girlfriend. You 2 are doomed. Percy's furious roar echoed. TSK, TSK, TSK. If they were caught, the consequences would surely be dire. Ohm solemnly crossed himself, wishing divine protection for these poor lambs ensnared by love, hoping that heaven was devoid of the disillusionment spell. Amen. Isn't the true perpetrator you? You pretentious charlatan. Fiorina shot a glare at Ohm, delivering a swift kick to his calf. To be frank, prior to receiving the letter from the owl, I had contemplated the prospect of becoming a priest upon reaching adulthood. Ohm displayed no semblance of embarrassment as he turned and strolled towards the corridor on the 8th floor. Our next endeavor was to locate a tapestry depicting the foolish Barabbas teaching a troll to perform ballet. The name truly suits the subject, Harry couldn't help but remark, after having experienced the troll's odorous presence firsthand. It was indeed hard to fathom the sheer folly of someone who would entertain the idea of instructing a foul-smelling troll in the art of ballet. The tapestry was not difficult to find. Rather, it was conspicuously prominent. After all, a tapestry portraying 8 trolls clad in custom-made, pristine white ballet skirts, pirouetting gracefully in small circles, their faces exuding an air of relaxation and enjoyment, was nearly impossible to overlook. Particularly striking was the sight of them performing Swan Lake while simultaneously wielding hefty wooden clubs to mercilessly pummel a hapless man caught in their midst, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment. One could scarcely discern whether the trolls were reveling in the dance or deriving pleasure from the man's anguished cries. The entire piece offered an experience that compelled one to gaze twice, exclaiming, "How utterly bizarre." Hermione, wiping the tears that had sprung to her eyes from the absurdity of it all, remarked that these pirouetting trolls would likely linger in her mind for quite some time. Exerted considerable effort to divert his gaze from the 8 spinning trolls, for such a spectacle was surely not one could witness in reality. He began searching for the grander, superior forge that Dumbledore had mentioned. However, despite meticulously inspecting every inch of the empty corridor's walls, he failed to uncover even a single secret door. How strange, mused, scratching his head in confusion. Surely Professor Dumbledore would not deceive me with such matters? Beside him, thunder armor and hurricane sword mirrored his actions, striking every seemingly suspicious brick in the wall with their iron gloves and sword hilts. Perhaps we overlooked something? Harry suggested, urging them to search once more. Forge, 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 Fiorina murmured, eager to pry open every portrait on the wall, hoping to uncover hidden mechanisms or buttons. She longed for a fully equipped workshop. Despite having transported numerous tools from home to Hagrid's hut, it remained far too rudimentary, merely a makeshift workshop. Fiorina aspired to craft a magical gun from the ground up, yet the precision of the parts she fashioned herself was woefully inadequate, risking catastrophic failure if hastily assembled. Not to mention, most tasks necessitated the use of magic. The most pressing issue was that her workshop was outdoors. While she was indifferent to the color of her skin, the agony of sunburn was all too real. Just then, as Fiorina continued her musings, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a door that had materialized opposite the absurd Barabbas tapestry. Before them stood a grand door of a crimson hue, intricately carved with a cauldron ablaze with towering flames. Beneath the cauldron, countless giants knelt in fervent worship, their chests adorned with the visage of a singular eye, gazing up at the fiery vessel with expressions of zealous devotion. Why has this door only now made its appearance? Harry grumbled, brushing the dust from his chin. He had even lifted the carpet in search of a hidden mechanism. Surely, it must be because I have been yearning for its unveiling. Fiorina exclaimed with enthusiasm, advancing to push the door with all her might, yet it remained steadfastly shut. Frustrated, she kicked the door, letting out a yelp of pain as she cradled her foot against the wall, gasping in discomfort. Perseverance is commendable, but OM crouched down, placing his hands into the 2 recesses at the base of the door, exerting force with his thighs. This door opens upward. As the grand entrance lifted, the moment OM and his companions glimpsed the interior of the room, they were left utterly astonished. Professor Dumbledore was indeed correct, OM murmured, supporting the door with his hands. It was truly a larger, superior, and more formidable forge. Chapter 46, the original casting. Towering furnaces, unquenchable flames, and expansive, intricate alchemical arrays adorn the walls, which are lined with an array of tools, ranging from massive hammers to delicate tweezers. From giant pincers capable of encircling OM's waist to tools so fine they could grasp a hair. A lathe large enough for a person to recline upon, designed for inscribing runes, boasted an assortment of chisels in every conceivable style. Numerous tools, their purposes initially inscrutable, were evidently intended for the application of arcane magics unknown to OM. Good heavens! What burns within is the ancient fire of Goblet, Hermione exclaimed, pointing to the flickering orange flames within the furnace. OM lay on the ground, tracing the intricate and profound patterns of the vast alchemical circle that nearly consumed the entire floor space, whispering in awe. How much would it cost to acquire such an abundance of alchemical materials? Look here, Fiorina called out. OM raised his head to discover Fiorina brandishing a chainsaw. Why would there be such an industrial contraption in a magic school? No, wait, the casing of the chainsaw bore runes for anti-magic interference. It is indeed a hybrid tool. With a vigorous pull of the starter cord, the menacing teeth of the tool whirred to life, the roar of its diesel engine filling the room. This contraption is far more exhilarating than your cold weapons. Weapons ought to make a sound to be truly effective. A broad smile spread across Fiorina's face, clearly reveling in the cacophony of the chainsaw's whirling teeth and the intense vibrations of the engine. Nonsense. I dare say you have never experienced the exhilarating sensation of a blade slicing through flesh, the thrill transmitted through the metal sword to your hand. OM retorted without hesitation. What skill is there in shooting from afar? A true man must engage in close combat. Then why don't you combine the two? Harry shouted, covering his ears. A thunderbolt flashed through OM's mind. If the blade of his hurricane sword transformed into a whirling chainsaw, its lethality could not simply be described as elevated. It would be akin to soaring into the skies. He excitedly grasped Harry's shoulders, shaking him as he exclaimed, You are a genius, Harry. Enough of the games. We have serious matters to attend to. The four of them dashed out of the castle, transporting the furnace and metal ingots placed outside Hagrid's hut into this wondrous chamber with the levitation spell. Ohm discovered that this room would only manifest when he genuinely contemplated forging or alchemical endeavors. Any other thoughts would conjure a completely different space. Out of curiosity, Ohm wondered if this wish-granting room could defy the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and produce food from thin air. However, as he envisioned food, the words "eat too" lingered at the threshold for quite some time, only to yield a massive picture frame depicting a desolate country road. Upon flipping the frame over, they were greeted by a deep, dark tunnel, the destination of which remained a mystery. For safety's sake, Ohm refrained from recklessly entering, pondering whether it might be a monster's disguised maw, merely waiting to devour him. The entire afternoon saw the quartet immersed in the forge. The ancient goblin fire in the furnace was ignited by Ohm and Harry, who, after heating the metal ingots to a fiery red, placed them upon the anvil. Together, they wielded hammers, alternating to shape the metal into elongated strips. Ohm had not forgotten about the 14 eager little eagles waiting for their magical swords in the Ravenclaw Tower. This was Harry's first experience hammering a sword blank, and, given his lack of stamina, he soon found himself out of breath. The small hammer feeling as though it weighed a ton, proving impossible to lift. This left Harry feeling embarrassed. Not only was he the shortest among them, but his physical strength paled in comparison to that of the girls. He silently resolved to follow Ohm's example, committing to daily workouts every afternoon when classes were over. As Ohm swung the heavy hammer, he shared his vision of crafting a low-tier version of the Ravenclaw diadem with the others. This idea was met with enthusiastic support from Hermione, who promptly thrust the partially disassembled chainsaw into Harry's arms, then leaned over the table to begin drafting blueprints. Calculating the size of the headband, the arrangement of runes, and the compatibility of materials, meticulously inscribing the runes that might be required onto parchment. Having previously created a finished product, the crafting of this magical sword, from forging to rune carving, took a mere 3 hours. The entire process unusually smooth and efficient thanks to their magical assistance. In the end, Ohm carved a large Roman numeral I at the base of the sword's hilt, intricately etching a human skull in its center. This would henceforth serve as the emblem of their original forging workshop. Ohm sheathed the magical sword into an acid-etched, rune-cleansed scabbard, the sound of clinking gold galleons echoing in the air. During dinner, Ohm presented the Roman single-handed sword to his first client in front of the entire school of young wizards, twisting the hilt to allow his wand to be inserted, encouraging him to draw it forth and give it a try. As the young eagle raised the flaming sword aloft at the Ravenclaw long table, the attention of the entire school was drawn to him. Seizing the moment, Ohm leapt onto a chair, raising his hands high and exclaiming, "All right, everyone, fix your gaze upon me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. The original forged magical sword is now available for pre-order. 20 galleons each, and you can collect them within 2 months. Guaranteed maintenance and exchanges, fair to all. Those interested can approach me after the meal. A deposit of 10 galleons is required." Many students from affluent backgrounds, or those who had saved up their pocket money, could hardly wait until the meal was over and eagerly rose to seek out Ohm to place their orders. Others, with lighter pockets, merely wished to approach the young eagle who had purchased the original forged sword to experience its feel for free. Additionally, there were those like George and Fred, who aimed to discuss more adult matters with Ohm, namely, collaboration. In an instant, the dining hall devolved into a chaotic uproar. Ultimately, it was Professor Dumbledore who stood up, issuing a vital directive. "First, we shall eat." This only fueled their desire to emulate Ohm, including his sword and armor, as they believed these were the sources of his formidable strength. Ohm, with a gesture of apology towards the faculty table, bowed and obediently took his seat, aware that his objective had been accomplished. Chapter 47, The Laurel of Wisdom. Just as Ohm was savoring a full plate of roasted lamb ribs, Fred and George stealthily approached from the Gryffindor long table, sandwiching Ohm between them. "Ohm, Slayer of Serpents, my dear brother," Fred said amiably, generously filling a large bowl with stew for him. "We believe you must be in dire need of assistance to manage the flurry of orders raining down upon you." George hurriedly placed a golden dish filled with red wine, braised oxtail, in front of Ohm. Setting down his knife and fork, Ohm clasped his hands, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the two jesters, saying, "Are you two vying for a place in my entourage?" "Indeed," they replied in unison. The brothers often crafted magical trinkets for their pranks, such as canary biscuits and fat-tongue toffees. However, those ventures were trifling yielding only a few sickles after days of effort, leaving them with hardly anything to split. Thus, when they learned that Ohm was selling an original forged sword for 20 galleons and that numerous individuals were interested, they felt an overwhelming urge to bow before him in reverence. If they could learn the craft of sword making, they could open a shop after graduation and achieve success. Observing the longing in their eyes, Ohm merely smiled gently. How much do you know about alchemy? Fred's eyes widened. We can learn it immediately, and what of your studies in runes? Ohm continued without pause. We will only take that course next year, George admitted sheepishly. I see. Ohm raised his goblet, sipping orange juice. I'm afraid you do not quite meet my requirements. Perhaps you might spend some more time in the library to enhance your studies. Fiorina extracted the remarkably thick tome titled The Essential 400 Rune Combinations for the OWL's exam from her backpack, slamming it onto the table. With an air of defiance, she raised her chin at the bewildered George and Fred, declaring, if you master this book, we shall welcome you both into our ranks. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listeners took them to heart. OM observed the Weasley twins retreating dejectedly, not out of cruelty, but because Fred and George were utterly inexperienced. He had no desire to teach two novices when faced with a deluge of orders. Moreover, all the knowledge and skills he possessed could be acquired within the confines of the Hogwarts library. The only distinction between himself and others lay in his ability to apply that bookish knowledge to the real world. However, for individuals were still insufficient, especially considering that both he and Harry had training sessions scheduled in the evenings. Fiorina was wholly focused on crafting a magical firearm, while Hermione was adept at compiling data and sketching blueprints, though her forging skills left much to be desired. Alas, a solution must be devised, lest their academic pursuits be buried beneath a mountain of orders. While earning money was gratifying, acquiring knowledge held far greater significance. Are you contemplating how to enhance our efficiency as a quartet? Fiorina rested her chin on her hand, her bright olive-green eyes narrowing at the furrowed brow of OM. OM stared at her in astonishment, wondering how this girl seemed to embody the very essence of his thoughts. In a fleeting moment, he recovered and tilted his head, inquiring, do you have an idea? It's simple, Fiorina said, popping a macaron into her mouth and licking her pink tongue at the corner of her lips. Your thunder armor is capable of autonomous movement, is it not? If you were to create several more suits of armor, it would be akin to having a multitude of tireless workers at your disposal. But I have yet to master the art of bestowing them with a soul, OM mused, glancing at the Ravenclaw who had taken a Roman gladius from his hands. Perhaps I could attempt it again. He rose and approached the Ravenclaw, reclaiming the gladius. After a moment's contemplation, he poured his entire essence into the blade. Flames erupted along the sword's edge, with each rune shimmering like stars. OM raised the Roman gladius high and proclaimed with authority, I, OM Messiah, bestow upon you a name. From this moment forth, your wielder shall possess an indomitable spirit. The flame soared, transforming into a roaring lion's head that once again plunged into the sword, extinguishing the light. In that instant, OM distinctly sensed the emergence of a nascent mechanical soul within the blade. The young man received the indomitable spirit with a sense of bewilderment. As soon as he grasped the hilt, a surge of confidence enveloped him, invigorating his very being. He comprehended the courage of the mechanical soul and grasped its resolve. Any confusion regarding his studies dissipated instantly. What challenges could possibly hinder him now? Well, perhaps it was not as exaggerated as it seemed. He merely felt a slight acceleration in his thought process, and his decision-making became a tad more resolute. He would likely no longer be troubled by the choice between a bacon sandwich or a tuna sandwich for breakfast. Thus, it dawned upon OM. As long as he invoked his own name, while imbuing an object with spiritual energy, he could breathe life into the mechanical soul of an inanimate creation. However, he pondered, why did such energy reside within him? Spiritual energy was not the same as magical power, although it could achieve feats typically reserved for magic. It was an entirely distinct essence. On the teacher's dais, Dumbledore watched in astonishment as OM conjured a soul from thin air, so taken aback that he nearly forgot to swallow the morsel in his mouth. Perhaps he should procure an original forged magic sword from OM to send along. After dinner, OM lingered in the dining hall for quite some time, receiving 53 orders, a significant portion of which came from Slytherin. This group of cunning serpents even offered to pay extra to ensure their orders were prioritized, all for the sake of their pure-blood family honor. OM couldn't help but internally scoff at the Slytherins for their foolishness, while cheerfully placing their orders at the top, ensuring the first batch would be completed promptly. Among these, 2 orders were from professors. Professor Dumbledore purchased one, expressing his support for student entrepreneurship, while Professor Goshawk, who taught runes, wished to thank OM for invigorating student interest in the study of runes. That evening, OM and his companions gathered in the room of requirement. As the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was imminent, captured by Gryffindor's captain, Wood, they were subjected to intense training. OM placed the collected orders and over 500 galleons in deposits on the table, wiping his brow of non-existent sweat, his face glowing with a farmer's smile at the sight of a bountiful harvest. Come, it's time to divide the spoils. OM jingled the large pouch filled with coins. Just as he was about to pour the delightful galleons onto the table, Hermione waved her hand. You two should share with Harry. After all, I haven't contributed anything significant to the creation of the original forged magic sword, so I feel uncomfortable taking this money. Before OM and Fiorella could respond, Hermione unfurled a large parchment adorned with intricate patterns and a plethora of runes, spreading it across the table. Leaning forward with determination, her hands braced against the surface, she revealed a confident smile. However, I shall claim half of the profits from the sale of this laurel crown. Chapter 48. How can you sleep at such a young age? In the dead of night, within the room of requirement, Fiorella, her eyes glazed and lips slightly parted, gasped for breath, murmuring, OM, I can't take it anymore, please let me be. Sweat clung her long, curly hair to her fair skin as Hermione sighed. It's too hot. I can't endure this any longer. Please let us rest. Bare-chested, OM set down his iron chisel, administering a playful smack to each of their foreheads, his expression stern. Do not think you can escape your labor. Hurry, we need to illuminate the runes on the laurel crown. I'm so close to finishing. Honestly, you have no compassion, Fiorella pouted, channeling the meager magic remaining within her, threw her wand into the crown before them. However, this small steel ring required the engraving of 406 runes, each the size of an ant. The presence of the disruptive runes was attributed to OM's recollection of Hermione's frenzied and restless state following her excessive use of the Quick Revive spell, which compelled them to insist on the installation of an anti-addiction mechanism. The original purpose of the Jessie crown was to enhance focus and sharpen intellect. However, it was not uncommon for individuals to develop a dependency, wearing the crown continuously without respite. By incorporating a timer alongside the disruption feature, users would experience a mandatory interference with the quick revive and restorative functions of the crown after 1 to 2 hours of use, thereby facilitating a much-needed mental relaxation. This design necessitated OM's engraving of runes to escalate from 278 to 406. Yet, for the sake of product safety, to avert potential complaints, and to prevent financial loss, it was deemed worthwhile. Fiorina's magic illuminated the tiny runes on the crown, enabling OM to ascertain whether the runes he had carved could effectively channel magical energy, and whether his excessive pressure had distorted them, causing magical stagnation. This was the first time OM had engraved such minuscule runes, rendering him unable to divert his focus towards channeling his spiritual energy into the crown. Even with the assistance of Fiorina and Hermione, and with his eyes nearly pressed against the steel ring, it took him nearly 4 hours to complete the intricate carvings. While engraving the final set of runes, the two young witches had to alternate their magical output every 5 seconds, their foreheads glistening with sweat. This circumstance heightened OM's concentration. He was determined not to let a single mistake render his friend's efforts futile. At precisely 11:33 in the evening, the Jessie Crown Alpha experimental version was completed. The two young witches had collapsed onto the adjacent chairs in exhaustion, while OM casually wiped the metal shavings from his trousers and solemnly donned the rough crown upon his head. As he channeled his energy, a wave of fatigue accumulated from the prolonged carving dissipated entirely. His weary and blurred vision was suddenly enveloped in a refreshing clarity, and his sluggish thoughts became agile and lively. He even found himself contemplating which type of metal would best enhance the crown's capabilities. As the realm of wandless magic seemed to draw near, realizing that this was merely the crown draining his vitality, he promptly removed it. Instantly, fatigue surged back like a tidal wave. OM staggered slightly, pressed a hand to his forehead, and placed the crown on the table. It became evident that a bold, uppercase warning should be included in the user manual. Prohibited to wear while fatigued. OM slapped his cheeks, the sting dispelling his weariness. He dressed and said to Fiorina and Hermione, I plan to show this crown to Professor Goshawk tomorrow. There may be room for improvement. You decide, Hermione replied, listlessly. I just want to sleep. OM stuffed the crown into the pocket of his robe, shaking his head in exasperation. In the pitch-black corridor, the poltergeist Peeves chuckled merrily, darting about the empty castle. It is a manifestation of all the students in the castle wishing to frolic and play pranks. Appearing as a comical little man with oversized ears, a potato-like nose, and grotesquely bulging eyes. with a mouth wide enough to accommodate an entire blueberry pie made by Aunt Jenny. The poltergeist is not a ghost, yet it possesses the ability to traverse walls and soar through the air, interacting with tangible objects to execute its favorite mischief. As the poltergeist wandered to the 8th floor, intending to sneak 2 large dung balls into Filch's broom cupboard as a surprise, a heavy figure caught its attention. Oh, what do I see? TSK, TSK, TSK. A little wizard who should be asleep at this hour. The poltergeist floated over, attempting to frighten the young wizard into fleeing with its usual menacing words. Oh, naughty, naughty. Perhaps I should summon that big fool Filch? Yet the heavy-set figure spoke in a deep voice. You would do well to pretend you have seen nothing, or I shall surely kick your backside with my boot. What? The poltergeist could hardly believe it, aside from the blood-stained Barrow and Professor Dumbledore. Who else in this school dared to threaten it? It immediately let out a cacophony of shrieks. Students are not sleeping. In an instant, the poltergeist was enveloped by an invisible force, and the figure's eyes blazed with a supernatural light. As a boot entirely composed of psychic energy materialized in the air and delivered a forceful kick to the poltergeist's rear. Yow! It was sent soaring like a golf ball struck with great force, trailing a long wail as it passed through stairs and walls, transforming into a shining star in the night sky. Why does it never learn that mischief invites trouble? The moonlight illuminated the figure's face. It was just emerging from the room of requirement. Well done. Fiorina immediately applauded. So, can you let us down now? Oh, please, I am carrying you. And now you wish to dismount? You think I will grant all your wishes? Just stay put. Walking under the moonlight while carrying a girl seemed like a romantic endeavor. Yet, on Ohm's shoulders were 2 young witches, just as cumbersome as carrying bags of cement. Was this romance doubled in? Fiorina expressed that her stomach was being pressed uncomfortably, yearning to walk, but Ohm's strong arms held her tightly, leaving no room for struggle. Hermione, of course, had no objections, after spending the day sketching and illuminating runes. Both her intellect and magical energy were utterly depleted, and she had already succumbed to sleep on Ohm's shoulder. Chapter 49. Fiorina, please no. Meow. Let me sleep a little longer. Hermione felt a small paw dancing across her cheek, accompanied by persistent meows. She waved her hand to shoo it away, attempting to turn over and continue her slumber. However, a pair of arms encircled her waist, causing her chest to feel heavy, rendering her immobile. Is this sleep paralysis? Never mind, I am so tired. Wait a minute. Neither my roommate nor I have a cat. Hermione's eyes flew wide open in realization. At first glance, one is greeted by the intertwining hues of blue and brass that form the canopy of a 4-poster bed. Hermione gently bows her head, revealing a small cat, entirely black. Nestled at her collarbone, the feline, with its delicate pink-padded paws, kneads her cheek with an expression of sheer contentment. This is the Ravenclaw dormitory. The cat belongs to Fiorina, named Light. As for the hands resting upon her waist, they can only belong to. Hermione slightly tilts her head and, indeed, spots a fluffy gray bundle resting its head on her ribcage, blissfully asleep. Given Fiorina's upbringing, it is no surprise that she sleeps so lightly. Hermione's subtle movement instantly rouses the short-haired girl. Instinctively, Fiorina draws out a pink fuzzy rabbit from beneath her pillow, smoothly loading it as she assumes a crouched stance, scanning the surroundings with her olive-green eyes filled with detached menace. Hermione, frightened, dares not breathe, fearing that the next moment, the barrel might be pressed against her forehead. After a brief moment, Fiorina realizes she is still at the magical school. She visibly relaxes, scratching Light's chin, and leans back against her pillow with a mischievous grin. Good morning, beautiful. Don't you feel how wonderfully warm and cozy my bed is? Stop it. How did I end up here? Hermione pushes back against the increasingly close Fiorina, glancing at her noticeably shortened silk nightgown, blushing slightly as she asks, Did you help me change my clothes too? Well, you fell asleep on old OM's shoulder last night, and since we didn't know the password to Gryffindor Tower, I had no choice but to bring you here. Observing the blush on Hermione's cheeks, Fiorina playfully pinches her face and chuckles. Oh, you're blushing. By the way, not only did I help you change, but I even gave you a little wash. That is perfectly normal development, very good. A dense steam erupted from Hermione's head as she buried her face in the covers, emitting a scream akin to water boiling. In the dining hall, OM approached Professor Goshawk, a tall, slender man with a ginger beard, round glasses, and a rosy complexion, who, despite his serious demeanor, exuded a hint of playfulness. He was the professor of runes at Hogwarts. The students often speculated about his familial ties to Miranda Goshawk, the author of Standard Spells, featured on Chocolate Frog cards. Yet he had never confirmed such claims. At that moment, Professor Goshawk was meticulously examining the runes etched on the inner circle of the G-Ski Crown Alpha experimental version with a magnifying glass. Holding the dark steel ring, he rotated it back and forth, occasionally offering his commentary. You see, here the timing and concentration are interconnected. This not only fails to achieve the anti-addiction effect you mentioned, but also, upon the completion of the timing, skips the disruption and directly restarts the concentration. The mind, already fatigued from prolonged focus, becomes even more strained. Just consider the consequences of that. He added, there is no need for clarity to exist within every rune group. Excessive usage can lead to irreversible damage to the eyes. Don't ask me how I know. Ah, indeed. Many have previously endeavored to recreate the diadem of Ravenclaw, and I am no exception. In a few days, I shall bring forth my earlier attempt as a cautionary example, which may not ignite your creativity. Perhaps I could lend you a few books on this subject. Do come to my office before lunch to collect them. As OM diligently inscribed the shortcomings upon parchment, the students suddenly noticed the pungent aroma of Professor Quirrell had vanished. Although their curiosity as to his whereabouts lingered, it no longer held their interest. They erupted in joyous cheers, particularly among the female students, who were elated to escape the sweltering confines of that classroom. Heaven knows how much of their pocket money was spent on Potter shampoo to rid their hair of the scent of spices. However, soon enough, only Slytherin and OM were left without smiles. Upon entering the defense against the dark arts classroom, they found it dark and frigid, and to their dismay, Professor Snape stood at the lectern. In that instant, the young wizards began to appreciate Professor Quirrell more than they had before. At least he wouldn't summon them to serve as a demonstration of a malevolent curse, nor would he loom behind them as they practiced, breathing down their necks. Nor would he punish a Gryffindor student, like Seamus, for a minor mishap, forcing them to clean the classroom with a toothbrush after a magical mishap involving a creature known as a Kappa. Especially for the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, their potions in defense against the dark arts classes were almost back-to-back this term, meaning they faced Snape's ghastly visage for at least 4 hours each day. This incited the ire of the Hufflepuffs. Originally, Slytherin and they shared the bottom ranks amicably. How could Slytherin now disregard their camaraderie and pursue self-interest, thereby jeopardizing their collective dignity? Yet, OM's scholarly pursuits remained unaffected by the teacher's capriciousness. He continued to memorize, read, and complete assignments as usual, utilizing his spare time for more pressing matters. For an entire week, apart from attending classes and sleeping, OM scarcely ventured beyond the room of requirement. He spent 80 galleons purchasing 400 kilograms of standard-sized bronze ingots from the irascible dwarf proprietor of the alchemical materials shop in Diagon Alley, intending to forge armor that would assist him in his endeavors. Servants imbued with mechanical souls, or mech servants. The dwarf, reputed to have amicable relations with elves, was thrilled with this rare order and generously gifted OM 100 grams of low-purity mithril, roughly the size of his palm. OM planned to reserve it for later refinement, to be incorporated into the reforging of the Hurricane Blade and Thunder Armor, significantly enhancing their durability and magical resistance. In the vision of OM, the automaton is designed to perform strenuous physical labor. Thus, a hollow suit of armor is inadequate as its body. It necessitates a robust metallic skeleton, along with a series of gears and bearings, enabling the automaton to control its movements and exert force akin to human actions. Consequently, the structure of the human skeleton serves as the optimal reference point. OM devoted 3 days to crafting 3 exceptionally tall metallic frameworks, encasing the bones in an abundance of oil pumps and hydraulic rods, courtesy of the Fenray family, to simulate muscle contraction and relaxation. After spending considerable time inscribing runes on each bone, these constructs could effortlessly lift weights exceeding 100 kilograms and even perform delicate human-like tasks such as knitting. Next, it was imperative to imbue them with a soul. OM aspired for the automaton to engage in self-directed learning and improvement. Therefore, the ritual to awaken the soul could not be as casual as merely naming them. It required a far more intricate set of prayers and ceremonies. Recently, Hermione has been striving to enhance the G-Ski Crown, simultaneously delving into numerous alchemical texts to assist OM in summarizing insights from extensive materials. Almost all soul-binding alchemical arrays are structured in a tripartite manner. The first phase, select an auspicious day, such as during a rare celestial alignment or solar eclipse. And after placing one's creation within the alchemical circle, perform a specific ritual, such as burning incense or making a blood offering. Then, articulate the process of its creation or its intended purpose, allowing the creation to comprehend the significance of its existence, thus forming the initial semblance of a soul within. This process must endure for a minimum of a month or even several years. The third phase. Finally, choose another auspicious day to conduct the last ritual. Then, offer an elaborate and lengthy ode of praise to the deity one venerates, incense the creation, and apply a holy oil concocted from 3 ingredients: the venom of a coiled winged creature, the keratin of a demon horn, and the grease of a fire dragon. This process must be executed in complete silence. Otherwise, the newly formed sensitive soul may misconstrue your silence as a command, leading it to a state of perpetual agitation. At that point, dismantling it and starting anew might be the wisest choice. Oh, by the way, statistics indicate that over 80% of alchemists meet their demise at the hands of rampaging constructs just as they near the completion of the tripartite ritual. After traversing these seemingly simple steps, a golem imbued with a soul is complete. Is it not remarkably straightforward? If you too desire to possess an eternally tireless servant of your own, why not sketch an alchemical array in your bedroom and give it a try? What a farce! Upon reviewing these tripartite rituals, Ohm furiously hurled his quill onto the parchment, pacing the room in exasperation. Spending several years to create a mere laborer seems far less efficient than simply hiring a few freshly graduated Hogwarts students for part-time work. However, Ohm reconsidered. After all, the energy within him was spiritual rather than magical. He could not entirely adhere to the instructions of these alchemists, who were essentially still wizards. Besides, he had previously summoned the soul of the hurricane sword and the thunder armor with merely a phrase. Thus, Owen began to boldly simplify the 3-step ritual, retaining only the structure and a small portion of the content. He discarded trivial steps such as selecting auspicious dates, applying holy oil, and lighting incense, even replacing the name of the deity he intended to invoke with his own. Finally, after 2 nights of relentless toil, everything was in place, save for a favorable wind. On Saturday morning, OM ventured out of the castle for the first time that week to witness the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. OM had no interest in Quidditch whatsoever, had it not been for this being Harry's inaugural match and Dumbledore's attendance. He would not have traversed such a distance, merely to watch a dozen individuals foolishly chase a ball on broomsticks. Harry indeed inherited his father's talent. In the 9th minute, he spotted the elusive golden snitch. By the 13th minute, he had deftly outpaced Slytherin's Seeker on his Nimbus 2000 and caught the snitch with remarkable precision. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, OM located Professor Dumbledore, hoping he could observe the alchemical soul-binding ritual he was about to perform. Dumbledore graciously agreed and accompanied OM to the room of requirement. As they opened the door, a pungent smell of gunpowder enveloped them. The forge, once tidy a week prior, was now in complete disarray, as both OM and Fiorina had their own objectives to pursue, often leaving tools haphazardly after use instead of returning them to their designated hooks. On the sole table in the room lay dozens of fearsome gun barrels, accompanied by a scatter of enormous bullets, with boxes of gunpowder carelessly left open, quietly basking in the warmth of the goblin fire in the furnace. Recently, Fiorina seemed to have discovered a method to enable kinetic bullets propelled by gunpowder to penetrate the iron armor spell. She had begun to experiment with incorporating a propulsion system into these homemade bullets. She named her envisioned firearm the explosive arrow gun, trading an immense recoil capable of dismembering an arm for the power to breach any obstacle, a true symbol of absolute violence. Fortunately, she had yet to find a suitable bullet propellant, for which she was thankful. In the center of the room, 3 metallic skeletons knelt within an alchemical array, their faces uniformly raised, their jaws dangling foolishly under the force of gravity. Countless cables of varying thickness connected them to a bizarrely shaped podium. Parchments were torn into hundreds of slender strips, affixed to the surface of the workstation by deep red wax seals in the shape of skulls, each inscribed with OM's hopes for these 3 mechanical servants in meticulous lettering. On the side of the control panel stood an imposing bronze bell, towering to the height of a man, its apex secured to a robust bearing. Beneath the console lay a pedal designed to regulate the bell's oscillations. Dumbledore stared in astonishment. Could it be that Ohm had succumbed to some nefarious cult this past week? Surely, the boy was well aware of the books he typically perused. Not only had he refrained from forbidden tomes, but he had also barely glanced at anything even remotely associated with dark magic. How, then, had he conjured such a contraption? Observing the scene, reminiscent of sacrificial rite conducted by a sinister sect, Dumbledore opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He merely pondered silently. It is imperative that Professor LeMay meets with this child soon. Chapter 51. The god of all machines, Ohm stood before the console, nodding at Dumbledore to indicate his intent to commence. Casting a glance around, he found no place to conceal himself, prompting him to retreat to the wall, minimizing his presence to avoid disturbing Ohm. Azure lightning danced within his pupils, and the surging energy ignited all the runes upon the control panel. The vast alchemical array inscribed on the ground shimmered with a myriad of intricate geometric patterns, their brilliance lending an air of sanctity even to the skeletal frames within. Pressing down on the pedal, as the great bell resonated with thunderous vibrations, Ohm steadily and resolutely pushed the rightmost lever to its apex, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "Ring the great bell once. Engage the lever. Activate the pistons and pumps." The ethereal energy surged through dozens of cables, directly flooding the chests of the three skeletons. As the reciprocating pistons, symbolizing the heart and the essence of life, began to pump vigorously, just as Ohm's spirits soared with hope, he quickly quelled his exuberance. There were still 2 steps remaining. He must not celebrate too soon. He pressed the pedal once more, the colossal bell reverberating twice under the bearing's influence. Ohm closed the knife switch and turned the knob to its lowest setting, solemnly pressing the large red button at the center of the console. Ring the great bell twice. Activate the engine, ignite the turbine, infuse with life. All mechanical apparatuses upon the metallic skeletons sprang to life. The hydraulic rods of their limbs began to contract and extend autonomously. The V8 engine, one sponsored by the Fenray family, with the remaining 2 painstakingly assembled by Ohm, roared into operation. The runes adorning their bodies glimmered in succession from foot to crown before extinguishing, conducting a self-diagnostic to ensure all functions were operational. Finally, all runes dimmed, leaving only the eerie red glow within their eye sockets, filled with fervor as they gazed upon the youth at the control panel. Both Ohm and Dumbledore distinctly sensed the emergence of 3 nascent souls breaking forth from the cold, metallic shells, under the watchful eyes of the 3 red-eyed skeletal figures. Ohm felt an unparalleled tranquility and composure, accompanied by a gentle wave of joy, as though a shepherd beheld a freshly born lamb. Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sensation coursing through him. His mentor, Nicholas Flamel, had devoted centuries to the study of alchemy, yet had never succeeded in creating even a single complete soul endowed with self-awareness. This endeavor lay beyond the realm of human capability. Countless failed experiments served to underscore one undeniable truth: the power to conjure souls that will belong solely to the divine. With an indescribable joy, Ohm pressed the pedal one last time. The great bell tolled thrice, and he spread his arms wide, channeling all his spiritual energy to welcome his progeny and subjects into this mundane world. The bell rang thrice. In unison, they sang praises to Ohm, the Messiah. The metallic fingers interlocked with a resonant sound as the skeletons clasped their hands over their chests, their rigid, cold faces unexpectedly revealing a childlike innocence and purity. They opened their jaws, emitting deep, indistinct sounds tinged with a grating rasp. "We praise you, O God of machines, for granting us life. Our engines roar only for you. We praise you, O God of machines, for bestowing upon us pride. Our pistons beat solely for you. We praise you, O God of machines, for conferring upon us glory. Our turbines spin only for you." They paused momentarily, raising their clasped hands in fervent exclamation. Praise to Ohm, the Messiah. It appeared that everything had been successfully accomplished. Ohm nodded in satisfaction, instructing the 3 to rise and enter standby mode. He then approached Dumbledore and inquired, "Professor, what do you think of my alchemical apparatus? Is there any room for improvement?" Sister Marika often reminded him not to become complacent after a few successes, but rather to courageously acknowledge his shortcomings and strive for enhancement. Moreover, a wizard as learned as Professor Dumbledore surely possessed a far deeper understanding of alchemy than he did. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Ohm's eager gaze for knowledge, Dumbledore averted his eyes, patted Ohm's shoulder, and suggested, "Ohm, would you be interested in visiting France during the Christmas holiday?" When France was mentioned, Ohm could only think of the Eiffel Tower, long baguettes that could double as weapons, and a flag with 3 distinct purposes. There seemed to be little of merit to explore. Well, French cuisine was indeed superior to British fare, yet that was the extent of his enthusiasm. Dumbledore, adjusting his crooked nose, smiled and remarked, "It seems I must ask Flamel if he can provide instruction across the English Channel." Flamel? Ohm's eyes widened in surprise. Was it the same Nicholas Flamel who authored The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy and famously created the Philosopher's Stone? The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy was a comprehensive yet accessible examination of the subject. Ohm had committed every word to memory. It was the very key that had unlocked the door to the world of alchemy for him. From the moment he read it, Ohm had become a devoted admirer of Flamel. Who else could it be? Dumbledore wore a sly, fox-like grin and asked, "So are you interested?" "Absolutely. I am eager to learn how the Philosopher's Stone is made." Ohm lamented as he tugged at his hair in frustration. "Wait a moment, this doesn't require any selection. Even a fool knows which one to choose." Originally, Ohm was prepared to face Dumbledore's reproach for lacking ambition, but to his surprise, Dumbledore nodded in approval. "Family always comes first." The elder smiled and turned away, and Ohm caught a glimpse of a glistening tear in those blue eyes. "Ohm, your choice is excellent. I will send your original enchanted sword to Nicolome, so he may witness the rise of a new star in the British alchemical realm. Thank you for your affirmation, Professor." Ohm expressed his gratitude as he watched the elder's retreating figure. Dumbledore, he must have endured the pain of losing loved ones. That tear, who was it shed for? Suppressing this thought deep within, Ohm activated the 3 mechanical servants that stood ready against the wall, naming them with the simplest numerical designations, 001, 002, and 003. He began instructing them on how to forge a competent sword blank. The mechanical servants learned rapidly, exhibiting precision and rigor akin to true machines, yet displaying greater intelligence and adaptability. However astute and clever they might be, they would obey Ohm's commands with absolute fidelity, never showing any negligence nor overstepping their bounds. For Ohm was the bestower of life to the mechanical servants, a father and a deity. They could not refuse any of his requests, and their loyalty to him was unbreakable, inscribed in the very core of their mechanical souls. Ohm took great pleasure in their meticulous execution of his directives. After imparting the entire forging process of the original enchanted sword, he entrusted the large stack of sword orders from his classmates to the 3 of them. As for Ohm himself, he would delve into the study of how to rejuvenate the severely damaged Hurricane sword and thunder armor, resurrecting them between the anvil and the flames. Chapter 52. The Berserker Armor. When one is wholly engrossed in a task, time tends to fly by. Unbeknownst to him, the calendar had slipped into December. Thanks to the assistance of the mechanical servants, the 53 original enchanted sword orders were swiftly completed. Now, the 3 were primarily responsible for assisting Ohm and his companions with repetitive tasks, while also utilizing their mechanical soul's keen perception of metal properties to experiment with new types of magical alloys. The severely damaged thunder armor had been restored, with each armor plate measuring half a centimeter thick, comprised of mountain copper hammered between sheets of steel, forged using a trifold method. These armor plates exhibited both hardness and flexibility, though their only drawback was their difficulty in shaping. Yet, Ohm had 3 labors. The nearly 3-meter-tall metal skeleton tirelessly shaped all the plates throughout the day. The current thunder armor bore no resemblance to the original medieval knight's plate. Its surface was enveloped in dark, jagged, ringed plates, reminiscent of some creature's scales. Inside, it housed a metallic framework that conformed to Ohm's form, a design inspired by the mechanical servants. This skeletal framework not only enhances the physical strength of Ohm after donning the armor, enabling him to effortlessly lift weights of up to 200 kilograms and leap to heights of 6 meters, but it also possesses the remarkable ability to forcibly realign his limbs and torso in the event of fractures. Simultaneously, it employs enchantments to obscure pain while mending the injuries, restoring functionality. In a dire circumstance where Ohm may lose consciousness during battle, the mechanized spirit can autonomously maneuver the armor to either extract him from the battlefield or continue the fight. It is akin to the legendary berserkers of Viking lore, even in the face of grievous injuries, could still seize their adversary's throat with their teeth. The helmet is ingeniously crafted in the likeness of the human skull, with Ohm's newly developed avian augury device embedded within the eye sockets, a contraption composed of 5 lenses of varying sizes, designed to assist Ohm in tracking swiftly moving objects while scanning the environment for thermal and magical signatures, simultaneously providing ocular protection. Ohm has meticulously engraved his favorite skull motif, adorned with the letter I, upon the forehead of the helm. When he dons the helmet, the lower half of his face is obscured by the imposing neck guard of the breastplate. Upon activation of the augury device, 10 crimson orbs of varying sizes emerge within the eternally wrathful metallic eye sockets, ceaselessly surveying the surroundings and reporting any potential threats to Ohm. Ohm melted down the shattered hurricane blade entirely, merging it with all remaining mountain copper, rubidium iron, and a fragment of exquisite silver, resulting in a colossal ingot measuring nearly 9 feet in length, 1.5 feet in width, and 3 inches in thickness. Given that the reforged thunder armor significantly amplifies physical strength, Ohm intends to forge a sword of unimaginable size, capable of severing the head of a dragon with a single strike. The mechanical servants eagerly volunteered for the design and forging task, as crafting divine weaponry for their deity is an unparalleled honor for them. On December 10th, a Tuesday blanketed in heavy snow, Ohm arrived at the dining hall as early as ever, commencing a new day of study beneath the tempestuous ceiling. At this hour, even Felch had yet to rise. The only individual who arrived before Ohm was the little beaver from Gryffindor, adorned with a gamma version of the Geth's diadem. Her eyes scanned the pages with the speed of a scanner, oblivious to Ohm's presence. Meanwhile, Ohm's fascination with forging and metallurgy had deepened. To him, every intricately interwoven mechanical structure exuded an indescribable beauty. He now frequented the library daily to borrow books on the subject, spurred by a singular aspiration to create prosthetics for Marlenia and Lonnie. Unfortunately, the literature on this topic could hardly be described as extensive, often consisting of mere sentences, revealing that the noble wizards seldom grappled with the affliction of lost limbs. As the tomes offered little technical guidance, Ohm resolved to leverage his expertise in rune armor as a starting point. Before long, the dining hall began to fill with more patrons, and the long table became laden with an array of delectable breakfasts. Most individuals indulge in their books while eating, striving to absorb as much knowledge as possible during the fleeting moments of breakfast. The young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin are naturally keen to maintain their lead in scores, while simultaneously engaging in a friendly rivalry. Meanwhile, the students of Slytherin refuse to accept the fact that the scores of the Gryffindor surpass their own, leading each little serpent to voraciously devour their potions in defense against the dark arts textbooks. Badger House, on the other hand, presents a unique case. They diligently study not to appear as if they are slacking off, while also seeking to thwart those traitorous little snakes who have betrayed their revolutionary camaraderie. However, even in an environment where even George and Fred are engrossed in their books, there are still many who are engrossed in their own distractions. For instance, Ron Weasley, the youngest son of the Weasley family, is currently playing gobstones with his roommate, Seamus, showing no signs of panic about the assignments he has yet to complete, perhaps having entirely forgotten about them. This morning's bacon sandwich, generously laden with cheese and mustard, is a particular delight to OM, who has devoured several without restraint. OM now stands nearly 6 feet tall and is approaching a weight of 170 pounds. His long hours wielding great swords and hammers have endowed him with muscles far more developed than those of his peers. At first glance, it is nearly impossible to discern that he is merely an 11-year-old boy. Just as OM is contemplating whether to save his last bacon sandwich for Fiorella, Penelope, the head girl of Ravenclaw, hands him a form. "What is this?" OM asks, looking up at Penelope's deep, dark eyes in confusion. Chapter 53, The Unexpected Philosopher's Stone. Why are all the names girls? OM glances at the list and is surprised to discover he is the first boy to sign. This form was supposed to be filled out last night in the dormitory, and Penelope casts a disapproving glance at the male head boy, who is wandering about, sword in hand, seeking duel challenges. His mind is clearly muddled from the dueling. OM, feeling a twinge of guilt, quickly averts his gaze and hastily signs his name on the right side of the form. It is said that with great weapons comes great ambition. As the enchanted sword has gained popularity at Hogwarts, coupled with OM's idle effect, a fervor for dueling has swiftly engulfed all students. In hallways, classrooms, and even the stalls of the restrooms, students can be seen brandishing their swords, engaging in mock battles. Recently, the most borrowed books from the library have been various swordsmanship manuals, and students often find themselves lost in the library, mimicking the movements illustrated within, only to be sharply reprimanded by Madame Pants with her feather duster. Thus, each duel typically concludes with the wielder of the enchanted sword emerging victorious. Although OM has not received as many orders since the sword's debut, the steady stream of customers continues. There are always those who, after being bested by the enchanted blade, grit their teeth and seek out OM to purchase their own. Of course, one could opt to modify their own sword, but that would forfeit the benefits of a warranty and replacement service. Aside from Ms. Pomfrey's incessant complaints about the recent influx of young wizards visiting the school hospital, the individual most displeased by this transformation is undoubtedly the castle's caretaker, Filch. Previously, when the young wizards wielded their wands, he often found himself the target of various curses. Yet he could impart a memorable lesson to the mischievous youngsters. However, now, faced with young wizards brandishing swords, he refrains from intervening, fearful that these reckless youths might inflict harm upon him. He is but a mere squib, lacking the magical prowess to heal himself through incantations. One fateful morning, after listening to the elderly caretaker's grievances, promptly devised a suit of powered armor for him, inscribed with protective runes. ensuring that Filch could withstand the onslaught of the two young wizards and swiftly rush to suppress the duelists within the confines of their respective headmasters' offices. Even Filch's emaciated Maine Coon cat received a rune-imbued collar, granting a fighting chance to survive in the spell-laden corridors. Their partnership had become increasingly irksome. Countless mischief makers confined to detention harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them, yet felt utterly powerless against Filch's impenetrable shell, forcing them to stifle their frustration and fervently practice spells. All in the hope of one day leaving a searing mark on Filch's backside. Returning to the present. Had just handed his specially reserved bacon sandwich to Fiorina when 100 snow-dusted owls flapped their wings and swooped in through the skylight, carrying an assortment of parcels destined for various recipients. 3 of these owls approached delivering 2 letters and a small parcel. One of them was own 14-eyed, monkey-faced owl, which, after dropping off the letter, nonchalantly snatched a piece of fried egg from plate and flew away. It bore a missive from Sister Marika, detailing the recent happenings at Roeder Church, lamenting the growing rat population in the neighborhood, and concluding with a note that Melania had been particularly missing him these days. Upon flipping the letter over, was unsurprised to find a scrawled note that read, "Don't listen to Mom. I'm not missing you at all." Another owl delivered a letter from Mr. Ollivander. He began by expressing admiration for the self-sufficient automaton had crafted, then proceeded to mention a peculiar contagion currently ravaging Diagon Alley, causing many to fall ill with violent tremors, vomiting, and diarrhea. The doctors at St. Mungo's suggested it might be a disease carried by the rats. He advised to refrain from visiting Diagon Alley for the time being, offering to procure any items might desire and send them instead. In these 2 brief letters, one from a mundane source and the other from a wizard, noted the mention of rats in both correspondences, which stirred a sense of unease within him. However, his concern for his family and mentors compelled him to promptly create a batch of rune-imbued masks capable of filtering the air, in hopes of preventing them from contracting the illness. The final owl presented with a small parcel that left him bewildered, as he had not recently purchased anything. Upon glancing at the sender's information, was taken aback. On that particular column, it was distinctly inscribed in a whimsical cursive, Nicholas Flamel, also known as the illustrious Niccolò Dimi, the legendary alchemist, a paragon among his peers, had, astonishingly, sent something to himself. OM's immediate reaction was to glance up towards the central position of the teacher's dais, yet he found no trace of the venerable old man, oblivious to his whereabouts. After sharing this news with the furry gray creature beside him, Fiorina excitedly shook OM's arm, exclaiming, "Quick, open it. Perhaps Niccolò has sent you his philosopher's stone." "How could that be? I am merely a student with a slight aptitude for alchemy. There is no way Niccolò would send something so precious, tied to his very longevity, to someone he has never met." Despite his words, OM felt a surge of exhilaration as he untied the fine hemp string that bound the small parcel. Upon tearing away the outer layer of oiled paper, he discovered a golden metallic object within. Although he could not discern its nature, it was undoubtedly not the fabled stone. "See, I told you it couldn't possibly be the Philosopher's Stone." Though he was correct in his assumption, a twinge of disappointment crept into OM's heart. Yet, it was a reasonable reaction. Who would entrust their life's work to a stranger, after all? Suddenly, OM inhaled sharply. As he fully unwrapped the contents of the parcel, he beheld a palm-sized golden shrine, within which, instead of a statue of a deity, was embedded a red stone the size of a goose egg. The entire red gem was translucent, its oval surface adorned with thousands of ever-changing, beautiful facets. Though it was a solid, it shimmered in OM's trembling hands like rippling water, radiating a resplendent red glow. OM and Fiorina exchanged a glance, each seeing the same look of astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. The object cradled in OM's hands was undeniably the supreme treasure of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 54. The sacred OM Messiah departed from his holy throne. As Fiorina gasped in awe, OM inhaled sharply once more, hurriedly covering her mouth with his hand while he tucked the exquisitely carved shrine into his robe. Fortunately, the surrounding students were either engrossed in their studies or cheering for the dueling augury, and apart from the curious glance from Penelope, who was collecting signatures, no one noticed that OM had received a stone worth half a Paris. The letter was elegantly penned in playful cursive. "To my loyal reader, OM Messiah, by the time you read this letter, you have likely discerned the true identity of the red stone within the shrine. Please forgive an old man's mischief. It was not my intention to frighten you. It stems from a peculiar pride of an alchemist, hoping to elicit your astonished gaze with my finest creation. I trust my little endeavor has succeeded. When I first heard Olby speak of student who conjured a soul out of thin air, I thought he had finally succumbed to senility. Alas, his mind remains as sharp as ever, and it appears it shall remain so for many years to come. After personally touching the enchanted sword imbued with a soul of magic that you forged, I must confess, you truly frightened me to the brink of losing my composure. You are undoubtedly the first alchemist in this world to have ventured into the realm of the divine. Thus, I have decided to entrust this incomplete magical stone to you, hoping that you might transmute it into a genuine philosopher's stone, or perhaps merely use it to conjure a bit of golden wealth. It's entirely up to you. In any case, I have no desire to partake in the elixir of immortality again, as it is rather unpleasant to consume. By the way, this shrine is an alchemical item upon which I have cast the seamless extension spell, containing approximately 100 cubic meters of space. It is now yours. Considered a Christmas gift from me. You can reach directly into the shrine to retrieve items. However, it can be quite cumbersome, and you may often find it challenging to locate what you seek. Alternatively, you might place one of your automatons within to fetch items for you. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. Yours faithfully, Nicholas Flamel. Upon reading the letter, Ohm retrieved the small shrine from his pocket, gazing at the extraordinary crystal of spiritual essence that radiated a remarkable glow, as if he could glimpse an elderly man revealing a carefree smile after centuries of experience. He pursed his lips, his gaze resolute as he activated the seamless extension spell, watching the magical stone vanish into the shrine with rippling undulations, murmuring to himself, I shall indeed create a complete philosopher's stone. Huh? What did you say? How did the magical stone disappear in the blink of an eye? Fiorina leaned in, curiously probing the shrine, inadvertently thrusting her entire upper body inside. Where am I? It's so dark. I'm stuck. Help. Ohm gazed helplessly at the lower half of her body flailing about, this girl always behaving recklessly like a cat. He grasped the hem of her robe, yanking the shrine upwards. With a pop, Fiorina was once again greeted by the light, yet this reckless individual, seemingly unscathed by her prior misadventure, insisted that Ohm grasp her ankle and pull her back inside. Perhaps I should confine you in there for several days? Maybe only then will you learn to exercise caution when encountering the unknown, Ohm remarked sternly, tucking the shrine into his robe, while pinching Fiorina's cherubic cheeks and pulling them apart. Many magical items bear sinister curses. If one were to recklessly touch them like the hapless gray fluff ball, one might lose a part of their bodily faculties, or in the worst case, end up like Chilo, with a soul devoid of a nose, endlessly babbling nonsense. TSK, why did my thoughts wander to such sordid matters again? It's all Voldemort's fault. I understand, Fiorina exclaimed, shaking her head free from Ohm's unyielding grasp, her face alight with anticipation. Can you carefully place me inside to see? Well, this girl not only possesses a curiosity that defies caution, but also an audacity to stubbornly refuse to repent. Have you considered playing a game of chance with a raging, venomous beast using your own head? Don't even think about it. If you have anything you wish to place inside, feel free to seek me out. Aum tousled Fiorina's significantly lengthened hair, glanced at the clock, and said, Let us hurry, for class is about to commence. Can I truly seek you out at any moment, Aum? Fiorina's face suddenly bore a mischievous expression. Of course, what is it? Aum, while organizing the parchment wedged within his transfiguration textbook, inquired with a puzzled look. Fiorina, resembling a drunken rogue from a tavern, leaned in and playfully hooked her arm around Aum's waist, saying so, Does that mean I can seek you out while you bathe? Reach out to me whenever it is convenient for you, Aum retorted, pushing Fiorina away with evident disdain, narrowly avoiding the mustard on her lips from smearing onto his robe. Oh, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Aum felt an inkling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared, particularly as he gazed into Fiorina's fox-like, squinting eyes. After the transfiguration class concluded, there was a series of knocks. Aum, could you please let me put my backpack inside? It's simply too heavy, Fiorina pleaded, knocking on the door with an air of desperation. Why should I? Did you not say you would seek me when it is convenient for you? Aum replied, his annoyance rising. Then why do you wish to seek me while I am engaged in the toilet? Do I appear to be in a position for that? Aum erupted in anger, adding, and this is the men's restroom. How did you even get in here? I just walked in. Xiao told me that in Chinese, convenient means to use the restroom, so I thought I was being obedient this time, Fiorina remarked nonchalantly. Though her companion, who had been standing at the urinal for half a minute without being able to relieve himself, turned beet red from embarrassment. The gray-haired fluffball peeked over and patted the man's shoulder, encouraging him, Relax, be confident. I've seen worse. The man's face transformed from red to a ghastly white. F. Alm, enraged, stood up from the toilet, quickly tidied himself, and burst out of the door. Fiolina ran after him, exclaiming, Alm, the Messiah, has risen from the toilet. Alm, the Messiah, has emerged. 10 minutes later, Professor Flivy looked quizzically at Fiolina, who was standing in class, and asked with concern, Miss Fenley, are you feeling unwell? Oh no, Professor, she is merely exhausted, Alm replied with a grin. She believes that standing in class will prevent her from dozing off, right? FF? Fiolina, her hands tucked within her robe, suppressed the fiery pain in her lower abdomen, gritting her teeth as she nodded. Indeed. Chapter 55, Homecoming. On December 17th, after enduring an entire week of blizzards, the sky finally cleared. Great, fluffy clouds hung low against the azure horizon, while the brilliant, warm sunlight bathed the snow-covered earth, bestowing a gentle golden hue upon the thick layer of snow. However, the air showed no signs of warming. With each breath, a biting cold permeated from the lungs, enveloping the entirety of the body. The three travelers' belongings were secured within a small shrine, bound by a copper chain around Alm's waist, entrusted to the care of the mechanical servant, Unit 009. Indeed, in order to forge weapons for OM, the mechanical servant 001003 was compelled to once again offer prayers to the God of all machines, awakening 6 brethren with the resonant toll of 3 chimes, joining the ranks of those dedicated to crafting weapons for the Supreme Lord. As OM prepared to temporarily depart from Hogwarts, the self-appointed 009 requested to oversee the Supreme Lord's accompanying possessions. OM, with no objections, allowed it entry into the shrine. In contrast to other young wizards struggling under the burden of heavy luggage, laboriously navigating through the snow, often slipping along the way, OM and the others appeared remarkably more graceful. This year has proven exceedingly cold, to the extent that OM felt gratitude for having procured a substantial amount of warm winter attire from the elegant tailor in Hogsmeade at the beginning of December. Sent to Rodell Church. This year, the children's hands and feet should remain free from the large, swollen frostbite that typically plagued them as they traversed the village. The entirety of the Hogsmeade platform was enveloped in thick, milky steam, and the deep crimson engine of the Hogwarts Express had already warmed its boiler, patiently awaiting its young passengers. Students eagerly surged into the carriages, disregarding whether their companions were familiar, intent on filling the compartments to quickly warm their bodies. However, upon glimpsing OM's compartment in the aisle, even with vacant seats within, they merely nodded in admiration toward OM before moving on. As the initiator of the dueling spirit at Hogwarts, OM's school life was perpetually filled with challengers, each seeking to prove that OM was merely an aid to Professor Dumbledore in vanquishing the basilisk, and that he was nothing more than a fool unable to best even a red cap. In the face of such doubts, OM never engaged in futile arguments, always silently raising his metallic wand to indicate that any duel could commence at any moment, regardless of whether the adversary wielded a wand or sword. The number of opponents, their year of study, or the time and place of the duel, OM consistently faced them alone, wand in hand, invincible. Each individual who encountered OM felt as if they were battling a towering, steep mountain, unyielding in the face of aggression, and when he resolved to advance, there was but one sensation: unstoppable. Even 7th-year graduating students could only futilely withstand OM's tempestuous onslaught for a brief moment before being disarmed by a precisely executed and cunning disarmament spell. Before long, the moniker of the Unconquered spread throughout Hogwarts, and no one dared to question OM's prowess any longer. However, this did not bestow any sense of accomplishment upon OM. After all, he had undergone rigorous training under the previous dueling champion, Professor Flitwick, for over 3 months. Defeating a group of undergraduates was merely a matter of course, hardly a cause for celebration. Yet the title of the Unconquered did indeed boost the sales of the original enchanted swords, which was a source of genuine delight. OM loosened his scarf and let out a long sigh, although the temperature within the carriage was not even a degree warmer than the outside. At least the biting wind had abated, had it not? The Jessie Gwigwan Gamma model, at the expense of prolonged usage, bestows an extraordinary acceleration of thought processes. It enables Ron to peruse the daily prophet of the day within half an hour, or allows Hermione to digest a comprehensive tome like the Goblin Rebellion, from cause to conclusion in a mere 10 minutes. Hermione's intention in developing this device was to maximize her fleeting breaks between classes to indulge in more reading, even at the cost of experiencing severe cognitive dissonance and intense neural pain once the crown is removed. I bear both bad news and good news. Fiorina reclined, cradling her head with her hands and resting her feet on OM's thigh. The bad news is, as you have surmised, Hermione intends to wear the crown like Jesus, simultaneously inflicting suffering upon herself while celebrating Christmas Eve. The good news is, perhaps it is a mere figment of imagination, but Harry seemed to faintly hear the irate screams of a little beaver. Fiorina's large eyes fixated on the ceiling of the carriage as she remarked, "Look at Dad. Look at Uncle," and then followed Dad to see Mom. Perhaps we might even witness a duel between them. With little else to occupy her time, she added, "I only hope my Christmas gift this year is a brand new AA-12, an automatic shotgun fed by a magazine, since you have made no arrangements." Ohm smiled and set down his book, suggesting, "How about we celebrate Christmas at the church?" Chapter 56, Legs in the Trees. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at King S. Cross Station, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As the trio exited the station, Ohm noticed that even in winter, the roadside drains revealed glistening, rotund rats with their small, greenish eyes peering out, their pink noses twitching in greedy anticipation. This sight made Ohm furrow his brow. While London has always been home to its fair share of rats, never before had he seen them so brazenly emerge onto the streets before darkness fell. It seemed that Sister Marika's letter, which mentioned an increase in the rat population, was indeed a factual observation rather than mere small talk about the inclement weather. Moreover, Ohm witnessed a rat, roughly the size of a forearm, dart out from a drain, its short legs scuttling swiftly toward the homeless man seated by the roadside, consuming bread. The bearded vagrant had no time to react before the rat scampered up his trousers, attempting to sever the bread along with the man's fingers with its razor-sharp incisors. The homeless man, taken aback by such a formidable creature, emitted a terrified shriek, stumbling to the ground and flinging the rat away. In that fleeting moment, Ohm seized the opportunity, his eyes glinting with brilliance, and suspended the rat in midair, swiftly advancing to crush its skull with his heel. Although the Ministry of Magic's reasonable restrictions on underage wizards act explicitly prohibits the use of magic outside of school for those under 17 possessing trace magic, Ohm, trained under the esteemed Mr. Ollivander, understood that traces of magic reside not within the wizard, but within the wand that every wizard must possess. In essence, if one were to master wandless magic before the age of 17, they could exploit the loophole in the restriction law, allowing them to cast spells freely outside school without fear of admonition from the Ministry of Magic. And OM, he is the one who can disregard such warnings. "What is the matter, OM? Has something occurred?" Harry observed his good friend suddenly walking away and followed suit. "I merely squashed a pest." OM nonchalantly kicked the flattened corpse of a mouse into the filthy snowbank, glancing at the homeless man sprawled on the ground, his coat so grimy that its original color was indiscernible. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, he ultimately refrained from extending a hand to assist him, instead leaning slightly forward to inquire, "Are you all right, sir?" The disheveled man struggled to rise, brushing off the sludge and snow from his attire. Adjusting his sunglasses with a hint of awkwardness as he replied, "I am well, thank you, kind child. Where are you headed? Please help me find my father." Fiorella approached angrily from behind OM, exclaiming, "Honestly, he said he would come to fetch us, and now he is nowhere to be found. I wonder if we can rely on him at all." "You are," Fiorella gasped, pointing incredulously at the homeless man. "Father." OM and Harry spun around to face Fiorella with such swiftness that one could almost hear their necks crack. "Didn't you say your father was the most formidable arms dealer in all of Britain? How has he fallen so low? Reduced to begging by the roadside and being bullied by a mouse?" "Sure." The homeless man pulled his sunglasses down to the tip of his nose, revealing olive green eyes akin to Fiorella's, and hissed, "Keep your voice down. I spent an entire afternoon convincing those officers that I am indeed a vagrant. Now the three of you must follow me, but do not get too close, understood?" Fiorella slapped her forehead in exasperation, vigorously wiping her face as she retorted, "Father, surely you remember that you spend hundreds of thousands of pounds each year to curry favor with the higher-ups at the London police? Why must we engage in this clandestine rendezvous? Couldn't you simply drive over and collect me openly?" OM could hardly believe his ears. Hundreds of thousands of pounds. Such an amount could fill a swimming pool, and that was just for the London police. How much would it cost to maintain such connections in every city across Britain? The man, donned in the guise of a beggar, led the way while nervously scanning the street for anyone he deemed a policeman. Growling in a low voice like a protective hound, Rule 11 of the Fenrir family: never trust greedy officers. Offer them a favor, and they will only demand more. We Fenrirs only trust our own. Fiorella rolled her eyes. After all these years, hadn't the psychological scars inflicted by his police lover faded? "What do you know, child?" In response to his daughter airing their family's grievances before her peers, Belle Fenrir, in an act of embarrassment, tugged at Fiorella's ear and said, "This way, we are nearly there." As he spoke, he abruptly turned, darting into a narrow alleyway. Throughout their journey, and Harry found themselves unable to engage in conversation. However, was certain that they had encountered more than one patrolling officer along the way. Without exception, the gaze of these officers lingered on Fiorina's father's face for an extended period, with a few seasoned veterans even nodding in acknowledgement towards Belle. It could only be said that Belle's disguise was akin to flirting with the blind, yet the substantial sum of several £100,000 was certainly not wasted. As they traversed a few dark and filthy intersections, the path ahead suddenly opened up. In a clearing stood a black Bentley with its engine running, beside which leaned a short, rotund man with a kindly visage, bald and smoking a cigar. Upon catching sight of Fiorina, he immediately discarded the cigar, extinguishing it underfoot, and with arms wide open, called out with a smile, "My little princess, come to your uncle, Uncle Inglewood." Fiorina exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace the plump, bald man. "You've gained weight, but I have lost some." Inglewood chuckled, lifting his right pant leg to reveal a metallic prosthetic limb. "Look, I got a new leg. Cool." Fiorina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How did that happen?" "When I was in the Middle East, conducting business with your uncle. That wretched scoundrel took the goods, but refused to pay, stuffing a grenade into our vehicle." Belle removed his filthy felt hat and tore off the fake beard from his chin, crumpling it and tucking it into his hat. "Everything is in here, Mr. Fenray." Indicated with a small shrine. "What kind of magical trinkets are we talking about?" Belle casually glanced at the shrine and remarked to "Are you interested in helping me smuggle a shipment to the United States?" "What are you talking about? I am a law-abiding citizen, a distinguished graduate of Hogwarts. How could I possibly engage in such illegal activities?" Declared with righteous indignation. "You never cease to amaze me, Harry gazed at the long-haired youth, radiating an aura of justice with admiration. "So, you mean to say that Belle remains unfazed," he said, deftly grooming his iron-gray hair. Rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, raising his head with a smile. "That would require additional payment." "Good lad, I do appreciate your character." Belle slung his arm over Ohm's shoulder. "Come, let us discuss this in the car. The price is negotiable." Harry felt as if struck by lightning. "You never cease to amaze me, My little princess. Do you know what that scoundrel of a father said to me when I awakened from my coma?" Inglewood pinched Fiorina's nose playfully. Fiorina shook her head in confusion. "He said to me," Inglewood cleared his throat, mimicking Belle's voice, "You are very fortunate. Your right leg only has a slight bruise." I replied, "That is splendid. May I see it?" He helped me up, pointed toward the palm trees, and said, "Look, it's right there." Chapter 57. The Supreme will arrive at his loyal Roddle. The black Bentley delivered and Harry to the intersection of Privet Drive, where they waved goodbye to Fiorina. Merely smiled, gesturing widely with his arms until he was abruptly tugged by Harry at his sleeve. "Have you forgotten to give her the luggage?" "Oh no." A bolt of realization struck Fiorina's clothes and cat were still in his shrine. Despite OM's remarkable memory, years of mundane existence had only conditioned him to check the items in his hands and the pockets of his clothing when leaving home, rather than fostering the habit of inspecting the contents of objects subjected to the nonverbal extinction charm. This muggle way of thinking led to forget the items in the shrine quite naturally. "What a wretched memory I have," he lamented, smacking his forehead. "I'll have 14 send it to her. I hope she doesn't live too far, or else Light will go hungry." As and Harry walked along the frost-laden Privet Drive, Harry incessantly discussed the outstanding performances of this year's Quidditch players with him. Although had little interest in Quidditch, he had memorized the rules, allowing for a seamless conversation, albeit occasionally mistaking Scottish players for English ones. "I want to become a professional Quidditch player like them," Harry declared dreamily as they approached the Dursley's doorstep. "That way, everyone will remember me as a player rather than a savior. I believe in you, Harry. You possess that talent. As long as you strive in one direction, success will surely follow." Activated the shrine with his psychic energy, and servant number 009 extended a solitary skeletal arm from the shrine, its metallic hand grasping Harry's large trunk and placing it steadily on the ground. Soon, Hedwig's cage was also retrieved. The snow-white owl emitted a disgruntled coo upon spotting her master, who had cast her into the dark void. When Harry rang the doorbell, a muffled voice inquired, "Who is it?" followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching on the wooden floor. The door swung open with a click, revealing a plump face with a short, bristly ginger mustache, which, already unwelcoming, darkened further upon seeing Harry. "If you're no longer welcome here," thought as he watched Harry struggle to carry his belongings inside, "the Riddle Church will always have a place for you. A trifecta of aims, a threefold victory, like Qin Shi Huang winning by treading on electric wires." Harry turned to his gaze reflecting a whisper of sorrow intertwined with great joy. He said nothing but nodded in acknowledgement. "Close the door, you little squirt. The cold air is coming in." Vernon's bellow echoed from the living room. "Right away," Harry replied adeptly, then added to OM, "Let's meet on the 24th. In the kitchen, Marlenia glared with her large, clouded eyes, viciously slicing a particularly large piece from the steak and placing it onto OM's plate. Alm entrusted Hage with the task of converting the 500 gallons from his scholarship into 2,500 pounds at Gringotts, which he then handed entirely to Sister Marika. The living conditions for the orphans improved significantly. At least now, every meal included meat. Marlenia, sulking, drizzled a spoonful of gravy onto Alm's plate, her thoughts brimming with indignation. That insufferable fellow, do not think that providing us with meat makes you exceptional. I shall make you pay for not writing to me privately for so long. You must recount your experiences at the magic school to me tonight before bed, until I am thoroughly satisfied. Behind her, at the dining table, Elena and Kula exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Sister Marika instructed Aaron to keep an eye on the stew before hastily exiting the kitchen. Despite her frequent correspondence, she felt her eyes moisten when she saw her eldest son, who had grown significantly taller and sturdier, entering through the church doors, gently stroking Gamin and Lonnie's hair. For the first time, Al perceived Sister Marika as notably slender and petite. In his memories, she had always been gentle yet resilient, never yielding in the face of adversity, akin to an unyielding poplar. In that moment, as his mother nestled against his chest, Alm understood that he had truly matured. "Do not worry, mother. I will take care of everything from here on out." When Alm referred to her as mother, Sister Marika could no longer contain herself, smiling through tears of joy. She was unaware of the trials her son had faced, yet every mother possesses an uncanny intuition. The instant Sister Marika glimpsed Alm's palm, she comprehended that he must have exerted considerable effort to acquire such a sum of money. When the giant presented her with the 2,500 pounds while riding a flying motorcycle, she nearly fainted as the dreadful phrase family compensation flashed through her mind. Fortunately, her son bore not a single scar, and he was increasingly resembling a steadfast man. Sister Marika gently patted Alm's hand, issuing an important command to her children. "Dinner is served." Chapter 58, 009 St. Gillis. Alm embraced each of his family members, expertly flicking the forehead of the thieving Lacotte. Finally, he enveloped Marlenia in his arms, burying his face in her fiery red hair, inhaling that familiar scent. How delightful, that subtle fragrance. Ah, still the same brand of shampoo. Their embrace lingered until Marlenia's cheeks and hair became one hue. She pushed her brother away forcefully, exclaiming in embarrassment, "How long are you going to hold me? Let go of me." "No." Marlenia stubbornly turned her face away. "Why must it be this way?" Alm sighed in disappointment, spearing a piece of cooked carrot from his plate. It seemed their bond truly required nurturing. "Come, brother will feed you. Open your mouth." Ah. Marlenia's neck flushed crimson. Her head bowed as she uttered a sound akin to a mosquito's buzz. Just a little, merely a smidge. Elena, with her golden tresses and azure eyes, stuffed a napkin into the collar of little Laney, who lacked arms. Hearing her sister's stubbornness, she sighed in resignation. Marlin's obstinacy rivals the hardness of the cake made by old OM. "Hey, you ought not to speak such nauseating words before a meal." Grumman, who was devoid of sensation below the waist and confined to a wheelchair, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Immediately, OM released Marlenia and lunged at Grumman with exaggerated gestures. "Do you dare criticize my cake, you little rascal? If there exists a dish that could linger in my memory for 3 years, it would either be a culinary delight or, in Grumman's case, a nauseating experience." "I concur." Lacad raised both hands and feet in agreement. Compared to the myriad of exquisite dishes at Hogwarts, the dinner at Roddle Church was rather modest. Each person had a plate before them, containing a thick, well-cooked steak, accompanied by pasta, carrots and potatoes enveloped in gravy, and a small pat of butter. At the center of the table sat an ancient brass cauldron, steaming with a hearty Provençal stew, lacking the elegant swirls typical of a restaurant presentation. The ingredients were merely haphazardly piled together. This was the orphanage's dinner, a feast far more abundant than the previous year, allowing everyone to eat until they could hold no more. OM relished the meal, not for the flavors, but for the satisfied smiles of his family surrounding him. OM first had 14 deliver a letter to Fiolina, as her luggage was far too heavy for 14 to lift. He inquired whether she had time to come and retrieve it herself. If not, OM would ask if she could open her suitcase and allow him to send the contents in smaller packages over time. As he watched 14 vanish into the night sky, OM began to narrate his wondrous experiences at Hogwarts to his younger siblings with great enthusiasm. upon hearing that there was a ghost teacher who instructed OM. The little ones clamored with curiosity about what a ghost was like, wondering if it resembled a flying white sheet. Professor Binns appeared no different from a living person, save for his translucent, pearl-white form, and he had a penchant for passing through the blackboard to teach in the classroom. Many students adored Professor Binns' lessons, as he could cure insomnia. However, my other instructor, Professor Snape, if one dared to sleep during his class then, OM halted, envisioning the grim scene, his lips twitching slightly as he shifted the conversation. Hopefully, no brave soul would truly dare to do such a thing. Aside from recounting his classes, OM also spun fanciful tales of how he and Professor Dumbledore gradually uncovered the existence of the Chamber of Secrets, deftly solving its mechanisms and ultimately confronting the thousand-year-old basilisk. Like a theatrical performance, OM wielded Marlenia's staff as a sword, vividly illustrating his gallant demeanor while Lacquard took on the role of the serpent monster. The serpent emitted a piercing howl, prompting Lacquard to exaggerate his performance. Yes, just like that. Seizing the moment, I raised my mighty sword carefully towards its throat. Be cautious not to stab too deeply. Then, with a flourish, OM mimicked a scene of blood gushing forth, the foul crimson liquid cascading over me, obscuring my vision entirely and preventing me from noticing the treacherous red-capped figure lurking behind. Just as my sight was enveloped in darkness, it leapt forth, striking the back of my head with a resounding thud. Blaze, ever the enthusiastic supporter, exclaimed, "Wow, and then what? This is perilously dangerous. You mustn't engage in such easily injurious antics in the future." Marlenia frowned, her delicate brows knitting together, for he was her only brother. Rolled his eyes playfully, chuckling. I merely spun a tale for amusement. What school would harbor a great serpent underground? He sought to assuage her concerns. Swiftly, shifted the topic, showcasing his shrine and beckoning for 009 to make an appearance. As the towering, fearsome metallic skeleton emerged from the palm-sized shrine, the children initially shrieked in fright, but soon mustered the courage to approach, eager to climb atop its head. 009, having never encountered such a multitude since its inception, stood bewildered, its crimson-lit eye sockets helplessly seeking guidance from its creator. 009, relax a bit, try extending your hand to them, but be mindful of the hydraulic arm's force. Encouraged, viewing the automaton merely as a useful tool, with the happiness of his siblings being paramount. Obeying the supreme command, 009 cautiously bent its metallic fingers, gently grasping Aaron's hand and rhythmically shaking it. Incredible! Aaron marveled at the wondrous vitality emanating from the metallic palm clasped in his own. Goff and Lawrence gazed at 009's unique form, a captivating blend of mechanical and organic elements, exclaiming, "So cool. Is it called 009? Does it lack a proper name?" Kalara inquired, eyeing the parchment affixed to the metallic skeleton with red wax. "You can bestow upon it any name you wish. It wouldn't mind." Waved his hand dismissively. Names, once assigned to tools, evoke an ineffable bond, making it troublesome when one wishes to replace or discard them. Then let us grant a name with a biblical flair. How about Saint Gillis? After a moment's contemplation, smiled. "Remember, 009, Saint Gillis is your new name." He watched with amusement as Cosmos attempted to lift the automaton 009 from behind. 009 gently extricated himself from Cosmos's embrace, kneeling before and bowing his metallic head, his jaw opening and closing as he spoke in a clear, youthful voice. "I shall not tarnish the name of Saint Helis." At that moment, a feathered creature, adorned with frost, descended onto the windowsill, clutching a small note in its beak and tapping the window to urge its master to let in. The creature, named 14, eagerly squeezed inside, delivering the note to before promptly fluttering into Germain's arms, chirping insistently for him to groom its wind-tousled feathers. 14 was indeed quite vain. The note bore the distinctive slanted script of Fiorina, who had written, "Ah, I've finally caught you, you memorably forgetful being. Feed light for me, and I shall retrieve my belongings from you tomorrow morning." Merely gazing at the note allowed to envision Fiorina's teasing expression, prompting him to click his tongue in annoyance as he released Light from the shrine. Light's appearance did not evoke surprise. After all, the children had just encountered a 3-meter tall metal skeleton. What was a charming black cat in comparison? As soon as the black cat landed, it scanned the room with its amber eyes, employing its feline intuition to swiftly identify the most esteemed presence in the room. It promptly leaped into Marlenia's arms, nuzzling its cheek against her palm in a gesture of affection. Feeling the unexpected weight of a furry companion on her single leg, the naturally visually impaired Marlenia paused momentarily. However, She quickly discerned that it was merely a kitten and began to tickle the base of its ears with her fingers, listening to its soothing purrs. A pleasant smile graced Marlenia's pale face. As night deepened, took on the parental role, diligently ushering everyone to bed. Sister Malika had procured 6 bunk beds, and the old, worn bed had been relocated to the nuns' quarters. Now, every resident of the orphanage had their own bed, complete with a soft pillow and a thick goose-down duvet, ensuring a warm and comfortable winter. Before bedtime, measured Marlenia and Lonnie, sketching designs for prosthetics on parchment, which he entrusted to 14 to deliver to Hogwarts for the automatons to commence their crafting. Germain's situation was rather unique. He was paralyzed from the waist down. Thus, resolved to create a powered exoskeleton to replace his lower limbs, enabling him to stand, walk, and run like any ordinary person. Although Germain never voiced it, the longing for freedom was unmistakable in his eyes whenever the children frolicked before him. He yearned to run. His spirit craved the exuberance of play with his companions, rather than being eternally confined to that wretched wheelchair. Given his desire to chase after others, mused that the exoskeleton should resemble a hound's gait. No, perhaps it would be more fitting to call it the hunter's leg, aligning more with Germain's essence. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, nestled alongside young Blazer in a single bed and drifted into slumber. St. Gillis sat alone in the pitch-dark church, leafing through the pages of the Bible. His eyes, ablaze with the fire of the machine spirit, pierced the darkness, allowing him to read the faded text effortlessly. After a while, he closed the book and placed it meticulously on the pulpit. In his eyes, a blend of confusion, incomprehension, and a flicker of enlightenment emerged. Yet, as he gazed upon the crucifix at the apex of the church, all these emotions morphed into disdain. The grotesque, menacing metallic skull gazed upward at the crucified Jesus Christ, much like a devil in hell yearning for heaven. There exists a deity, but it is not you. With that thought, St. Gillis clasped his hands across his chest, intertwining his thumbs as he simulated the projection of his creator in the realm of souls, the golden two-headed eagle. 100 prayers, 1,000 hymns, a myriad of blessings. With all my strength, with all my intent, with the very fibers of my soul, with a devout heart, I vow to the God of all things to shepherd billions. In the solemnity of his prayer, glyphs radiated holy golden light from his entire being, enveloped by a skin composed entirely of spiritual energy atop his metallic form. He had resolved to disseminate the supreme glory of the God of all things to the bewildered and ignorant populace. Though Fiorina had mentioned mourning in her letter, by the time she truly entered the church, it was already noon the following day. As she pushed open the door, a blinding light surged forth, prompting her to shield her face and crouch down, exclaiming, "My 24K pure titanium alloy eyes." "Good afternoon, Miss Fenray." A youthful voice approached. "May I take a moment of your time? I wish to discuss our Father and Creator, the God of all." "Enough of this, 009. Pulled Fiorina up from the ground, gazing helplessly at the machine servant whose demeanor had transformed overnight. "You need to head to the kitchen and assist Aaron and Cosmos with the cooking. My Merlin, is this handsome fellow 009? Recovering from her shock, Fiorina rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The St. Gillis before her bore no trace of his former menacing visage. He radiated divine light. His tall and athletic frame adorned in a robe simulated from spiritual energy, the same style as that of the portly Hufflepuff monk. His skin was as fair and rosy as sheep's fat. His shoulder-length hair gleamed like gold, and his countenance was extraordinarily handsome, akin to an angel descended to the earthly realm. Upon hearing Fiorina's praise, St. Gillis offered her a gentle smile and performed the eagle salute to Ohm before making his way towards the kitchen. He claimed to have discovered the meaning of existence after reading the Bible last night. As long as he can complete the tasks, I assign him with absolute proficiency. I care not how he transforms. Ohm retrieved Fiorina's large suitcase from the shrine and handed it to her. Have you eaten? Would you like to stay for a meal before you leave? Sure. I'll just drop my luggage in the car and inform the driver, Fiorina replied, nodding nonchalantly. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a muscular man in a suit, sporting sunglasses and wielding a loaded Remington, barged in, using his broad shoulder to push the door aside. Miss, I heard your call. As she let out a piercing scream moments ago. Where were you? Ah, so you truly are the driver. Roger. DeLeefer grasped the suitcase and retreated through the door, his gaze and the barrel of his gun unwaveringly fixed upon Ohm. Fiorina, a hint of embarrassment coloring her expression, indicated her temple and confessed to Ohm. Having just returned from Delta Force, my mind is a bit muddled. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Rakad burst forth from the kitchen, exclaiming, Boss Ohm, this is bad. There are suddenly many burly figures in black outside. peering into our windows with guns. Cast a sidelong glance at Fiorina. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she replied, "Those are my bodyguards. I'll just inform them." With the sound of polished shoes echoing, the encircling black-clad figures finally dispersed around Roddle. A collective sigh of relief swept over the children, and Rakad promptly retrieved a small plastic bag from his pocket, extracting a purple candy to consume. Upon the opening of the bag, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Furrowed his brow, swiftly snatching the candy from Rakad's hand and inhaling deeply. Instantly, a potent scent of a disorienting potion assaulted his nostrils. Infused with an excessive amount of aconite root juice, a substance known for its intense addictive properties, classified as an ingredient requiring a licensure from the Ministry of Magic for its use. Now, this wizarding drug had appeared in his brother's possession, masquerading as an innocuous candy. This was clearly an attempt by a wizard to exploit muggles, not only selling disorienting potions to them, but also malevolently targeting children. Beasts. Pure beasts. Tell me, Rakad, where did you acquire this candy? Demanded, striving to suppress the fury boiling within him as he scrutinized his younger brother. I received it from a stranger, an unfamiliar black man. While playing outside this morning, Rakad stammered, timidly extending the plastic bag to He said if we wanted more, we could find him. Accepted the bag, which bore cheap images of provocatively dressed women, along with a bold inscription reading, Dancer Q, Chapter 60, The Sticka Palace. The winter nights arrive with an abrupt chill. Clad in a brown jacket and a hunting cap, Yon watched with a mocking glint as a group of rascally children jubilantly sprinted away with their Q dancer, his heart swelling with a seedling-like joy. Once you take a bite, you'll never forget that euphoric sensation. When the time comes, you'll obediently bring money from home to buy more. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow upon Yon's gaunt profile, simultaneously reminding him that it was time to relocate. He intended to venture into bars and nightclubs to cultivate clientele. Those individuals were the true cash cows. Crowds of men and women, their minds dulled by lights and alcohol, clung together, utterly oblivious to the substances they consumed. When they eventually regained their senses, they would find themselves forever enthralled beneath the skirts of the Q dancer. As Joao hummed Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal, he made his way towards his dilapidated van, parked in a secluded corner. He adored this song, having once attempted to mimic Jackson's signature 45-degree lean while singing in the shower, resulting in a rather unfortunate scar on his forehead. Even though he had to don a hat every time he stepped out, nothing could diminish his love for music. He opened the door, continuing to sing Annie. "Are you okay?" As he plopped down onto the seat, the cushions creaking beneath him as he inserted the key to ignite the engine. The motor, which had been repaired countless times, emitted a labored wheeze. It was only when Joao reached for the gear shift that he was startled to discover someone sitting in the passenger seat. A figure cloaked in black, adorned with a skull-shaped helmet, was staring at him with a myriad of red eyes glaring from the depths of its sockets. Yet, he was certain no one had been inside the vehicle when he entered. With his mind racing, Joao instinctively recoiled and let out a shriek reminiscent of a frightened girl, his hands fumbling to extract his firearm from his waistband. Just as he dispelled the illusion spell, the armored warrior, seized the drug dealer's forearm with a vice-like grip. Snapping it in two, he then plunged a sharp bone protruding from the shattered arm deep into the villain's thigh. Following this, delivered a devastating blow to the dealer's jaw, sending dozens of discolored teeth spraying across the dashboard like shrapnel. Regardless of whether Annie was still okay, Joao was undoubtedly far from it. Fiorina, donning a hockey mask, reached from the back seat to confiscate the revolver tucked into the dealer's waistband. Her voice deliberately raspy as she remarked, "A handgun in this position? Are we done with sparrows? Scum like this, poisoning children, deserves to vanish from this world entirely." With that, the ironclad gauntlet of OM's berserker armor clawed at the dealer's eyelids, ripping the fragile skin away and forcing it into his toothless mouth. The dealer convulsed as if electrocuted, tears and blood mingling on his face, while muffled wails escaped from his obstructed mouth. "We ask, you answer, understood?" Fiorina pressed the muzzle of her pink fuzzy bunny gun against the dealer's exposed eyeball, disengaging the safety in front of him. The dealer nodded vigorously, eager to comply. OM slowly withdrew his fingers from the wretch's mouth, incinerating the saliva and blood on the gauntlet's surface with a nonverbal incantation, declaring, "Where did you acquire the goods?" There's no fixed location," Joao stammered, enduring the agony of his fractured jaw. "I just call, and then he tells me where to wait." "Liars," Fiorina interjected, firing a bullet through his other thigh. Amidst the dealer's agonized screams, she continued, "Your eyes blink so swiftly, yet your lies flow with such clarity. Aum, with a sense of impatience, retrieved a small glass vial from the shrine at his waist. This vial contained a potion, a reward for achieving the highest score in the potion class, crafted by Professor Snape himself, a minuscule amount of Veritaserum. Initially, Aum was reluctant to waste such precious liquid on the likes of this societal detritus, yet the lies of the drug dealer had drained his patience. As Aum produced a glass vial, the dealer, Yuan, suddenly cried out in terror. "I told you. I said it. Sticka Palace. I acquired all my goods from Sticka Palace in Kingston." Observing the dealer's sudden fluency and his panicked expression, Aum furrowed his brow and forcefully administered 2 drops of the Veritaserum. The response remained the same. Sticka Palace. Aum exchanged a glance with Fiorella, and they nodded in unison. The gray-haired puffball decisively shot the dealer in the head, then retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket to summon his bodyguards for cleanup. Meanwhile, Aum's brow remained slightly furrowed. The dealer's behavior had revealed 2 crucial clues. He had likely encountered a potion bottle similar to Aum's, indicating he may have met a wizard who brewed potions or witnessed others using them. Furthermore, he had seen someone tormented by the potion within the vial, resulting in a grim fate, which explained his terror upon seeing the vial. Thus, at least one wizard was entrenched within this drug trafficking organization. However, it mattered little. Anyone daring to peddle drugs in his neighborhood, regardless of whether that wizard was the Minister of Magic, would face dire consequences. In Kingston, along the banks of the Thames, a sprawling 2-story establishment pulsated with vibrant neon lights and searchlights amidst the lifeless docks. This recently opened nightclub, Sticka Palace, beckoned the restless souls of London, much like a siren luring sailors. The grand entrance, reminiscent of ancient Roman baths, hinted at the open atmosphere within as vehicles lined up to deliver eager revelers. The rhythmic beats of the DJ reverberated through the air, causing the glass of nearby warehouses to rattle, while men and women writhed and leaped ecstatically in the smoke-filled dance floor. The haze served as the perfect veil, concealing all but the occasional guttural growls and the poised toes of dancers. Here, everyone laughed, cried, and raged, their emotions magnified to the extreme under the influence of substances, lost in a sea of unbounded pleasure. Just as the clock struck midnight, the roar of a chainsaw echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 61. The Orca. "We seem to have acted rather hastily," Aum remarked, surveying the thronging dance floor, a sea of bodies moving in close proximity. "What did you say?" Fiorella shouted back, her head spinning from the deafening music. "I can't hear you." It was 11:45 at night. For ordinary folk, it was late, yet for a nightclub, the revelry had only just begun. However, the Sticka Palace was evidently extraordinary, while other nightclubs were still in the warm-up phase. This space had already succumbed to the ecstatic revelry of a climax. Enraptured individuals pressed against one another, lost in a frenzied dance amidst the intoxicating aroma of the unique herb, their bodies entwined in a sensuous embrace. It resembled a petri dish teeming with maggots. Fortunately, thanks to Aum's deft application of a transformation spell, the two boldly strode through the entrance, unnoticed by the 2 burly bouncers stationed at the door. Both were momentarily overwhelmed by the shameless spectacle that lay before them, their youthful spirits shaken, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, Aum and Fiorella instinctively huddled together in a secluded corner, away from the throng, disdainfully observing the obviously deranged individuals engaging in their bizarre encounters. It was a surreal scene of plugs connecting with sockets, sockets with sockets, and plugs with plugs, even a game of plug limbo unfolding. Truly, it was a dazzling display of absurdity. Thankfully, the masks they wore were engraved with runes of purity, effectively shielding them from the addictive scent of the herb. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to the madness as well. Leaning closer to Fiorella, Aum exclaimed, "Did we not inquire who that scoundrel received his drugs from?" "What does it matter?" Fiorella retorted, drawing an MP5 from her down jacket and loading it with a click. "Since we don't know who it is, let us eliminate everyone present." "Are you planning a massacre?" Aum shouted, gripping Fiorella's ear tightly. "Quickly summon your bodyguards to clear this place." "Look, what are they doing?" Fiorella screamed, pointing towards the center of the venue. Aum glanced up to see a pale-skinned, handsome man adorned in a magnificent purple robe, stepping over the shoulders and heads of the attendees, gracefully making his way to the heart of the dance floor. This man's beauty was almost otherworldly, transcending gender. Even the frenzied crowd fell silent, each person entranced, reaching out in a desperate attempt to touch and kiss his alabaster toes. "Good heavens! Does he have breasts?" Fiorella exclaimed, fixated on the peculiar protrusions on the man's chest, her voice drowned out by the loud music. Suddenly, the striking man plunged a dagger into his chest, blood gushing forth along the uniquely shaped blade. Yet, His expression remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the pain, as he gripped the hilt and carved 3 deep, bone-revealing digits into his flesh. 666. In an instant, the man's exquisite features elongated, his pupils distorted and enlarged into squares, as 2 large curved horns pierced through his skin. His legs sprouted brown fur, transforming into goat hooves, and a pair of expansive, bat-like black wings emerged from his back. Below, a long, scaled, emerald green serpent writhed sensuously, flicking its tongue with vivid life. The moment his transformation completed, the crowd once again plunged into a frenzied celebration. However, this time they danced an indescribable, lascivious dance around the man, with each beat of the music concealing profound and dark scriptures. Those ensnared by substances echoed the verses, unconsciously praying to an unknown entity, their mouths and noses spewing forth wisps of pearly white smoke. This was the souls they willingly sacrificed. At the moment these fragments departed their essence, the enigmatic being would bestow upon their spirits and bodies unparalleled ecstasy, compelling these willingly fallen individuals to eagerly offer even more. The goat-headed man sat cross-legged upon a makeshift throne of flesh formed by bodies intertwined, raising his right hand adorned with a pentagram drawn in his own blood, at the center of which was an eye peering into the mortal realm. Almost all soul fragments were absorbed by this eye, with only a few scattered outside, greedily devoured by the goat-headed figure, whose expression radiated delight, his serpentine form rising erect, the magical energy emanating from him significantly amplified. Animagus? No. This was a sorcerer devoted to Satan. How could Ohm, raised in a church, not recognize this enemy of God? What on earth was the Ministry of Magic doing? How could such a substantial cult emerge without intervention? Was it possible that they had sent someone, only for that person to ultimately decide to join us? A voice as sweet as honey echoed beside Ohm, the tip of a wand pressed directly against the helmet of a berserker's armor. Dear sir and young lady, why not join us and explore the realm of bliss together? A voluptuous woman, clad in nothing but 3 band-aids, emerged from the air, her skin adorned with chaotic tattoos, her honey-colored lips enticingly parting. Do not refuse me, or the Thames shall claim 2 more withered corpses. Was it conceivable? Ohm coldly turned to the woman, utterly unfazed by the wand, now aimed at his brow. That remark was directed at you, he stated. The woman had yet to react when Fiorina pulled the trigger of her MP5 straight at her, even if the woman had reacted with lightning speed. Casting an iron armor spell just before the shot, Fiorina's corrosive shrapnel bullets tore through the spell with ease, leaving dozens of bullet holes in her body. In the instant the bullets penetrated her, the shrapnel detonated, causing her back to explode, nearly hollowing out her chest cavity. Yet, she did not perish on the spot. She still managed to retrieve a transparent vial from her concealed stash and hurled it at Fiorina. Ohm could not merely stand by and watch her succeed. His eyes gleamed with determination as he sent the vial flying away. Just as the goat-headed man roared in fury, commanding the crowd to charge at Ohm, the woman, her insides obliterated, grotesquely transformed into a gigantic slug, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, adorned with vivid patterns, her beautiful face embedded between 2 of the slug's antennae, emitting a piercing shriek. You cannot kill me. My voice no longer resembles that of a human. With this divine body bestowed upon me by the god of pleasure, I shall grind you into pieces. How dare you insult the god of pleasure? I shall torment you for 666 days and offer you as a sacrifice to the god of pleasure. Enough. With a thunderous roar, Ohm's black robe billowed, and psychic lightning surged forth like a tidal wave, rendering the bewildered crowd unconscious, collapsing upon the ground. The absurdity of such deities is truly infuriating. Even if the world must have a god, the entire berserker armor trembled with excitement under its master's formidable psychic energy, each piece of armor glowing a fiery red at its edges. Ohm reached into the shrine at his waist and drew forth a 1.5-meter-long, single-handed heavy sword, its blade an abyssal black adorned with golden wing-like engravings. The edge was not a simple straight line, but jagged like shark teeth, roaring and spinning like a chainsaw propelled by engines and psychic force. The chainsaw, sword Mk1, Orca, the roaring blade pointed menacingly at the gigantic slug, the 10-eyed augur coldly fixating upon the beautiful woman's visage, as Ohm disdainfully declared, "That role is mine to play." Chapter 62. The Soul of the Machine Delighted. Arrogance. You shall eternally bear the wrath of the god of pleasure. Amidst the piercing shrieks, the slug woman's slimy body suddenly erupted with hundreds of long, thick tentacles, each tip resembling a lip-like structure, emitting a thick sound akin to phlegm directed at Ohm. Avada Kedavra, the god of pleasure, spoken from the woman's lips, had evidently transformed her body and soul, unleashing the burdensome curse upon her tentacles as if it were a torrential downpour, intent on drowning Ohm entirely. From the moment you forsook the purity of humanity, a green light struck Ohm's raised spherical psychic shield, scattering brilliant green sparks. Even a god cannot prevent my purification of you. Bow down, heretic. The lightning claw, a cerulean arc of electricity shot forth from Ohm's hand, his potent psychic energy causing the slug woman's corpulent, slimy form to convulse uncontrollably upon the floor, producing grotesque, squirming sounds. Just as Ohm was about to charge forth and sever her head, the countless tentacles of the slug woman suddenly coiled into a long whip, its surface bristling with sharp teeth, striking down towards Ohm. The world suffers, hearts are weary. Kneel before my lord, indulge in wild revelry. The augur within the helmet easily tracked the incoming whip's trajectory as Ohm, encased in ebony armor, activated the power frame beneath, leaping aside like a ravenous wolf. The dance floor was carved by the bloodied whip, with several ordinary individuals who had collapsed on the ground, akin to water-filled balloons, having their insides and flesh splattered in all directions by the lash. In the center of the dance floor, battling the goat-headed man, Fiorina suddenly felt a large, warm, soft object strike her neck. Instantly, she pulled out a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun from her down jacket and fired at the approaching goat-headed man. The explosive shells erupting in a mist of blood from his chest, sending the entire goat flying into the bar. Seizing this opportunity, Fiorina ripped the object from her neck, revealing a lung, blackened and diseased from an abundance of unconventional cigarettes. With a careless toss to the ground, Fiorina extracted her walkie-talkie from her pocket and bellowed, "Are your ears deaf? Hurry, and come help me take them down." As Ohm listened to the clattering fragments striking his armor, the augur locked onto the grotesque figure of the slug woman, her vibrant face standing out against her hideous form. The psychic engine of his harpoon weapon roared with thunderous might. Like a formidable steam locomotive, he charged towards the abominable creature. Hearken! The thunder is his stride. Behold! The storm clouds are his cloak. Feel! The lightning is the wind of his sword. As the titanic Ohm barreled forth, the slug woman shrieked and lashed out with her long whip, attempting to cleave him in two. Ohm's iron boots crashed heavily upon the ground as he pivoted and swung his sword upward. The chainsaw roared, its vicious teeth ravenously gnawing at the flesh. The resilient flesh of the whip was severed in an instant, and a torrent of alien blood splattered onto the berserker's armor, eagerly licked up by the searing plates. The machine's spirit rejoiced. Sensing the ecstasy of the berserker armor, Ohm howled as he brought his sword down upon the slug woman's head. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the slug woman unexpectedly unleashed her astonishing potential, her upper body coiling like a serpent, revealing her grotesquely swollen abdomen, narrowly evading Ohm's strike. At the same moment, a sharp bone spear shot forth from beneath her, aimed directly at Ohm's face. A triumphant grin spread across the slug woman's visage, as if she could already envision Ohm's demise at the hands of the spear. Even if you barely dodge, I can still crush you into a pulp. In that perilous instant, time seemed to slow. Ohm gazed calmly at the speeding bone spear, the tip of his chainsaw sword driving unhesitatingly into the ground. He did not evade. The slug woman's smile grew ever more fervent, her excitement causing foul, viscous fluid to erupt from her grotesque growths. This man was doomed. Not even Jesus could save him, I tell you. But Ohm would not simply resign to fate. At the moment the harpoon's tip struck the earth, the chainsaw whirled violently, and the berserker armor's legs propelled him upward. The weighty armor, exceeding 150 kilograms, soared into the air, propelled by the force of both his actions. The bone spear futilely whizzed past beneath him as he executed a somersault in midair, the rapidly spinning blade slicing into the slug woman's head, then cleaving downward. The steadfast chainsaw sword bisected the abominable creature in twain. As the alien blood surged forth like a raging torrent, Ohm could distinctly sense the elation and growth of the machine spirit within the berserker armor and the harpoon. Each plate of the armor suddenly cooled, returning to a profound darkness, devoid of any lingering heat. Yet, in its place, a fiery halo ignited atop Ohm's helmet, imbuing the grotesque armor with an ineffable divinity. Every serration of the harpoon flared with electric light, incinerating the remains of the alien that was still attempting to reassemble its severed body into pale ashes. Ohm soothed the machine spirit and turned to survey the battlefield where Fiorina and the goat-headed man fought. After undergoing a transformation, the goat-headed man lost his ability to cast spells, rendered mute, and his skin offered merely the protection akin to that of heavy body armor. The ferocious firepower of the burly bodyguards summoned by Fiolina, whose necks were thicker than their heads, shattered his limbs and severed his serpentine head, leaving him sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Ohm approach, adorned with a halo, Fiolina couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "So you truly intend to become a deity? Quite splendid. We shall journey to the Vatican together to rid ourselves of those priests who prefer to linger in the bodies of young boys, worse than demons. You could be the new god, while I merely play the role of pope. I have no desire to be worshipped." Ohm, brandishing a chainsaw sword, directed his ire towards the struggling goat-headed man, questioning why he had not yet dispatched him. "Didn't you provide me with a hammer?" Fiolina extended her hand towards Ohm. "I have yet to use it. It would be splendid to let it taste blood now. What was it called again? The Great Bido?" "It is the Large Force Field Crusher," Ohm corrected, emphasizing the importance of remembering its name. Despite his complaints, Ohm withdrew a colossal hammer from the shrine at his waist, nearly as tall as Fiolina herself. One end featured a robust, square hammerhead, while the other boasted a sharp, armor-piercing spike. The handle was wrapped in the hide of a griffin, and the hammerhead was intricately engraved with 29 sets of explosive runes. This weapon was forged specifically for Fiolina, aiming to allow her to appreciate the beauty of cold weaponry. However, upon its creation, the onset of the Christmas holidays precluded any immediate testing. "It is my hammer, and I shall name it as I please." Though accustomed to regular exercise, Fiolina found it somewhat arduous to hoist it onto her shoulder, her body leaning back slightly, nearly toppling under its weight. Nevertheless, the gray-furred creature grasped the handle firmly, exerting downward pressure that sent the gleaming hammerhead whirling through the air in an elegant arc. The 29 sets of explosive runes activated simultaneously, resulting in a rather intimate encounter with the goat-headed man's skull. Boom! As the large force field crusher made contact with the goat-headed man's cranium, the explosive runes detonated in a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. The goat-headed man was obliterated into a mist of blood, the overlapping power of the runes amplifying their effect, creating a 2-meter-wide crater in the dance floor. The ground was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, and the entire Sticka Palace trembled violently. Even the hammerhead, forged from pure rubidium iron, bore fissures from the immense force. The meticulously carved runes by Ohm dimmed momentarily, yet slowly began to restore under the enchantment of embedded repair runes. "Huh, that was truly exhilarating," Fiolina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Now I understand why you were so enamored with cold weapons." Ohm nodded with satisfaction, a smile of mentorship gracing his face beneath his helmet. To personally unleash violence upon an adversary, to feel the vibrations of annihilating their flesh and spirit with one's own hands, is far more gratifying than the distant harvesting of targets with firearms. Wouldn't you agree? No, I still prefer the searing heat of gun barrels and the scorching powder. Unleashing a barrage of bullets is the ultimate thrill. Fiolina hoisted the hammer onto her shoulder and gestured with one hand, indicating that you rank a mere third in my heart's affections. "What ranks second?" Ohm inquired curiously. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Ohm felt that Fiolina's face flushed momentarily, only for her to erupt in a vexed roar. "Why should I tell you? Miss, we have uncovered something extraordinary." A dark-skinned bodyguard burst forth from a small door beside the bar, brandishing an M500 revolver in each hand. Some of Fiorina's bodyguards were stationed outside, keeping watch for the arrival of law enforcement while preventing any intruders from entering the Sticka Palace. Others meticulously searched the nightclub, evidently having made a significant discovery. After all, since they were already there, it would be a pity to leave without destroying something. Thus, they would unleash fiery fists upon the drug traffickers' production base. "Lead the way." Ohm's voice resonated from beneath his helmet, imbued with an unsettling coldness. The bodyguard cast a fearful glance at the boy with the flaming halo above him. Having witnessed firsthand the man's prowess in cleaving a truck-sized slug in two with a chainsaw, before turning his gaze to his true master. Upon seeing Fiorina nod, he pivoted and entered the doorway. Ohm and Fiorina quickly followed suit, the three traversing the narrow, dimly lit corridor and ascending the iron staircase adorned with intricate cutouts. As they pushed open the large door to the second floor, a brilliant pink light assaulted them, prompting Fiorina to shriek, "My 24K titanium alloy eyes. Django, your bonus for this month is forfeited." As the bodyguard awkwardly forced a smile, the loyal bird oracle filtered out the unnecessary light, presenting the horrific scene on the second floor to Ohm's gaze. It was a nightmarish tableau. Hundreds of naked individuals were suspended from the ceiling by iron hooks piercing their shoulders, each having their limbs severed, eyes gouged out, ears sliced off, and tongues extracted. Their bodies bore the scars of incisions and sutures. Their chests were opened, ribs broken at the base, forcibly turned outward by small hooks. Towering plants grew within their thoracic cavities, their roots entwined around the organs, voraciously consuming human blood. Under the pink illumination, the veins of each leaf appeared as crimson as blood. It was the unique herb known as the angelica, and a novel strain at that. Even in such a state of dismemberment, they remain alive, their hearts still beating, lungs still expanding and contracting, thanks to hollow tubes inserted into their mouths and noses, connecting them to a massive cauldron in the center of the room, perpetually drawing in the liquid produced within. With each inhalation, their faceless visages betrayed expressions of bliss and ecstasy. However, with the demise of the slug woman and the goat-headed man, the twisted runes on the surface of the colossal cauldron began to flicker ominously, and the mist within grew ever fainter, signaling that its cessation was merely a matter of time. It was evident that this was a production site for the raw materials of the Q dancer. At least one of the production sites. Yet, rested his chin in contemplation. The goat-headed man and the slug woman exerted such great effort, concocting poison and operating a shop, with the ultimate aim of extracting a fragment of souls from unsuspecting individuals. For a healthy adult, the repercussions would be merely dizziness, nausea, weakness, akin to the after-effects of a hangover. Those in better health might feel nothing at all. This was also the reason they could maintain their establishment for an extended period. The paltry fragments of souls they managed to harvest were mostly siphoned away by the eye in the goat-headed man's palm, leaving him to lament over a meager couple of pieces. Although it indeed augmented his magical power, the goat-headed man's corporeal form was incapable of wielding magic, destined to suffocate under bullets. What was their true objective? The money of muggles? Would these two wizards truly covet the pleasures of the mundane? Suddenly chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Why ponder so much? After all, he was not an Auror. His motivation for coming here was merely his displeasure at witnessing them distributing drugs to his brother. Such convoluted matters were better left to the bureaucrats at the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, Fiolina cautiously approached the enormous cauldron at the center of the room, bringing Django along, and climbed up the small ladder to peer over the edge. She was curious to discover what lay within. What could possibly possess such an abundance of fleshy tendrils? As her gaze pierced through the mist, she beheld an unforgettable and exquisite figure, graceful and androgynous, with elongated limbs. However, the fog obscured her view, rendering the sight hazy. An overwhelming desire to see clearly, to touch this being, and to become one with it surged within her. Just as Fiolina was about to immerse herself, yanked her back into his embrace, angrily exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How many times have I warned you not to touch unknown things? Why won't you listen?" The gray-furred creature shivered, recalling her earlier obsession, a wave of apprehension washing over her. Yet upon hearing Alm's words, she stubbornly retorted, "What does it matter? You're watching me, after all." Alm's frustration ignited his fiery halo, and he swiftly tucked Fiolina under his arm, delivering a sharp smack to her rear with his iron-gloved hand. "Ouch!" Fiolina cried out in a cacophony of distress, and just as she intended to resist obstinately, a series of explosive sounds shattered the air. A group of cloaked wizards appeared, having apparat into the dim room. They surveyed the scene with their wands raised, then directed the tips of their wands toward Alm and Fiolina. Chapter 64, A Fractious Encounter. "Who are you?" A witch with hair that changed colors nervously inquired. "What have you done to these people?" "Release the one behind you." The other Aurors, in unison, aimed their wands at Alm's forehead. It was inevitable. Anyone witnessing a figure clad in dark armor, adorned with a red-eyed skull helmet, and crowned with a halo of flames amidst a room filled with the remnants of dismembered bodies would likely perceive him as the perpetrator. Clicked his tongue in frustration, contemplating that had he known the Aurors would arrive so fortuitously, he should have departed immediately after the skirmish. Now, if caught, he would certainly face dire consequences. But wait, why should he fear these Aurors? He was purging the wizarding world of malevolence, having vanquished two individuals who were clearly dark wizards. They ought to reward him for his deeds. Suddenly, he recalled that the slug woman had been reduced to ashes by the killer whale's lightning, and Fiorina had obliterated the goat-headed man into a mist of blood. There would be no witnesses to contradict their actions. However, there were still remnants of the battle downstairs, which should suffice to prove their innocence, right? At that moment, Fiorina suddenly shouted, "Django!" The African-American bodyguard, moving with blinding speed, hurled a stun grenade from his pocket, which landed perfectly between Ohm and the Aurors. Instantly, all the Aurors' gazes fixated on the small container, apprehensive about its potential as a dark magical artifact. The next moment, A blinding flash and an overwhelming cacophony engulfed the aurors. All the wizards experienced a dizzying haze before their eyes. Being aurors, they promptly cast protective charms to shield themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Fiorina executed a powerful slam to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the floor beneath Ohm and Fiorina crumbled, and they plummeted into the dance floor below. Ohm, caught off guard, landed heavily on his feet, while Fiorina, agile as a cat, rolled gracefully to dissipate the impact. She swiftly stowed her hammer into the sanctuary at Ohm's waist and grabbed his hand, urging him to flee while signaling frantically to her bodyguards. The muscular men, their suits straining against their chests, silently hefted their weapons and dashed upstairs. Their purpose was to secure precious moments for their employer's escape. That was the essence of their duty. Bursting through the door, their driver, Drafer, had already ignited the engine of the sleek black Jaguar, its powerful growl resonating in the air. The rear door swung open, welcoming its princess. They tumbled inside, and without hesitation, Drafer slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Jaguar surged forth like a true leopard, the force of acceleration pressing Ohm and Fiorina firmly against their seats. They exchanged a glance, instinctively turning to observe the diminishing silhouette of the Sticka Palace. After a prolonged silence, reassured that no wizards were in pursuit, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Fiorina removed her hockey mask, rubbing the indentation it had left on her temple, and remarked, "They will likely have their memories erased. I hope they remember to return to work tomorrow. By the way, why haven't you taken off your helmet? Isn't it uncomfortable?" The armor had been designed without consideration for ease of donning or doffing during battle. All the clasps were positioned behind me, inaccessible, requiring assistance from a servant to put on or remove. As he spoke, Ohm gently tapped the area beneath the occipital bone of his helmet with the fingertips of his iron gloves. With a crisp sound of machinery, the chin of the skull helmet fell away, revealing the lower half of Ohm's face. However, the lower part of my helmet can be detached like this, making it rather convenient for eating and drinking. Even the groin guard can't. Stop. There's no need to demonstrate that function. Fiorina quickly raised her hand to interrupt Ohm's intended display. Wasn't it thanks to me that you managed to escape? Did my strike not look incredibly cool? Fiorina rallied her spirits, proudly pointing her thumb towards her nose, which seemed to be rising to the heavens. I actually think Django's act of throwing the stun grenade was more graceful. The way you swung that hammer made you look like a Papua New Guinea baboon. Ohm showed no intention of sparing Fiorina's feelings. TCH, ungrateful scoundrel, truly lacking in vision. Had I known, I would have left you there and made my escape alone, Fiorina said with a fierce tone, stifling a long yawn. With a huff from her nose, Fiorina turned over, wrapping her cloak tighter around herself. Skillfully prying open a window, Ohm slipped into the pitch-black church hall, where St. Gillis had been waiting for quite some time. He remained as handsome as ever, though no longer radiating a holy light. Fergoff had remarked that he resembled a dim-witted human-shaped light bulb. St. Gillis, holding an octagonal star-shaped screwdriver, swiftly and quietly began to disassemble the berserker armor from Ohm, starting with the shoulder plates, then the chest plate, arm guards, leg guards, and finally the power frame that enveloped Ohm's body like a metallic cage. He gathered them into the shrine, and with fervent reverence, carefully removed the helmet from Ohm's head. The moment the helmet left Ohm's body, the fiery ring atop it extinguished instantly, and the bird oracle dimmed, signifying the sorrow of the machine's spirit for its inability to continue protecting the Supreme Lord's body. Ohm gently caressed the skull imprint on the helmet, sweeping a gentle stream of spiritual energy through its inner runes, soothing the machine's spirit before stowing the helmet away. He nodded at St. Gillis and proceeded into the room. Gently pushing open the door, Ohm peeked inside and was pleased to see everyone sleeping soundly. Even the most cold-sensitive Marlenia. Wait, where's Marlenia? A cold wooden cane suddenly pressed against Ohm's cheek as Marlenia slowly hopped out from behind the door, her large, cloudy eyes fixed intently on her brother. Mama Marlene, Ohm awkwardly raised both hands, realizing he had not yet fallen asleep. Marlenia coldly chuckled. What? Did you stay up all night while I could not? Chapter 65. Fiorina and Marlenia. Shoo. Ohm glanced at the peacefully sleeping children, grasped Marlenia's hand, and pulled her outside the room, whispering, "Don't wake them. Let's speak in the hall." Upon hearing that Ohm was going directly to find the drug dealer, Marlenia bit down hard on her brother's hand in anger, causing Ohm to gasp in surprise. "You still fear pain? I thought you were fearless. What is going on?" Having acquired a touch of magic, one feels an overwhelming sense of superiority, does one not? Yet, one speaks of eradicating evil without fear of becoming a victim oneself. Are you aware that every night your mother prays for you, beseeching God to grant you peace and health? Do you honor her sacrifices? Marlenia's hands roamed over Ohm's face and body, confirming that no parts were missing, before she let out a long sigh of relief. She then crossed her arms and donned a stern expression, leaving Ohm with a huff. You've driven me to the brink. I shall never speak to you again. Ohm swiftly swept Marlenia into his arms, disregarding her flailing fists and kicks until she finally softened, burying her face in his shoulder, sobbing. He gently patted her slender back and said, in the past, I would have merely incapacitated the one who dared to sell drugs to my brother, without concerning myself with anything else. But now, my abilities far exceed what they once were. I can protect my family and help more individuals steer clear of ruin. Thus, I have no reason not to act. What do you think you are? A drug enforcement officer? Or perhaps a deity? Do you believe that by dismantling a single drug den, you can eliminate drug use from the world? Marlenia clutched Ohm's collar, her tear-filled, red-rimmed eyes fixed intently on her brother. If your powers only lead you into peril, I would rather you be an ordinary person. Ohm fell silent. Indeed, was he trying to be? A judge? Arbitrarily punishing the guilty? A watcher? Stringently policing acts of sacrilege? Or a protector? Guarding his territory? He recalled the frenzied, distorted revelers he had witnessed in the mists of the unique grass at Sticka Palace, each face illuminated with a chaotic, ecstatic joy. He thought of Hogwarts students, squandering their time in a castle overflowing with food and soft beds. He considered his own family, who, despite their modest meals and cramped sleeping arrangements, always wore smiles at any small improvement in their lives. It dawned on him that he was merely lamenting the unfairness of the world. They were already so fortunate, yet they still ravaged their bodies with drugs in pursuit of fleeting pleasure. They were already so fortunate, yet squandered precious study time on wizard chess and gobstones. We strive to live earnestly, yet often endure hunger and scorn in society, with some even daring to label us as bastards. This is unjust. Ohm wished to wipe away Marlenia's tears with his thumb, yearning to create a realm where everyone could be born into happiness, a paradise devoid of hunger, illness, and sorrow. The holy fire in St. Gillis' eyes suddenly brightened, yet he remained silent, burying this thought deep within the engine of his being. No, Marlenia shook her head in agony. I only wish for you to be by our side. Isn't it the greatest happiness for our family to be together forever? Witnessing his sister's pained expression, Ohm's heart wavered like never before. Do not concern yourself with others. Instead, tend to your own household with meticulous care. Witnessing your younger siblings gradually mature and embark on their own unique journeys of life, could there be a more unparalleled joy? He felt his heart race as he hesitated to utter a simple affirmation. Yet, the thought of ongoing wars, plagues, and famine around the world, where some still wail in ignorance and despair, rendered that brief word impossible to voice. Particularly tonight, as Ohm beheld a grotesque cult ritual of soul sacrifice. Witnessing the distorted forms of two devotees, he became acutely aware that humanity's soul was coveted by incomprehensible extraterrestrial deities. These beings sought to cultivate followers on Earth, yearning to plunge the entire world into boundless chaos, relishing in the anguished cries and struggles of humanity as their earthly gospel. Even the Dark Lord, Voldemort, who instilled fear in the magical realm for decades, had been ensnared by these malevolent gods. What hope did mere mortals possess? Could he stand idly by while humanity fed their souls to these deities, allowing the world to descend into eternal darkness? No. The soul of humanity must remain in human hands. With thoughts racing, Ohm leaned down to kiss away the tears from Marlenia's cheek, cradling her face in his hands as he earnestly declared, I shall stand by you, I promise. Marlenia sniffled heavily, wrapping her arms around Ohm's neck, and whispered into his ear, Ohm, my brother, should you utter another falsehood, you shall witness true terror. Ohm watched her retreating figure until the door closed, then turned his gaze to the crucifix statue, remaining silent for a long while. St. Gillis thoughtfully retrieved a wizard's robe from the shrine and draped it over the shoulders of the Most High. Ohm closed his eyes, envisioning the unquenchable flames of war and the smoke that darkened the skies, bullets and shattered bones littering every piece of land. Hearing the thunder of cannon fire and the incantations that flew through the air as countless men, women, elders, and children would lose their lives in this conflict. He recalled Fiolina's words to him, Do you wish to become a new god? I shall never ascend to godhood. Raising his left hand, Ohm slowly clenched his fist, declaring, What I aspire to be is the emperor who guides all into a beautiful future. Days passed in this manner. Ohm refrained from venturing out to engage in any activities, choosing instead to joyfully accompany his family each day. This pleased Marlenia immensely, and smiles adorned her face more frequently. The wizard chess set he had brought delighted the children, especially during moments when the queen seized her chair to strike at the other pieces as they gathered around the board to strategize for her. Pluck out his eyes. Break the horseshoe. Stab him with the bishop's staff. I'm sorry, mother. I shall never utter such foul language again. Thankfully, OM's proficiency in the no-wand repair spell had reached a remarkable level. Otherwise, those unfortunate pieces and Blazer's posterior might not have survived a day without severe damage. Fiolina visited often, though not to seek out OM. Instead, she would pester Marlenia with countless questions and even brought her a headband that perfectly matched her fiery red hair, allowing Marlenia to tie her increasingly lengthy hair into a refreshing high ponytail. Owing to this, OM gazed at Fiorella with a look of incredulity and inquired, "FF, tell me honestly, do you harbor any feeling for my sister?" Chapter 66, The Christmas Gift. Fiorella merely rolled her eyes and replied, "While I am undeniably striking, it seems premature for you to be seeking a husband for your sister. We are merely friends." Marlenia, incensed, swung her cane and lightly struck OM's calf. Friends indeed. For Fiorella, Marlenia, despite her congenital visual impairment and physical limitations, exhibited remarkable resilience by venturing out to work and contribute to the household. She even assumed the role of the eldest when OM was at school, which she found admirable. Fiorella had always held an inexplicable admiration for those in leadership roles, which explained her eagerness to befriend OM on the train to school. Conversely, Marlenia maintained a skeptical view of OM's academic diligence and sought to gain insight from his classmates about his activities at school. Although Harry was a close friend of OM, he belonged to a different college and was rarely seen together with him outside of breaks. However, Fiorella not only shared the same college as her brother, but was also almost inseparable from him, making her the ideal conduit for understanding him better. Despite her incessant chatter about topics such as cold weaponry, encyclopedic knowledge, and the likes of Snape II, her observations did indeed correlate with OM's own descriptions of his school life. Through their back and forth, they not only reached a consensus in disparaging OM, but also forged a delightful friendship through these shared understandings. A week swiftly passed, and Christmas Eve arrived. The Rodell church bore little embellishment, adorned only with a dozen candles on the pulpit, offering blessings to all attendees. On the morning of the 24th, Fiorella extravagantly instructed her bodyguards to bring in a towering 12-meter fir tree as a Christmas tree, only to awkwardly realize that it seemed better suited for a shopping mall. To erect it within the confines of the modest Rodell church would necessitate a sacrifice, either the treetop or the ceiling. You often boast that your eyes function like a rangefinder, able to discern distances effortlessly. How could you make such a blunder? OM quipped, as he laid the fur down in the open space by the church entrance, while his orca, in a disgruntled manner, circled and gnawed at the trunk, sending wood shavings flying. It yearned for flesh and blood, desiring the innards and fat to lubricate its gears, finding the dry wood utterly unpalatable. Fiorella flushed with embarrassment, and before she could respond, Aaron S. Master Carpenter, the burly and bearded Bernal-Swoller, approached with a hearty laugh, saying, "OM, you little rascal, why does your chainsaw sound as though it has lost its vigor, all limp and lacking strength?" This old bachelor seldom exhibited politeness, save for when he was in the presence of Sister Marilica. It was no wonder he remained a solitary figure nearing 50, without a woman to cherish him. The orca could hardly tolerate this, and in an instant, it roared with thunderous might, its chains whirling rapidly, biting through a tree trunk as thick as a human waist in mere seconds. Benel, thinking that it was the mischief of OM, teasingly remarked to Fiorella, Look, the young lad simply cannot withstand being deemed inadequate in the presence of a girl." Fiorella, brimming with pride, straightened up and defiantly replied to OM, "My chainsaw sword is far superior to your favored cold weapons. I assent it. Mr. Swoller, why don't you come in and enjoy a few cups of my mother's homemade eggnog to silence that mouth of yours, which sounds like flatulence?" Having calmed the orca's restless spirit, OM flashed a cheeky grin at the irreverent Benel and raised a middle finger at him, saying to Fiorella, "Once my hurricane sword is reforged, I shall let you witness the allure of cold weaponry." Just as St. Gillis was bringing in the significantly shortened fir tree under his arm to the church, old Iggy and his father, Andre, arrived in their small pickup truck, laden with decorations for the Christmas tree. From a distance, OM could already hear Andre's booming voice. "OM, you little rascal, come over and help unload." It was a familiar sound. OM had often been summoned to work by this ear-shattering volume during his time as a part-time worker at old Iggy's hardware store. No sooner had old Iggy's words faded than Fiorella's bodyguards eagerly rushed to unload the boxes filled with decorations from the truck, rummaging through them thoroughly and nodding at Fiorella, saying, "Miss, everything is in order." Harry, who had been assisting Sister Marika, Melnia, Elena, and Kula in the kitchen with the preparation of the roast turkey for the evening, found himself at a loss when the stuffing he cut was deemed too large by the three little girls. Now with nothing to do, he eagerly volunteered to hang decorations on the fir tree placed in the center of the hall alongside Cosmos and the others. Lunchtime was quite modest. Everyone sat together on the church benches, savoring a traditional meal from the Empire on which the sun never sets, fried fish with chips. Ohm had initially been eager to bake a fish pie, but faced unanimous opposition from his younger siblings, with Ronnie even bursting into tears. "Ohm, the things you make may not quite align with the preferences of this era," Lawrence remarked, observing Ohm's despondent expression, carefully choosing his words. Sister Marika had worried that Fiorella, a child evidently from a wealthy family, might not be accustomed to such rustic fare, yet to everyone's surprise, she devoured the most and appeared the happiest. "My father usually doesn't allow me to eat fried foods," Fiorella said, stuffing her mouth with chips. "He fears I might end up like my uncle." "No wonder you always pick fried and roasted foods at school," Ohm realized with a start. The afternoon passed swiftly, and after tidying up the church, the sky took on a dim hue, and snow began to fall again, large and fluffy snowflakes cascading down like feathers lost from angelic wings, blanketing the world in a soft white layer. The long bench was relocated beside the hall, making way for a grand table laden with a sumptuous feast, brought forth from the kitchen. Each individual sat neatly in their designated chair, participating in a solemn Christmas prayer led by Sister Marika, followed promptly by a hearty celebration. The bachelor carpenter Benel and Grandpa Andre indulged in copious amounts of eggnog, belting out the Christmas carol jingle bells, fervently attempting to coax their apprentice Aaron into joining their vocal revelry. Marlenia sipped a modest cup of eggnog, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, leaning against her brother's shoulder, sporting a somewhat silly grin. Cosmos quietly stuffed a hefty piece of chili sauce-coated pork in a Goff's mouth, who now darted about the room in pursuit. Elena persistently piled food on his sister Marika's plate, oblivious to the towering heap already amassed. The youngest, Kula, Blazer, and Lonnie clamored for old Iggy to lift them high. Having had one too many, Fiolina and Harry, arms slung around each other's shoulders, boasted extravagantly, with Fiolina promising Harry 5 Quidditch teams and 97 top-notch broomsticks within a mere 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the sober Harry nodded frequently, scribbling hastily on paper, planning to reveal Fiolina's drunken musings to her upon her sobriety. St. Gillis smiled gently, arranging the wrapped gifts beneath the Christmas tree, several of which had just arrived from Hogwarts, sure to please the Almighty. As the feast drew to a close, and Fiolina clung to Marlenia, Sister Marika rose to conduct the midnight mass, originally scheduled for the early hours. After reading from Isaiah 13, God prepares a savior for humanity, John 3 verses 16 to 17, God's love for us, and Luke 1 verses 28 to 33, our Savior will come, all paused in silent prayer. Fiolina, curious, observed others' actions, before Sister Marika led everyone in reciting the prayers and blessings over the Nativity Scriptures. Concluding with a resounding amen, the gathering burst into song, celebrating the joyous occasion as the midnight mass concluded. Next came the delightful gift opening time, with the Philosopher's Stone that turned stone into gold. Alm was no longer short of funds, ensuring that the gifts for his family were nothing short of magnificent. He gifted Sister Marika a silver crucifix rosary, each bead inscribed with healing runes, presented Aaron, who dreamt of being a pilot, with an exquisite model airplane, bestowed upon Cosmos a pair of perfectly fitting basketball shoes, prepared a complete set of painting tools and paints for the art-loving Elena, handed Goff a lightweight hunting bow, accompanied by dozens of sponge-tipped arrows, gifted a book titled 100 Tips for Being a Good Policeman, procured burn scar ointment for Lawrence from Diagon Alley, and whimsically acquired for Kula a harmonica that automatically harmonized with singing, while Lack had unwrapped a football, as Alm hoped he would become more active and refrain from gaining further weight. And Blazer's gift was a soccer ball, which he jubilantly screamed and ran around with, brandishing it high in delight. Alm personally unwrapped the parcel sent from the automaton left at Hogwarts for Marlenia, Gamin, and Lonnie. The brass prosthetics and powered exoskeleton gleamed under the light. Lonnie's prosthetic was secured to her body with leather straps, and the built-in automaton's spirit responded immediately upon sensing its master, allowing her to finally touch her own cheek. Overjoyed, she leaped up and mischievously tousled Blaze's hair into a chaotic mess. The powered exoskeleton encasing Gamin's lower body enabled him to stand with a mere thought. The sensation of standing was utterly delightful, and with a quivering resolve, He walked unsteadily toward Alm, tears streaming down his face as he embraced his omnipotent elder brother. Marlenia moved slowly, still adjusting to her brass prosthetic foot, which boasted 5 toes and made a clacking sound against the floor. She shook her head slowly, her voice tinged with sorrow as she remarked, "This is the finest gift I have ever received, yet the present I prepared for you pales in comparison." "What nonsense!" Alm snatched the cane from Marlenia's hands, laughing heartily. "Look, a cane my sister shall never need again. This is the most wonderful gift I have ever received." Chapter 67. A Christmas Eve Nightmare. Truly astonishing. Grandpa Andre, who once repaired boilers on the illustrious aircraft carrier, gazed in disbelief at these intricate prosthetics. No one understood better than he the extraordinary skill required to make such artificial limbs move almost indistinguishably from natural ones. A feat that surpassed the technological capabilities of this era. What has that rascal Alm been learning out there? Sister Marika, oblivious to these advancements, was currently assisting Gamin as they strolled through the hall, her face alight with joy. As long as the children thrived, her heart was content. Still under the influence of alcohol, Fiorella eyed the rectangular package Alm had prepared for her with suspicion, asking, "You're not planning to gift me a folding shotgun, are you? I have dozens of those." "No way. Just open it and see for yourself," Alm replied, watching Marlenia clumsily attempt to walk, a smile gracing his face. His words piqued Fiorella's curiosity further. She could hardly contain herself, tearing off the wrapping paper in a flurry. When she finally beheld the contents, astonishment washed over her face. It was a skeleton bird with a diminutive human skull. Its emaciated body revealed a complex mechanical structure through its ribcage, and its original wings and tail feathers had been replaced with bat-like membranes supported by delicate metallic frameworks. The moment Fiorella touched it, the fiery automaton's spirit ignited within its eye sockets, and it extended its neck to emit a hoarse call, flapping its wings to take flight. After circling the Christmas tree to conduct a self-check, it gracefully landed on Fiorella's shoulder, nuzzling her hair with its skeletal head. A messenger that would never require feeding, cleaning, or rest. "So what do you think, FF?" Ohm reached out to scratch the metallic chin of the skeletal bird, a creature capable, when prompted by hydraulic mechanisms, of severing a cow's leg bone. "If I were to use it for delivering messages, it would certainly frighten people," Fiorina remarked, her gaze fixed on the flickering soul fire within the bird's eye sockets. "But I do have a penchant for things that can instill fear." "Thank you, Ohm," she added. Ohm recognized it immediately as a gift from Professor Dumbledore to Harry, for it was originally a relic of Harry's father, thus rightfully returning to its owner. However, this was hardly an opportune moment for experimentation. Casting a glance at Grandfather Andre, who was playfully engaging with the skeletal bird, as well as old Iggy and Benel, Ohm turned to Harry and said, "This is an invisibility cloak. Harry, perhaps you might consider trying it out later?" Harry, engrossed in a slip of paper that had fallen from the small package containing the cloak, looked up, momentarily bewildered, and replied, "What? Oh, of course." His eyes then fell back to the elegantly scripted note, pondering who had urged him to make good use of it. Ohm began to unwrap his own gifts. He, Fiorina, and Harry had all received sugar-free chocolates sent by Hermione, along with a particularly fervent letter addressed solely to Ohm, vehemently chastising him for having taken his Jeeth crown away. She also boasted about having discovered a method to mitigate the cognitive dissonance caused by the crown during her time in the library that week, leaving only a severe neural pain to be resolved. A true scholar does not allow the absence of auxiliary tools to hinder their pursuit of knowledge. Ohm marveled at Hermione's letter, recognizing her as someone who genuinely studies out of a pure love for learning. From a small package, Ohm extracted a pair of vibrantly colored woolen socks gifted by Professor Dumbledore, uncertain of their significance but hoping they had not been previously worn. His siblings had crafted for him a brown, high-neck knitted sweater, albeit one with sleeves of uneven lengths, and far too small for Ohm, who had already outgrown it. Nevertheless, he accepted it with joy. Finally, they had the energy to contemplate matters beyond mere sustenance, and this was indeed a positive development. Harry's gift was the golden snitch he had caught during his first Quidditch match, a memento of great significance that he unhesitatingly offered to his friend. "When you become a Quidditch star," Ohm teased, pinching the golf ball-sized golden snitch between 3 fingers, "I shall take it to the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley to auction it off. It must be worth a considerable sum." As Ohm had anticipated, Fiorina's gift for herself was indeed a firearm. However, unlike ordinary firearms, this handgun was adorned with numerous apertures, feeling remarkably light in hand, weighing approximately 500 grams. The bullets were also unconventional, lacking the traditional components of a projectile and primer, designed instead as a singular entity. The gyrojet, a rocket-powered firearm developed by the American company MBA, employs projectiles equipped with solid propellant, enabling the bullets to continually accelerate even after being fired. This concept served as the inspiration for my design of the explosive arrow gun. Fiorina playfully teased the skeletal bird, mischievously winking at Ohm, and crucially, MBA produced only a limited number of these weapons, merely 1,000, bestowing upon them a collector's value that towers with significance. Who said you should collect it? Fiorina shot a fierce glance at Ohm with her striking olive green eyes. I intend for you to use it to blow the brains out of some formidable figures. As the night deepened amidst a joyful and harmonious atmosphere, the wind and snow intensified, with a howling cold wind lashing against the windows, enhancing the cozy warmth of the church's inviting hall. The little ones, brimming with energy, soon began to yawn. It was the first time little Lonnie managed to cover her mouth with her hand while yawning, swaying drowsily. Ohm furrowed his brow, receiving a dirty plate from Sister Marika, and, standing behind his mother, pointed to his own eyes with his index and middle fingers before jabbing a finger at Benar. I'm watching you. Keep your eyes straight. Old Iggy retrieved 2 large, thick sleeping bags from the pickup, having anticipated that tonight would either result in a drunken stupor or being snowed in at the church. Although both scenarios materialized, he had nonetheless prepared in advance. He and his father, Andre, found a warm spot by the fireplace to lie down, while Benar lay pitifully on the bench, wrapped in a blanket. Fiorina and Marlenia shared a bed, and Harry was warmly invited onto the bed by Aaron. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it felt like an instant when Ohm was startled awake by a cold, hard hand resting on his shoulder. It was St. Gillis. His expression grave, he addressed Ohm. Rats. There are rats everywhere. Chapter 68. The Rodent Frenzy. Rats? Take me to see. Ohm, filled with curiosity, swiftly arose, slipped on his shoes, casually donned a garment, and took the shrine from his bedside before following St. Gillis out the door. The hall lay shrouded in darkness, the embers in the fireplace casting a faint glow. Outside, the increasingly piercing sound of the wind mingled with Benar's rhythmic snoring. Yet amidst the wind's howls, Ohm discerned an unusual noise beneath the snowstorm. In his childhood, he had once been awakened by the sound of mice gnawing at the bedpost, and now the commotion outside the church resembled the cacophony of thousands of gnawing teeth overlapping. Moreover, from the depths of the storm, faint echoes of human screams could be discerned, anguished cries as if suffering the torment of 1,000 cuts, enduring a gruesome execution, and experiencing the agony of skinning alive. Ohm's hair stood on end, unable to fathom the dire situation outside. When St. Gillis flung open the church doors, the sight before Ohm sent chills down his spine. Rats. Countless rats. Terrifyingly large rats. Rodents surging forth from the sewers, swarming the streets, trees, and even scaling the houses with reckless abandon. Each mouse was remarkably enormous, with tails nearly as long as an adult's arm. Their thick, black fur was soaked with murky water and melted snow, and their eyes glimmered with a haunting, emerald hunger. Their robust, sharp incisors effortlessly shattered the door panels of houses, while their powerful bodies smashed through windows. The mice surged into the buildings lining the streets through any opening they could find, ravenously devouring everything that could be chewed, be it food, wood, or even humans. Fortunately, at the moment the mice appeared, St. Gillis had conjured a hemispherical psychic shield, rendering these gluttonous creatures futile as they slid helplessly against the invisible barrier. The psychic shield enveloped the entire Rottle Church. Otherwise, the ancient wooden doors and glass windows would have been overwhelmed by a deluge of mice, along with his own family. At this juncture, Alm was far beyond caring for any regulations regarding the Minor Wizard Restraint Act. He swiftly drew his wand from his sleeve, pointing it at St. Gillis's psychic shield, and shouted, "Ultimate armor, protect me." This was a signature spell of Professor Fluvy, and, as his disciple, Alm had naturally learned it. This incantation could create a magical shield encompassing a vast area, capable of withstanding considerable magical assaults. Even cannon fire could not breach it in a single strike. Its drawback was that it could only be anchored in place, unlike ordinary iron armor spells that followed the wizard in movement, and its magical energy consumption was immense. Each increment in protective range would exponentially deplete its power. However, Alm typically utilized it to enhance his psychic capacity, feeling a slight increase in his available psychic energy each time he drained it. Thus, the abundant psychic energy within Alm ignited every rune on his wand, and the wand's tip emitted a brilliant silver beam that fanned out upon contact with the psychic shield. The screams had ceased emanating from the buildings surrounding the church, yet the mice continued to pour forth from the sewers, seemingly inexhaustible. Houses crumbled under the gnawing of these colossal rodents, trees sagged helplessly, devoured before they even hit the ground. Even the snow on the ground was consumed. Ultimately, countless pairs of glowing green eyes fixated on the Rottle Church, safeguarded by the ultimate armor, as the horde of mice unleashed a cacophony akin to a thunderous tsunami, crashing against the ironclad spell. With a resounding thud, the tide of mice collapsed only to surge again. 009, wake everyone. Have Fiolina and Harry come to me. Alm felt a violent tremor reverberate through the iron armor spell and stepped forward, thrusting his wand beyond the barrier, bellowing, "Fire God, clear the path." A searing ring of flames instantly spread, disintegrating the tide of mice, thousands of them turning to charred remains in the blaze. Yet, that was merely the beginning. The filth and water clinging to their fur rendered them resilient against the intense heat, and the mice voraciously consumed the charred bodies of their kin, relentlessly charging forward. The inferno blazed fiercely. A pillar of fire erupted, heralding the arrival of Harry, closely followed by Fiolina, clearly roused by the commotion of the rodent horde. They hastily donned their garments and rushed out to assist. OM turned his gaze to see Sister Marika, clad in her nightgown, standing at the church entrance alongside the children, their faces etched with fear. Old Iggy appeared pale, while Bernard and Grandpa Andre rolled up their sleeves, ready to lend a hand. With another surge of fiery magic, OM cleared a path through the converging tide of rodents. Amidst their deafening shrieks, he shouted towards St. Gillis, 009. Go inside and check the sewers for any rats emerging from the church. Write 2 letters, one for Professor Dumbledore and another for the Ministry of Magic, requesting wizardly assistance. St. Gillis quickly bowed and dashed into the church. Fiolina, brandishing her wand, unleashed thunderous explosions upon the rodent swarm, exclaiming, "What on earth do these rats consume to grow so large?" The gluttonous rodents were certainly feasting on the rich bounty. Harry transformed his fiery breath into a robust fire serpent, which once again emerged to fiercely bite and roll within the sea of rats, snatching dozens at a time and tossing them into the air, allowing them to pass through its fiery throat and turn to ash. Before the charred rat corpses could emit their burnt odor, they were devoured by their ravenous kin, even as OM obliterated thousands of rats. The relentless tide showed no signs of abating. Moreover, these cunning creatures circled to the back of the church, scratching and gnawing at the energy shield while furtively digging downward in an attempt to circumvent the loathsome barrier and feast upon the delectable flesh within. But OM and St. Gillis were not so easily outmaneuvered. As these repulsive-tailed beings burrowed beneath the energy shield, they despairingly discovered that the delectable barrier was a perfect sphere. This revelation only incited further frenzy, as they relentlessly assaulted the shield, intertwining and forming a long whip-like mass, striking from all directions, with many rodents being squashed against the shield without hesitation. St. Gillis did not possess OM's formidable reserves of energy. He could only hastily scribble letters within the church, while extracting every ounce of magical energy from the machine's spirit to sustain the shield. At the very moment when the 14 and the skeletal bird took flight with the letters, the flame of the machine's spirit within St. Gillis flickered, having been drawn to its limits. The energy shield shattered instantaneously, leaving only OM's ultimate ironclad spell to guard the church. In that fleeting moment, he felt the energy within him being drawn heavily by the ironclad spell, all to withstand the incessant onslaught of the rodent tide. Even someone as energetically potent as OM could only endure for half an hour at most. A blizzard howled, the long night stretched on, and the three stood isolated and defenseless when would daylight arrive. Chapter 69, Follow My Light and Blade. 009, roared OM, as his erupting claws of lightning melted hundreds of the monstrous rats into a soupy mass. Fiorina unleashed her magic to its utmost limit, unleashing thunderous explosions and shattering destruction as if it were of no consequence. Yet the deluge of chaos failed to stir even a ripple amidst the towering tide of rodents that loomed 2 stories high. The fire serpent emitted a mournful cry as the water and snow-soaked rats recklessly lunged at it, heedless of their own lives. Despite Harry's temples throbbing with exertion as he desperately channeled magic to sustain the flames, the fire serpent ultimately succumbed to the countless green eyes surrounding it. The rats climbed and gnawed upon the corpses of their kin, swiftly encircling the entire armored spell. To an outsider gazing upon the Rottle Church, it would merely appear as an immense sphere of rodents. The feeble ant may shake the tree, and if enough ants gather, even the tallest tree may topple. Yet this horde of colossal rats was no mere ant, and Ohm was no tree. Every second, Ohm's protective spell endured thousands upon thousands of assaults. Should he continue to hold his ground, he would inevitably be overwhelmed and perish here, in a rapid cascade of thoughts. Made his decision within mere fractions of a second. The relentless assault on the shield could not continue. He must enclose everyone within the shrine and have one individual lead a guerrilla battle. That individual could only be myself, capable of donning the berserker armor and wielding the mightiest spiritual power. 009. Equip me. Amidst the cacophony of gnawing and shrieks, shouted, his eyes ablaze with a cerulean brilliance. The lightning of spiritual energy, as thick as an arm, surged forth, instantly dissolving the rats clinging to the armored spell into a thick, foul stew, creating a fleeting vacuum amidst the overwhelming tide of rodents. St. Gilias staggered out from the church, the flame of his mechanical soul dimmed, his exquisitely beautiful visage marred by the disappointment of failing to fulfill the task of the god of all machines. His body, forged of mere iron, suffered near-fatal damage from a single overload of spiritual energy, jeopardizing both his corporeal structure and mechanical essence. Yet, before his form was utterly destroyed, he could not afford a halt. A mechanical whir echoed from his forearm as an octagonal screwdriver sprang forth. St. Gilias steadily and swiftly dismantled the berserker armor, lifting the sturdy ribbed framework of the power skeleton and positioning it behind the Supreme Master. Tossing the shrine to Harry, stepped back into the power skeleton's foot cage, and through a series of intricate mechanical springs, the framework enveloped his legs. He bellowed at Harry, "Get everyone in the church into the shrine. We must break through." Upon testing, discovered that the air within the shrine circulated through some wondrous magic, perpetually maintaining a fresh and pleasant state. Not only could it harbor living beings, but it also prevented any metals contained within from oxidizing. Nodding firmly, Harry sprinted away, fully aware that hesitation in such dire moments would only squander precious time. Survive. Pressing his lips together, leaned back with force. The ribbed framework of the power skeleton clasped his body like a triggered trap, responding in harmony with Ohm's movements through the flowing runes. The skeletal dual arms, forged from vanadium titanium, rubidium iron, and mithril alloys, enveloped and secured the form of Ohm, as hydraulic rods and oil pumps powered his arms to flex and conduct self-diagnostics. Subsequently, two robust protective plates pivoted from his shoulders to the front, interlocking with the ribbed armor. In the hands of St. Gillis, the screwdriver whirled with the swiftness of the wind, tightening every necessary connection, while his eyes emitted crimson beams of ethereal energy to seal them. Just as St. Gillis adorned Ohm with the armor plates, Harry rushed out with the altar, whispering into Ohm's ear, "Everyone is inside. To allow them entry, I had no choice but to use the stunning spell. You have done remarkably well, Harry. Even I could not surpass your efforts." Ohm flexed his newly armored hands, observing the swiftly approaching tide of rodents, and said, "Now, I require you to enter as well, remaining there until I summon you forth." Harry, in frustration, cried out. Under normal circumstances, he could never abandon his friends to fend for themselves. Yet he recognized this was not the time for petulance. He loathed himself for his perceived weakness, always relying on Ohm to navigate through perilous situations. The last time Voldemort resurrected at Hogwarts was akin to this inexplicable tide of rodents. Did he not possess even a modicum of growth? With these thoughts swirling, Harry cast a profound glance at Ohm and obediently stepped into the altar. The final piece of the berserker armor was securely fastened. The altar hung from the waistband by a chain of mountain copper, with only the skull helmet clasped under Ohm's arm. He observed the young witch, still unleashing chaos upon the swarm, and grasped the killer whale, pressing it upon her shoulder. "Take a moment to rest. FF, I shall handle the remainder." Fiorina gazed into Ohm's dark eyes, breathing heavily, and emphatically patted the radiating chest plate, exclaiming, "I do admire your ruggedness. I must confess, I find melee weaponry rather more appealing." With that, she dove into the altar, her legs kicking out momentarily before disappearing inside. Almost immediately, she produced a massive hammer, referred to by Ohm as the Crusher, and dubbed the Great Bidoof by Fiorina. After presenting the hammer, Fiorina flashed a thumbs up at Ohm before swiftly retreating within. A subtle smile graced Ohm's lips as he donned the helmet, quietly listening to 009 fastening and welding it to the neck ring of the berserker armor with the screwdriver. With everything in place, the skull's crown suddenly ignited with a fierce halo of fire, and the 10-eyed augury device spun rapidly, conducting self-checks. The killer whale roared maniacally in Ohm's grasp, arcs of cerulean energy crackling wildly along its serrated edge. At first glance, it was impossible to discern whether this man was a demon seeking redemption or an angel heralding doom. Ohm gripped the handle of the Crusher, casually swinging it before tossing it into St. Gillis's arms, declaring 009. Dispatch. The ironclad spell shattered with a resounding crash, as a deluge of giant rodents surged from all directions. Ohm raised the chainsaw sword, its engine roaring and bellowed, "Follow my brilliance and the edge of my sword." Slay. Chapter 70. Indeed, Minister Fudge. The subterranean chambers of Gringotts have been thoroughly overrun by rodents. Now, the pureblood families are inundating us with urgent missives, demanding that we dispatch Aurors immediately to salvage their possessions. In the depths of Whitehall, London, within the British Ministry of Magic, a diminutive woman resembling an obese toad, clad in a pink knitted sweater, abruptly thrust open the hinged door of the ministeress' office. Brandishing a scarlet howler, she shrieked in a high-pitched voice, startling the pallid man pacing within the room. What? At this juncture? Those insatiable vampires. The plump visage of Fudge, still clad in his pajamas, glistened with beads of cold sweat. Yet, to neglect aiding the pureblood families would mean forfeiting all political support. Even his current power, status, and wealth would dissolve into nothingness. This was a fate that Cornelius Fudge absolutely could not accept. He anxiously tugged at his curly gray hair, lamenting internally why such misfortunes had befallen him. God knows how this sudden rodent invasion had transpired, sweeping through all of London in an instant. At the stroke of midnight, from every manhole, every sewer, every ventilation shaft, these monstrous rodents with glowing green eyes gushed forth like a torrent. They were omnipresent, devouring everything in their path. Within mere minutes, the ministry received an overwhelming deluge of distress letters. Despite the Aurors exhausting their efforts to respond, they often arrived only to find the scene buried beneath a mountain of rats. This represented merely the casualties among wizards. The plight of muggles was far graver, with countless lives lost. From an aerial view of London, one could only perceive a black tide of rodents engulfing the city's lights inch by inch. Fudge could almost hear the frantic footsteps of officials in Whitehall above him, tirelessly scrambling to extinguish the chaos, an ominous reminder that he must swiftly choose the favor of the populace or the support of the noble families. Observing her superior's distress, the toad-like woman leaned closer, her eyes glinting from beneath drooping eyelids, and whispered, "Minister," rather than squandering manpower to rescue those wizards of Muggle descent. Why not? Fudge abruptly halted, his pale, puffy face quivering, his eyes radiating a mixture of shock and anticipation. Her words sliced through him like a blade, laying bare the most sordid thoughts festering within his mind. "Dolores," he said, "do you comprehend the consequences of such an action?" Dolores Umbridge, sensing her superior's wavering resolve, promptly added, "Of course, Minister Fudge, of course." In this calamity, even the pureblood families struggle to withstand the onslaught of the rodent tide, let alone those wizards mingling among the baseborn muggles. Besides, we have already made every effort to rescue them, have we not? After all, wizards of muggle lineage are like weeds. Cut them down, and they shall regrow, whereas the support of pureblood families is irreplaceable. Fudge bit his lower lip, his hands tightly entwined, his pupils quivering rapidly. For a moment, he turned his gaze towards the enchanted window, revealing a clear night sky adorned with few stars and a radiant moon. "We have done our utmost, have we not?" he murmured. "Indeed, Minister Fudge," Umbridge replied with a bow to his back. "We have done our utmost. You must leave Tonks." Mrs. Fig, frail and aged, watched in despair as her last cat was torn to shreds by the approaching, robust rodents. She called out to Nymphadora Tonks, whose short, spiky hair shone a vivid shade of blue. "Forget about this old fool. Just go." "Impossible," Tonks exclaimed, her heart-shaped face resolutely wielding her wand as an invisible barrier repelled the advancing tide of mice, creating a formidable obstacle. "I shall attempt the disapparation once more. We can certainly escape together." With this declaration, she fervently recited the 3 Ds essential for disapparation in her mind: destination, determination, and deliberation. Simultaneously, she embraced Mrs. Fig's shoulders and spun in place. Just as her magic opened a narrow pathway for their escape, a bolt of emerald energy surged forth, instantly shattering the fragile portal. The backlash of magic caused Tonks to emit a muffled grunt, and blood gushed from her nose. Moreover, her protective barrier crumbled, and the horde of mice erupted with ecstatic shrieks, lunging towards the 2 women. Without pausing to wipe her face, Tonks summoned her strength to cast a shield charm, enveloping herself and Mrs. Fig in an invisible barrier. In a fit of defiance and rage, she shouted, "Why? Why has disapparation failed?" At this, the rat men howled, and the monstrous rodents emitted a deafening roar, their eyes shimmering with a ghostly green mist. Their bodies swelled grotesquely, muscles straining against their skin, which split open to reveal crimson flesh beneath. As these more ferocious mice charged towards Tonks and Mrs. Fig, one Ratman-esque stone, I emitted a beam of green light, piercing through dozens of the oversized rodents and obliterating the protective armor that Tonks had desperately maintained, shattering her will to survive. Just as the swarm descended upon them, Tonks shielded Mrs. Fig with her own body. The explosive shockwave, dozens of azure light projectiles obliterated the encroaching horde, turning them into mere pulp. The roaring engines heralded the arrival of human wrath, and the fiery halo above signified the presence of divine intervention. Hearing this sound reignited Tonks' thirst for life. After casting several stunning spells to drive back the remaining mice, she beheld it, the angel of death, wreathed in flames of retribution, advancing over a sea of corpses. Chapter 71, My Lord and Father. The newcomer was none other than Aum. Having fought his way out of the Rodel Church, he sensed a force emanating from this place, neither magical nor spiritual, enveloping the entire block, prompting him to lead 009 to the scene. Initially seeking the source of the rodent tide, he unexpectedly discovered the two sole survivors of this neighborhood. Notably, one of them was the ever-changing haired Auror he had encountered at the Stick Palace. If he could rescue her, they could disapparate to safety. As the essence of OM churned, the killer whale spun with a fierce, serrated motion, cleaving through several massive rodents that dared to assault it. Blood splattered upon the Berserker's armor, heightening the joy of the spirit residing within. Flames roared on the surface of the armor, their searing heat charring the fur of any nearby rodents. Protecting the back of the Supreme Master, the wielder of the Crusher, St. Gillis, swung his mighty hammer with a dancer's grace yet brutal force. Each of his precise and efficient strikes, etched with 29 sets of explosive thunder, reduced foes to mere flesh. However, the multitude of rodents managed to nip at him from unexpected angles. Even with the steel form designed by the Supreme Master, he could not entirely evade the damage inflicted by countless sharp fangs. Nevertheless, he steadfastly followed OM, wielding the Crusher to reduce every tailless beast attempting a sneak attack from behind into a pulpy mass. I am the most formidable support of the god of all machines. No assault shall surpass me to harm him. The killer whale's serrated edges emitted arcs of electricity as OM gazed at the one-eyed Ratman, perched upon a mountain of slain rodents, unleashing a colossal crescent blade of energy imbued with lightning. Extreme cutting. The Ratman let out a furious shriek, feeling both insulted and underestimated. The brilliance of its emerald left eye surged, summoning countless rodents that swiftly formed a towering wall. The rushing energy arcs melted the rodents into a gruesome broth, while the crescent blades sliced effortlessly through the rodent barrier, angling towards the Ratman's head. In that instant, the Ratman's emerald eye shot forth a brilliant green beam, colliding with the sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion that sent it tumbling from the summit of the rodent mound, disappearing into the tide of vermin. Realizing that his attack had not dispatched the foe in one stroke, OM furrowed his brow, wielding his chainsaw sword and advancing like a walking meat grinder, carving a wide path of blood towards the direction of the female Auror. Tonks, struggling with the repeated use of ironclad and barrier spells, suddenly witnessed a cerulean lightning strike, melting the massive rodents surrounding her in the thunderous roar of the chainsaw. A mysterious figure clad in black skeletal armor stood before her, sword in hand. Observing the female Auror and the elderly woman behind her, whose limbs were bloodied with bite marks and scratches, OM paused for a moment before asking, "Did you face any difficulties during your phantasmal shift?" At this, OM's brow tightened, with a firm stomp on the ground. He unleashed a transformation spell that erupted a fan-shaped array of spikes, impaling the oncoming wave of rodents mid-air. St. Gillis promptly followed with a hammer strike, reducing both the spikes and the rodents to dust. It seemed the air was thick with a force that was neither magic nor spiritual energy, but rather the ability of the rodents to manipulate space, effectively countering the most potent escape skills of a wizard. As he contemplated, Ohm wielded his killer whale, relentlessly severing the bodies of every bold creature that dared approach him. He turned to Tonks and inquired, "Can you still fight? Let us break through together. I am still capable." However, Mrs. Feg was in dire straits. Tonks, in a desperate bid, obliterated several rats, turning them into a gruesome pulp of intermingled flesh. Casting hopeful glances at the armored enigma beside her, Ohm inwardly sighed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded assisting an elderly lady across the street. But at this moment, he did not wish for her to become a burden on his actions. Yet, to prevent the only wizard present who could employ apparition from foolishly remaining here, providing sustenance to the rats. He first unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles to clear the surrounding horde of grotesque rodents. He then commanded his increasingly damaged automaton, 009, carry Mrs. Feg and ensure her safety. He had no desire to place someone injured by rats within the sanctum alongside his loved ones. What if the wounds were infected with rodent-borne diseases? Feeling himself needed by the Supreme Master, St. Gillis' soul fire within his eyes flared brightly. Elated, he hoisted Mrs. Feg onto his back, exclaiming, "Your will is my guiding light." Ohm remained silent, silently expanding his psychic perception to its maximum, attempting to locate the elusive rat-man hidden among the swarm. Yet, it proved futile. Neither his psychic sensitivity nor the frantically expanding divination tool could discern a singular rat amidst the overwhelming tide. The multitude of life responses and the strange energy in the air severely disrupted Ohm's perceptual abilities, compelling him to tightly press his lips together and resort to the most straightforward, albeit brutish, solution: kill. He did not seek to eradicate all the rats. He only aimed to escape the grasp of that peculiar energy, allowing for a direct apparition. Resolute, Ohm blazed a path ahead, using the killer whale and the claw of terror to carve a route forward. St. Gillis, providing cover from behind, wielded his hammer with increasing ferocity, scattering the rats that attempted to obstruct their advance. Tonks, sheltered between the two, diligently cleared the encroaching tide of rodents from both flanks. Beneath the pitch-black, moonless sky, human dwellings and creations were obliterated by the savage onslaught of beasts. Their once proud civilization could not afford even a fleeting moment of survival beneath the claws of the feral horde. In this primal wasteland, three figures moved forward amidst the stench of fresh blood and countless ravenous eyes of beasts, driven by the love for family, friends, and masters, as if nothing could impede their resolute stride. Until, Chapter 72, My Savior Shall Come. Mechanical soul, accept my offering, swallow this light, and then spew forth death. St. Gillis prayed aloud, the soul of the crusher in his hands roaring with fury, the runes upon the hammer's face shattering and reconstituting, repeatedly crushing the enemies of the Supreme Master. Mrs. Fig, sprawled upon his back, was no longer aware of her own feat. Despite St. Gillis exerting every effort to shield the aged lady from harm, the omnipresent rats had completely shredded her lower legs, blood gushing forth from the gaping wounds. The elderly woman's complexion turned ashen, having lost a considerable amount of blood, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, even as Tonks repeatedly cast healing spells upon her. The relentless onslaught of sharp, unforgiving fangs tore her wounds open anew. It was sheer torture. When Mrs. Fig's injuries were once again ravaged, the agony jolted her from her stupor, and she cried out to Tonks, "Let me die. Tonks, let me find my cat." However, Arabella Tonks gazed sorrowfully at Mrs. Fig, her brow furrowing with concern. She truly did not wish for this venerable member of the order to perish here. "Do not lose hope," St. Gillis encouraged, lifting Mrs. Fig slightly while he swung his hammer, splattering a mass of flesh and blood. "The God of all machines shall grant us redemption and salvation." At that very moment, a robust rat-man, standing on its hind legs and towering 5 feet high, charged forth, brandishing a sharpened steel rod, aiming to pierce both St. Gillis and the woman upon his back, seeking vengeance for its fallen kin. That weapon had been forged for Fiorella, and it must not fall into the hands of a rat. By the time Tonks noticed the burly rat-man, it was already too late. Despite her frantic attempt to redirect her wand and cry out Mrs. Fig's name, she could not prevent the fatal thrust from being delivered. It seemed Mrs. Fig sensed the impending doom. Resting upon St. Gillis's unyielding back, a semblance of relief graced her lips. "Kick, Snowy, Mr. Paws, Momo, I'm coming to find you." Clang! Sparks flew. St. Gillis abruptly twisted his body, and the sharp steel rod pierced his metallic chest, causing countless gears and bearings to seize instantaneously. The piston, which symbolized his heart, was obliterated in that moment. Nevertheless, St. Gillis continued undeterred, raising the crusher high. As he swung the hammer towards the rat-man's head, the fire of the machine's spirit blazed fiercely in his eyes, and he roared like a lion, "Our savior shall arrive." The rat-man emitted a deafening shriek, withdrawing the steel spear only to thrust it fiercely towards St. Gillis's jaw. The giant hammer crushed the rat-man's skull, its 2 glowing green eyes bursting forth. And with the activation of explosive runes, its body disintegrated into countless fragments of flesh. Yet, in that desperate upward thrust, the steel spear pierced through St. Gillis's skull, crafted from ordinary metal, causing the fire of the machine spirit to dim to the lowest ebb. He collapsed to his knees, extending a feeble hand towards the silhouette of OM, murmuring to the Most High, seeing the once impenetrable defense of the trio falter. The swarm of rats surged towards St. Gillis, and in an instant, they devoured Arabella Fig entirely. Arabella! No! Tanks cried out in anguish, his voice echoing like a madman as he unleashed curses upon the surrounding horde of rats. Ohm's eyes blazed with a cerulean luminescence, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupting from him, dissolving the rat swarm within a radius of several meters into a foul, charred mass of flesh. Having secured a momentary reprieve, he immediately turned towards 009, who knelt on the ground with its head pierced by rebar, reaching out to snatch the colossal hammer, the Crusher, from its grasp. When the word Father escaped 009's lips, Ohm's heart quivered violently. It became evident that its feelings towards him were not merely a reflection of reverence for its creator, but rather akin to his own sentiments for Sister Marika. He had never regarded himself as a mere tool, yet without a trace of complaint, he fulfilled the duties expected of one. From the moment he was bestowed with a name, whether as 009 or St. Gillis, he had perceived Ohm as a figure of paternal grandeur, deserving of love and respect. What had he been doing moments before? He had witnessed his own son perish in a battle against the alien race. 009. No. Ohm gazed into his son's eyes, St. Gillis, and found himself at a loss for words. Even with Ohm's rapid cognitive abilities, he struggled to articulate his profound remorse. Upon hearing his father call his name, a pure smile graced St. Gillis's face, crafted from spiritual energy. The fire of his machine soul surged, igniting him, as molten iron cascaded from his eye sockets. He declared, I willingly forge my body into wings for my father to soar the heavens, for I shall not fail the name of St. Gillis. The searing yet gentle molten iron climbed the arms of the berserker armor, transforming from mere iron into a wondrous crimson metal, akin to the sincerity of St. Gillis' machine soul, as intricate and sacred patterns emerged upon the armor, as if he were infusing his very blood into the obsidian plates of the berserker. Ohm felt it, even through the heavy armor. The incomparable warmth of St. Gillis's blood penetrated, directly impacting his being. In the end, a pair of magnificent, elongated, pure white metallic wings unfurled from the back of the berserker armor, only to slowly fold around Ohm's entire form. Flames as red as blood surged forth, instantly freezing any rat that came into contact with them, transforming them into metallic sculptures. Ohm sensed that within the armor's machine soul, once filled with fury and bloodlust, now resided an ineffable compassion and tenderness. This was St. Gillis. Silently, he grasped the Crusher, placing it within the shrine, cradling the tearful female Aurora beneath his arm, and with a mighty flap of wings, ascended into the sky. As they soared several hundred meters high, breaking free from the clutches of that strange energy, a crackling sound heralded their disappearance. Chapter 73. Angel of Death. Fudge's eyes were bloodshot, his chubby white hands gripping Umbridge's collar as he roared, spitting with fury. Why has not a single Aura yet rushed to the Ministry of Magic? Is Scrimgeour openly defying my direct orders? Nonsense. They're wizards, not ignorant. Foolish muggles who can only run along the road. Fudge, exasperated and careless with his words, questioned whether apparition could truly be hindered by mere vermin gnawing at the accursed tarmac. Bang! What? A buzzing sensation filled his head as darkness clouded his vision. Above the Department of Mysteries lies the Ministry's Grand Hall, designated for temporarily sheltering ordinary witches and wizards, as well as the families of Ministry officials. If anything were to go awry with these individuals, not only would countless wizards perish at the hands of rodents, but he would undoubtedly lose his own seat of power. Quickly, Fudge gasped for breath, urging the evacuation of all individuals in the Grand Hall to the 7th underground level. He commanded that all remaining wizards in the Ministry proceed to the 8th underground level to stand by. Umbridge, in a state of panic, pondered the implications. If all wizards rushed to protect those civilians, what would become of her own safety should the rodents find their way to her office on the 1st underground level? Just then, bang! Before she could utter a word, the door to the minister's office burst open once more, revealing the tall, lanky Arthur Weasley, his bald forehead shining with an unexpectedly jubilant smile. Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, Professor Dumbledore has come to our aid. He has linked the fireplace in the Grand Hall to Hogwarts, and he insists we must immediately transfer through the Floo network to Hogwarts. What? Before Fudge could express his elation, Umbridge cried out, Hogwarts does not have a fireplace connected to the Ministry. Dumbledore cannot arbitrarily bypass the Floo network regulations. This is a violation of the rules. Yet, despite her words, she hastened to assist the pajama-clad Fudge toward the elevator. In the 8th underground level, the Ministry's Grand Hall boasted a wide, straight avenue paved with solemn black stone bricks, crowded with a multitude of figures. Countless fireplaces adorned the sides of the black stone avenue, each embellished with uniform, ornate brass fixtures. The throng of people jostled one another, scrambling to seize a handful of shimmering powder from the brass buckets beside the fireplaces, tossing it into the roaring flames before stepping into the momentarily verdant fire, declaring, "Hogwarts." Their urgency was palpable, driven by the relentless surge of rodents, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, erupting from the elevator shaft. These were merely ordinary wizards, many of whom had completely forgotten the knowledge they once acquired at Hogwarts, unable to conjure even a decent shield charm, let alone wield their wands to combat the terrifying horde of rodents. Moreover, the most illustrious white wizard in the world, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is currently engaged in a valiant struggle against the onslaught of the rat horde. Yet, why does he recklessly attack these carnivorous rodents instead of merely prioritizing his own escape? Is this not precisely what Dumbledore would wish to witness? As the urgency to flee the hall, destined to be overtaken by rats, grows among the people, the walls on either side of Blackstone Avenue suddenly explode, demolishing dozens of fireplaces and instantly claiming the lives of many unsuspecting wizards with a volley of head-sized debris. Amidst the anguished cries and the stench of blood, a chilling, inhuman voice emanates from the gaping hole in the wall, for the glory of the giant rat. Yes, yes, yes. It is a multitude of hunched rat men, standing upright, wielding crude weapons fashioned from pipes and manhole covers. They are clad in armor made from the pelts of their own kind, and each rat man bears a pendant that emits a faint, greenish glow around its neck. They brandish their makeshift weapons and leap into the midst of the wizards. Regardless of age or gender, these creatures, nearly the size of a small child, mercilessly sever the knees of the wizards with their blades. And as the victims collapse in agony, they swiftly behead them. The horde of rat men sends hundreds of wand-wielding wizards into a frenzied retreat, their heads buried in their hands. Even though a few wizards manage to vanquish some of the rat men with spells, they are immediately besieged by others, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. At that moment, the casualties can only be expected to escalate. Faced with such a dilemma, what course of action remains? Suddenly, the ceiling detonates, and several figures, having cast levitation spells, plunge down from above. It is Mr. Weasley, accompanied by Minister Fudge and other officials from the Ministry of Magic. Their arrival somewhat alleviates the peril faced by the ordinary wizards, as they unleash lethal spells towards the rat men, buying precious time for their compatriots to escape. Yet, there are exceptions. Make way. I am a Deputy Minister of Magic. Allow me to pass first, Umbridge declares haughtily, brandishing her wand like a whip as she strides toward a fireplace that remains intact. A middle-aged wizard, who had just managed to reach the fireplace while shielding his young son, suddenly finds his clothing torn asunder, leaving angry welts upon his skin. Have mercy. The middle-aged man pleads desperately, "At least let my child go first," with a vicious flick of her wand. Umbridge sends an invisible whip that causes the man to shriek in pain and collapse to the ground. She then points her wand at the small boy clinging to his father, hastily tossing a handful of flue powder into the fireplace before stepping back. Her demeanor reverent as she watches Fudge. Fudge, his face partially obscured, hastens past the father and son, unable to meet the child's gaze for fear of recognizing his own cowardice reflected in those innocent, clear eyes. At that moment, a rat man wielding a sword and shield spotted the father and son, who had yet to rise. With a bloodthirsty shriek, it swung its blunt long knife, aiming directly for the nape of the child's neck. Instinctively, Fudge reached for his wand, but as he did, Umbridge stumbled in, colliding with him and causing him to falter. The chance for rescue was lost in an instant. Fudge closed his eyes in anguish, unable to bear the thought of witnessing a young life extinguished before him. Just in that fateful moment, a crimson phone booth plummeted from the sky, crushing the rat man into a splatter of flesh. Blood sprayed across the face of the perilously endangered boy, who stared in a daze at the imposing figure perched atop the phone booth. Before Fudge could comprehend what had transpired, Umbridge cried out, "Hogwarts!" The two vanished in a swirl of emerald flames. What an extraordinary figure it was, its surface entwined with blood-red patterns, a blazing halo of fire encircling its head, and a grotesque skull weeping blood tears opened its sacred, ethereal white wings, resembling an inverted angel. Discarding a woman with casual ease, its chainsaw sword emitted a deep, resonant roar. The boy gazed at it in a trance, murmuring, "Angel of death," with a single flap of its wings. The metallic skeleton instantaneously struck down all the Ratmen soldiers at a speed beyond the grasp of the human eye, leaving only the thunderous roar of chainsaws in the air. The wizards perceived a flash before their eyes, as hundreds of rat heads soared into the sky, their bodies remaining in place, blood gushing forth like celebratory fireworks. The angel of death hovered in the air. The onlookers, almost instinctively, glanced up at it before hurriedly rushing into the fireplace. Yet, just before their journey to Hogwarts, a question flickered in their minds. For whom do the angel's blood tears flow? Chapter 74. The Return of Voldemort. Umbridge folded her wings, descending beside Dumbledore. Blessed by St. Gillis, the killer whale unleashed 1,000 bolts of lightning, turning hundreds of giant rats into charred remains. Dumbledore was granted a momentary reprieve. He observed the towering armored figure with wings beside him unleash that familiar electric arc, hesitantly inquiring. It is I, Professor," Umbridge replied calmly, firing an explosive shot that sent a lurking Ratman spear soldier and its upper body into eternal farewell. It seemed this place could no longer be held. "We must evacuate to another location. To Hogwarts." Dumbledore waved his wand dramatically, causing 1,000 rat heads to involuntarily shift 50 centimeters in response, tearing through flesh and skin, severing vertebrae and organs, and tumbling down from their necks. "I will hold them off. You must go first." "No," Umbridge insisted, handing Dumbledore the shrine at her waist. Resolute and unyielding. "Hogwarts needs you to oversee it. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he stepped forward, his body adorned with radiant crimson holy patterns that shimmered with light. His left hand extended outward, and a drop of remarkably vivid blood fell from the fingertip of the Berserker's armor. The holy blood felt the sanctified spirit entwined with the Berserker's soul, and he intoned, "Pray." The moment this droplet, resembling a ruby in its brilliance, touched the ground, a fiery crimson blaze ignited from the void, surging toward the horde of rats like a tsunami. Each droplet of blood was the supreme blessing bestowed upon OM by St. Gilius. The enormous rats shrieked in terror, for the merest contact with this sacred fire would unleash countless hollow clusters of crimson metal spikes from within their bodies, causing torrents of blood to spew forth, fueling the continuing blaze. Within mere seconds, thousands of rats transformed into visually striking sculptures in the fiery inferno. Before the remaining vermin could scale the mountain of their fallen kin, OM flapped his wings, his killer whale weapon erupting with arcs of lightning, cleaving through the depths of the rat tide like a woven tapestry of black and white. His mouth seemed to exhale flames as his chainsaw sword carved a broad path through the horde. Despite the constant attempts of ratmen clad in leather armor wielding weapons to leap and break the angel's wings, they were ultimately devoured by the beast in his hand. Dumbledore observed OM's frenzied slaughter with a hint of concern, sensing a profound sorrow hidden beneath his student's calm facade. However, he could not peer into OM's thoughts through the metallic orbs of his gaze, so he buried the matter deep within his heart, turning to the altar with a voice resonant as a great bell, directing the chaotic throng of wizards to orderly enter the fireplace for their escape. As the fleeing wizards saw the number of active rats visibly diminish with the spreading crimson flames, compounded by the mysterious and powerful skeletal angel in the sky, snatching the armed ratmen and tearing open their throats and bellies midair with his blade, a strong sense of security washed over them, courtesy of the world's mightiest white wizard standing guard, just as they believed they were on the brink of salvation. The ominous clang of a bell resounded, 13 times in succession. The very ground of the underground 8th layer began to tremble violently, the black stone floor fracturing into sand. The hypocritical smiles of the magical brotherhood's fountains sank into the depths, while a suspended, rusted bell, crafted from decaying wood and corroded iron, emerged. Dozens of ratmen, draped in tattered burlap cloaks, frothing at the mouth, their flesh gnawing away, gathered around the chariot, brandishing stinking incense burners emitting foul green smoke. The moment they appeared, they charged toward the suffocating wizards, swinging their flaming incense burners in an attempt to shatter their bones. Upon the chariot sat a towering rat-like creature, adorned with dozens of branching horns atop its head. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, its gray fur was meticulously clean, and though its attire bore significant wear and tear, it still possessed a semblance of dignity. In one claw, it grasped a staff topped with a cloth-bound, human-sized emerald stone, while the other held a book with a black cover. Its elongated tail curled around a piece of charcoal, incessantly scribbling upon the pages. "Dumbledore," it rasped with a sinister tone, "we meet again." As it surveyed the wizards stranded in the hall, the rat man's eyes, tinged with a human-like mockery, glinted red. With a casual tap of its staff, the great bell behind it trembled once more. The sound echoed, clang. Each twisted rune upon the verdigris-coated bronze bell radiated an unholy glow, its clapper resembling a massive censer, filled with corrupted, decaying flesh and emerald stones, emitting thick plumes of green smoke. At the mere toll of the bell, every rat and wizard present erupted with dense clusters of blisters, bending over in fits of violent coughing as if to expel their very lungs. Some of the younger children burst forth in a gruesome amalgamation of bone and pus in an instant. Yet, OM remained unscathed, the sanguine patterns upon his berserker armor gleaming with a sanctified light, shielding him from the blasphemous toll. Even Dumbledore could not suppress a cough, stirring the air with his own wand before thrusting it skyward. In an instant, countless yellow-green mists ascended from the wizards present, transforming into a refreshing breeze that caressed their blistered skin, purging the festering sores. Simultaneously, he pondered swiftly. Could it be? Was it not merely a rat, but rather a dark sorcerer inhabiting the body of a rodent? Dumbledore's blue eyes fixated on the black tome cradled in the rat-man's left claw, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock. It was indeed, just as Dumbledore tended to the afflicted wizards, OM swooped down with wings unfurled, engulfed in crimson flames. His chainsaw sword thrusting forward with unwavering momentum toward the rat-man's head. Yet, merely 40 inches from the rat creature's skull, the staff erupted with light, conjuring a substantial emerald energy barrier that materialized from thin air, halting OM's charge. With a low growl, OM flapped his wings again, the enraged killer whale roaring defiantly as the chainsaw whirred to a fiery red intensity, the crackling electricity piercing through the barrier in mere fractions of a second. The humming blade closing in rapidly. The rat-man emitted an irate hiss, leveraging its rodent-like agility to narrowly leap away from the onslaught. The serrated teeth of the killer whale sliced through several of its horns as it surged past, cleaving the pestilence-spreading bell in twain. OM swiftly seized the fetid clapper, pivoting sharply to hurl it toward the newly grounded rat-man, his feet and wings propelling him through the air like a released arrow, hurtling toward his target with deadly precision. Dumbledore's wand struck down at the opportune moment, transforming the ground into a mire of powerful adhesive with his transfiguration spell. He exclaimed loudly, "I never imagined you were still alive, Tom." Chapter 75, The Fall of London. As he spoke, Dumbledore raised his wand high, his hands moving apart as if he were conductor. "Fire God, clear the path." In that instant, the creature Dumbledore referred to as Tom found himself confronted by a rapidly spinning serrated blade in front and a surging ring of fire behind. His feet firmly stuck in the thick adhesive that clung to his ankles. There was no escape, no avenue for retreat. Yet, faced with such peril, the creature known as Tom merely smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. His form appeared to shatter like a soap bubble, yet his treacherous voice resonated through the air. "I am no longer the little brat you could scare with a burning wardrobe, Dumbledore." A murky green light suddenly flared, expanding at an unimaginable speed, enveloping both OM and Dumbledore, as well as the wizards who had yet to relocate to Hogwarts, in this blasphemous glow. One was taken aback. This aura was precisely the strange energy he had sensed earlier in the Woking district, capable of sealing the apparition pathways. Before he could react, he found himself standing on a recently collapsed carriage, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, accompanied by the weight of a heavy object pulling down upon it. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? Could this power not only seal apparition routes, but also manipulate space within a certain range? The berserker armor on his left forearm shattered completely, exposing his ulna and radius to the air, blood gushing forth. The metal wand that had been strapped to his arm flew out at an awkward angle, searing pain igniting every nerve in his body. OM clenched his teeth, suppressing the agony, and summoned his magical energy to extract the bell-tongue wedge between his bones, focusing intently to activate the healing properties of the berserker armor, allowing the wound to clot and stem the flow of blood. The empty forearm armor swiftly repaired itself, encasing the two pallid bones, enabling him to regain a modicum of functionality in his arm. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was struck head-on by the fire conjured by his own spell. Although the old man hastily cast a shield charm to ward off the most lethal flames, he could not evade the tremendous force that sent him crashing to the ground. His white hair disheveled, struggling to regain his composure. The wizards who had not yet departed found their bodies remaining in place, while their innards appeared where they had previously walked, perishing instantly. "You have aged, my dear Professor Dumbledore," Tom the creature remarked, observing the panting Dumbledore with a voice laced with the shrillness of a rat. "It is no wonder, for I have now mastered powers beyond your comprehension. Powers beyond comprehension? Was it the stone bound to his scepter? OM's eyes darted through the 10 lenses of the bird's divination instrument, desperately scanning the surroundings for any trace of the creature. Tom, are you the one who has slain my true self? A thick, gray-furred arm suddenly draped over Ohm's shoulder. The rat man, Tom, had appeared beside him without a trace of warning. The foul stench emanating from him was so potent that even the pure air runes of Ohm's helmet could not entirely shield him from it. I must thank you, he continued, had it not been for you. A chainsaw sword crackled with arcs of lightning as it swept through the air. Yet Tom's form vanished just as the blade approached, reappearing in an instant behind Ohm. His slick tail coiled around the staff, and his arms encircled Ohm's neck as he whispered with a tone reminiscent of a lover's. If you hadn't killed him, I might never have awakened. Him? The soul? Ah, so it is the noseless Voldemort, Ohm retorted, disdain evident in his voice. You, a filthy wretch, seem to find companionship in the likes of sewer vermin. With a cold glance, he turned to face the repugnant creature, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Instead, he bellowed, "Holy blood angels, protect my form." Instantly, the crimson patterns on his berserker armor flared to life, enveloping him in a magnificent cloak woven from flames. However, that peculiar ability to transmute all combustibles into metal had no effect on Tom, who dissipated like a sunlit mirage, reappearing behind the disheveled Dumbledore, his staff radiating a blinding green light. All that had transpired was merely a distraction, a ruse to conceal his true intent, to extinguish Dumbledore's life. The deep green stone atop the wand unleashed a wave of deathly energy, aimed at the back of Dumbledore's head. An execution. No, Professor. Ohm watched in horror as Dumbledore stood oblivious, the green light striking true, passing cleanly through him. In that moment, Tom sensed something amiss as he prepared to shift his form once more. But just then, a precisely cast explosive curse shattered the green stone on his staff, while a gleaming, rune-etched blade pierced through his chest, its tip pristine and bloodless, clearly a weapon forged for the purpose of vanquishing evil. Dumbledore's apparition emerged from behind Tom, wielding the enchanted sword crafted by Ohm's original forge, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not underestimate the wisdom accumulated over many years by the elderly." Tom's figure once again dissolved like a bubble, but this time it re-emerged with an ear-piercing crackle at the edge of the crater created by the earlier chase, his face contorted with rage and a narrow wound traversing his chest. He dipped his sharp claws into the blood trickling from the injury and tasted it, abruptly transforming his expression from fury to laughter, proclaiming, "Even if you have wounded me this time, my vast army has already seized control of all of London. The wizards and muggles you wish to protect have become my servants and slaves. Beware, Dumbledore. Every rat that emerges from Hogwarts may signal your demise, devoured by my horde. Of course, do endeavor to sway my subjects with your misguided affection." Ha ha! He suddenly leaped to evade the terrifying claws of lightning shot from Ohm's eyes, plunging headlong into a vast pit. Ohm rushed to the edge of the chasm, his divination instrument spinning and zooming in vain, unable to penetrate the profound and boundless darkness beneath, as if the abyss connected to another realm. In a fit of rage, he struck the edge of the pit with his killer wail, bellowing into the void, "Flee all you want, you heretical scourge that desecrates life. I shall eventually drag you from that filthy abyss and strangle you with your own tail." Voldemort had astonishingly resurrected once again, mastering the ability to control swarms of rats, transforming these gray-furred vermin into larger, more intelligent, and bloodthirsty beasts. In the shadows, unbeknownst to all, he had amassed a colossal army. This incarnation of Voldemort was far more terrifying, insidious, and cunning than the grotesque shell he had become after offering his body and soul to the so-called benevolent father. A burning desire to obliterate him and reduce his soul to dust surged within. As Ohm's words echoed, countless eerie green eyes abruptly illuminated the pit, resembling a starry night sky. It was rats, billions upon billions of them, erupting forth from the chasm, just as Ohm unsheathed his chainsaw sword, ready to unleash his pent-up fury on these beasts. Dumbledore grasped his shoulder from behind. The elderly wizard emanated an immense magical force, instantly dispelling the pervasive green energy in the air. Ohm felt the surrounding space constricting around him, crushing every inch of his skin and bones against his innards, blurring his vision as if everything were moving at a dizzying speed. This sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the scene before Ohm stilled, he beheld a magnificent castle with its towering spires, The dawn's light cascaded upon its slate-gray stone roof, casting a radiant glow. Hogwarts, Chapter 76. To you, I swear allegiance. England, Wiltshire. Lucius Malfoy awoke in the morning sunlight, streaming through the bedroom window, gently extricating his arm from his wife's embrace, and quietly sat up from bed. Last night, Narcissa had expended considerable effort writing a heartfelt letter to the Ministry of Magic, and now she slept soundly. It would be best not to disturb her. Those wretched goblins at Gringotts had audaciously allowed our pureblood family vaults to be overrun by some unknown vermin. The Aurors at the Ministry were a lazy bunch, collecting salaries from our pureblood family while responding sluggishly to threats against our wealth. The notion of rescuing muggle-born wizards was laughable. Could those lowly creatures, akin to mud, ever hold a fraction of our ancestral fortune's importance? I hope Fudge has resolved this matter. Otherwise, this year's political contributions, humph. Gazing at his wife's serene visage, Lucius gently kissed her cheek, donned his robe, and retrieved his wand concealed within his cane. He habitually strolled to his study, awaiting the delivery of today's daily profit by his house elf, Dobby. Yet, as Lucius enchanted the door to his study, he was taken aback to find a figure already seated in the lavish scarlet velvet armchair, framed in gold. Dim sunlight filtered through the bay window behind his silhouette, casting its face in deep shadows, rendering it almost indistinguishable, while a foul odor reminiscent of sewers lingered in the air. Despite having lived in comfort for years, Lucius's reflexes remained sharp. He swiftly drew his wand concealed within the intricately carved silver serpent-headed cane, its tip unwaveringly aimed at the intruder's head. My friend, if you have come for money, there are 200 galleons in the left drawer. If you seek our lives, I can offer 4 times that amount for the life of the one who wishes to kill me. 4 times? How generous, Lucius, the figure replied, slowly applauding, its voice a raspy croak. I imagine you have thrived during my absence, profiting from the estates of those comrades you once fought alongside, while your standing in the ministry has risen considerably. Confronted with the revelation of his innermost secrets, Lucius's pupils constricted in sudden fear. He took a step back, his voice trembling as he shouted, Who are you? What do you want? Who am I? Ha, ha. The figure erupted in laughter, as if it had heard the most amusing of jokes, before abruptly quieting and murmuring, Had you not cast me into the sewers of Nocturne Alley out of your own cowardice, I would not have so swiftly reclaimed my form, my dear Lucius. Do you truly not recognize your master? With that, the figure produced a familiar black-bound tome from within its garments, opening it to reveal blank pages devoid of text, save for a pair of blood-red, slit-pupiled eyes. The chilling gaze, reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature, had instilled fear in the wizarding world for decades. Lucius would never forget it. My Lord Voldemort, he exclaimed, hastily discarding his wand and kneeling before the figure, crawling forward to kiss its feet. Yet, as he lowered his gaze, he found only clawed paws, stained with blood and filth, more reminiscent of some rodent than any semblance of humanity. Momentarily taken aback, Lucius quickly regained his composure, and, without hesitation, kissed the ground, declaring, I am eternally your most humble servant. All that I possess belongs to you. Oh, Voldemort replied, lifting Lucius's chin with his filthy foot. All? Forced to meet his gaze, Lucius beheld Voldemort's grotesque visage, fashioned from a rodent's skull and numerous long horns. His pupils trembled violently, yet he resolutely affirmed, Yes, all. Voldemort grinned, revealing his filthy yellowed fangs. Then I shall require your son to assist me with a task. The mere mention of his only child brought a flicker of hesitation to Lucius's face. You wouldn't refuse, would you, my dear Lucius? Voldemort extended his hand, adorned with curved, claw-like fingers, and lightly tapped Lucius's cheek. His beady, reddened eyes seemed to harbor a peculiar anticipation for Lucius's defiance. Lucius pressed his lips tightly together, trembling from head to toe, yet he ultimately nodded resolutely. I am willing, my Lord Voldemort. I shall. He rose, grasped the wand that symbolized the Malfoy family's patriarchal authority, and with a fierce motion, snapped it against his knee. Raising the fragments high, he proclaimed loudly, I pledge my loyalty to you. The once anxious individuals seated in the dining hall sprang to their feet upon hearing Hagrid's words, surging toward the entrance in a frenzied rush, eager to voice their innermost concerns. Have you seen my daughter? She is only 6 years old, with large, bright eyes and long, ginger hair. Please, tell me, have you seen her? Have you? Do you remember me, Professor Dumbledore? I was once your student. May I stay at Hogwarts to seek refuge? I do not wish to face those vermin. Among the crowd were desperate parents searching for their children, innocent youngsters, and officials stained with blood, all jostling against one another in their fervent desire to approach the most powerful white wizard in the world. Observing these individuals, who resembled the living dead, a sense of relief surged within Olm. Fortuitously, Mr. Nicolaim had gifted him a shrine, allowing him to safeguard his family and friends. His formidable psychic abilities and mastery of spells enabled him to carve a path through the throng of rodents, and he had diligently pursued knowledge, forging a strong armor and powerful weapons for himself. Yet, almost immediately, a profound sense of compassion washed over him. He could scarcely bear to contemplate how many would call out for their deceased loved ones in their dreams, how many would become prey to the tide of rats during their sweet slumber, and how many would sacrifice their lives to save others, only to be devoured by those vile creatures. It was all because he was not strong enough. Far from it. Questions similar to these surged like a tidal wave, prompting Dumbledore to raise his wand to his throat and cast a sonorous charm, addressing the panicked crowd. Silence. The resounding echo rattled the window panes, plunging the crowd into a sudden hush, though their eyes burned with an intensified longing for the normalcy of their former lives. These gazes scorched Dumbledore's heart, leaving him increasingly unsettled. He could hardly fathom how to convey the grim news that London had descended into a veritable paradise for rats, and what actions those already frayed and desperate souls might undertake. However, concealing the truth would yield no benefit, but rather exacerbate the emotions that had been festering throughout the night, leading to an even more violent eruption. Chapter 77. We need weapons, many, many weapons. At the conclusion of Dumbledore's pronouncement, a cacophony erupted, with cries, wails, and shouts merging into a tumultuous chorus. Even they could scarcely discern their own words or to whom they were speaking. They merely sought to unleash the tempest of emotions swirling within their hearts upon any object, in a desperate attempt to alleviate the crushing weight of panic that bore down upon them. OM beheld Hermione at the periphery of the crowd. Her complexion was dreadfully pale, more rigid and lifeless than a mere corpse. Her entire being seemed to have lost its essence. Silent tears flowed unceasingly down her cheeks. Her parents were in London. Several individuals clad in robes adorned with the Ministry of Magic's insignia had even collapsed onto the ground, their gazes vacant and forlorn, grasping at their hair in despair, lamenting the end, the utter ruin. How could a band of brutish beasts strip the Ministry of Magic from us? We would become the laughingstock of all Europe. Amidst the cacophony, even Dumbledore's attempts to restore order with his booming voice proved futile. Fear had ensnared the hearts of all, rendering them blind and foolish. A thunderous roar erupted. The crowd felt as though their eardrums were fogged, their very insides quaking uncontrollably, and in an instant, silence enveloped them. Even the Hogwarts professors, who were diligently maintaining order and aiding the injured, turned their gaze towards OM. The crowd regarded this sacred yet fearsome angel of death with reverence. Every wizard who witnessed OM in battle would forever be haunted by the memory of chainsaws roaring and the heads of hundreds of rat men soaring skyward. To them, this enigmatic figure clad in heavy black armor was tenfold more mysterious than any other. The loyal augury captured each expression, presenting them before the supreme being as if face to face. Disheartened, OM lowered his gaze upon the throng of panicked wizards, akin to a divine spirit surveying lost lambs. He had hoped to find within their eyes a spark of defiance, a flicker of anger, a glimmer of hatred. Yet as he surveyed the scene, all he beheld was shrinking, evasion, and dread. Even the ministry officials, who ought to have stepped forward to rally the public, were either beseechingly looking at Dumbledore or clasping their hands in prayer, gazing earnestly at their own feet. Was that person praying to me? Shouldn't he be striving to restore order, ensuring that all who sought refuge had a stable place to rest? Shouldn't his hands, crossed in supplication, be used to mend the wounds of others? After a moment of contemplation, OM resolutely proclaimed, "London has irrevocably fallen." The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the same confusion, unaware of why this angel felt compelled to reiterate such a grim truth. A loud gasp echoed in unison. Upon hearing that name, the wizards collectively inhaled sharply, with more than half of them collapsing to their knees. Many bore expressions of desolation, contemplating casting a curse upon themselves to end their wretched existence. Just then, a shrill voice pierced through the air. "You lie." The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a disheveled pink knit sweater, resembling a toad, with Minister Fudge desperately tugging at her garment hem. The toad-like woman pointed a stubby finger at OM's nose, vociferously accusing. "The Dark Lord is dead. You despicable and shameless deceiver shall not plunge the magical realm into chaos once more." She spread her stout, short arms towards the crowd, This rodent plague is merely a consequence of our ministry's failure to devise an emergency plan, allowing these foolish creatures to exploit our vulnerabilities. As the Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, I, Dolores Umbridge, vow to restore the ministry within 6 months at Hogwarts, leading us all towards a brighter future. A profound silence enveloped the gathering until a clear, youthful voice emerged, casting words like a hammer. Father, it was she who injured you and stole our fireplace. Among the crowd, a boy clutched his father, whose face bore the scars of a whip, his tender fingers pointed directly at Umbridge. Instantly, disdain filled the gazes directed at her. An official who had abandoned the populace in their direst hour dares to promise the reconstruction of the ministry in a glorious future? It is utterly revolting. Nonsense. As Umbridge was about to retort, a powerful and intangible force suddenly immobilized her in the air. Fudge beside her exhaled in relief, silently wishing he could shrink into the corner. Dumbledore lowered his wand and spoke solemnly. I can personally attest to this. Voldemort has indeed returned. Following Umbridge's diversion, the crowd felt a flicker of hope, their eyes turning towards Dumbledore and the armored figure, seeking solutions to their plight. They feast upon the remains of our deceased loved ones with their filthy teeth. They defile our buildings with their grotesque symbols. They upended all of London in a single night, leaving only those of us who escaped as witnesses, while all wizards and muggles alike became fodder and slaves to these vermin. Their numbers swell with every passing second. Do you believe they will cease their advance after seizing London? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Today it is London. Tomorrow, it could be Birmingham. By the time we awaken the day after, we may find ourselves submerged in a sea of rats. Thus, we must not falter or retreat, but rise in defiance. While you weep and wail here, do you not yearn to tear out their still beating hearts to avenge your kin? While you cower in fear, do you not long to crush their elongated skulls beneath your feet, watching their white brains splatter? While you dread the pain, do you not wish to torment these vile heretics with spells until they wail in agony? Yes, we long to do so. Let us forth. I seek vengeance for my daughter. The crowd erupted, each person raising their right arm, their eyes ablaze with profound hatred. In a single night, they had either lost their closest kin, their possessions, or both. Umbridge's only task was to awaken their fury and ignite their fighting spirit. To reclaim London, however, she would require weapons, an abundance of them, enough to arm every wizard from head to toe. I require more servants and raw materials, he proclaimed to the crowd, raising his arms in fervor, forever enraged, forever pure, forever loyal, before the glory of humanity. All heretics shall be judged. All heretics shall be judged. The crowd responded with a thunderous roar, as if each individual had discovered a newfound purpose. Particularly, Hermione, her teeth clenched fiercely, paid no mind, even as blood seeped from her meticulously cared-for gums. Indeed, Dumbledore gazed upon Alm's commanding presence with satisfaction, acknowledging him as the true savior. Chapter 78. In a state of collapse. In the dining hall, the eyes of the people blazed with fiery anger, yet they undeniably became more vibrant. Seizing this moment, Professor McGonagall commanded those seeking refuge with a resonant voice, waving her wand to transform the long benches typically used by students into sturdy tents. Accompanied by hundreds of sleeping bags, after a night of frantic escape, the people's spirits had reached their utmost fatigue, yet they orderly filed into the tents and sleeping bags. Professor Sprout, holding a lit censer, moved between the tents, releasing soothing wisps of fragrant smoke that lulled the restless souls into a deep slumber. Alm freed his family and friends from the shrine. Except for Harry and Fiorina, everyone lay unconscious on the floor, evidently still under the effects of Harry's stunning spell. The moment Fiorina emerged, she immediately raised her wand and her pink fluffy rabbit, scanning the surroundings. Upon confirming her arrival at Hogwarts, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted Alm's armor, and remarked, I knew you could do it. By the way, where did you get those magnificent wings? I want a pair as well. Gazing into Fiorina's olive green eyes, Alm shook his head slowly, using a levitation charm to guide his elders and younger siblings into the tent. Addressing her and Harry, London has been utterly devastated by the rats. Apart from the wizards here, no one else managed to escape. Harry stood frozen, his heart sinking like a stone in his stomach. He thought of his aunt and uncle, who feared magic and regarded him as an abomination, and his cousin Dudley, who relentlessly bullied him and nearly consumed all his food. Were they truly engulfed by the rats, their bodies lost to the void? Would he be left in this world with not a single relative to call his own? Fiorina exhaled deeply, patting her chest, thankful that her father was not residing there. Observing the pallor on Harry's face and Hermione's spectral visage, she quickly halted her musings, embracing both of them, saying, If you feel overwhelmed, then let your tears flow. Harry's lips were devoid of color. He extricated himself from Fiorina's embrace, sitting alone nearby, his gaze fixated on the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hermione clung tightly to Fiorina, weeping uncontrollably. In a single night, her once happy family lay shattered. The Christmas gifts from her parents remained on her bedside, while they were forever entombed within the bellies of the rats. From this day forth, she was no longer the dentist's daughter, but a complete orphan. "Follow me." As Ohm gazed as weeping friend, a dispassionate voice addressed him. He turned to find Professor Snape, whose vacant black eyes were fixed upon his left forearm, presumably informed by Professor Dumbledore of the injury he had sustained. Without a word, Snape pivoted and departed, his dark robes billowing behind him like the wings of a bat. Ohm cast a concerned glance at the sobbing Hermione and the silent Harry, while Fiorella gestured towards Snape's retreating figure, urging Ohm to hasten after him, reassured by her presence. Following in Snape's footsteps, Ohm traversed the entrance hall and descended until he arrived at the subterranean classroom. Snape waved his wand, igniting the oil lamps that illuminated the room, and instructed Ohm, "Remove your armor. Allow me to inspect the extent of your wound." Ohm was about to protest that the armor could not be removed unaided when he felt the soul of the berserker armor stir to life. As the crimson patterns on its surface shimmered brightly, the heavy armor on his left arm melted away like liquid metal. Rather than disappearing, it seeped into Ohm's skin, merging seamlessly with him. The once vibrant crimson patterns on the armor now glimmered faintly on his arm, fading into a muted brown akin to dry blood. As the runes on the berserker armor lost their potency, Ohm was immediately besieged by a searing pain radiating from his elbow. Despite his words, Snape's hands moved with unerring speed. He conjured a violet flame from thin air and retrieved a small vial filled with a liquid that shimmered like the scales of a creeping creature. With a flick of his wand, an array of ingredients emerged from his personal cabinet, processed by Snape's magic mid-flight, and were cast into the flame. Merging with the suspended liquid, Ohm beheld the shedding of an African tree snake, a severed tail of a giant gecko, the cornea of a thunderbird, and even a small feather from a phoenix, among many other strange substances he could not identify. All these components were amalgamated into the liquid under Professor Snape's meticulous control, ultimately forming a viscous, mud-like substance. With a wave of his wand, Ohm's left radius and ulna were severed from his body, a sensation so sudden that he scarcely felt pain. Yet, as Snape applied the bubbling mud over the wound of his severed arm, Ohm experienced a sensation akin to barbed blades deeply penetrating every inch of the injury, then slowly withdrawing with a steady intensity. Each withdrawal felt like coarse salt being rubbed into the wound, causing Ohm to grit his teeth, veins in his forehead bulging, and cold sweat to pour uncontrollably, soaking through his shirt. With a newly formed left hand, devoid of calluses and scars, Ohm was about to express his gratitude to Professor Snape when an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through his mind. The notion of regrowing limbs comes at a significant cost. Ohm felt as though every vestige of fat and sugar within him had been entirely drained. His skin, taut and shriveled, clung to his body, save for his left arm, and he was beset by waves of darkness and dizziness, akin to having been struck and collapsing into unconsciousness. Snape, unperturbed, retrieved a bottle of butterbeer from his enchanted pocket, while the berserker armor promptly removed its helmet to allow Snape to pour the spicy sweet liquid into Ohm's mouth. As the liquid slid down into his stomach, greedily breaking down into sugars for absorption, Ohm felt a marked improvement, at least enough to stave off immediate loss of consciousness. Turning right then left, he walked until he reached the end of the corridor, where a large frame depicting fruit adorned the entrance to Hufflepuff's dormitory. Snape continued to organize his belongings without raising his head, instructing, "Scratch the pear in the painting, and the frame will open. Inside lies the kitchen. You can indulge in whatever you wish. Go ahead." Chapter 79, 3 Barrels. Ohm leaned against the wall, traversing the dimly lit underground passage, the gnawing hunger igniting his nerves yet sharpening his mind. Excluding those too young or too old, only about 80 suitable adult wizards remained for combat. Even if all were equipped with berserker armor like himself, the question of whether their magical reserves could sustain the armor's runic functions for a prolonged period loomed large. Moreover, the sheer tide of ordinary rats would surely overwhelm them, rendering them incapable of even raising a ripple. Beyond the numerical disadvantage, the materials required to forge such armor were woefully insufficient for all, unless every component of the armor were crafted from mundane iron, an option that would compromise both strength and the number of runes it could bear compared to those made from enchanted metals. Weapons posed another challenge. Currently, all wizards relied solely on their wands to handle every matter, whether slaying dragons or performing household chores, all dependent upon that singular wooden stick. Om mused that while he could distribute a magical sword to each individual, teaching them the art of swordsmanship would be a monumental task. The magical proficiency of these individuals was not merely inconsistent, it was utterly chaotic. Ordinary folk could be excused, as their daily lives rarely required the offensive and defensive spells that would render them adept. Over time, it was only natural for them to forget and become rusty. Yet, even aurors, the law enforcers of the magical realm, such as the woman whose hair changed color last night, struggled to cast spells one by one against the tide of rats, unable to perform even multiple spells simultaneously. Was this not a grave dereliction of duty? Even Ohm himself, after training under Professor Flitwick, could effortlessly unleash dozens of explosive blasts with a single swing of his sword. While his precision might have faltered slightly, even if his intended target could dash 7 or 8 meters away in an instant, they would still fall within the range of his strike. Unless one were a creature like the rat-human Voldemort, possessing the ability to manipulate space, casually operating as if on a leisurely stroll. In conclusion, Ohm had 5 primary tasks ahead of him. Secondly, to develop a magical metal that is not only more cost-effective, but also lighter in weight and superior in performance, engaging in extensive alchemical synthesis. Thirdly, to design armor and weaponry that could be wielded by all, whether ordinary individuals or wizards. Fourthly, to instruct wizards in the use of weapons and firearms, not necessarily to attain mastery, but at least to enable them to protect themselves once their magical energy has been depleted. Fifthly, to conceive an exceptionally cruel method of execution, ensuring that when Voldemort is captured, he will regret his very existence in this world, lamenting the possession of a corporeal form. I shall inflict upon him a near-eternal torment, unceasing even if he begs for death in tears. Castration, lynching, skinning, flaying, dislocation, eyeball extraction, tongue severing, through potions and curses. I shall amplify his nerve sensitivity to thousands of times beyond the ordinary, before he experiences the pinnacle of agony. Before I avenge St. Gillis, do not even think of dying easily. As for training wizards in their spellcasting abilities, I implore you, this is the only magical school in England. Can we truly lack instructors? Om's plans were momentarily set aside as he approached a magnificent oil painting. The canvas depicted a still life of fruits, rendered with succinct brushstrokes and delicate hues, so enticing that it seemed to beckon the viewer. A large, plump green pear lay serenely upon a white tablecloth, its surface glistening with dew, as if freshly plucked from the tree. Alm extended a finger and gently tapped the pear, eliciting a delightful, tinkling laughter, and the frame of the painting swung open, revealing an unexpectedly vast room behind it. With Alm's precise, spatial imagination, he discerned that this expansive chamber was directly beneath the dining hall, mirroring it with 4 long tables and teacheress seating. Even the positioning of the golden plates upon the tables was impeccable. Yet, this room boasted numerous fireplaces and hundreds of house elves, with their half-height stature and large eyes and ears, scurried about, bringing steaming dishes from the hearth to the golden platters on the long tables. As Alm stepped into the room, all the house elves turned their tennis ball-sized eyes towards him, promptly bowing and pressing their tomato-like noses to the ground. Several eager house elves, unencumbered by any burden, rushed forward, but more fervent than them was a mechanical servant. "Oh, my supreme lord," it boomed in a deep voice, striding with its long legs to surpass the elves and stand before Alm, the firelight dancing upon its nearly 3-meter tall metallic form. In the discontented gazes of the house elves, it knelt on one knee before Alm, lowering its head to gaze at his toes, and solemnly proclaimed, "Mechanical Servant 030, at your service." Taking a deep breath, Alm caressed the top of 030's head with his bare left hand, saying, 030, from now on, I shall call you Santom. Now, please assist me in procuring some food. Thank you for the esteemed name. Yours shall be my guiding light. The spark of life within Santom's eyes brightened momentarily, and with joy, it rose to assist its supreme lord in selecting sustenance. Unlike his brothers, who are consumed by machinery, 030 possesses no interest whatsoever in metal or forging. Instead, he harbors an unparalleled curiosity for the edible delights that captivate ordinary folk. This is precisely why Santong finds himself in the kitchen, diligently learning the art of cooking alongside his domesticated sprites. Although he cannot savor the fruits of his culinary endeavors, the sheer joy that illuminates the sprites' faces as they relish his creations elevates his mechanical soul to new heights. Yet, the Supreme Lord remains indifferent. He even graciously bestowed upon Santong a name and requested his assistance in preparing meals. With one hand, San Tong cradles an enormous platter originally intended for roasting a suckling pig, meticulously arranging every delectable item he deems worthy. As he does so, he joyfully hums praises. All hail the Supreme Lord. Praise to the myriad gods of machinery. Your benevolence flows like crystal clear, exquisite oil. Your care resembles the purest silicon. You shall forever be my master and father. To you, I shall eternally offer my devotion. At the table, Om casually takes a seat, his berserker armor melting into his skin, revealing a nightgown lacking a left sleeve. The intricate, blood-like patterns are imprinted upon his flesh, fading almost instantaneously, while his snow-white wings rapidly contract, resembling tattoos that cling to his shoulder blades. Sensing a reaction from the remnants of his son's soul within him to the melody, Om finally displays a genuine smile, the first since the mouse tide, and exclaims, "Beautifully sung, San Tong. Do it again." Chapter 80, Steel as Light as Porcelain. As San Tong's spirits are lifted, his voice grows ever more resonant. Om devours a hefty chunk of roasted eye of round beef with one hand, while the other retrieves a piece of parchment from the altar, spreading it across the table. With a quill, he sketches a 10-pointed star alchemical array. This is a form of predictive alchemical array recorded in the fundamentals of alchemy. Unlike traditional arrays that rely heavily on the alchemist's intuition, this 10-pointed star allows Om to assign various properties to metals based on a table from the tome, predicting alchemical outcomes through precise mathematical calculations without actual transmutation. However, this method demands exceptional logical reasoning, an ability increasingly lacking in modern wizards, who are more enamored with the convenience of wands and spells. Perhaps this is why contemporary alchemy is in decline. With his newly formed left hand, Om slathers copious amounts of mayonnaise on an egg salad, while his right hand inscribes the names of 5 magical metals and 5 ordinary metals at the 10 points of the star. Each possesses its own remarkable attributes. Copper is flexible and allows for maximum magical flow. Vanadium titanium is incredibly sturdy, capable of bearing numerous runes. Rubidium iron can retain magical energy for extended periods. Pure, untainted mithril approaches an almost perfect magical conductivity. Gold not only possesses exceptional malleability, but also amplifies spell potency. Yet, they all share a significant flaw: their weight. Crafted from mountain copper and steel, the berserker armor weighs an astonishing 330 pounds, even for someone as physically robust as Om. Without the assistance of a powered exoskeleton, donning this formidable armor would render him akin to an iron tortoise, incapable of rising once it toppled. Moreover, even when factoring in the weight of the powered exoskeleton alongside the entire suit of berserker armor, it pales in comparison to a mere piece of refined gold the size of a human head. Ordinary sorcerers lack such vast reservoirs of energy. Even the simplest act of walking can deplete their magical power within mere minutes. Thus, the notion of engaging an enemy becomes a distant dream. Merely traversing the battlefield to confront foes demands an arduous effort. Yet, in the face of an overwhelming tide of vermin, possessing armor that shields the body from harm and disease becomes indispensable. This armor effectively preserves the number of combatants, ensuring that sorcerers do not find themselves relying solely on their robes to fend off the gnawing teeth of rodents once their protective gear fails. At present, Lady Pomfrey is troubled by how to treat those afflicted by infections from rodent bites, with countless individuals suffering severed toes and fingers, leaving Professor Snape with much to attend to. With a quill in hand, Om meticulously inscribes figures on parchment, intent on forging a novel metal that is as resilient as steel, yet as lightweight as ceramic. So much so that he remains oblivious to the fact that he has bitten and swallowed his own chromium-plated brass spoon. This unexpected act startled the ever-watchful 3 Barrels, who had assumed that the humanoid supreme being required only mundane sustenance. Little did they know that even metal could be consumed. Indeed, how could the god of all mechanisms possibly exist without metal to sustain his form? Realizing he had overlooked such an obvious detail, 3 Barrels ruefully slapped his forehead. He hastily retrieved a collection of various forks, spoons, and knives from a drawer, arranging them on a large plate, drizzling olive oil over them, and sprinkling black truffle shavings before carefully placing the dish beside the supreme being. This spectacle sent the other household elves into a frenzy, fearing that if this wizard were to suffer a stomach ailment in their presence, they would be at a loss as to how to atone for their perceived negligence. The elves clamored around Om, rousing him from his reverie of alchemy and calculations. Momentarily at a loss, Om stared blankly at the bare handle of the spoon in his left hand, while the spirit of the berserker armor within him stirred with an insatiable hunger, the crimson patterns on his exterior faintly glowing. In an instant, He comprehended that the berserker armor, having melded with him, was indulging in a feast of its own. "Fear not, I am well," Ohm reassured the elves with a smile, gently declining their attempt to remove the dining utensils and bringing the spoon handle to his mouth. In that moment, he felt a surge of molten iron filling his mouth, enveloping, melting, refining, and absorbing the spoon handle in one fluid motion. A ray of light traced along the intricate patterns of Ohm's skin, moving from his neck to his left arm. The moment it vanished into his flesh, Ohm felt the newly formed bones in his left arm begin to radiate heat, seemingly growing denser and more robust. Meanwhile, the essence within him, craving metal, showed no signs of abating. Its insatiable hunger was not for its own sake, but rather a profound desire for Ohm to possess a body impervious to external forces. This was its expression of love for him. Realizing this, Ohm hastily seized 3 buckets of salad utensils, shoving the contents into his mouth and chewing voraciously. As the patterns on his body shone brilliantly, every bone, muscle, and blood vessel was melding with the metal. Ohm could feel his physical strength steadily and resolutely increasing. Even his muscular power significantly augmented. If only other wizards could similarly enhance their corporeal forms through the consumption of metal. They could don an entire suit of armor crafted from magical metal without the need for mechanical frameworks. The blood-red metal he had encountered in the books he read about magical and ordinary metals had never been documented. Did this metal, born from a living organism, possess some extraordinary properties? Was it sturdy? Was it lightweight? Did it have sufficient malleability? Given its origin, could it also be suitable for crafting various augmentation organs for reimplantation into living beings? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed considerable potential for experimentation. Grabbing a few pieces of bread and clutching the nearly filled parchment, he strode out. He intended to head to the original forging workshop to test the viability of his hypothesis. However, as soon as he pushed open the frame of the kitchen door, he collided with Professor Dumbledore. Ohm felt as though he had merely brushed against a pillow stuffed with goose feathers, while Dumbledore experienced the impact of a solid copper pillar. Merged with the berserker armor, Ohm's weight had skyrocketed to an astonishing 485 pounds. Coupled with his hurried strides to validate his theory, the momentum of his speed and mass created an impact akin to a locomotive accelerating forward. The elderly man's ribs emitted a dangerous cracking sound as he staggered back 4 or 5 steps, finally coming to a halt when his back collided with the rough stone wall of the underground passage. His wrinkled, gaunt palm clutched at his chest, struggling to catch his breath, oblivious to the crescent-shaped glasses that had slipped from his crooked nose and fallen to the ground. Merlin's Scottish kilt. Professor Dumbledore. Ohm was startled by Dumbledore's pained expression and rushed forward to support the elderly man, placing his hand on Dumbledore's chest, invoking healing to restore him to his former state. As Ohm's energy mended the fractured ribs, the old man's pale lips gradually regained their color. He raised his hand to signal that he was all right while gesturing towards the 2 bewildered figures beside him. One was short and stout, resembling a potato skewered on 2 toothpicks, incessantly twirling a wide-brimmed top hat in his hands. The other, of average stature, bore a dull expression, appearing like a clumsy puppet amidst a crowd of broader figures. Mr. O.M., Prime Minister Major, with a fervor that starkly contrasted his own appearance, extended his right hand toward O.M., exclaiming, "Delighted to make your acquaintance. According to Professor Dumbledore, you have yet a week until you turn 12. Truly, a hero's journey begins in youth. I am confident that with your remarkable alchemical skills, you shall reclaim London for Great Britain. When that day arrives, all glory will be yours. The Queen herself will bestow upon you honors and titles. The future of our nation rests upon your shoulders, my child." According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, Muggles are not permitted to be aware of the existence of the magical world, save for 2 exceptions. The first is that Muggle relatives of young wizards have the right to know about the magical realm. The second is that the current Muggle government leaders not only possess the right to know of the magical world, but also bear the obligation to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic on matters of significance, such as the Quidditch World Cup or the pursuit of criminals. Therefore, Owen was not surprised that John Major was aware of magic and alchemical arts. However, this man, who spoke fervently of glory and honor, seemed to neglect any mention of tangible rewards or commissions for the arduous task of reclaiming London. Had O.M. been an impassioned youth, he might have readily accepted the task with glee. Yet, having understood the simple truth of earning rewards from a young age, he was not inclined to exert himself for illusory accolades. Although O.M. would undertake the mission to reclaim London regardless, the feeling of being coerced in such an endeavor was decidedly displeasing. Thus, he uttered not a word, refraining even from shaking hands with Major. instead subtly nodding before shifting his gaze toward Cornelius Fudge. This left Major anxious. The recent fall of London on Christmas Eve had already incited considerable dissatisfaction among the populace, exacerbated by swarms of rats that continued to ravage the city. Such turmoil pushed the discontent to the brink of eruption. The British Army, composed of indolent individuals prone to subterfuge, was utterly incapable of effectively repelling the tide of rodent-sized adversaries. He must request reinforcements from the magical realm to secure his position as Prime Minister. Major, already disgruntled by Dumbledore's decision to bring him to meet a rather large child, instinctively resorted to political platitudes, attempting to enlist OM in his campaign without offering any substantial benefits, unaware that OM was not swayed by such tactics. However, before Major could elaborate, Fudge interjected loudly, "Anything, Mr. Messiah, if you and Professor Dumbledore can reclaim the Ministry of Magic and vanquish the Dark Lord, I am willing to grant you anything in my personal capacity." His round face, resembling a dough that had begun to ferment, quivered slightly as he swallowed hard and fixed his gaze on OM's indifferent black eyes, declaring, "If you do not trust me, I am prepared to swear an unbreakable oath before Professor Dumbledore. As long as I am here, your future in the wizarding world of Britain will undoubtedly be smooth sailing, with no one or nothing to trouble you." "Ah, my dear minister." A sardonic smile twisted at the corners of Oom's mouth. The remuneration offered by Fudge was far more substantial than that of Major, and thus Oom did not mind elaborating further. "Have you not realized? The conditions you propose are all achievable through my own efforts. They hardly equate to compensation for me. Unless—" Oom caught Dumbledore's knowing glance, stepped forward to assist Fudge in straightening his disheveled collar, and spoke softly, "Unless you are willing to dissolve the Ministry of Magic, allowing all officials and aurors to submit to the arrangements and leadership of Hogwarts. Only then would I possess the confidence to lead this band of misfits in a counter-offensive against London." He turned to Prime Minister Major and added, "You too. I require numerous soldiers and weapons. Unless you provide me with an army, we can only stand by helplessly as London is ravaged by rodents." Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged. Though he was taken aback, he had merely intended to hint to Oom to propose more specific terms, such as the provision of a certain number of galleons within a specified time frame. Little did he expect Oom's appetite to be so grand, seeking to seize the entire ministry amidst its chaos. Furthermore, demanding an army from the Prime Minister of Britain, a successful reclamation of London would render Windsor Castle home to a Messiah, leaving no room for Elizabeth. "Impossible," John Major exclaimed. "As long as I am here, the army shall never fall into your hands. The army was never yours to command, dear Prime Minister. It is managed and dispatched by the Army General Staff." Chuckled mockingly. "Truth be told, the army in your opinion of me are of little consequence. However, your presence beside me, directing my actions, is quite significant." Fudge's voice drew everyone's attention. "I am willing to dissolve the Ministry of Magic and entrust command to you." "What? Are you mad?" Major stared incredulously at the man who had delivered such a blow on his very first day in power. The defiant spark that once graced Fudge's face was now replaced by a pallid hue of despair. "I'm not mad," Fudge shouted in frustration, then turned to Oom with a pleading look. "As long as you do not place the blame for the ministry's downfall on my shoulders in front of the masses, I am amenable to anything." "Excellent." Oom laughed heartily, forcibly grasping Fudge's right hand. "Let us swear an oath." Chapter 82, The So-Called Messiah. After bidding farewell to the dazed Fudge and Major at the entrance of the dining hall, Oom and Dumbledore proceeded towards the original foundry on the 8th floor. Observing Oom's towering figure, nearly as tall as Dumbledore, Major grasped Fudge by the collar and shook him vigorously. "Is this man truly 12 years old? Are you colluding with that old coot Dumbledore to deceive me? Hey, the price I paid is no less than yours." Fudge broke free from Major's grasp, rubbing his crumpled collar. "Please be a gentleman and refrain from acting like a bad-tempered bulldog robbed of its bone. Besides, what does it matter if I've been deceived? Do you still believe you can remain in this position?" Upon seeing Mage's expression suddenly turn despondent, Fuji gently patted his back, offering solace. "These matters are no longer our concern. Come, let's go to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Do you enjoy rum?" Dumbledore paused slightly, shaking his head. "I possess little understanding of Muggle religions. I only know that this seems to refer to their messianic figure. Indeed, the Messiah, another title for Jesus Christ. My mother found me at the feet of a statue of Jesus, hoping that even if I were to endure suffering akin to his, I would still lead a life of happiness and contentment." Alm halted, sunlight streaming from behind him, as if heaven itself adorned him with a halo. He spoke with resolute conviction, Yet there are those who wish to deprive me of even the modest life of sufficiency. Once, I was a thug wielding a spring knife to rob a church. Now, I face Voldemort, who incites hordes of rats to slaughter humanity. And speaking of the future is irrelevant. Even now, beyond the borders of England, countless innocents are compelled to live amidst ceaseless warfare due to the greed of certain interest groups. Do they not yearn for, or deserve, a life of contentment? Observing Dumbledore's hesitance to speak, Aum continued. Last night, hundreds of wizards in London were in a frantic evacuation. And what are the ordinary citizens, Professor Dumbledore? Millions of them, who had just enjoyed the warmth of Christmas Eve reunions, now perish at the hands of rats. Are their lives deemed less valuable than those of wizards? Unworthy of a life of sufficiency? So, you seek to save everyone, Aum? Dumbledore gazed at him calmly, addressing all people, men, women, the young and old, wizards and muggles, citizens of this country and others alike. Aum's cheek muscles tightened as he nodded gravely, his voice low. Yes, everyone, Professor. The two shared a moment of silent understanding before Dumbledore averted his gaze, turning to walk as he spoke. As your teacher, I shall oversee your path and provide assistance within my means. He turned to Aum with a smile. Come. An old fellow suffering from rodent-inflicted PTSD insists on visiting after hearing of the events in England. As Aum and Dumbledore reached the 8th floor near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, they immediately spotted an elderly man with white hair and beard, his frail frame and translucent skin resembling parchment, leaning against the tapestry in slumber. Despite the raucous protests of the ballet-dressed trolls, he continued to snore soundly. Lost in sweet dreams, Aum felt a surge of excitement. He recognized the man with hair that curled faintly like corn silk, his idol, Nicholas Flamel. You need not whisper so, Aum. He is not easily awakened, Dumbledore remarked, stepping forward to clap loudly near Nicholas's ear, exclaiming, Wake up, Nicholas. I have brought the person you wish to see. It was in vain. Nicholas remained oblivious to Dumbledore's commotion, merely tilting his head back against the tapestry, his snores growing louder. Oh dear. Nicholas shivered profoundly. Unsure if it was merely an illusion, Aum felt as if he could hear the brittle sound of bones fracturing. He raised a hand to clutch his own neck, chilled to the bone. Albus, you remain as mischievous as you were in your youth. This meant that this 666-year-old gentleman, with a mere tremor, had seemingly shattered his own bones. What does one call this? The ultimate osteoporosis? Ah, you must be the Aum Messiah. Nicholas, with a face resembling a web of densely packed wrinkles, turned towards Aum, his large and dim eyes brimming with delight at the sight of his successor. As Aum stepped forward to shake the elder's hand, Nicholas unexpectedly took the initiative, his aged yet still elongated fingers grazing his own chest, murmuring to himself, It is truly unbelievable that someone could merge their alchemical soul with their own, not only without rejection, but even witnessing a transformation in bodily structure under the influence of the soul. Is this metal? How can it adhere so flawlessly to the surface of the bones? If only I could. Oh, please tell me, Aum. Nicholas tilted his head back, his eyes, faded from time, alight with fervent curiosity. How did you manage to have your alchemical soul willingly fuse with your own? I have tried numerous times, each attempt thwarted by the resistant consciousness of those souls. Even if I completely excise them, their personalities and memories remain. Please enlighten me. I would trade all my wealth for this knowledge. Mr. Flamel, I regret to inform you, Aum replied cautiously, supporting the elderly figure, fearful of inadvertently fracturing his arm. I am not entirely certain of the underlying principles. Perhaps it is due to its voluntary offering of everything to me. Observing the elder's disappointed expression, Aum added, Perhaps we could explore the principles together? Oh, certainly, certainly, Nicholas exclaimed, rubbing his palms together, having completely forgotten about Dumbledore's presence, his gaze fixated on Aum's chest. Let us commence immediately. Dumbledore patted Aum's shoulder, saying, I entrust Nicholas to your care. Should he require anything, do not hesitate to provide it. He is now so impoverished that all he possesses is money. By the way, remember to ensure he drinks his milk daily, and watch him finish it. Or else Perenelle, Nicholas's wife, will bring me trouble. With that, Dumbledore hurriedly departed, and Aum committed the instructions to memory as he pushed open the door to the original forge. Instantaneously, dozens of automata turned their heads towards him, immediately abandoning their tasks to kneel on one knee, collectively intoning in deep, gravelly voices, Supreme Lord, we are ever at your command. Chapter 83, Reforging Flesh and Bone. During the week of Aum's absence from the school, the automata had expanded their numbering to 050. Each metallic skeleton, Besides the numeral etched upon its forehead and the distinct parchment affixed with sealing wax, bore no discernible differences among them. In this expansive chamber, they reveled in the art of melting metals and forging implements, or indulged in any pursuit that piqued their interest. Numerous mechanical servants, wielding pigments conjured from the enigmatic realm of the House of Requests, adorned the walls with their unique artistic expressions. Thanks to Ohm's benevolence in allowing them to venture from the House of Requests to the library for various tomes, a remarkably intricate and exquisitely crafted steel bookshelf found its place along the wall. Neatly arranged upon it were a dozen unfinished books, their pages interleaved with bookmarks shaped like leaves, pressed from thin iron sheets. It was evident that these art-loving and courteous automatons were endearing to Lady Please. As each book bore the most coveted long-term borrowing labels, they only spoke a refined variant of English, tinged with a London accent, when addressing humans, among themselves. They communicated in a rapid-fire language composed of zeros and ones, a buzzing sound that rendered their exchanges far more efficient than English. The sight of so many sentient constructs sent Nickel into a euphoric frenzy. He fidgeted anxiously, inching closer to the nearest automaton, designated 036. His gaze fixated on the flickering flame of its soul, as if he were about to devour the automaton whole. 036 felt a prickling static tingle from Nickel's intense scrutiny, even the piston's rhythm within its chest quickening slightly. Helplessly, it took 2 steps back, casting a glance toward its creator in search of guidance. Ohm cleared his throat and remarked, "Mr. Flammel, should we not first investigate why my body undergoes changes under the influence of the soul's essence? Just call me Nickel." "There's no need for formality," Nickel replied, reluctantly diverting his gaze from 036 and gesturing grandly. Suddenly, a distinctly Gothic 4-poster bed materialized in the room. Ohm stood astonished. Nickel's previous motion exhibited no trace of energy fluctuation, be it magical or spiritual. This was neither a transmutation nor an extinction spell. The bed appeared as if it had always occupied that space, merely waiting to be discovered today. "No need for such astonishment," Nickel said with a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a grandfather delighting a child. "I merely transformed a segment of space into a storage cabinet for miscellaneous items, thus eliminating the need to carry so many items requiring the extinction spell. Oh, by the way, modern muggles seem to enjoy referring to the space I removed as the Bermuda Triangle. Please, do not regard me with such incredulity." Faced with Ohm's incredulous stare, Nickel innocently shrugged, saying, "Who could have foreseen, 3 centuries ago, the rapid advancement of Muggle technology? I have done my utmost to send back those Muggles who wandered into my storage space, though it is often too late by the time I recall them. Now, please lie down on this bed, Ohm." Ohm, struggling to digest the astonishing revelation that the Bermuda Triangle was a human creation, obediently reclined upon the 4-poster bed. As soon as the back of his head barely touched the pillow, Nico immediately urged, "Come down, child, unless you wish to remain there forever." This statement caused a jolt in Ohm's heart, prompting him to swiftly roll off the 4-poster bed. Just as he was about to inquire the reason, he was astonished to discover another Ohm lying on the bed, an exact replica of himself, indistinguishable in attire, hair, scent, and the shocked expression upon his face. "Congratulations, child," Nico exclaimed, laboriously lifting his hand to pat Ohm's shoulder. "You have successfully transformed into a ghost. You can still touch me." Ohm regarded this old rascal in disbelief, suspecting that the old man was doing this intentionally. It was evident that, aside from his face, his entire body was covered in a texture reminiscent of dried blood. With a pointed finger, Nico touched Ohm's skin, which peeled away like a second skin, floating beside him and revealing the vibrant red muscle tissue underneath, interspersed with glimmering metallic filaments among the muscle fibers. Nico gasped in awe, donning a rather unremarkable pair of glasses retrieved from the void. Leaning over the edge of the bed, his face nearly touching Ohm's exposed musculature, although aware that the Ohm on the bed was not himself. The sight of his own skin being flayed elicited waves of phantom pain across his chest. "Any discoveries, Nico?" he inquired, particularly noting how Ohm's ribcage seemed to have evolved into a structure resembling interlocking blinds, with scarcely any gaps that could directly harm the internal organs. Nico then pried open Ohm's chest, which was as formidable as tank armor, and immediately uncovered an intricate mechanical structure at the back of the sternum. It resembled a turbine, with all the metallic filaments embedded in the muscle emanating from this small device, even within the myocardium, where metallic muscle fibers assisted in pumping. This apparatus formed special conduits between the fascia, merging these metallic solutions with the bones, thereby creating Ohm's robust skeletal framework that appeared forged from metal. Truly magnificent, Nico proclaimed, cradling the two ethereal organs he had extracted from Ohm's body, both embodying biological and mechanical beauty, his gaze fervently fixed upon Ohm. Come, child, bestow upon them names. The one on my chest shall be called the muscle anvil, and the one on my thoracic vertebra the forge of bones, Ohm replied, pressing against his chest. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe such a sophisticated mechanical device was functioning within him. What gifts have you bestowed upon me? St. Gillis? Simultaneously, a bold idea emerged in Ohm's mind. What if we could mass-produce these organs and implant them into the frail bodies of wizards? Wouldn't that swiftly yield a cadre of robust, immensely powerful warriors? Chapter 84. The One Who Crosses the Barriers of Worlds. To replicate these organs and implant them into other bodies, thereby achieving the mass production of warriors? Nico echoed Ohm's words, his expression oscillating between the urgency to inform Dumbledore and the exhilaration of this tantalizing notion. Indeed, Nico, I am but an ordinary man. If these organs can function within me, there is no reason they cannot in others. Ohm nodded earnestly, his gaze unwavering as it fixated on the projection of the two organs in Nico's hand. Typically, modern wizards possess only a relatively formidable magical prowess, while their physical forms, surprisingly, are exceedingly fragile. Within the Ministry of Magic, I witnessed a wizard being brutally slain by rat men wielding knives and shields in close quarters. That was merely with weapons crafted from scrap metal found in the sewers. Now, with Voldemort's forces growing in strength, his subordinates would undoubtedly forge superior armaments. Thus, it is imperative that wizards are equipped with robust offensive and defensive capabilities, both at a distance and in close proximity, to enhance our chances of survival. That makes sense. Once the bone furnace successfully replicates, do remember to implant one for me, Nico remarked half-jokingly, having grown weary of his frail body that seemed prone to fractures at any moment. Previously, when Nico's penetrating gaze had made 036 uncomfortable, he leaned in and suggested, Old man, how about we swap your body for one like ours? Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascendants, consider it. Clang. The 043 behind him smacked his iron skull, chastising him in binary. Do not interrupt while the esteemed ones are conversing. Yet, Nico's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it truly possible to exchange? Could I possibly add 2 more arms to my shoulders? Well, theoretically, yes, but there is a minor complication, 036 stammered, taken aback by the old man's audacity. We have yet to master how to seamlessly integrate your living brain into our forms. I had expected Nico to retreat in the face of such difficulty. However, to my astonishment, he waved his hand grandly, summoning dozens of shackled and filthy individuals from the void who tumbled onto the floor of the original casting workshop. The old man proclaimed with generous confidence, These are death row inmates I have procured from magical prisons around the world. Take them for your practice. If you require more, just come to me. As the mechanical servants cheerfully transported the bound convicts, who resembled pigs ready for the new year, to the back kitchen for transformation experiments, Ohm picked up a small cylindrical ingot of white iron from the materials rack. Ethereal crimson fire ignited in his palm, and in an instant, the white iron morphed into a blood-red metal. The first sensation upon holding it was one of lightness, devoid of any weightiness, akin to the feather of an angel, as if a gentle lift could send it soaring. However, Ohm seized a small hammer from the nearby table and, placing the metal ingot upon the anvil, struck it forcefully. The metal shattered with a crack, splitting into 2 halves. It was too hard and brittle, exhibiting almost no malleability or ductility. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of alloying it with other metals to ascertain whether a superior quality metal could be achieved. With this thought, Ohm meticulously calculated the various properties of this metal, which he named crimson polonium, from density to hardness according to the standards outlined in the Fundamentals of Alchemy. He then substituted these values into the 10-point star formula to determine the characteristics of the alloy resulting from its fusion with other metals. Nico's interest in crimson polonium was evidently less than his fascination with the mechanical organs within Ohm, for having lived for 666 years. He had traversed the globe and encountered countless wondrous metals. Thus, he merely stood behind Ohm, casting a few glances to confirm that the values inscribed in the 10-star formula were indeed accurate before immersing himself in the projection of the bone-forging furnace and muscle-casting anvil. The automaton 001011, along with his 9 companions, willingly undertook the task of assisting Ohm in verifying the alchemical calculations, sharing a portion of the computational responsibilities, thereby significantly expediting Ohm's progress with the 10-star formula. Before long, with the automaton's assistance and Nicholm's subtle hints, within just over an hour, derived the theoretical alloy composition that could optimally ensure both hardness and flexibility while minimizing weight. 33 high-carbon steel, 18 crimson bismuth, 17 mountain copper, 12 vanadium titanium, 12 rubidium iron, and 8 refined gold. By adhering to this composition and employing the ancient flame of Bly to continuously fuse the materials, a metal as lightweight as ceramic yet as robust as steel could be achieved. The sole drawback, however, was Ohm's lack of sufficient refined gold. Silly child, the magic stones I bestowed upon you are not merely for crafting ordinary gold, are they? Nicholm chuckled, observing Ohm's troubled pacing within the workshop. Unleash your imagination. The magic stones have myriad capabilities yet to be explored. Just as Ohm, brimming with enthusiasm, reached for the magic stones from the altar to commence the refinement of refined gold, the door to the original casting workshop was swung open. The intruder was Fiorella, assisted by Cosmos and Aaron in lifting the door panel, followed closely by Sister Marika and Ohm's other siblings. Even Mr. Ollivander had arrived. His hair, already as disheveled as cotton, appeared even more unkempt now, dust coating his attire. His pale, yet vibrant eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting the legendary alchemist Nicholm. Disregarding his own apprentice to rush over to Nicholm as if he were a starstruck boy, Ohm, feeling a tad awkward, lowered his hand that was poised to greet Mr. Ollivander and instinctively caught Marlenia as she leaped into his arms. Despite her blindness, Marlenia could discern her brother's location solely through sound, the clattering of her brass prosthetic leg echoing on the floor. She embraced Ohm tightly before unhesitatingly biting down on his shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated throughout the original casting workshop. The automata in the back laboratory, deliberating on the procedure for a craniotomy, were startled by the anguished cry of the god of myriad machines, inadvertently dislodging the head of a death row inmate. In their haste, they grabbed the bloodied bone saw and hammer, rushing out without a moment to tidy up. Though this was somewhat outside the standard operating procedure, the condemned man had no complaints, did he? Ohm, hearing the commotion behind him, gestured frantically towards the automata, pointing at his siblings who were curiously exploring the workshop, shouting, "Do not mind me. Go ensure their safety. Prevent them from getting burned by the furnace." Upon hearing the word burned, Lawrence trembled and timidly hid behind Sister Marika. Sister Marika, upon seeing her son safe and sound, first exhaled a long sigh of relief, traced a cross over her chest, and then immediately adopted a stern expression as she approached and firmly grasped Aum's ear, reprimanding him. "So you've grown wings and think yourself capable, do you? Venturing alone into a rat tide, are you? Let's see if you dare do so again." Poor Aum, burdened by the unyielding grip of Melnia, found himself compelled to lower his head as his mother tugged at his ear, repeatedly assuring her, "I promise I won't do it alone again, Mother." Another time, Sister Marika's lips turned pale with indignation as she twisted her grip, but to no avail. After all, the muscle-casting forge within Aum had allowed metallic fibers to permeate his entire being, including his ears. Grandfather Andre gazed vacantly at the vast workshop filled with various tools, shouting at his son and Benar, "Perhaps we can carve out our own territory among these conjurers with our craftsmanship." Chapter 85, The Thunder Warrior Project. After much effort in coaxing Melnia off his person, Aum wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth with his sleeve, though he felt no pain in his shoulder. It was not due to numbness. On the contrary, Aum's skin could distinctly sense every tooth within Melinia's mouth. Perhaps this was yet another peculiar effect of the muscle-casting forge. Indeed, when the time comes to transplant the forge into those condemned, he must remember to conduct a test. Fiorina, witnessing Melnia cling to Aum's arm, couldn't resist teasing. "You two seem so close. Why not just marry in a few years?" "Impossible," both Aum and Melnia retorted in unison. "I have cared for her since she was a child, bathing and tending to her every need. Do you expect me to continue serving her?" "Absolutely not." Aum jabbed his finger playfully at Melinia's cheek, recalling a past incident. "Do you remember that time you had an upset stomach? I was halfway to the toilet carrying you when you soiled my back. Ever since then, I've developed a severe case of cleanliness obsession." "Huh. Do you not recall why I had an upset stomach?" Melnia retorted with a sardonic smile. "Wasn't it because my dear older brother insisted on personally cooking me rice porridge, only to serve me a pot of what resembled swill? Even you couldn't stomach it. I, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, forced myself to eat half a bowl and suffered 3 days of diarrhea." "We can attest to that," Aaron chimed in, both he and Cosmos raising their arms high, their eyes still haunted by the memory of that dreadful meal. Aum stood his ground, nodding persistently, and with a sarcastic tone remarked, "Ah yes, I recall that the soiled sheets were washed by none other than me, and the odor was simply. She tilted her head, gazing at Alm. Was your cooking truly that inedible? Lena, you do not intend to sample it, do you? Melnia glared wide-eyed at Fiorina. Indeed, Fiorina declared, puffing out her chest proudly. Throughout my childhood survival training, I have tasted countless unpalatable items, from live scorpions to half-rotten berries. I cannot fathom how the culinary creations of you, Ohm, could ever fail to delight my palate. Are you truly daring to challenge my culinary prowess? Ohm slightly extended his arms, a look of disdain crossing his face. Had he known that my cooking could induce such dire consequences, would he not have chosen to approach rather than flee? How could one dispel the myth of your abysmal cooking without coming closer? Fiorina's lips curled into a provocative smile, determined to demonstrate that Ohm's culinary skills were, in fact, quite ordinary. Surely, this is nothing to boast about. Marlenia, irked, delivered a swift kick to each of their calves. Aaron patted Cosmos on the shoulder and remarked, I shall procure a coffin for this brave soul, while you gather some flowers for a final farewell. Cosmos raised an eyebrow, swiftly gesturing in sign language, the essence of which, devoid of expletives, conveyed. In winter, you expect me to fetch flowers? Are you jesting with me? Particularly concerning was Lonnie, the young girl who had just acquired an arm, eager to grasp anything within reach, even the hot coals, much to the dismay of the spirit of machinery, 002, trailing behind her, whose fiery essence dimmed considerably. Sister Malika, observing the larger figures anxiously bending to follow the children, felt it inappropriate to linger and disturb them further. She clapped her hands and proclaimed, Children, do not interrupt your brother in his duties. Let us descend and assist the injured. Wait a moment, mother. Ohm retrieved a large stack of aluminum masks, each bearing a protruding snout reminiscent of a pig-esque face, and handed them to Sister Malika. These masks will protect you from inhaling germs that may reside in the wounds of the injured. Should you inadvertently come into contact with their blood, remember to seek out the sorcerer in black robes and dark hair, who appears as though in debt to many. He can assist in examining your health. I shall, Ohm. Do remember to come down for a meal later. Sister Malika pinched Ohm's cheek, observing, Why do I feel you have grown taller? Perhaps it is due to puberty. Ohm replied nonchalantly, squatting to assist Sister Malika in lifting the heavy door. Fortuitously, he had concealed the intricate, tattoo-like patterns that crisscrossed his body with his psychic energy. Otherwise, Sister Malika would surely have suspected him of consorting with unsavory characters. There sat Mr. Ollivander at a table, his slender back bent like a drawn bow, meticulously refining the runes on the gun barrel crafted by Fiorina with a ruby thorn chisel, occasionally pointing out minor errors she had made. The normally boisterous, gray-haired bundle of energy, who could scarcely remain seated in class, was now quietly focused beside Mr. Ollivander. With intense concentration, her round green eyes seemed on the verge of crossing. Truly remarkable, Nickel. Ohm marveled at the seemingly simple yet coarse metalwork in the old man's hands, which had, in such a brief span, disassembled an entire block of mithril into thousands of minuscule components before reassembling them. Is it possible you have already unraveled the mystery of the organ within me? That is the advantage of age. I have accumulated a wealth of ancient wisdom and knowledge, Mr. Ollivander replied. Many new things often evoke intriguing reactions with the antiquities residing in my mind. Upon entering the experimental site behind the original casting workshop, which was initially designated for Fiorina's target practice, Ohm and Nicole discovered that it now housed several makeshift restraint beds constructed from iron rods and steel plates, still radiating the warmth of welding. Some of the beds were occupied by individuals already subjected to the imaginative whims of the mechanical servants, while the remaining condemned prisoners, upon seeing Ohm's entrance, emitted muffled pleas for help from their gag mouths. However, Ohm felt no compassion for these societal detritus. He pointed at the loudest of the condemned and instructed 001, bring that spirited fellow over here. 002, document the entire procedure. 003 to 008, disinfect the surgical instruments. 010, prepare 10 standard doses of emergency elixir. Do not allow this fellow to perish so easily. Ohm discarded his nightgown, donned a lab coat crafted from alchemical arrays by the mechanical servants, and equipped himself with rubber gloves, a hairnet, and a mask. He smiled at Nicole, who was similarly attired, and said, My dear friend, let's embark on this groundbreaking Thunder Warrior cultivation project. In Chapter 86, Have I Transcended Time? Yi Ching felt himself adrift in a realm of darkness, waves of dizziness incessantly jostling his consciousness, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his entire body devoid of strength. Ouch! Why does my calf hurt so much? Suddenly, he heard voices, indistinct, as if separated by a thick canvas. Yi Qing focused intently, discerning that two men were conversing in English. Strangely, despite being at the bottom of his class in English, he comprehended their dialogue with remarkable clarity. One of the men, seemingly older, spoke with a tone of pleading, "Please, Professor Snape, give me more of that potion for my son. His temperature won't stabilize. He's begun to ramble." The other voice, flat and devoid of inflection, replied, "More potion does not equate to greater efficacy. It may even yield unforeseen consequences. Your son is severely infected by bacteria from a rat's teeth. I have done all I can. Whether he survives this juncture is now in his hands." Yi Qing was astonished. What had he just heard? Professor Snape? Potions? Was he transported into the world of Harry Potter? He recalled that just before losing consciousness, he had been preparing coffee while gazing at suggestive images of Hermione Granger. Perhaps this was the reason for his transmutation. But what had Professor Snape just mentioned? Rats? Infection? Or would there be rats in Hogwarts? The body he inhabited was named Randy Barton, the sole heir of the esteemed Bran Barton. Both of his parents were elite wizards employed at the Ministry of Magic in London, and Randy himself possessed a breathtakingly handsome visage, remarkable enough to be described as stunning. Even at the tender age of 10, Randy possessed a cascade of silky, shoulder-length black hair, and her large, expressive eyes shimmered with a cherry hue. Her skin was as pure and delicate as milk, evoking thoughts of how many young witches she might enchant as she matured. Just as Yi Qing found herself enraptured by her own beauty, a pulsating pain in her calf, almost sentient, reminded her of her unfortunate infection. Reluctantly, she diverted her gaze from her remembered visage and began to sift through her recent memories, striving to comprehend the nature of the rodent that had bitten her, even prompting the involvement of the potion's master, Professor Snape. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had fled from London to Hogwarts, and that the mother of this body had perished in London, which had now succumbed to a dominion of colossal rats towering over her. Even more shocking was the resurrection of Voldemort, the ultimate antagonist, who had emerged to lead an army of vermin in a campaign of extermination against humanity within the city. Was this not a far more formidable foe than that jovial character depicted in films? The plague she had contracted, with its fever, fatigue, and headaches, were merely initial symptoms. In the adjacent tent, patients in advanced stages coughed up torrents of blood, their bodies swollen to resemble Michelin men, with frequent occurrences of simultaneous vomiting and diarrhea. As these grim thoughts swirled in her mind, Randy felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if she might soon lose the scant perception she had of her surroundings. Was she destined to meet her end on her very first day in this new world? If so, she would undoubtedly be the unluckiest traveler in history. Touching her pert nose, a bittersweet smile graced her face, lamenting the loss of her perfect countenance, which would never have the chance to meet her idol, Hermione, a considerable loss for the latter. In a moment of hazy consciousness, Randy suddenly recalled that as a transmigrator, she was entitled to a loyal system at her beck and call. Of course, esteemed host, I am the St. Cheese system, your most humble and devoted servant, ever awaiting your summons. A smooth voice resonated in Randy's mind, feeling as though it had always been present. Instantly, clarity surged through her, and she trembled with excitement. The system, an essential artifact for every traveler. How could she possibly survive without it? In an instant, visions of herself with Hermione on one side and Luna on the other, effortlessly vanquishing Voldemort with a mere finger, filled her mind. With the system at her disposal, who would need to learn spells one by one, she could simply elevate all her skills to the pinnacle. Avada Kedavra, Cruciatus, and Soul Snatching, all maxed out. In that moment, she would become a luminary in the magical realm, with everyone looking up to her. Ha ha ha. A delicate cough from the St. Cheese system interrupted her daydreaming. May I inquire, esteemed host, what is it you wish to know by summoning me? I am the St. Cheese system, a glimmer of wisdom bestowed by the Lord of Knowledge. Certainly, the host may refer to me as the super invincible scholar system. As long as the host completes the tasks I assign, a mysterious treasure chest shall be bestowed upon them. The saintly system elaborated, cautioning, host life is in grave jeopardy, with a mere 9 minutes remaining. Do you wish to exchange the novice gift pack for an opportunity to restore your health? Randy's heart ached to the point of breathlessness, yet the thought of acquiring various beauties in the future steeled his resolve. He gritted his teeth and declared, exchange, right now. However, could you also make the alterations to augment my physique during the restoration? As you wish, came the unflinching response of the saintly system. Randy felt a soothing coolness emanate from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. The disorienting dizziness vanished in an instant, his temperature subsided, and he felt as if he had been reborn, invigorated beyond measure. He abruptly sat up, rolled up his pant leg, and unwrapped the bandage to behold his skin, as flawless as white jade, restored to its pristine condition, devoid of any trace of the massive bite mark that had been there mere seconds ago. "Uh-huh, I have recovered," Randy exclaimed, leaping up and dashing toward the tent's entrance. "Beauties! Magic! Hogwarts! Your new master has arrived." Yet, at the moment he flung aside the curtain, a pair of hollow, expressionless black eyes, resembling a deep tunnel, hovered outside the tent, fixating on him with unwavering intensity. Chapter 87. Would you care to sample your own eyeball? Professor Snape. Randy trembled violently, nearly losing control of his bladder in fright. How could this lecherous old man be so terrifying? "Oh, you recognize me?" Snape inquired, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the boy's cherry-red eyes. "I had no idea I possessed such renown among children." Randy's heart tightened as he recalled that Snape was a master of legitimacy. He hastily averted his gaze and replied, "My father, as an esteemed graduate of Hogwarts, often reminisces about you, the remarkable potions master, frequently mentioning your name before me, which I duly noted. My father has arrived." Brandon Barton, now in his 40s, had transformed from a teacher into a provider of sustenance for those seeking refuge. A woman clad in an aluminum mask and dressed as a nun approached with relief supplies. From a distance, he noticed his son standing unaided and hurried over, checking Randy's forehead and measuring his heart rate. After confirming his son's complete recovery, he bowed repeatedly to Professor Snape, expressing his immense gratitude. "Thank you so much, Professor. I am truly grateful." Randy felt disgusted by the old man's invasive gestures, having lost both parents in his previous life. He had never comprehended the essence of paternal or maternal love. He mused how wonderful it would be if a beautiful sister could perform such acts instead. Observing his nominal father bowing and scraping before Snape, he voiced his dissatisfaction. "Why thank him? My recovery is entirely due to my own efforts." "You child, how dare you speak so?" Brandon turned and chastised loudly, then turned to Snape with a sheepish grin. "The child speaks without understanding. Please do not take it to heart." "No." Snape's expression, akin to a mask, remained utterly unchanged as he remarked, "Aside from initially administering medication and bandaging his wounds, I truly did not exert much effort." All of this, he cast a sidelong glance at Randy, whose gaze seemed to wander aimlessly, was indeed accomplished solely by him. No sooner had the words left his lips than Snape turned on his heel and strode away, the hem of his black robe trailing behind him like a gathering storm cloud. From a perspective invisible to Randy, a translucent doe, nearly indistinguishable, burst forth from the tip of Snape's birch wand, piercing through the walls and roof, vanishing without a trace. The fleeting glimpse of memory acquired through a brief moment of legitimacy, combined with the child's exceedingly abnormal behavior, was sufficient to send a chill of dread coursing through Snape. An unidentified soul was brazenly occupying the child's body. Such a matter must be reported to Dumbledore, and perhaps inform OM too, as this brute seems to possess considerable knowledge regarding souls. As Snape departed, Randy finally exhaled, accepting the chicken breast sandwich handed to him by Brand and chewing absently while surveying his surroundings. Beneath the magically enchanted ceiling of the dining hall, the long tables and benches of the four houses had vanished, replaced instead by 4 rows of enormous tents. Randy observed that within the tents closest to the faculty table, 7 or 8 large, thick purple sleeping bags were arranged, while those in his vicinity were cramped and modest, containing only a small mattress and a quilt that emitted a distinctly clinical scent. This was profoundly unfair. Why should they be allowed to reside in grand tents? Randy bit into his sandwich with a scowl, his eyes catching sight of numerous vacant sleeping bags within those tents. Yet he was still crammed into this diminutive space. Indignantly, he muttered, "I never expected that old Dumbledore would be such a sycophantic little man. The moment the Ministry of Magic collapses, he forsakes us. When I become the sovereign of the magical world, I shall transform Hogwarts into a public restroom." "What are you saying, Randy?" Bran exclaimed, astonished by the sudden unfamiliarity of his son's demeanor. "We are here because you fell ill and require isolation. Professor Dumbledore previously risked his life at the Ministry to ensure our safety. How could he possibly be that sort of person? I don't care. I want to stay in a large tent." Randy forcefully hurled the sandwich, which he had barely touched, onto the ground and stomped on it vehemently, as if the very ground were Dumbledore's face. "My child, why have you become so unreasonable all of a sudden?" Bran approached with concern, reaching out to touch his son's forehead, wishing to ascertain whether he still bore a fever. The reality proved that he was not feverish. He was merely in a fit of rage. Randy disdainfully swatted Bran's hand away and shouted, Don't touch my perfect face with your filthy hands, you pathetic old man. It's utterly disgusting. Don't come near me again. With that, Randy dashed away, weaving through the maze of tents and successfully evading the anxious Brand. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Randy confirmed that he had distanced himself from that nominal father. With a triumphant stance, he proclaimed to himself, indeed, family serves as a burden on the path of the strong. Only through ruthless detachment can I grow stronger. Now, let me see where those lovely young ladies are hiding. After taking just a few steps, Randy spotted a slender figure, cloaked in voluminous brown locks, slightly bent over a small table, seemingly engrossed in some material. His heart leaped with joy. Was this not his past life's goddess, Hermione? He hurried to her side, straightening his collar and jacket, clearing his throat before playfully tapping her shoulder. Hello there, beautiful. Although we've never met before, you are already captivating me. In response to Randy's advances, Hermione merely turned her head to glance at him before dismissing him entirely. Yet, that fleeting gaze was laden with an intensity that was terrifying. Her pale visage bore eyes streaked with blood vessels, ablaze with the fiery wrath of vengeance, as if forging a deadly blade named revenge. She was not merely perusing a book at the table. She was meticulously sharpening a blade. In her grasp was a curved knife, glowing with an eerie blue light, while another dark scimitar was embedded in the table. This was a Christmas gift from Ohm, a pair of long blades known as Mercy. At that moment, Hermione had transformed from the bookish girl she once was. She yearned to be a warrior, longing to step onto the battlefield alongside Ohm, to honor her parents who had perished in the tide of rats with the blood and skulls of 200,000 rodents. Startled, Randy stumbled backward and fell to the ground, scrambling away on hands and feet, his soul nearly escaping him under the weight of Hermione's fierce gaze. Nevertheless, his resilient spirit compelled him to rise, stubbornly pulling a chair to sit opposite her, elbows resting on the table, cradling his flawless face with both hands as he scrutinized her eyes, nose, chin, neck, and the beginnings of her development. Suddenly, Randy felt a flash before his eyes. The ethereal blue tip of the blade had come to rest upon his brow. Instinctively, he leaned back, screaming, "Ah, please don't kill me. Your gaze is utterly repulsive." Hermione responded coldly, her blade advancing with his retreat, persistently pressing against his brow. "Do not let me see you again, or I shall extract your eyeballs and make you swallow them." Chapter 88. The operation was abruptly interrupted. Yes, I shall never dare to appear before you again." Feeling the sharp pain intensifying on his brow, Randy swiftly turned and fled. He dashed 5 or 6 meters away, seeking refuge behind a tent, only then daring to peek out towards Hermione's direction. Clearly, the young woman had not given him a second thought as she departed the dining hall, blade of mercy in hand, without even a glance back at his retreating figure. Hermione's silhouette pierced Randy's heart like a grain of salt, igniting a tempest of fury within him. He seized the support post of his concealed tent and shook it violently, seeking to unleash the rage that consumed him. Yet, the moment he moved, a timid little girl with brass hands emerged from the tent, her voice quivering as she addressed him. "Hello. Could you please refrain from disturbing our tent?" In the throes of his anger, Randy was devoid of reason. He forcefully shoved the child, bellowing, "Do you NPCs dare to obstruct me? I'll do as I please." To Randy, this world existed solely for him as the protagonist, while everyone else was merely a wretched NPC serving his narrative experience. The girl fell to the ground, tears welling in her eyes, as she looked up at him with a mix of anger and indignation. She clung desperately to his leg, shouting, "Marlene, someone's trying to move our tent. Little brat, what are you barking about?" Randy, startled that an NPC would call for help, hastily considered fleeing. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand to strike the girl clinging to him. At that moment, a figure leapt into the air, her long, curly red hair billowing like a fiery cloud. She descended gracefully yet powerfully, much like a bird of prey swooping down on its quarry. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Randy, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimmer of metal. A slender brass foot struck his face with a resounding force, sending him soaring through the air, his body tracing an elegant arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Randy felt as if a symphony orchestra had been unleashed inside his head, a cacophony of sounds reverberating within his skull. The world around him blurred, everything appearing as a hazy double image. When his trembling hand reached his nose, if that could still be called nose, he was horrified to discover that his once perfect nasal bridge had been driven into his skull. How could he ever use this face to woo women again? Panic surged through him, jolting him back to reality. He glared at the tall, red-haired girl before him, who sported a prosthetic leg and an aluminum mask, and screamed, "I will kill you." as he lunged at her in a furious attempt to retaliate. However, as he rose, a powerful hand gripped his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he saw a dark, muscular boy standing behind him. The boy removed his mask, revealing a broad, honest smile, before crashing his head directly into Randy's already sunken nose, roaring, "You little punk think you can bully my sister?" Blood gushed from Randy's nose, and he felt his front teeth loosen. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Before he could even scream in agony, a thin shadow slipped silently from the side and delivered a swift kick to the side of Randy's knee, forcing him to kneel in excruciating pain. The sharp agony radiated from his kneecap, nearly causing him to faint as he collapsed onto the ground. "I'm coming too." A small, rotund boy let out a battle cry as he charged forward with his clumsy, square steps, just as he was about to leap and land heavily on Randy's back. Sister Marika squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, exclaiming, "Stop right there, Lacquard. How can you attack someone who is already down?" With that, Sister Marika swiftly grabbed Randy by the elbow and hoisted him off the ground, immediately delivering a resounding slap to his face while roaring like a mother lion. "No one shall bully my child, not even God." Randy was utterly stunned by the blow, helplessly covering his face as the distinct chatter of the crowd echoed in his ears. "That boy was the one who harassed the little girl. I saw it with my own eyes," one voice asserted. "At such a young age, how could he utter such vile words? I wonder how his parents have raised him." Another added, "He even tried to flirt with another girl. Those lewd glances he cast were inexcusable." The cacophony of criticism was driving Randy to the brink of madness. He, the one who truly understood the narrative the protagonist bestowed with the system, was being mocked and beaten by these foolish, wretched NPCs. "Just wait. One day, I shall exact my revenge upon all of you. You will all kneel and lick my toes." At that moment, a middle-aged man burst forth from the crowd, resolutely standing in front of Randy. It was Brant. Having gleaned the situation from the throng, he bowed repeatedly to the fuming Sister Marika, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My son must have lost his mind to act so absurdly. I will make amends. Please forgive this child, for he is my only son, my last remaining kin." Seeing the anguish and despair etched on the man's face, Sister Marika's anger dissipated. Noticing that Lonnie and the tent were unharmed, she waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for talk of compensation. Let's simply move past this. I hope you and your son can continue to live well in the days to come." Thank you so much." Brant clasped his hands together, shaking them fervently. The surrounding crowd, moved by his pitiful demeanor, fell silent and turned to their own affairs. In contrast, Randy was infuriated by Brant's cowardice. With such a feeble father, how could he ever lead the decisive life of a protagonist? Seizing the moment while Brant was bowing, Randy shoved the man from behind. As Brant tumbled to the ground, Randy turned and fled towards the restaurant's exit. As he ran, he shouted in his mind, "System, I am here, dear host." The smooth voice immediately resonated in his mind. "How may I assist you?" Task generation complete. Please read any book in the library for 1 hour to receive a bronze treasure chest. The holy system promptly responded, adding, "As long as you keep your gaze fixed on the book while reading, you will accumulate reading time." Randy was overjoyed. Truly, the superlative and invincible academic system was remarkable. As long as his eyes were on the pages, it counted as study time. How incredibly convenient. Once, Randy harbored a profound aversion to reading. The mere sight of a book would spur him to engage in other activities, such as brewing hand-poured coffee, a pursuit that often resulted in several cups throughout the day. This habit significantly impaired his memory, ultimately contributing to his failure to graduate from middle school. As Randy indulged in fantasies of ascending to the pinnacle of wizardry, he suddenly realized he had no idea how to reach the library. Holmes stepped back from the surgical table, fatigue etched on his face as he removed his mask, stretching his legs that ached from prolonged standing. Beside him, Nicolene lay comfortably on a plush velvet sofa, using her magical prowess to commandeer a mechanical assistant's body to conduct the surgery remotely. They had successfully opened the chest cavity of a death row inmate, relocating the lungs and heart, and were now engaged in the intricate task of adjusting the vertebrae. Now, if the bone forge could envelop the inmate's vertebrae and function properly, a significant portion of this experimental surgery would be deemed successful. Under the vigilant gaze of both Ohm and 10 mechanical assistants, the delicate claws of the bone forge tightened around the vertebrae, while needles pierced the vertebrae, causing the entire apparatus to emit a faint humming sound. It had commenced its operation. The screams abruptly ceased. He was dead. Chapter 89, Ohm's Blade. It appeared that they needed to find a younger subject for their experiments. Ohm sighed softly, relieved that he had not anticipated immediate success. In an instant, he adjusted his mindset and began dismantling the bone forward from the subject's body, cleansing the surface of blood and disinfecting it, while refilling it with metal slurry. He approached the death row inmates, sifting through them under the horrified gazes of these wretched souls. This one is too old, discarded. Leave that for the mechanical assistant to conduct brain transfer experiments. This body is deformed, discarded. Even if successful, it would not yield the expected results of a normal individual. This one is malnourished, discarded. This one has a missing limb. Let's keep it for later. Once a normal subject is successful, we can utilize you for experimentation. His gaze landed on the face of a girl bound to an iron bed, appearing no older than 17 or 18. She seemed to have endured little of prison life. Her skin was sallow yet relatively delicate, her silvery hair glimmered, and her eyes lacked the despair evident in those of the other inmates. I am in urgent need of conducting experiments. If I do not swiftly bolster our forces, the entirety of England will fall prey to the monstrous minions of Voldemort. There is no time for such ghostly antics. It will be best for you to serve as my experimental subject. Should I succeed with you, I shall personally behead you and fashion your skull into a symbol of loyalty and purity. The girl immediately convulsed, collapsing weakly onto the iron frame. Even in unconsciousness, an inexplicable beauty lingered in her brows and eyes, as if it were her innate instinct. I am not the sort to be rendered immobile by the sight of a woman, and besides, I am not yet of age. Furthermore, even Professor Dumbledore. At this point, Ohm's mind faltered for a full second before he comprehended the magnitude of the revelation Nicoleem had imparted to him. The esteemed and benevolent principal, whom one would regard with great respect, unexpectedly turns out to be homosexual. However, in Britain, such revelations are hardly remarkable. It is merely a matter of personal orientation, one that is not beyond acceptance. After all, each individual possesses their own way of living, and I am not in a position to cast judgment. It suffices to express respect and best wishes for the principal's choices. Yet, O.M. clutched his head in dismay, as his thoughts were overwhelmed by the image of a bearded Dumbledore, whose whiskers could be tucked into a belt, engaging in a passionate embrace with another indistinct man. The absurdity of this vision was inescapable. This troublesome imagery effectively barricaded all the knowledge and magic within O.M.'s mind, as all his cognitive resources became devoted to processing this startling tableau. Even the face of the alluring female death row inmate on the iron bed morphed into that of Dumbledore. This state of mind was utterly unfit for experimentation. He must replace those two figures with more palatable ones. Instantly, O.M.'s thoughts turned to Marlenia and Fiolina, the two slender maidens entwined in a tender embrace, their waists intertwined, their lips pressed closely together. Let us proceed with our experiments. O.M. extinguished the inexplicable irritation within him and calmly addressed Nico. The sooner we succeed, the sooner we shall possess the power to confront our adversaries. Many are suffering at the hands of Voldemort's minions. We must accelerate our experiments. You are in charge, my child, Nico replied with a warm yet mischievous smile, gesturing with a wave of his hand as potent magic began to guide the automaton 011 to incise the chest of the second experimental subject. This time, let us implant the muscle enhancement device first and see if increasing muscle mass will improve the success rate of the bone transplant. However, just as 011 was about to unveil the second subject's chest, a silvery doe gracefully glided through the wall and landed beside O.M. with the elegance of a princess. Upon opening her mouth, she emitted Severus Snape's voice. Brute, I have encountered a suspicious individual in the dining hall. He has usurped a child's body, and I suspect he harbors sinister intentions towards Hogwarts. Although I've already alerted Dumbledore, you would do well to assist this elderly man, whose health is failing, lest he tumble from the tower due to senility. You possess a profound understanding of soul research. Go and ascertain whether that child can be saved. As for the soul, let be as you wish. With that, the dose slowly dissipated into the air. O.M. exchanged a glance with Nico, and in each other's eyes, they found a shared sense of delight. Nico was thrilled by the existence of such a novel occurrence in this world, eager to discover the nature of the soul that had occupied another's body. As for O.M., he was preoccupied with the dilemma of acquiring a younger experimental subject, and perhaps fate had heard his unspoken wish, as it had quite fortuitously delivered a fresh experimental subject right to his doorstep. An elderly figure and a youthful one coveting the soul and the other yearning for flesh. Both displayed a tacit, sinister smile that rendered the mechanical servants present momentarily bewildered, prompting them to quietly stow away an array of instruments into the divine shrine affixed to the waist of the Supreme Lord. However, to their astonishment, upon departing the experimental grounds, they encountered Marlenia, standing vivaciously in the original forge, beside a table laden with a metal tray brimming with food. Fiolina, akin to a famished specter, clutched a piece of fruit pie in each hand, her cheeks stuffed to capacity. Mr. Ollivander sipped his red tea delicately, and upon seeing Nico emerge, he promptly rose to greet him with warmth. Marlenia, upon hearing the familiar sounds of her brother, pouted and remarked, "Oh, so you do remember to come out for a meal? I was beginning to think you intended to transform into a machine, subsisting solely on coal." Though Ohm had not ventured out merely for sustenance, he scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. "Look at you, saying such things. You brought food yourself. How could I possibly refuse?" With that, Ohm seized a turkey leg from the tray and took a hefty bite, mumbling through his mouthful, "The food you brought is indeed quite delectable." Marlenia lightly scoffed, tilting her head with a smirk. "What nonsense. You never have a serious word to say." Fiolina rolled her eyes at the two, turning her back to review her notes on the development of explosive projectiles, muttering, "Once we vanquish Voldemort, I shall be the first to deal with both of you." Marlenia paid no heed to the gray-furred ball of annoyance, and instead recounted to Ohm the events that had transpired in the dining hall, expressing concern. "He is merely a child. What if it were an adult bullying Ronnie? How would he know how to handle it? Ohm, I wish to become stronger, someone whom others can rely upon. Even if I cannot possess magic like you, I must at least strive to." As she spoke, she reached for Ohm's left hand, noticeably more refined and smooth than her right, gently uttering, "You are my sharpest blade." Chapter 90. Your dual arms? Marlon Ohm longed to convey that his relentless efforts were solely to shield them from strife and turmoil, not to lead his sister into the battlefield. Yet, he understood Marlenia all too well. He knew that any request she voiced had been carefully contemplated for quite some time before she mustered the courage to share it with him. What reason, then, did Ohm have to refuse her? After all, teaching her the art of swordsmanship and fostering her strength would suffice. She need not necessarily step onto the battlefield, would she? I understand. Marlon Ohm suppressed the tide of worry swelling within him, smiling as he playfully pinched Marlenia's cheek, saying, "Perhaps one day, it will be you protecting me." That day will inevitably come. Just you wait." Marlenia retorted with a cold chuckle, landing a playful punch on Ohm's chest, declaring, "For now, I require armor and a sharp blade." "Not a problem, my dear guardian," Ohm replied, setting aside the now empty turkey leg and calling out 018. A towering and robust steel skeleton, reminiscent of a magnificent fire dragon, emerged from the rear experimental grounds. Striding forth with purpose, it knelt before Ohm, declaring, "Your most loyal artisan, 018, eternally at your beck and call." Crafted by 001 to enhance the forging of the Stormblade, 018 possessed a mechanical form far superior to that of its brethren, excelling in both sheer power output and the intricate carving of minute runes. The exquisitely designed iron bookshelf along the workshop wall was a testament to 018's artistry. It bore the carvings of every known creature in existence without appearing cluttered, instead exuding a vibrant aura of life and thriving diversity. "Arise," commanded Ohm, lifting his hand. The resonant energy compelled 018's heavy metallic frame to stand upright. "I require you to forge weapons and armor for my sister. Should she be pleased, I shall bestow upon you the name Vulcan." "With unwavering dedication," exclaimed 018, the flames of its mechanical spirit surging as it pounded its metal chest with a thunderous roar. "Very well, Ohm." Nicolene, under the watchful gaze of the mechanical servant 002, grimaced as she downed a full glass of pure milk, her face contorting in distaste. "Milk should be eradicated from this world. The mere scent of it makes me nauseous. Let us attend to our important matters. Focus on your tasks. I require no supervision here." Melania gently nudged Ohm's shoulder upon hearing Nicole's words. Ohm affectionately patted Melania's head, suddenly recalling an image that had flashed through his mind earlier. He turned sharply to Fiorina, who was devouring Yorkshire pudding, and said sternly, "You would do well to harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards Melania." A large question mark popped above the gray-furred creature's head. She swallowed the pudding in her mouth and fixed Ohm with a serious gaze. "Qiuzhang once taught me a phrase in Chinese, which I had yet to find an opportune moment to use. Now, I wish to sincerely convey it to you." Clear her throat, she enunciated with fervor, "You are insufferable." The library was enveloped in silence, with the ever-watchful Mrs. Pants now outside the castle, using magic to assist in constructing a refuge for fleeing sorcerers. Only a diminutive wizard, with a deeply recessed nose, sat at a table, poring over an open tome titled Humans and Humanoids, the Genesis of Hybrids. It was none other than Randy, who had finally located the library. His neck bobbed like a spring, supporting his heavy head as he struggled to stay awake, periodically nodding vigorously as if on the brink of slumber, only to be jolted back to consciousness, forcing his eyelids apart to scrutinize the monotonous letters on the page. He had hoped this hefty volume would be adorned with illustrations that would delight someone of his particular tastes, allowing him to enjoy a cup of hand-brewed coffee while reading, thus savoring the hour. To his dismay, upon opening the book, he found it filled solely with text and tables, devoid of any imagery exploring the union of humans and humanoids. How dull. Excruciatingly dull. What kind of lunatic would find joy in reading? Must the system truly compel me to sit here for a whole hour? Is there no swifter method? Having barely settled in for 5 minutes, Randy, with his disheveled nose, regretted his previous haste. Those NPCs exhibited a complete lack of awareness. They could not rush over to heal my exquisite nose, which might have led me to reward them with the honor of serving as my loyal hounds, a sublime glory for such NPCs. Randy intended to visit the school infirmary for treatment. Yet after scouring every nook and cranny of the first floor of Hogwarts Castle, he found no trace of the vast room filled with numerous beds and curtains. Surely, that wretched Pomfrey, having witnessed my plight, was deliberately hiding to avoid tending to me. With such a lack of professionalism, how could she claim the title of chief physician at Hogwarts? Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Of course, my dear host. The voice of the sacred system is ever so smooth. As long as you offer me your soul energy, I shall grant you direct access to knowledge. How convenient. Would you agree? Overjoyed, Randy exclaimed, I can no longer bear to sit foolishly at the table reading. Pray, tell me how I may acquire soul energy. Simply take the lives of other beings, and you shall gain soul energy. The more intelligent the creature you slay, the greater the energy you will receive. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly, the sacred system urged enticingly. Excellent. I relish this premise. It encourages decisiveness in my actions. Abandoning his book, Randy sprang up and dashed toward the library's exit. If only Madame Pants were present, she would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression with her feather duster. The system's assertion that slaying more intelligent beings would yield greater soul energy immediately brought Hermione Granger to Randy's mind. How dare this clever little brat scorn a time traveler like me? I longed to eliminate her before her friends. Yet, recalling Hermione's fierce gaze and the glinting blade she wielded, Randy recoiled in trepidation. For now, I shall spare you. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure your demise. Randy vowed fiercely, his thoughts shifting to the little girl adorned with 2 brass arms, who had embarrassed him in public. Although she was quite detestable, she possessed a certain cuteness, being a disabled lowly, perfectly aligning with my XP system. It is settled. I shall first assault and then slay you, only to dismember your body and deliver the pieces to the kitchen, allowing your wretched relatives to unwittingly savor your flesh. In his resolute determination, Randy failed to notice the air behind him rippling like water, as if something were about to burst forth.